I'm Shin Chang, just finished directing the movers to unload everything. The worker kept sneaking glances behind me, so I smiled and invited him to visit when the shop opens. He nodded repeatedly before leaving, turning back to look every few steps. Watching him walk away, I let out a long sigh of relief and turned to survey my cat cafe. The spacious area had neatly arranged tables, comfortable sofas against the walls, soft white foam padding covering the floor, and warm orange-yellow paint on the walls. Sunlight streamed in, illuminating a bunch of cats lazily lounging in sunlit spots and yawning, creating an incredibly cozy atmosphere. This is the cat cafe I opened, called Glowing Paws. In this fast-paced city with limited entertainment options, people's weekend pastimes are monotonous and not very effective for stress relief. I thought opening a cat cafe where people could enjoy coffee and pet cats on weekends would surely appeal to overworked office workers, since most of them don't have the energy to keep pets. So I gave up the opportunity for graduate school admission through recommendation, and after graduation I partnered with friends to lease this storefront. After decorating and fundraising, we finally managed to open it. The cats in my shop are all meticulously selected. I have full confidence in their quality, as evident from the reactions of the moving company employees. Just as I was thinking, my phone in my pants pocket rang. It was my mom calling. As I answered the phone, I stepped out of the shop and looked up at the Starlight Cat Cafe sign with its red banner, a smile tugging at my lips. "Hey, Mom." My mother was worried and wanted me to bring Yen Yen to help at the store. I reassured her, saying we had plenty of cats on hand and that Yen Yen could just keep them company. I was confident the business would thrive. Suddenly, there was a loud thud beside me. Instinctively, I turned to look and froze mid-sentence, utterly stunned by what I saw. Then I watched the girl sitting across from me devouring a cheesecake, silently counting in my mind that she had already eaten 17 cheesecakes, along with 10 egg tarts and 6 steamed cakes, yet she showed no signs of being full. Just how many days had she gone without eating? The girl had delicate features, with pale yellow, crescent-shaped eyes, and she wore a simple white dress that exposed her slender legs. Her gray-blue hair cascaded down her back, seeming naturally colored rather than dyed. What caught my attention most were the pair of gray-blue cat ears on her head and the feline tail behind her. They twitched and swayed with her mood, looking almost real. I remembered reading in the news that Rainbow Country had developed cosplay tails that could wiggle according to the wearer's emotions, which were quite expensive. Those cat ears of hers seemed even more advanced than those tails. She stuffed the last bite of cake into her mouth, and I asked her, "How is it?" With her cheeks puffed out, she mumbled indistinctly, "Tashti meow." A vein nearly popped out on my forehead. Who asked about the taste? I was asking if you're full, hurry up, pay, and get out. But I knew this girl who had collapsed from hunger outside the store probably didn't have any money. I sized up her cat ears and tail, wondering if I could take those as payment instead. She swallowed the cake and raised her hand again, saying, "Master, master, I want more meow." I was utterly speechless. Don't think calling me master cutely will get you a free meal. Noticing my expression darkening, she finally sensed something amiss and tiptoed toward the exit. "Master, I just remembered I have something to do. I'll come play with you next time, meow." I barked coldly, "Freeze." She immediately stiffened on the spot, her tail puffing up and lifting slightly, even revealing a bit under her skirt. Looking at how this tail behaves, I'm even more convinced this thing must be quite valuable, certainly enough to cover these cakes. Sitting in the chair with my legs crossed, I calmly counted on my fingers while addressing the cat-eared girl before me. "You've eaten 17 cheesecakes, 10 egg tarts, and 6 steamed cakes in total. Before leaving, shouldn't you at least settle the bill first?" "Money? What money, meow? I don't know anything, meow." Sweat dripped from the cat-eared girl's forehead as she guiltily turned away, her eyes transforming into dizzy spirals. "Heh, just as I expected. I know you don't have any money on you, but you do have something that could settle the debt." I delivered my prepared line. To pay off debts?" The girl blinked in slight confusion, tugging at her skirt hesitantly. "Is this dress really that valuable, meow?" The corner of my mouth twitched slightly. "Who the hell wants your clothes?" This girl isn't pretending to be dumb, she's genuinely an idiot, isn't she? "I don't want your clothes." I propped my elbow on the table and rested my chin on my hand, staring straight at her as I said sternly, "Keep the ears and tail, you can leave. Once you have the money, you can always come back to exchange it with me, meow." The cat-eared girl froze on the spot, her tail shooting straight up as her entire body turned a pale gray. "My ears, my tail. Right." I nodded slightly. "Thinking about eating and running? Not a chance, though the shop hasn't officially opened yet." After a moment, the girl snapped out of it, tears welling up in her eyes as she protectively covered her ears. With a trembling voice, she pleaded, "No, don't cut my ears off, it'll hurt, meow. It's just a hairpin. It's not like I'm not giving it back." "How deep into character are you?" I sighed helplessly, stepping forward to pry her hands away and pinching the 2 cat ears on her head. "I'll just take these ears right now and, glued on? And this texture." My expression immediately turned serious as I leaned closer to examine the cat ears, finally giving them a gentle blow. Meow. I fell into unprecedented silence as I looked at the girl whose face had turned crimson like a steaming teapot, now slumped limply in my arms. Confirmed, the cat ears were real, but the valuable claim was fake. Meanwhile, the cafe's enormous wall-sized windows made it all too easy for passers-by to see inside. The current scene, a dazed cat-eared girl snuggled against my chest, was disastrous. By the time I regained my senses, a crowd of onlookers had already gathered outside the cafe's glass walls, pointing and whispering. I also saw a chubby guy, standing dumbfounded with his phone held up, before grinning creepily and giving me a thumbs up. Knowing this wasn't the time for questions, I quickly scooped up the girl in my arms and dashed into the kitchen. The moment my figure disappeared, an uproar exploded from the crowd. Holy shit, did they just go for it? In broad daylight, under the bright sun, goddamn I'm so jealous. Are young people these days always this impatient? Watching the livestream footage, the fat man's hands trembled, his flabby flesh quivering with excitement as he muttered to himself, cat ear cosplay, kitchen roleplay, and in broad daylight. What the hell? How utterly depraved. This dude, truly a legend among men. He looked up at the signboard of Starlight Cat Cafe, lost in thought. Entering the kitchen, I casually pulled over a chair, sat the cat-eared girl upright on it, and before she could speak, said sternly, "Don't say anything for now. I'll ask, you answer. Understood?" The cat-eared girl nodded repeatedly. Okay. I took a deep breath to calm myself, then asked her, "First, where did you come from?" "Over there, near a trash can, meow." She pointed in a direction, and sure enough, there was a garbage bin. She continued, "I woke up feeling so hungry, but couldn't eat anything from the trash bins, so I came to find my owner, meow." I could practically picture her pitiful figure rummaging through garbage bins for food. Wait, what did she mean by woke up? How did this creature that only exists in fantasy come to be? I pinched the flesh on my left arm and twisted hard, sucking in a sharp breath. Ouch. It hurt. This wasn't a dream. I looked at the girl again, who was tilting her head and watching me, her cat ears twitching adorably. Ahem. I coughed dryly to hide my embarrassment and continued asking, "Then why did you think of coming to me first when you were hungry? How did you know I was here? And why do you call me master?" "Because master fed me delicious food before, meow." She swayed happily in the chair, her tail wagging along. I remember it clearly, meow. Master left in this direction back then. I blinked in confusion. Had I fed a cat girl before? As for why I call you master, she counted on her fingers, speaking innocently. Master bandaged my wounds, fed me, and even carried me back home. So of course you're my master now, meow. What does carried me back home even mean? That's seriously misleading. She mentioned I bandaged her wounds, so I scrutinized her closely and suddenly realized she looked somewhat familiar. Ash blue hair, pale yellow eyes. Wait. A nimble, petite figure flashed through my mind, startling me so much that my lips twitched involuntarily. Oh right. Just then, she flicked her cat ears and pulled out a small strip of bandage from her waist. When I woke up, my body had gotten so big that the cloth tied around me snapped, but I still kept it safe, meow. Looking at the dirty bandage she was cradling like priceless treasure, and then at her stupid praise me expression, I felt a headache coming on. Back when I had just graduated from university, I finally managed to secure this shop after much effort, scrambling everywhere to raise funds for the cat cafe's furnishings. I remember during that period, I encountered a stray blue cat near the trash heap by the shop, pale yellow eyes, gray blue fur. Back then, I was in the final stages of starting my business, soon to open the shop, and in desperate need of funds. I had no energy to spare for raising a cat. Seeing the blue cat's hind leg badly scratched, I just bandaged its wound, fed it some food, and left. Nowadays, things change unpredictably. In just half a month, that little blue cat has turned into this. Has it become a spirit? It must have become a spirit, right? Are you the little cat that was by the garbage bin back then? My mind was a complete mess, and my words came out incoherently. The cat-eared girl nodded enthusiastically, revealing a bright smile. Yes, so master still remembers me. I thought you had forgotten about me, meow. A normal person wouldn't associate her with a stray cat at all. How's your injury doing now? I found myself at a loss for words. Anyone who saw the kitten they'd bandaged not long ago transform into a beautiful girl standing before them would feel like it wasn't real. Fortunately, I'm pretty thick-skinned. Thanks to master. Look, my injuries are almost completely healed now, meow. She flashed a brilliant smile, then reached down to grab her skirt hem, slowly lifting it up under my dumbfounded gaze. My name is Shin Chang, and I have a not-so-grand dream, to open a cat cafe in Wenshin. For this dream, I gave up the chance to pursue graduate studies, started working before even finishing university, delivering takeout, waiting tables, working as a chef, tutoring. But I owe the ability to open the cat cafe largely to my junior Lin Yuwei, who was a year below me in university. The shop space for my cat cafe was rented from a friend, and that friend is her. We have a great relationship, so close, in fact, one could even call it intimate. After graduation, when she heard about my entrepreneurial aspirations, she offered me her late parents' two-story apartment in Wenshin to run the cafe, even letting me live in the upstairs unit. She's given me a lot of flexibility. Actually, she had a bit of self-interest in doing this. Now, besides being my junior, she was also my landlord. That day, Lin Yue sat on the sofa in the second-floor living room, legs crossed, looking down at me and an unfamiliar cat-eared girl seated before her. My face was stiff, restless, while the cat-eared girl clung to me in fear. Lin Yue, meanwhile, wore a smile that sent shivers down my spine. "Hui, actually, I can explain." I chuckled awkwardly, stalling for time. "Shut up, senior." She interrupted me with a dark expression, then turned to the cat-eared girl with a cold voice. "What's your relationship with him?" My heart skipped a beat. I knew this was going south. Sure enough, the cat-eared girl shrank back nervously and stammered, I'm Master's pet, meow." As soon as these words left her mouth, the atmosphere around us seemed to freeze over. I immediately raised my hands in panic. "I can explain, I swear." "Fine, you have 3 minutes. If your explanation doesn't make sense, I'm going downstairs to smash your shop right now." Lin Yue was genuinely furious. She hadn't even had her dream of being the proprietress for long when reality had someone beat her to it right in her own home. Who wouldn't be angry? I straightened up, pointed at the cat-eared girl, and said sternly, "First of all, she is a cat, a real cat." The temperature in the room seemed to drop again. Lin Yue's voice was icy. "Do you think I'm an idiot? Or do you just not want to explain properly?" I can prove it." Panicking, I gently tugged at the cat-eared girl's feline ears, and then, she slumped into my arms, her face flushed as she panted softly. I turned my head triumphantly and said, "See, these cat ears are real." But before I could finish, a cold sweat broke out. "You can sneak around with her at home if you want, but now you're even doing it right in front of me, acting like I don't matter at all." Lin Yue muttered darkly, her head lowered. "For your sake, I even renovated the only apartment my parents left me into a shop for you. Today, I even took time off to come celebrate with you. And what do I get? On the very first day your shop is ready, you bring another girl home and flirt with her right in front of me. What was the point of all this effort?" Actually, here's what happened earlier that morning. On the street, Lin Yue carried a backpack, her slender figure and pretty face drawing glances. She yawned and murmured, "Senior's shop opens tomorrow." The thought of being able to help me and the anticipation of my appreciation lifted her mood, making her steps light. Her long legs, clad in black stockings, caught the eyes of passers-by. One male onlooker even got his ear yanked by his girlfriend. As she walked further, she suddenly sniffed the air and stepped aside just as a drunken man staggered past, reeking of alcohol. Then the crowd ahead grew restless as the drunken man pushed the old man to the ground. Concerned citizens berated him, but he merely scoffed in disdain. Lin Yue felt disgusted, her eyes flashing with an eerie light. Instantly, flames erupted along the man's pant legs. Panicked, the man flailed wildly. True to the principle of, though he is heartless, I cannot be unjust, the citizens grabbed brooms and wooden planks to assist him, eliciting pained howls. Lin Yue walked away in lighter spirits, but overheard words like cat cafe, owner, and cat-eared girl along the way, triggering a sudden sense of unease. She stopped a chubby man to ask, and the man said that this morning the cat cafe owner and a gray-blue-haired cat-eared girl were indulging in daytime debauchery in the shop. Lin Yue felt as if struck by lightning and immediately rushed to the cat cafe. She didn't see anyone inside, nor did she smell anything strange, but hearing noises from the kitchen, she barged in and demanded, "Senpai, I heard you and a cat-eared girl were having daytime escapades in the shop. Is it true?" She froze mid-sentence as she saw the cat-eared girl lifting her skirt toward me, leaving us both stunned in awkward silence. "I'm Shin Chang. Just now, my landlady Miss Lin Yue seemed a bit off." Her words came faster and faster, yet her voice grew quieter and quieter. I quickly waved my hand to calm her down, but she suddenly picked up the fruit knife from the coffee table, saying only a preserved specimen of her senior would stay with her forever. I shouted at her not to suddenly turn dark. After some explanation, Lin Yue finally understood the whole story. She held a fruit knife in one hand while pinching and rubbing the cat-eared girl's ear with the other, leaving the girl too terrified to move. Lin Yue asked the girl her name, but the girl said she didn't have one, adding that her master, meaning him, hadn't given her one. Lin Yue asked me again what name I wanted to give her, and I was completely stumped. Actually, Lin Yue has the ability to summon flames out of thin air, so she sees the world more clearly. She even briefly entertained the thought that I might have the superpower to turn animals into beautiful girls, but quickly shook her head to dismiss the idea. After some thought, I suggested the name Cheese because she loves eating cheesecake. The girl cheered, more thrilled by my acknowledgement of her master status than by the name itself. Lin Yue said this was more like naming a cat, but unfortunately for her, her objection was overruled. Cheese and I outvoted her 2-1 on the name. Lin Yue asked what we were going to do next. Cheese raised her hand, saying she wanted to help me. I smiled and patted her head, and she closed her eyes in contentment. Lin Yue glared at me. I coughed awkwardly and withdrew my hand, suggesting that Cheese could work as a waitress at the cat cafe. We were short-staffed anyway, and wouldn't have to pay her wages. Lin Yue had no objections and proposed going out to buy clothes for Cheese. Lowering my head in thought, I mysteriously asked her what would pair well with cat ears. Having Cheese work at the cat cafe could help attract customers. After settling this matter, we weren't in a hurry to leave. First, Lin Yue took Cheese to shower while I sat on the sofa playing with my phone. Then came Cheese's comment from the bathroom about Lin Yue having a small chest. I could practically feel waves of resentment radiating out. Then Cheese added insult to injury by saying big breasts were troublesome to walk with. I could practically feel the resentment materializing. After the sound of running water, Cheese giggled about being ticklish, then ran towards me stark naked wearing only a towel, calling out Master Meow. My face turned grim, only for Lin Yue to block my view with a bar of soap and call me a pervert, my mind flashing the thought, they really are bigger than Huey's. While driving, Cheese pointed excitedly outside. Lin Yue told her not to distract me and reminded her not to call me master in public, to use Shin Chang or Big Brother instead. Cheese proceeded to call me Chang, sincere, brother. That homophone left me speechless. I told her she doesn't need to call me master at home either, but she disagreed, saying unless I don't want her anymore. At the traffic light ahead, I hit the brakes as a black sedan pulled up beside me. A hooded woman inside asked the man next to her if they should investigate me, to which the man replied they should keep observing, mentioning that an esper was an unexpected bonus. I glanced over suspiciously. When I asked Cheese where she got her dress, she said an old lady gave it to her along with some food. At the mall, Lin Yue repeatedly reminded Cheese to call me Brother Shen. As Cheese rubbed against my palm, people around us turned to stare. Some said she was adorable, while others insisted catgirls couldn't possibly exist. I chuckled internally, knowing that guy actually guessed right. Right now, Lin Yue and I are stationed outside the changing room in the workwear section, staring intently at the curtain. Swish, the curtain was pulled aside, and I saw Zhisher wearing a black and white maid dress with a long skirt, her small hands clutching the sides of the outfit. The cat ears on her head twitched nervously as she shyly murmured, Master, Naya. The next moment, Zhisher realized she'd slipped up and quickly clamped her mouth shut, her head swiveling left and right, probably afraid a police officer might come running over. Put, as if there were any officers around. Instead, a guy passing by suddenly had 2 streams of blood shoot from his nostrils. Then, he and other onlookers, ignoring their injuries, whipped out their phones and started snapping photos like crazy. Hiss ha Isaha, that cat-eared maid girl looks so familiar. Feels like I've seen her somewhere before? Was it at the mall entrance? I remember quite clearly. No, I remember now. Isn't she the boss lady of Luminous Cat Cafe in West District? I saw her hugging the owner with my own eyes that day. Is she personally serving customers now? Luminous Cat Cafe? Where exactly is it? I want to check it out. My lips twitched slightly. Was this considered free advertising for the cat cafe? But seeing how hard the landlady was twisting the soft flesh at my waist made it clear she wasn't happy about someone calling Cheese the boss's wife. Just to mention, the clothing section, workwear section, and cosplay section all have maid outfits available. The maid outfits in the workwear section are cheaper than those in the cosplay section, more durable, easier to wash, less flashy, and with a touch more dignity. Of course, although they're cheaper than cosplay outfits, they're made with high-quality fabric, so the price still isn't exactly low. Cheese grew even more nervous under the public scrutiny, her large, watery eyes fixed intently on me. What's wrong? Seeing her awkward expression, I thought maybe she didn't like the maid outfit, so I said, if you don't like it, we can change into something else. And no, I really like this outfit, meow. It's just, Cheese tugged at the collar with her small hands, turning to face me with a pitiful expression before confessing, it's so tight around the chest, meow. Lin Yue, the sales assistant, and I were all stunned into silence. This cat's bust measurements belong to the hidden gem category, impossible to accurately gauge with mere observation unless you physically touched or used measuring tools. The saleswoman froze for a moment before hurriedly fetching Cheese a different size, which finally felt comfortable. Sir, is this the only one you'll be taking? Seeing me nod in satisfaction, the saleswoman cautiously stepped forward to ask, and I'll also take one of the previous size too. Hearing this, Lin Yue glanced sideways and asked in puzzled confusion, but didn't that size not fit Cheese? It's not for Cheese. I shook my head, fixing Lin Yue with an intense gaze as I said, it's for you. The atmosphere fell silent for a beat. Lin Yue's face flushed crimson all the way to her neck, and she let out a boiling kettle-like whimper from her throat as she grabbed a clothes hanger and started wildly swinging at me. Pervert. 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 Hey, it's just a work uniform, don't overthink it. Hey. After buying the maid outfit, we moved on to daily clothes and essentials. Fortunately, I still had some money left, and I didn't mind spending it on Cheese. After all, Cheese works as a waiter without salary, no loss there. Leaving the workwear section, Cheese kept wearing the maid outfit without changing, skipping and humming an unknown tune all the way, drawing sidelong glances and photos from people around us. Quite the influencer. On the contrary, Lin Yue kept pouting and refusing to look at me, which gave me a bit of a headache. As for Huey's maid outfit, I ended up buying it after all. To be honest, I was quite looking forward to seeing Hui in a maid outfit. Guess I'm just a shameless old pervert through and through.
I knew Hui Hui was just throwing a tantrum and wouldn't actually stay mad. Glancing around, my eyes suddenly lit up as I hurried toward a stall on the right. Seeing this, Lin Yue grew even angrier, her cheeks puffing up like a pufferfish as she told the confused Cheese who had stopped walking, "Let's go first, no need to wait for him." Oh, though they said they'd go ahead, both of them intentionally slowed their pace. Before long, I caught up with a smile, not mentioning Lin Yue leaving without me. Instead, I immediately shoved the purchased item into her hands. "Here." Lin Yue froze momentarily, blinking twice with adorable confusion. She stared at the handmade rabbit-shaped hair clip I gave her for a long while before pocketing it with flushed cheeks, murmuring, "Wasting money again. What about mine? Where's mine?" Jisher's eyes sparkled as she crowded close, nearly pressing against my face. Mine. Got yours, I chuckled softly, producing a little fish-shaped hair clip. "It's a fish, meow." Cheese accepted the hairpin with both hands, her face radiant with joy, as if the surrounding light had grown brighter. The tension between the group eased considerably. On the way, Lin Yue pouted and said, "Let me tell you, I absolutely refuse to wear that dress. If you like it so much, give it to someone else to wear." Alright, wear it if you want, don't wear it if you don't. It's all up to you." I wore a smile on my face, whether it was Hui Hui's imagination or not. She kept thinking my smile resembled the doting grin of a father looking at his daughter. The three of us strolled through the mall and bought everything we needed. Thanks to Cheese's eye-catching appearance and word-of-mouth recommendations, the reputation of Glitter Cat Cafe has spread. I'm quite looking forward to seeing how our grand opening goes tomorrow. When we left the mall, night had already fallen. I drove us to a casual family restaurant for a simple dinner, and by the time we got home, darkness had completely set in. I noticed that although Cheese had been a stray cat originally, she possessed a good understanding of basic human customs. She didn't cause any trouble during our shopping trip either, making me wonder more than once whether she was truly a cat or actually human. Turning my head, I saw Lin Yue using an ear pick to clean Cheese's cat ears. Cheese rested her small head on Lin Yue's lap, purring like an actual cat. Alright, I was overthinking it. The pork cutlet rice is so delicious, meow. Cheese swished her tail lazily as she spoke. Senpai can make pork cutlet rice too. At this point, Lin Yue's lips curled slightly, as if recalling fond memories. And his version tastes even better than that restaurant's. Really, meow? Cheese's tail perked up abruptly as she turned her gaze toward me, her eyes sparkling with tiny stars. Master. I had just finished putting away the groceries when I heard Cheese's voice. With a faint smile, I replied, "Work hard tomorrow, and I'll make you pork cutlet rice as a reward in the evening." "Okay, meow." Then, I let out a long breath and stretched my limbs. "Next, let's tidy up the guest room." Hui, you go get the spare bedding." Lin Yue, don't wanna move. Cheese, meow. My lips twitched. "Then where will Cheese sleep tonight? I can just sleep with my owner, meow." Cheese casually dropped this bombshell, looking completely unfazed. Lin Yue was stunned. Almost forgot Cheese used to be a cat. I put on a serious face. "I think that's acceptable. Cheese, you sleep in Xue Zhang's room tonight, and Xue Zhang can take the sofa." Lin Yue clapped her hands decisively. "It's settled then." I'm speechless. "You're still holding a grudge, aren't you?" "You absolutely are, right?" Cheese looked at me blankly. "But I want to stay with Master." "No, you don't." Lin Yue felt as if a red danger sign was about to appear above her head. She quickly grabbed Cheese and headed towards my room. "Let's get some rest early and not disturb our senior." Oh, the living room lights went out, and the world suddenly fell silent. I stood there alone in the darkness, dumbfounded, pointing at myself. At least leave me with a blanket. Chapter 7, Opening Day. The customers I attracted seem a bit off. The morning sun hung brightly in the sky, casting golden rays everywhere, while occasional breezes swept through, washing away people's morning fatigue again and again. Meanwhile, in front of Glitter Cat Cafe, a huge crowd had already gathered. Among them, a sleazy fat man squeezed to the front, holding his phone and spitting excitedly into the camera. "Hello everyone, I'm Zhou Dongliang, determined to eat my way around the world. It's currently 7:59 a.m., and right in front of me is Glitter Cat Cafe, Innsmouth's one and only cat cafe." Through the lens, we can see that the cat cafe is now packed with a huge crowd, and today is just the first day of its grand opening. Friends who've watched my videos should know that the owner of this cat cafe is an ultra-cute CATGIRL, who even publicly flirted with the manager in broad daylight. I heard she's about to personally dress up as a maid to serve customers. Let's eagerly anticipate this. Oh, it's 8 o'clock already. Amidst a barrage of Chow Chow wannabe comments flooding the screen from netizens, the phone camera suddenly pans as the cat cafe's door is abruptly pushed open in the frame. The crowd instantly fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Complete and utter silence. A girl with a genuinely radiant smile spread her arms wide, appearing like an angel bathed in golden light as she cheerfully exclaimed in her sweet, soft voice, "Good morning, everyone, meow." The sunlight cascaded over the girl's black and white maid outfit, over her ash blue hair, over the tail that swayed back and forth, and over the cat ears that twitched occasionally.
Her brilliant smile seemed capable of healing hearts, while her clear yellow eyes appeared to sweep away everyone's weariness.
With just one glance, countless eyes were drawn, unable to look away. Whoa ah wah. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into earth-shaking cheers, so loud they could be heard all the way in the city center. Zhou Dongliang reacted especially intensely. Raising his phone high, he shouted loudly, "Cat ears! Maid! Young girl! Married woman! Are you hyped or what, bros?" The barrage exploded with a spectacular wave of woo-woo.
Seeing the atmosphere had built up enough, Xincheng stepped out from the back only to immediately trip over his own feet upon hearing that creepy fat guy's ridiculous rant.
This audience isn't quite what I had in mind at the beginning. My ideal customers were supposed to be hard-working office drones, so why does it seem like I've attracted a bunch of crazed perverts instead?
Clearing his throat twice, Xincheng swept his gaze across the crowd before him, looking at each person as if they were walking wallets. Picking up a pair of scissors, he cut the fluttering red cloth beside him and declared loudly, "Starting today, Lumina Cat Cafe is officially open for business. Spread the fish treats, meow." She's took out her prepared little basket and began scattering handfuls of loose-dried fish snacks outside. Only after the crowd had scrambled to collect all the tossed-out fish treats did Xincheng finally open the doors of the cat cafe to welcome everyone in.
"Master, new order meow."
Sitting behind the counter, Xincheng looked up at Cheese's voice and saw her running toward him with a small order slip in hand. Nodding, he took the paper slip. Even after staring at the crooked, childlike scrawl for quite some time, Xincheng couldn't help the corners of his mouth twitching in exasperation. Strangely enough, though the cat girl who had transformed into a human understood many Chinese vocabulary words from the start, the moment she picked up a pen to write, good heavens, it was utterly atrocious. Table 4, 1 blended coffee with a steamed cake. Table 6, 1 latte with 2 egg tarts. Table 7. Xincheng muttered the order under his breath as he began grinding the coffee beans. Everything in the shop, from brewing coffee to making desserts, was handled by Xincheng alone. Since the number of customers on opening day far exceeded Xincheng's expectations, the pre-made desserts couldn't keep up with sales, forcing him to simultaneously brew coffee and prepare desserts now. If it weren't for Cheese's help, Xincheng would probably be completely exhausted by now. Come to think of it, Cheese has been bouncing around the shop all day without showing any signs of fatigue? Could this be a perk of feline genetics? Of course, though exhausting, the sound of money pouring in still filled Xincheng's heart with immense satisfaction. Nearly everyone in the cat cafe had a feline companion, except for that certain glutton who had already devoured who knows how many desserts. Most customers were sprawled on sofas, hugging cats with silly grins. Despite Xincheng bustling about busily, the entire cafe radiated an almost tangible atmosphere of lethargy. Passers-by only needed to glance through the windows to feel utterly relaxed, inevitably drawn to step inside. After completing the routine washing hands, putting on shoe covers, placing orders, they too joined the ranks of the blissfully lazy. The shop clearly prohibits feeding outside food to cats. If you wish to feed them, we sell cat food, dried fish snacks, and other feline treats in store. Of course, the dried fish cheese scattered outside earlier can be used for feeding. These cat snacks also brought considerable profits to the shop. Just as Xincheng finished working on an order and stretched his arms, he heard footsteps coming from upstairs. Following the sound, he saw the landlady descending the stairs, blushing in the maid outfit Xincheng had bought for her. Their eyes met, and before Xincheng could speak, Lin Yue whispered first, Don't misunderstand. I just came down to help because I was afraid Cheese couldn't handle everything alone." Xincheng froze for a moment, then nodded with a faint smile. "Yeah, it suits you well." The blush on Lin Yue's face deepened even more. "Ooh," the landlady San in her limited edition maid outfit once again drew soft exclamations from the customers. Gradually, Xincheng's workload began to ease up. Just as he finished an order with no new ones coming in, he was about to take a breather when suddenly a sleazy-looking obese man's face popped right in front of his eyes. A vein throbbed on Xincheng's forehead. "You'd better have a damn good reason." If this fatso hadn't contributed a significant portion of the cat cafe's revenue by consuming desserts here, Xincheng would have already smashed the cup in his hand onto that greasy face by now. Seeing Zhou Dongliang sneakily lean in with his face, he asked, "Boss Shin, which of the two servers in your shop is actually the boss's wife?" As soon as these words were spoken, the two young girls nearby who were playing with the cats also pricked up their ears and leaned in curiously. Xincheng's face immediately stiffened, his gaze fixed intently on Fatty Zhou. If one had to say, it would probably be Hui Hui. After all, the cat cafe was rented by her. Without her, this place wouldn't exist. Of course, Xincheng wouldn't voice such blunt and easily misunderstood words out loud, especially since Lin Yue was already intently listening with perked up ears. And also, this fat guy, why does he look oddly familiar the more I stare at him? Isn't this the same creepy fatty who was filming me yesterday while giving me a thumbs up? Ahem, forget I asked. Later, seeing the shift in Xincheng's expression, Fatty Zhou nimbly made his escape. After all, this place has cute cats to pet, delicious desserts, and beautiful girls to admire. It wouldn't do to get on the boss's bad side. Unconsciously, the sky had darkened, and it was time for the cat cafe to close for the day. It's already 8 o'clock, we should close up for the night.
Ha, this early? Other cafes stay open until midnight.
I'm sorry, but cats need their rest too.
You can come back tomorrow. But tomorrow is Monday, the man said with a tearful face, ultimately leaving reluctantly in the end.
Standing at the entrance of the cat cafe, Shin Chang watched the customers leave as he stretched with ease and muttered with a faint smile, "The first day's revenue has already far exceeded expectations. The future looks bright. I should probably give Mom a call later, so the folks won't worry." Thud, suddenly, the sound of something heavy hitting the ground came from nearby. Shin Chang, who had been stretching lazily, instinctively turned his head to look. The next moment, he froze in place, his half-spoken sentence abruptly cut off.
Master, pork cutlet rice, meow. Master? What's wrong, meow?
Chapter 8. I really haven't fed a second catgirl. On the second floor of the cat cafe, Shin Chang and the others sat around the dining table. Among them, Shin Chang and Lin Yue sat side by side, arms folded identically, staring intently at Cheese, who was happily eating pork cutlet rice with an expression of pure bliss, and another cat-eared girl beside her. If judging by fur color means Cheese is a British blue, then this cat-eared girl's breed must be silver-shaded. The most distinctive feature of a silver-shaded cat is its soft white fur tinged with smoky hues, which perfectly matches the girl's silky white shoulder-length hair, while her perky cat ears sport the more noticeable smoky black coloration. Though her hair hangs straight, the tonal gradation creates an illusion of fluffy softness that irresistibly tempts one to reach out and stroke it. Moreover, she's wearing an identical white dress to the one Cheese had on during Shin Chang's first encounter with the feline. The silver tabby cat-eared girl had a delicate and pretty face with emerald green eyes. Ever since Shin Chang picked her up, she had maintained a cool and indifferent expression, giving off the vibe of an emotionless Mo character.
Is the pork cutlet rice made by Master delicious, meow?
Cheese, having encountered one of her own kind, was unusually excited and kept pestering the silver tabby cat-eared girl with questions. Her bright, cheerful smile made it impossible to feel annoyed by her. Grains of rice still stuck to the silver tabby cat-eared girl's face, though her expression remained blank. Her swaying white tail and slightly twitching smoky gray cat ears betrayed her delight. Delicious. So, when exactly did you feed this cat? Lin Yue massaged her temples with a hand, looking somewhat exasperated as she eyed the white-haired girl who showed no intention of leaving. Shin Chang shrugged and spread his hands in a gesture of innocence. I don't remember ever feeding a silver tabby outside. Saying this, Shin Chang turned to look at the silver tabby girl and asked in puzzlement, how did you find your way here? Hearing this, the silver tabby girl didn't speak, just stared straight at Shin Chang.
Me? So why do I have this constitution that attracts catgirls? What should we do with this catgirl? Are you going to keep her too? Cheese got excited first. Master. Cheese wants her to stay, meow. The silver gradient-haired girl twitched her ears twice, tilted her head to look at Shin Chang, and mimicking Cheese, she also called out, Master? Seeing the landlady's gaze turning somewhat dangerous, Shin Chang coughed dryly and said solemnly, when we first met Cheese as a catgirl, we could still consider such creatures to be one of a kind in this world. But now that we've encountered another catgirl, it's highly likely there might be a third or even fourth one out there. I'll ask a friend in the police department to discreetly inquire if there's any information about such creatures. Until then, it's best to let her stay at our home. It works out perfectly since she can take your place while you're away at school. In the end, it's because she's pretty, isn't it? Lin Yue's slightly scornful words made Shin Chang blush awkwardly, though she ultimately didn't refuse the arrangement. After all, Lin Yue wasn't particularly opposed to the idea in the first place. If anything, having more liveliness in the household might actually make her somewhat happier. After staring back and forth at the silver gradient catgirl's white dress for a long time, he finally asked, where did you get this dress? The silver gradient catgirl's gaze wavered slightly as she replied, an old lady gave it to me. Shin Chang. Just who in the world is this old lady who specifically gives out dresses to cat-eared girls? There was an old lady who also gave Cheesy the exact same dress, meow. Cheesy's excitement hadn't faded at all, practically clinging to the silver tabby catgirl now. If anything, Cheesy had always been brimming with energy, acting more like an enthusiastic puppy than a proper cat. Hearing this, a rare flicker of a smile appeared at the corners of the silver tabby catgirl's lips, though it vanished as quickly as it came. Even that brief expression was enough to leave Shin Chang momentarily stunned, until the landlady pinched his love handles and snapped him out of it. Hui, could you stop pinching the same spot all the time? The bruises won't fade anymore. Rubbing his waist, Shin Chang wore a bitter smile. Lin Yue ignored him, turning her head away. Staring at the silver gradient catgirl and her white hair, Shin Chang rubbed his chin and thought before pointing at her with sudden inspiration. From now on, your name is Sugar. The silver gradient catgirl blinked in slight surprise. The landlady didn't hesitate for a second, instantly grabbing Shin Chang's waist with lightning speed. Hey, one more squeeze and it'll be useless. It'll really be useless.
If you can't come up with names, then stop randomly naming things.
Do you really think you're naming a cat? The name Sugar is fine.
The silver-shaded CATGIRL, no, Sugar interjected calmly, breaking up the confrontation between the two. The two turned their gazes to see a faint smile gradually reappear at the corners of Sugar's lips as she said, "It's really wonderful.
I love this name very much. Thank you, master." Xinchang froze once more.
Several veins pulsed on Lin Yue's fair forehead as she reached for Xinchang's waist yet again. A sudden sense of danger flashing through his mind made Xinchang leap up, deftly dodging Lin Yue's claw-like grasp, while still managing to shoot her a triumphant eyebrow raise.
Lin Yue.
Looking alternately at Sugar and then at Xinchang, a sly smile suddenly surfaced at the corners of Lin Yue's lips. "Senior, since you're the one who decided to keep Sugar, then make some sacrifices and vacate your room for her to sleep in tonight.
You can take the sofa." Xinchang?
Xinchang opened his mouth to resist, but ultimately closed it again, helplessly yielding to the tyranny of his landlady. The lights went out, and everything fell into silence in an instant, leaving only the tick-tock of the old-fashioned pendulum clock in the living room echoing endlessly in Xinchang's ears. With his arms folded behind his head, Xinchang recalled the events of the past 2 days, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his lips.
The cat cafe's business was running smoothly, with revenue far exceeding Xinchang's expectations.
Of course, most of this credit likely goes to Cheese, the cat-eared maid who serves as the signature attraction of Glowpoint Cat Cafe. In the end, they even gained another adorable cat-eared girl after closing time. Ahem, that doesn't count. Come to think of it, without the usual employer-employee profit barriers between them opening the shop together, working together, closing together, having dinner together, living together, all these things made Xinchang feel as if they were truly one family.
Very content, very happy.
Tomorrow is Monday, there will definitely be fewer customers than today, but I still need to get up early to prepare some desserts. I'll also set aside 2 cheesecakes for Cheese as breakfast. Speaking of which, even though Cheese is originally a cat, he has an unusual fondness for sweets. While thinking about tomorrow's tasks, Xinchang also imagined the most ordinary daily life he longed for. Unconsciously, Xinchang's consciousness gradually blurred, until finally he fell into a light slumber with a faint smile on his lips.
Chapter 9. Why the hell would a cat be afraid of the dark? Russell.
Having slept lightly on the sofa, even the slightest sound was enough to wake Xinchang.
So heavy.
The moment Xinchang woke up, a crushing weight on his body left him struggling to catch his breath. Opening his eyes to see what was pressing down on him, he caught sight of a fluffy white ball emerging from beneath the blanket covering him. It raised its head, emerald green eyes locking directly with Xinchang's gaze. Lin Yue had given Sugar a rather loose pajama top, and now as she lay prone on Xinchang's chest staring back at him, the garment gaped open to reveal an expanse of snow-white skin. The time was clearly still deep into the night, with only faint moonlight streaming in.
Xinchang's expression froze. What are you doing?
Afraid of the dark, Sugar replied coolly and quietly, then stretched her neck to sniff at Xinchang's side. Master smells nice. The lingering sense of shower gel and shampoo on the girl, mixed with her natural grassy fragrance, made Xinchang's head swim. I don't know if I smell good, but I can clearly catch your scent.
Gently lifting Sugar's head, Xinchang asked in a still somewhat weary voice, "Sugar, what's the matter so late at night? A cat afraid of the dark? Tell that to the ghosts and even they wouldn't believe it."
Sugar blinked her eyes, slowly sat up, shifting from lying on Xinchang's chest to straddling him, and suddenly asked, "Master, how do you see Cheese in me?"
Mostly fondness and pleasant surprise. Worn out from the day's work, Xinchang's reaction to this enchanting scene was rather muted at the moment.
His mind felt sluggish, and he answered almost without thinking.
"So, Master, what do you think is the true meaning behind our creation?" After a moment's thought, Xinchang added half-jokingly, "Perhaps the meaning of your existence is simply to live together with us?" Live together.
Sugar murmured the words several times, her delicate face flushing crimson. Unfortunately, due to the dim lighting, Xinchang didn't quite catch it this time. His eyelids felt increasingly heavy as he helplessly spoke out, "If there's nothing else, go back to sleep.
I'm exhausted and need to get up early tomorrow. Good night."
Sugar turned her face away, cheeks flushed, her cat ears trembling slightly as she replied in the same cool tone, "Afraid of the dark."
Xinchang. Wait, you weren't actually joking about being afraid of the dark? Since when do cats actually fear darkness, damn it?
Noticing Xinchang's gaze growing increasingly peculiar, Sada seemed somewhat bashful, unconsciously fidgeting with restless unease. The lingering heat of summer remained, with both Xinchang and Sada wearing only thin sleepwear over their bodies. Pressed close together, they could even distinctly feel each other's warmth.
At this moment, Sada's squirming produced an undeniably obvious effect.
Witnessing this, Xinchang's face immediately darkened. He straightened up, lifted Sada by her armpits, and deposited her at the other end of the sofa, then fixed her with his dead fish stare. Sugar obediently sat down, tilting her head to look at Xinchang. "Why don't you go find Hui Hui?" "Miss Hui Hui seems very scary," Sugar replied expressionlessly.
Well, Xinchang couldn't deny that point. No need to ask about cheese, the excitement before bedtime hasn't faded yet. If I were to sleep with Sugar tonight, I bet neither cat would get any sleep. At this thought, Xincheng couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Coincidentally, he also sensed that the peculiar feeling on his body had mostly dissipated. With a resigned sigh, he stood up and said, "Let's go, back to the room." Sugar froze momentarily, glancing at Xincheng's expression before lowering her gaze. Her delicate face gradually flushed red. "Xincheng, don't think about weird things. So how could a mere cat possibly know so many strange and peculiar things?" Returning to his own bedroom where Xincheng hadn't slept for 2 nights, as soon as the door closed, moonlight became scarce. Looking back, Xincheng's heart skipped a beat in fright. He saw Shatang's eyes glowing with an eerie green light, her head tilted curiously as she looked at him. "Master? What's wrong?" It's nothing." Thinking about how cats can see in the dark with glowing eyes at night, it doesn't seem that strange after all. Xincheng took a couple of deep breaths, then crouched down to rummage through his storage locker. "Wait, if you have night vision, why are you still afraid of the dark?" Sata leaned closer and asked, "Master, what are you looking for?" "A small desk lamp I used when I was in school. I don't need it anymore, so it's perfect for you to use." Sugar nodded and remained silent for a moment before suddenly burying her face into Xincheng's nape, startling him. What are you doing?" "Master smells really nice. Sugar likes it very much." Hearing Sugar mention this for the second time, Xincheng couldn't help but feel puzzled. It seems Cheese would also sniff him occasionally when getting close, then show an expression of pure enjoyment. Could he really have some strange magnetism that attracts cat-eared girls? Just as Xincheng was about to press for answers, Sugar reached into the cabinet and pulled out a desk lamp. "Master, is this what you're looking for?" "Oh yes, that's the one. Let me fix it for you." Creak. Flipping the switch, a faint halo of light illuminated the small area around the desk lamp. The warm yellow glow wasn't harsh on the eyes at all. Instead, it induced a drowsy, sleep-inducing weariness. "This was my desk lamp from college. You can sleep with it tonight, and tomorrow when Cheese's excitement has worn off a bit, you can go sleep with her. How does that sound?" Seeing that the lamp was working fine, Xincheng turned to Sugar, who was pressing close to him and curiously twitching her ears at the lamp. Hearing this, Sugar nodded, then added, "Master really does smell wonderful." Xincheng remained silent. It suddenly occurred to him that he'd always been unusually popular with small animals since childhood. Could it be because of this fragrance he carried? He even remembered wandering wild in the woods near his home as a child, playing with wolves at one point. Back then, young Xincheng had assumed they were just someone's large guard dogs. Can't blame himself for not realizing sooner. After all, little animals don't look at you and say in human speech, "You smell wonderful." Shaking his head, Xincheng decided not to dwell on these matters anymore. He stood up and ruffled Sata's hair. The texture was even more pleasant than he had imagined. "Remember, we need to get up early tomorrow. Go to sleep soon. Good night, Satu." "Yes, good night, Master." After the soft sound of the door closing, only Satu and the gently glowing bedside lamp remained in the room. Sugar sat on the bed, her cat ears drooping powerlessly, staying still in one position for a long time. Finally, she wrapped her arms around her knees and buried her face between them, curling herself into a silent ball. Chapter 10. Just spoil her already. "Master, meow." A soft, glutinous voice reached his ears. As he groggily opened his eyes, a gray-blue shadow came pouncing toward him. The delicate figure fell into his embrace. Xincheng instinctively reached out to hold her. The faint scent of the girl's body drifted into his nostrils, momentarily stirring restless thoughts in his heart. At this moment, Xincheng suddenly felt as if he had no regrets in this life. Though in some ways, it felt somewhat like a father taking care of his daughter. Murmuring to himself, Xincheng sat up from the couch, placing Cheese aside as he gently rubbed her little head and asked, "Cheese, what would you like to eat for breakfast?" He had planned to wake up early and prepare breakfast for everyone in advance, but in the end, he was still awakened by Cheese. The thought of it made him grin wryly. Cheese, who had already donned her maid outfit for work, narrowed her eyes comfortably in contentment. Upon hearing him, her pair of cat ears twitched twice as she replied, "Cheesecake, meow." "Alright, cheesecake it is. And let's fry an egg each too." In high spirits, Xincheng stretched lazily, rolling off the sofa just in time to meet Lin Yuwei rubbing her sleepy eyes as she pushed open the bedroom door, greeting him, "Morning, senior. Aren't you going to school today?" "Because I took leave. I have to go back tomorrow, but I can still help you out for one more day today." As she spoke, Lin Yuwei's dazed eyes gradually regained their sparkle. "While I'm away at school, don't you dare do anything weird to Cheese and the others at home," she said. Xincheng couldn't help but recall last night's incident, his face instantly stiffening. "Good morning, Huehuejia, meow. Meishem, good morning, Cheese." At this moment, the door to Xincheng's bedroom was pushed open, and Sugar walked out with her usual expression as if nothing had happened last night. "Good morning, Master." Good morning, Sugar." "Good morning, Sugar, meow." The moment Cheese saw Sugar, she immediately clung to her, so last night wasn't a dream, meow. Seeing this, Sugar couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. "Good morning, Cheese."
Although there were indeed no spare bedding sets left, requiring Shinchang to buy more, daily necessities like towels and toothbrushes were still plentiful. While Lin Yue took Satu to wash up, Shinchang slipped into his beloved little kitchen. Having nothing to do, Cheese followed Shinchang into the kitchen, watching him prepare breakfast. Soon after, Satu, having finished washing up, also squeezed in to watch Shinchang make breakfast together with Cheese. Shinchang was still very happy in his heart. While making a simple breakfast, he kept explaining things to the two cats and planned to teach them how to make desserts during his free time later in the day. He completely failed to notice that the two cats weren't paying attention to him at all. Sugar stared intently at the oven, while Cheese was glaring at the bag of white sugar Shinchang had just set down. Finally, Shinchang cut the freshly baked cheesecake into 4 pieces and arranged them on plates. Adding a fried egg to each plate, a simple breakfast for 4 was ready. No sooner had the 4 taken their seats than Cheese let out a cheer, stuffing a large chunk of cheesecake into her mouth until her cheeks bulged like a squirrel's. Between mouthfuls, she mumbled indistinctly, "Carrot carrot, I love master most, meow." Eating cake first thing in the morning, Lin Yue said helplessly to Shinchang as she watched Cheese devour her treat. "Senior, you're spoiling her too much." "Ha ha." Shinchang merely gave a dry laugh, changing the subject. "I'll go out alone tonight to buy Sugar some bedding and work clothes. You two can just rest at home." Lin Yue tilted her head slightly. "Don't you need to bring Sugar along to take her measurements?" Shinchang waved his hand dismissively. "No need. Sugar can wear the same size as you." "Oh, what if Sugar is also the hidden gem type?" As she uttered these words, a faint aura of resentment seemed to emanate from the landlady. "In truth, I'd already taken her actual measurements firsthand last night, so there's no problem whatsoever." Of course, Shinchang dared not voice this thought aloud and could only mumble vaguely, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Using the remaining time to whip up a batch of pastries, it was suddenly 8 o'clock before he knew it. Cheese hurried to the shop entrance, pushing the door open while cheerfully calling out, "Good morning, everyone, meow." "Oh, Shinchang, how long have you guys been squatting at the entrance?" That being said, today's customer flow was noticeably less than yesterday's, and there were many unfamiliar faces. After all, it's Monday. The sleazy fatso Zhou Dongliang was holding up his phone as usual for live streaming, who today's Miss Cheese is just as pleasing to the eye as ever. Barrage comments cooperatively floated across with a multitude of who. Yesterday, Shinchang even took the effort to look up this sleazy fatso named Joe Fat Gobbles worldwide and discovered this guy actually isn't half bad at what he does. Though Shinchang was reluctant to admit it, a significant part of the overnight success of Lumina Cat Cafe was undeniably due to this sleazy fat guy. Seems like he's still a cash cow. Better keep him well taken care of in the future. Regular patrons of Lumina Cat Cafe already knew that Cheese wasn't the shop's proprietress, and her relationship with Shinchang resembled more of a sibling bond. As for that ambiguous scene of them hugging intimately before the cafe opened, everyone conveniently chose to turn a blind eye. A crowd of people swarmed into the cat cafe. The moment they stepped inside, the chatter suddenly died down, followed by scattered gasps of astonishment. Hiss. Hiss. Joe Pangzi's eyes bulged, his nostrils flared, as he firmly aimed his camera at the white-haired cat-eared girl in casual clothes standing beside Shinchang behind the counter. His voice trembled with excitement. "Brothers, do you see that? A white-haired cat girl, a white-haired cat girl. Are you in love yet?" Since Satu's clothes hadn't been bought yet, and having 3 staff members in such a small shop was a bit excessive. So today, Shinchang let Satu observe Cheese and Lin Yue's work by his side. Tomorrow, when Lin Yue went to school, Satu could seamlessly take her place. Sugar's snow-white hair was natural, lacking the unnaturalness of dyed or wig hair, nor the sickly pallor of albinism. It was flawlessly pristine, making those with a weakness for white hair unable to look away. The sleazy fat guy's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he couldn't help muttering to himself, "Manager Shinhire's staff, does he only recruit beautiful girls?" The barrage of comments erupted into another frenzy. "Just driving out of Morsun City, how do I get to Howling Badger Cafe? Hey buddy in front, I'm from Sunching too. Where are you driving? Can I give me a ride? Ha ha ha, I live in Wangsinkyo district and I'm already scrambling down the stairs. Officially jealous of the person ahead. Officially jealous +1. At this moment, not far from the cat cafe, a black car sat quietly parked, completely unnoticed by passers-by. This was the very same black car that had been following Shinchang when he went to the mall. Inside the car, the slanted-eyed man sitting in the driver's seat suddenly knitted his brows. "What's wrong?" the woman wearing a hoodie sitting nearby asked curiously upon seeing this. Another one appeared. "What? That cat cafe has produced a second phantom. It seems we need to pay them a visit soon." Chapter 11. In any case, the art style feels completely off. "Manager Shin, why doesn't this young lady come to work?" During business hours, occasional customers who'd visited the day before would point at Shantang and tease. The subtext was obvious.
Why isn't this cat girl wearing a maid outfit? Tomorrow she'll be coming to work as usual.
Shin Chang, grinding coffee beans, would often smile and deliberately leave the customers hanging with this remark. Then he'd witness a crowd of men flaring their nostrils, their faces alight with undisguised anticipation at the thought of seeing Sugar in a maid outfit.
The sleazy fat guy was even more outrageous. He leaned right over the counter, holding up his phone. "Miss, what's your name?"
Shin Chang's veins bulged on his forehead, wishing he could punch this damned fatso out of the shop. Joe Fatso was startled, noticing his own impropriety, and awkwardly retreated 2 steps with an embarrassed chuckle. But he was still a cash cow, unable to just chase away.
Of course, this was only true under the condition that Joe Fatso didn't cross the line.
Otherwise, cash cow or not, Shin Chang would kick him out without hesitation. Sugar retreated 2 steps without a trace of emotion, saying calmly, "Sugar."
Ojo Dongliang let out a sound that was both delighted and disappointed, delighted at discovering Sugar's 3 no trait, no background, no identity, no past, and disappointed that he had thought Sugar was also a fake name. That's right. From the very beginning, nobody had taken Cheese's name as a real one. But strangely, no one minded.
On the contrary, most people felt giving Cat Cafe waitstaff such code names was quite fitting. Meanwhile, the culprit behind this situation was nonchalantly scrolling through her phone. A friend from the police department replied to Shin Chang, saying, "If someone's that far gone, they should probably visit a mental hospital."
For some reason, Shin Chang felt secretly relieved, perhaps because this meant there was no reason to send Sato away anymore?
Alright, Shin Chang admitted he was being a little greedy. Sugar, who hadn't gone to work as a waitress, stayed beside Shin Chang helping him with small tasks. If possible, Shin Chang wanted to teach Sugar how to make cakes so she could share the workload in the kitchen. After all, the cat didn't seem unintelligent.
Before long, the cat cafe door opened again.
Lin Yue and Cheese walked to the entrance with welcoming smiles, only for their expressions to freeze the next instant. Entering was a burly, menacing bald man with a long scar running across his eye, his head so glossy it was almost blinding. The man remained expressionless, merely scanning the premises before finally fixing his gaze on Shin Chang behind the counter, then strode directly toward him. Lin Yue's face turned from flushed to deathly pale.
Was this someone coming to collect protection money?
This couldn't happen as Senior had just opened the cafe, and the cat cafe was barely starting to see some success. If they paid protection money now and let these increasingly demanding bullies keep extorting them, the cafe would surely be forced to close soon.
Senior's dream.
Thinking of this, Lin Yue mustered her courage, took a step forward, and spoke up, "Sir, please wash and disinfect your hands, then put on shoe covers before entering our shop." As she spoke, Lin Yue pointed to the wall on one side. Hearing this, the man's hawk-like eyes focused as he looked down at Lin Yue, who stood nearly half a head shorter than him.
Shin Chang's expression also turned unpleasant as he frowned at the tall man standing right in front of Lin Yue.
The cafe guests had all fallen silent by then, their eyes fixated on the menacing man who had just entered. After glancing at Lin Yue, the man followed her pointing finger to the wall, where he spotted a notice board indeed prominently displaying those 2 requirements. Nodding, the man turned to wash and disinfect his hands before pulling on shoe covers and striding directly toward Shin Chang.
Shin Chang raised an eyebrow. What was this? Friendly overture before hostilities? Or was it that this big guy just came to pet cats?
The man walked up to the counter and looked down at Shin Chang. Raising his gaze to meet the man's eyes, Shin Chang seemed to notice something.
With a faint smile, he calmly asked, "Sir, would you like some coffee?" Look. Fatty Joe Dongliang still hadn't turned off his livestream. He pointed the camera at Shin Chang and the man in front of him, whispering excitedly, "Facing such a menacing guy, our shopkeeper Shin isn't the least bit flustered. Could it be this young boss is actually a hidden master who can take down gangsters single-handedly?" Meanwhile, some female customers were swooning over Shin Chang's unshakable composure. "Ah, shopkeeper Shin looks so cool like this. Go get him, boss. Take him down."
Shin Chang's mouth twitched slightly.
Why does everyone think my combat skills are so incredible? There are times when I can't even win against a cat, for goodness sake. Especially that damn fatty. Can you stop stirring up trouble all the time? Sooner or later, you're going to get me killed. So here, as long as I order something, I can pet the cats as much as I want?
The man's voice was terrifyingly hoarse, making everyone around feel as if knives were scraping against their skin. The man rubbed his bald head with his hand, seemingly puzzled as to why these customers wanted this scrawny young owner to take him down.
Do these customers have a grudge against the owner?
Shin Chang nodded, calmly picking up a glass to wipe it.
Ready to order?
The man seemed slightly surprised by Shin Chang's composure. He glanced at the menu, then silently held up a single finger.
Then, what does that mean? Is it 10,000? It absolutely must be. It's only shopkeeper Shin's second day of business. We should call the police. 1 blended coffee.
The man's hoarse voice instantly silenced the cat cafe, creating a stillness so profound you could hear a pin drop. Meow, another kitten like Meow broke the silence in the shop. A fearless British Shorthair ran to the man's feet, sweetly meowed once, rubbed against his trousers, and then sat down gracefully, staring at him with big, adorable eyes. And then, the man's face suddenly bloomed into a grin as wide as a giant chrysanthemum, sending shivers down everyone's spines in the shop. Seriously, bro, just keep your poker face. Your smile is even creepier. The man picked up the British Shorthair and asked Shin Chang, "Boss, can I go pet the cats now?" This casual boss inexplicably conjured an image in everyone's minds, a gangster addressing a man in a suit while asking, "Should I take care of him, boss?" A downright terrifying scene. In short, the atmosphere was completely off. "Find a seat. We'll bring your coffee over when it's ready," Shin Chang replied, wiping cold sweat from his forehead as he forced himself to remain composed. The man nodded and walked toward the sofa by the window. The crowd instinctively made way for this big brother without hesitation. The sleazy fatso Zhou Dongliang truly had the demeanor of a frontline reporter. He obsequiously scurried up to the man, pointing his phone camera directly at the man's ferocious face. Suddenly, even the barrage comments froze on the phone screen. "Big bro, are you from the gangster world?" The man petting the blue cat scratched his shiny bald head, looking utterly baffled. "Used to be, but quit after getting married." "Why do you ask? Is there some taboo about petting cats in the underworld?" Everyone fell silent. "Damn, she really is." Perhaps it was the off-peak hours or perhaps because of that intimidating man sitting inside, but no new customers entered the cat cafe for now. With fewer orders coming in, the shop suddenly became quite idle. Noticing Shin Chang's intention to teach the two cats how to make cakes, Lin Yuwei insisted she could handle the remaining tasks alone and took over the rest of the work. Seeing that the remaining work wasn't particularly troublesome, Shin Chang didn't stand on ceremony and led the two cat girls into the kitchen. At this moment, Sata was holding a cake mold while Cheese clutched a bag of sugar. The two cats sat as primly as obedient elementary students, watching Shin Chang intently. Tying his apron securely, Shin Chang's gaze suddenly sharpened. "Come on, let's see just how talented you are at baking cakes." Chapter 12, Is This Really Cake? Winaway Dining Cafe, first floor kitchen. At this moment, Sata sat upright on the small round chair, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on the rotating needle of the oven timer. Before long, with a ding, the oven signaled it was ready. Sata's two smoke-gray cat ears immediately perked up atop her head as she quickly rose to pull open the oven door. A wave of hot air rushed out as the oven revealed a peculiar cake, shaped uncannily like a shoe insole, with a color strikingly similar to sun-dried feces. Granulated sugar. Shin Chang, who came over to take a glance. None of the steps were wrong, and it was baked in an oven after all. How the hell did you manage to create something this bizarre? Seeing Shuangtong's cat ears droop weakly, Shin Chang reached out and ruffled her hair, comforting her with insincere words. "Actually, the first cake I ever made looked about the same." What the hell? This kind of result must require a negative talent level in this field to achieve even with professional guidance, right? Ding! Another oven dimmed at the same time. Shin Chang instinctively looked over and saw Cheese putting on gloves before pulling out a golden brown, perfectly shaped cake from the oven. One look at it made mouths water. Shin Chang. So in the end, turns out the one who looked dumbest is actually the most talented, huh? Next came the step of decorating with whipped cream, where Cheese's innate clumsiness finally revealed itself. It was clear she was trying to draw a cat, but instead ended up scattering the cream haphazardly, turning what should have been a perfectly good cake into a mosaic of cream splotches. To top it off, she used 2 strawberries as eyes, making the result downright creepy. In contrast, Sugar first spread a neat layer of cream over the shoe-shaped cake, then arranged a circle of perfectly aligned fruits, and finally drew 2 adorable cat faces with chocolate sauce, instantly transforming what had been a rather odd-looking cake into something visually appealing. This maneuver could only be described as nothing short of miraculous, no, more like bringing the dead back to life. Shin Chang couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Who knows, maybe if you two worked together, your cakes could reach an incredibly high standard. Naturally, it came time for the tasting phase. Although Sugar's cake looked presentable now, Shin Chang had already glimpsed its interior earlier, a sight he would probably never forget, so he opted to try Cheese's cake first. Under Cheese's eager gaze, Shin Chang cut a small piece of the mosaic cream cake and placed it in his mouth. The cake was surprisingly decent, with a soft and silky texture. Yet the next moment, an overwhelming sweetness slammed into his taste buds like a hammer, the cloying sensation surging straight to his brain. In an instant, Shin Chang's face twisted into a mask of agony. Grabbing a nearby water cup, he drained it in one go before panting heavily. Shooting a sidelong glance at Cheese, he asked, "Just how much sugar did you add?" Cheese guiltily turned her face away, her tail wagging uneasily, silently holding up a half-empty bag of granulated sugar in her hand. "Shin Chang, if I remember correctly, this bag of sugar was just opened, wasn't it? When did you dump half the bloody bag in there?" Shin Chang's head was throbbing from this cake. Sugata handed him another glass of water, which he accepted before sitting back in his chair for a long while to recover, only then continuing to sample the cakes Sugata had made. Under Sugata's earnest gaze, Shin Chang's trembling hand shoved a piece of shoe cushion cake into his mouth.
And then, there was no more. An explosion seemed to go off in Shin Chang's head, followed by the sight of Sagata splitting into three figures before his eyes. His mind was a stampede of galloping horses. Over the years, he'd tasted just about every bizarre cake imaginable, but this was the first time he'd encountered one that seemingly came with its own illusionary curse. Sitting silently in the chair for a long while, Shin Chang didn't stand up until the illusion's debuff effect faded, supporting himself on the table corner. Realizing he probably wouldn't be able to finish these two cakes in this lifetime, Shin Chang simply waved his hand grandly, cutting them into several portions to distribute to the customers. After all, these were the first cakes cheese and sugar had ever made. Throwing them away would have been too cruel. The customers had no idea what they were facing, only cheering Boss Shin is so generous. Their enthusiasm made Shin Chang reluctant to even look at their expressions after they ate the cakes. This is the first cake made by Chizuru and Satu. It holds special significance, so we're sharing it with everyone for a taste test. Upon hearing Shin Chang's words, many customers' eyes immediately lit up. Zhou Dongliang directly set up his phone and started a food broadcast. Brothers, this is a heart-shaped cake made by the CATGIRL at Light Point Cat Cafe. Now I'm gonna devour it. You all do as you please. Let's go, gag. The reactions from other customers were pretty much the same, with waves of retching sounds spreading throughout the entire cat cafe. Facing the crowd's angry glares, Shin Chang righteously hid behind the two catgirls. Meeting the pitiful gazes of the two catgirls, the crowd could only unanimously choose to swallow their grudges and bear it in silence. Anyway, it's free, just go for it. For the smiles of the catgirl sisters, black. Gag. The intimidating Yakuza thug who had caused a commotion upon entering stuffed an entire cake into his mouth. Veins abruptly bulged across his bald head as he struggled to chew for moments before finally swallowing it all. Facing the astonished stares around him, the fearsome man calmly stated, "Food must not be wasted." Cheese and sugar simultaneously turned around, with Cheese chirping excitedly first, Master, our cakes are super popular, nya." Sugar didn't speak, but still looked very happy. "It's you two who are popular, isn't it?" In the end, with everyone's unrelenting efforts, the two cakes were finally finished. No food was wasted. That's commendable. Shin Chang turned his head to see Zhou Dongliang, who had consumed the maximum amount of cake, slumped lifelessly in his chair facing the ceiling, with two silent streams of tears rolling down his face. Alright, it seems letting two cats into the kitchen simultaneously is something that requires careful reconsideration in the future. The designated closing time arrived quickly, and the customers reluctantly filed out of the cat cafe one by one. "Yes, sir." Cheese timidly approached the ferocious-looking man who was deeply engrossed in petting cats, saying meekly, we're closing for the night, meow." The fierce-looking man who had been petting a cat glanced at Cheese with hawk-like sharp eyes, startling her to the verge of tears. Then the fierce man rubbed his bald head sheepishly and grinned. "Sorry, didn't notice the time," he said. Meow. Perhaps because this fierce man was an extreme cat enthusiast, he treated Cheese with remarkable kindness. Unfortunately, Cheese wasn't the slightest bit charmed by this fierce man's smile. So scary, meow. Chapter 13, I can't possibly keep taking everyone I find home. After all the customers had left, the group settled the cats that had welcomed guests all day. Then Shin Chang picked up his car keys and said to one girl and two catgirls, "I'm going shopping. I'll buy some cooked food on my way back. We'll make do with that for tonight." Though the two catgirls' ears drooped slightly, they raised no objections. Lin Yuwei nodded and said, "Be careful on the road, come back early." Humming an unknown tune with a smile on his lips, Shin Chang steadily drove through the quiet streets, hands on the steering wheel. This street, located directly east of Luminous Cat Cafe, led straight to the city center. While lively during the day, it became so deserted by night that one could hardly spot a soul. Not far ahead was a forked alleyway. A left turn at the entrance would lead to a garbage bin, the very spot where Shin Chang first encountered Cheese. Memories that had once faded now flooded Shin Chang's mind, all thanks to the presence of Cheese beside him. That pitiful little mewling kitten, weak and helpless. Ha! Shin Chang let out a light chuckle, shaking his head as he continued driving. At that moment, a figure suddenly darted from the opposite street corner into the alley, startling Shin Chang into slamming the brakes. The screech of tires against pavement echoed through the night air. After sitting frozen in the car for a long moment, Shin Chang finally snapped back to reality, muttering to himself, "Was that just now, a cat girl?" Although it happened too fast for Shin Chang to see clearly, under the car's headlights, he faintly glimpsed a fleeting tail and a white dress. Was this the sacred old lady who specializes in delivering starter equipment for catgirls? It definitely was, wasn't it? After a silent pause, Shin Chang couldn't help but laugh at himself. For just a moment earlier, he had gotten greedy yet again. But come to think of it, the house he's currently renting belongs to Hui Hui. Could he really collect all these catgirls and bring them home? Lin Yuwei had never said much about it. This was her indulgence towards Shin Chang, but Shin Chang wouldn't take advantage of her kindness. Imagining the landlady standing with her hands on her hips, Shin Chang shook his head with a bitter smile and pressed the accelerator. The car didn't move. Shin Chang's foot remained on the gas pedal, but he never pressed down. He turned his gaze to the spam can placed nearby, something Shin Chang had bought earlier to treat himself, but ended up forgetting about it. Picking up the can, Shin Chang pushed open the car door, stepped out, and walked toward the alley. The alley was pitch dark, not a shadow of a person in sight, let alone a single stray cat. But Shin Chang still placed the canned food on the ground at the alley's entrance. After standing up, he took one last deep look down the alley before finally turning and getting into his car, stepping on the gas and driving away. Only after the car had gone far did a small head timidly peek out from the alley entrance, watching Shin Chang's car disappear into the distance. The first thing upon arriving at the mall was naturally buying a maid outfit for Sugar. The saleswoman who greeted Shin Chang was the same as last time. This time, the saleswoman looked at Shin Chang with stars in her eyes. "So you're the owner of the Meow Cafe, right?" Shin Chang looked utterly bewildered. "Huh? How come I don't remember this sales lady ever visiting my cat cafe? How did she recognize me?" Noticing Shin Chang's confusion, the saleswoman hurriedly pulled out her phone, tapped a few times, and showed footage of Cheese working in the cafe dressed in a maid outfit. Her bright smile could lift anyone's mood even through the phone screen, while Shin Chang stood behind the camera, gazing at Cheese with the loving eyes of a doting father. Upon seeing this video, Shin Chang was momentarily stunned before shifting his gaze to the uploader. Fat Joe eats around the globe. Tens of thousands of likes and thousands of shares. Well, looks like that damn fatty can still do something decent for once. After purchasing the maid outfit, Shin Chang bought some casual clothes and other daily necessities he was missing. Finally, when buying bedding, Shin Chang gritted his teeth and directly purchased a queen-size blanket. Cheese's room had a bed big enough for two, so buying a double blanket would allow both cats to share it comfortably. Imagining the two cats snuggled together under one blanket, Shin Chang couldn't help but smile again. After stuffing everything into the trunk, Shin Chang got into the driver's seat, wandered around the city center for a while, bought some ready-to-eat food, and then set off for home. The farther from the neon lights of the city center, the clearer the refreshing sensation brought by the autumn night becomes. Shin Chang never played music while driving, he preferred listening to the sounds outside his window while taking in the peripheral glimpses of the scenery. When passing by the alley entrance again, Shin Chang noticed the canned luncheon meat he had placed there earlier was still untouched, lying exactly where he left it. Seeing this, Shin Chang sighed, stopped the car, stepped out, and picked up the can. The moment the can landed in his hand, the weighty sloshing of something foreign inside made Shin Chang blink. He pulled open the already loosened tab and, upon seeing the contents, let out a silent chuckle. The original contents of the can were nowhere to be found, replaced instead by two grimy rubber balls, looking as though they'd been fished out of a dumpster. Were they toys the CATGIRL liked? Shin Chang didn't fuss about the dirt, directly stuffing the rubber balls into his coat pocket. Tossing the empty can into the trash, he hummed a tune and got into the car. After Shin Chang's car left, a very delicate figure peeked out from the alley, gazing in the direction he had departed. A faint smile gradually appeared on their lips. From a distance, Shin Chang could already see the warm light shining through the second floor of the cat cafe. After parking his car and pulling out his keys, he entered the cafe and climbed upstairs. Before he could even raise his hand to knock, the door swung open on its own. "Master Meow!" A blue-gray figure leaped into his arms. Instinctively catching her, Shin Chang was greeted by the soft scent of milk lingering at his nose. Looking up at Sugar and the landlady who seemed to have been waiting at the entrance for a long time, Shin Chang felt as if warmth and happiness from the entire world were enveloping him in this moment. It really felt just like a family. Feeling somewhat guilty for having made Lin Yuwei and cheese toil for him all day, Shin Chang ultimately dragged his exhausted body into the kitchen. He personally stir-fried a dish before bringing it to the dining table along with some purchased ready-to-eat food. The moment they saw the dish Shin Chang had cooked himself, the two catgirls' slightly drooping ears immediately perked up again, twitching excitedly to express their delight. Lin Yuwei showed no particular emotion, simply gazing quietly at Shin Chang. She had noticed Shin Chang's exhaustion throughout the day's work. He'd been the busiest one, simultaneously making cakes and grinding coffee. Yet now he was dragging his weary body to cook for them both. After dinner, when Shin Chang tried to help prepare bedding for the two cats, Lin Yuwei firmly pushed him back, saying, "Senior, you go take a bath first. Get some proper rest afterward, I'll handle what's left." All right. Truly drained, Shin Chang didn't refuse. Watching Lin Yuwei lead the two cats into the bedroom, Shin Chang slowly stood up, yawned, and staggered into the bathroom. Chapter 14. Does this cat have that time of the month? Spinning two freshly cleaned bouncy balls in his hand, Shin Chang walked out of the bathroom with a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, Sugar and Cheese were curled up on the sofa, their heads bobbing drowsily as their cat ears twitched occasionally, looking thoroughly sleepy. Master Meow, she sleepily turned her head towards Shin Chang. Suddenly, her gaze locked onto the bouncy ball in his hand, her eyes instantly sharpening into focused stares, locked on. Shin Chang silently looked at the ball in his hand,
the corner of his mouth twitching slightly as he flicked one ball towards the top of Cheese's head with a snap of his fingers.
Meow.
Sitting on the sofa, Cheese leaped up instantly, pouncing towards the flying bouncy ball with a series of dingling and clattering noises.
So this thing has such a strong attraction for catgirls?
After a brief moment of hesitation, Shin Chang sat down on the sofa, turning his head to see Sugar, her tail wagging up and down excitedly as she gazed at him with eager anticipation. He raised his hand and flicked the remaining ball, sending it flying over Sugar's head.
Meow.
Sugar's reaction was identical to Cheese's. She leaped up instantly, followed by another round of dingling noises.
This thing might be useful for luring catgirls in the future? What are you doing?
Lin Yuwei, who had just finished tidying the bedroom, poked her head out and saw this scene.
Her face darkened as she stormed over to Shin Chang with an imposing air. Senior, you.
The words abruptly stopped. She saw that Shin Chang was currently leaning on the side of the sofa, eyes gently closed, breathing evenly, a faint smile lingering on his lips. He had already fallen asleep. Turning her head and noticing the two cats looking over, Lin Yuwei pressed a finger to her lips in a silencing gesture. Carefully, she lifted Shin Chang and struggled to carry him off to his own bedroom. Gently placing him on the bed and covering him with the quilt, the landlady wiped the glistening sweat from her forehead before turning to leave.
Holding the doorknob of Shin Chang's room, Lin Yuwei suddenly halted her steps.
After standing still for a long moment, she tiptoed back, her gaze fixed intently on Shin Chang's peaceful sleeping face. Lightly brushing aside her own hair, she leaned down softly and planted a tender kiss on Shin Chang's cheek. Getting up, Lin Yuwei suddenly covered her mouth with her hand, letting out a soft, dreamy giggle. Two rosy clouds gradually bloomed on her cheeks, like a little girl who had secretly stolen candy.
Good night, senpai. Master, meow. The first chirping of orioles in the morning.
The sound of a cat's meow reached his ears, crisp and melodious, not the least bit annoying. Well rested, Shin Chang slowly woke up. His eyes were still bleary when a figure leapt onto his bed. Feeling the weight on his body, Shin Chang gave a wry smile and said, "Cheese, it's still early. Way too early to open the shop." Though it was early, at this hour, we should already be on her way to school, right?
No, not like this, meow.
Cheese straightened up, her voice trembling with panic.
Sugar is hurt, meow. Ha!
Shin Chang felt his head buzz as he hurriedly stood up, turning to face Cheese.
Sugar is injured? Sugar is bleeding, meow. Master, go check on her quickly.
Cheese's voice was now laced with sobs. Rushing through the living room to the bedroom shared by the two cats, Shin Chang pushed the door open to see the double-layered quilt on the bed already flung aside. Wrapped in her pajamas, Sugar hugged the small desk lamp given by Shin Chang and sat at one end of the bed, staring blankly at the center of the bed with a somewhat dazed expression. In the middle of the bed, exposed on the sheets, a vivid crimson stain stood out starkly.
Master?
Sensing the door being pushed open, Sugar snapped back to reality and turned her emerald green eyes to Shin Chang, her voice still as calm as ever. Am I going to die?
Her tone was flat, yet there seemed to be a faint trace of something hidden within it. Relief? I won't let you die, meow. Cheese was instead startled, rushing forward with teary eyes to hug Sugar. Our master will definitely save you, meow. Shin Chang didn't notice the other emotions mixed in Sugar's voice. He just silently leaned against the wall, pinching his chin thoughtfully, resembling the pose of the thinker. Based on his long-term experience living with the landlady until now, this situation was probably, is this cat in heat? Judging by his first encounter with Cheesy in her blue cat form, she must be less than 1 year old now. Though Shin Chang couldn't tell just by looking, he could sense Sugar was slightly older than Cheesy, but only by a little bit, probably around 1 year old at most. Does it make any sense that a girl roughly 1 year old is having her period? Well, truth be told, the very idea of a cat having periods is illogical to begin with. Or perhaps, the fact that a cat can turn into a human is the most unreasonable part? Shin Chang didn't even know where to begin his complaints. Fortunately, Shin Chang hadn't been staying with Lin Yuwei for months without learning anything. He was quite experienced in taking care of girls. Seeing Shaitan's dazed expression, Shin Chang stepped forward, gently brushed aside her hair, and then placed his palm against her forehead. Alright, still a bit of a fever. Master? Seeing Shin Chang lost in thought, Sugar couldn't help but call out softly. What is it? Am I going to die? Sugar asked blankly. Hearing this, Shin Chang was momentarily stunned before laughing and vigorously ruffling Sata's soft white hair. It's alright, this is perfectly normal. Just put on some extra clothes and rest for a while. As he spoke, Shin Chang casually draped another piece of clothing over Satu. At the same time, Shin Chang turned to Cheese and said, Cheese, could you go downstairs and inform the customers waiting at the door? Tell them Satu is feeling unwell today, so we're closing the shop for the day. Cheese nodded repeatedly. Okay meow. After Jishir left, Shatang tilted her head and looked at Shin Chang. You okay? Nothing. Are you really alright? Really, I'm fine. Really, really fine? Really, really fine. Shin Chang yanked out the bedsheet before firmly tucking Shatang under the covers. Just get some proper rest, got it?
Sugar poked her little head out from under the blanket and nodded to show she understood. Sighing, Xinsheng turned around. Where did Hui Hui put her sanitary pads?
Master, Sugar's timid voice came through. Xinsheng turned his head. Are you feeling unwell somewhere? I need to use the bathroom. Xinsheng. Though it was still some time before opening, a crowd had already gathered at the entrance of Luminescent Cat Cafe.
Through word of mouth among customers and Zhou Pengzi's online promotion, Lightpoint Cat Cafe, the seemingly insignificant coffee shop, had become the #1 cat cafe destination for stressed urbanites.
Zhou Pengzi naturally arrived among the first batch of visitors today.
Seeing there was still ample time before opening, he was preparing to start a live stream and chat with his online buddies when he spotted Gigi running lightly downstairs.
Zhou Pengzi looked puzzled. You're opening this early today?
But then everyone saw Gigi push open the shop door and step outside. She bowed deeply to the crowd before straightening up with an apologetic expression. We're so sorry, meow. Sugar is sick today, so the cafe will be closed for the day, meow.
Hearing this, the crowd unexpectedly didn't show any extreme reactions.
Many even smiled and waved their hands, asking how Sata was doing with her illness and whether it was serious, expressing concern for her condition. Seeing this, Chizu smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. The chubby man, however, stared at Chizu's pajamas with shock in his eyes.
So Miss Chizu didn't simply come to work early, she actually lives together with Boss Shin? Does that apply to Miss Megumi too? And Miss Satu as well? Chapter 15. Sometimes I feel like an old father. I remember it was in. Oh, found it.
Picking up 2 bags from the cabinet, Xinsheng turned and walked into the bedroom shared by the 2 cats. By this time, Cheese had already come back and was sitting at the head of the bed chatting with Sugar.
Master Meow.
Seeing Xinsheng enter, Cheese was the first to greet him. With a chuckle, Xinsheng ruffled Cheese's hair and walked over to place the sanitary pads by the bedside. Tearing open the heating patch in his hand, he said to Sugar, lift up your clothes.
Meow.
Sugar responded drowsily, sitting up from the bed while her cat ears drooped listlessly.
Holding the hem of her clothes, she pulled up both layers simultaneously, revealing her smooth, snow-white abdomen without an ounce of excess fat.
Xinsheng rubbed his forehead with his hand, nearly sticking the uterine warming patch onto his own face. If this gets stuck directly on, breakfast could be grilled cat flank right away. Sensing that Sugar seemed a bit off, Xinsheng stepped forward and reached out to touch her forehead again. He noticed that her temperature appeared to have risen slightly, but it was still within a manageable range. After applying the warm patch to Sugar through her clothes and teaching her how to use sanitary pads, Xinsheng hurried off to the kitchen to make soup. Although there were indeed some common medicines like cold and fever pills stocked at home, Xinsheng knew that all medicines have their side effects. For this cat-eared girl, a peculiar creature somewhere between human and cat, he didn't dare to casually administer any medication. If complications arose, should she be taken to a human doctor or to a veterinarian? If you consider her human, she possesses night vision like a cat. But if you classify her as feline, she still experiences menstruation like a woman. Holding to the idea of let her try resting with some soup first, and resort to medicine only if absolutely necessary, Xinsheng turned on the gas stove. When the landlady had her monthly visitor in the past, Xinsheng would usually brew a pot of ginger and brown sugar water in the kitchen with quite effective results. This time was naturally no different. Within 2 minutes of putting the ingredients into the pot, he saw Cheese approaching quietly, her ears drooping.
Xinsheng glanced at her and asked, Cheese, is there anything else? Master Meow. She sidled up to Xinsheng's left side, her usually lively and cheerful voice now sounding somewhat subdued. If we close the shop for today, will it affect the cafe's future, Meow? Ha! Seeing the silly cat actually starting to care about the cafe's business, Xinsheng reached out and rubbed Cheese's little head. He suddenly felt a fatherly sense of tearful pride welling up in his heart. Why do you ask? Because when customers realized the cat cafe wasn't open today, I saw their departing figures looking so forlorn, meow. Just like that night when Cheese witnessed my owner walking away from me. It's alright. Gently tapping Cheese's forehead, Xinsheng smiled softly. As long as you're all still here, this cat cafe will keep going forever and ever. Owner, meow. Alright, go get the cakes from the first floor kitchen and eat them. Put the rest in the fridge anyway, they won't sell today, and they won't be fresh by tomorrow. Remember to bring a portion for Sugar. Remembering last night's plan to make the cakes in advance, Xinsheng couldn't help but smack his forehead with a wry smile. To ease the morning workload, Xinsheng had thought of setting the oven to bake cakes the night before, only to run into this situation on the very first day of implementation. Well, it doesn't really matter. The health of his very own CATGIRL comes first. Okay, meow. Cheese wiped the corner of her eyes with her hand, her face lighting up with a smile again as she trotted downstairs. Scooping up a small spoonful of brown sugar water to taste, Xinsheng nodded in approval. After filling a bowl, he walked back slowly to the cat's bedroom. At this moment, Sugar was lying limply on her side, lost in thought but not asleep. Hearing the movement, she groggily sat up from the bed. Master. Looking at Sugar who hadn't even opened her eyes, Shin Chang couldn't help but laugh as he sat by the head of the bed, holding out the bowl. Have some brown sugar water first, then get some proper sleep after drinking it. Sugar swayed from side to side, her mouth slightly agape like a baby bird waiting to be fed. Shaking his head, Shin Chang scooped up a spoonful of brown sugar water and delivered it into Sugar's slightly parted lips. The moment he withdrew the spoon, Sugar's eyes suddenly snapped open, and her previously drooping ears instantly perked up so abruptly that Shin Chang nearly dropped the bowl in shock. Could it be that my soup has miraculous effects on catgirls? The next moment, Sugar's emerald eyes instantly welled up with tears, her voice trembling with a hint of a sob. Master, it's too hot. Shin Chang stared silently at the bowl in his hand, from which only faint wisps of steam rose, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Could it be, she's got a cat's tongue? With a resigned sigh, Shin Chang had no choice but to set the bowl aside to let it cool. Just then, Cheese came upstairs carrying 2 plates of cake, so Shin Chang fed Sugar some cake first to tide her over. After breakfast was finished, Shin Chang made sure Sugar was snugly tucked under the blankets before lying down, while he and Cheese remained quietly by her bedside. When a person awakens from sleep and finds themselves in an extremely silent or dark environment, they will inevitably feel a sense of emptiness, as if abandoned by the entire world. A patient's psychological endurance is even more fragile, which is why even a sleeping patient needs the companionship of loved ones. Otherwise, deteriorating mental state can directly affect their condition. For this reason, despite being drowsy from waking too early, Shin Chang chose not to go back to sleep. Instead, he quietly stayed by Sata's side. Before 2 minutes had passed, the drowsy Cheese unconsciously rested her head on Shin Chang's shoulder, her eyes glazed with sleepiness. Sleepy? Shin Chang asked. It's fine, meow. Cheese nuzzled her little head against Shin Chang's shoulder as if trying to sit up straight, but failed, her eyes growing even more unfocused instead. Master smells so nice, meow. If you're sleepy, go take a nap in my room. I can handle things here. Seeing Cheese still reluctant to leave, Shin Chang gently stroked her hair and said softly, be good now. Without proper rest, you'll struggle with tomorrow's work. Okay, meow. Hearing Shin Chang's words, Cheese nodded reluctantly at last. After pursing her lips and gazing at Sugar for a moment, she struggled to get up, her ears drooping as she wobbled away unsteadily. After waiting quietly for a while, Shin Chang picked up the bowl placed by the bedside. Noticing the contents were nearly cold, he freed one hand to touzle Sugar's soft hair. Sugar, wake up and drink the brown sugar water first. You can go back to sleep after finishing it. Sugar murmured, snuggling deeper into the blankets and continuing to sleep. Shin Chang. At this moment, Shin Chang felt like an old father taking care of his daughter. With a twitch of his lips, he pinched Sugar's delicate pink cheeks with his hand. Get up and drink the brown sugar water, or it'll get cold soon. Wah! Sugar, whose cheeks were being pinched, let out a whimper like a small beast. She opened her deadfish eyes and stared at Shin Chang for a moment, before, why are you lying on your side and opening your mouth like that? If I pour it directly like this, you'll choke yourself stupid, won't you? Chapter 16, Nightmare, Radiance. Shin Chang's face darkened as he flicked Sugar lightly on the forehead with his finger. Sit up. Sugar struggled to rise from the bed and sit upright, only to collapse limply back down again. When propped against the wall, she lazily slid right back under the covers like melting honey. Shin Chang couldn't help but facepalm. So catgirls were literally liquid creatures after all? Master. Still groggy from sleep, Sato's sickly dazed expression made her look even more foolishly adorable in Shin Chang's eyes. Seeing Sato pat the space beside her pillow, she said, sit here. After a brief pause, Shin Chang shifted his position to the edge of the pillow. What is it? He asked. Under Shin Chang's puzzled gaze, Sato, cocooned in blankets, wiggled like a caterpillar twice before slowly emerging and crawling into his arms. She rested the back of her head against his chest, sniffed contentedly, her face radiating satisfaction. Seeing Shuangdao's tendency to slip down again, Shin Chang instinctively reached out to hold her in place. The delicate figure pressed tightly against him, the grassy fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose, and the furry sensation of cat ears brushing against his chin made Shin Chang sigh involuntarily. Passionate? Sorry, but Shuangdao's silly and clumsy appearance in his arms really prevented Shin Chang from harboring such thoughts. He only felt more and more like a doting father instead. Shuangdao opened her little mouth again, and Shin Chang scooped a spoonful of brown sugar water to feed her. Seeing Sugar satisfiedly twitch her ears, Shin Chang breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he relax, stirring the bowl evenly a couple more times before scooping out another spoonful of brown sugar water. One spoonful after another, the bowl of brown sugar water was soon emptied. Just as Shin Chang was about to ask if Sugar wanted another bowl, he noticed her steady breathing. She had already fallen asleep. With a silent chuckle, Shin Chang set the empty bowl aside and carefully lifted Sugar, gently placing her head on the pillow without waking her. After lightly tucking Sugar in with the blanket, Shin Chang sat by the bedside for a while longer, watching her. Confirming she wouldn't wake up anytime soon, he slowly stood up, planning to first deal with the remaining brown sugar water in the pot before returning. Ugh! Just as Shin Chang placed his hand on the doorknob, he suddenly heard a soft sob behind him,
filled with both sorrow and fear. Turning around, he saw Sugar's tightly shut eyes glistening with tears. One of her hands, peeking out from under the blanket, was gripping the sheets tightly.
She seemed to be having a nightmare, murmuring repeatedly, "So dark, so scary, save me."
Xincheng froze for a moment, his hand still on the doorknob, his thoughts in disarray. Snapping out of it, he quickly returned to the bedside and gently took Sugar's trembling hand in his own, the one that had been clutching the sheets so desperately. It was incredibly soft and tender, covered with a fine sheen of sweat that made it feel cool to the touch. The moment her skin made contact with Xincheng's palm, Shuangtian, as if finding a glimmer of warmth amidst endless cold and darkness, clutched his hand tightly with both of hers, pressing her forehead against the back of his hand. Her body curled inward, wrapping around Xincheng's outstretched palm like it was a bonfire in the bitterest of winters. Sensing the fear lingering in Shuangtian's memories, Xincheng couldn't help but feel a surge of compassion. He raised his other hand, gently stroking her smooth white hair in an attempt to soothe her turmoil. With Xincheng's comforting gestures, Shuangtian's trembling gradually eased until it finally ceased altogether, her breathing steady once more. Yet, even in calm, she refused to loosen her grip on his hand. After that, Xincheng didn't leave but quietly sat by the bedside to keep Sugar company, letting her hold his hand. Among the two cat girls at Lightspot Cat Cafe, only Cheese's origin could be traced. She was a little blue cat Xincheng once encountered by a trash bin, and this had been verified through various pieces of evidence.
But Sugar was different. Where she came from, what happened before she arrived, when she transformed from a cat into a cat girl, it could be said that Xincheng knew absolutely nothing about her. Moreover, judging by Sugar's reaction just now, it seemed she had some unknown past. But, so what? Even so, Xincheng wouldn't care in the slightest, because after just these 3 days together, he already considered Sata part of his family. Not just him, Lin Yuwei and Cheese felt the same way. Now, Sata had become an inseparable part of this household. If only this kind of life could continue forever. Muttering this, drowsiness surged over him. Xincheng felt his vision blur for a moment before everything turned black, and he sank into deep slumber. Darkness, endless darkness. A chilling cold pierced his skin, and apart from a few cold comments from human voices, there was nothing else in his ears. What those humans were saying no longer concerned her. Her heart seemed numb, and emotion she once might have possessed, laughter, tears, worry, had long since fallen silent. Only fear remained, the dread of boundless darkness, deeply engraved in her heart. It seems that my former self, once longed for salvation, but in the end, all I gained was endless days of gloom and desolation. I could only build a thick barrier to isolate my heart from the world. Then, a faint glimmer of light appeared in my vision, blindingly radiant in this silent, dark space. She slowly approached and tentatively reached out to touch that shimmering light. It was warm and comforting. Reaching out again with longing, this time she gathered every ray of the light into her hands. Fearing the light might fade away, she curled her body tightly, shielding the radiant glow desperately against her chest. Opening his eyes, he found that the light he had been shielding in his arms earlier had vanished, replaced instead by a broad, warm hand. Shifting his gaze upward, what came into view was the sleeping face of a man with well-defined features lying beside the bed. Clutching Xincheng's hand tightly, Sugar was momentarily dazed, murmuring absent-mindedly, "Master." Because he had been sleeping lightly, Sugar's faint murmur was enough to wake Xincheng. After exchanging glances with Satu, Xincheng grinned and asked, "Awake? Feeling better now?" As if still dazed, Satu only nodded blankly in response after hearing his voice. Seeing this, Xincheng slightly furrowed his brows and leaned in closer. As Xincheng moved forward, Satu instinctively withdrew the hands she had been tightly clutching, leaving her with an inexplicable sense of loss. Yet the next moment, her palm rested tenderly against her snow-white forehead. While Satu was still stunned, Xincheng muttered in bewilderment. "Strange, the fever has already subsided, so why is she still acting so dazed and foolish? Could it be her condition hasn't fully recovered yet?" Chapter 17, A Very Important Day. Staring blankly at Xincheng's worried face so close before her for a moment, Sugar's eyes suddenly widened, her emerald green pupils trembling uncontrollably as she instinctively shifted backwards, putting a small distance between them. Her mouth hung open as if trying to speak, yet no words came forth. Though unaware of what had transpired, Xincheng clearly perceived the overwhelming fear brimming in Sugar's eyes. Was it because of a nightmare? Except for this, Xincheng truly couldn't imagine anything else that could reduce Sugar to such a state. Thinking this way, Xincheng tentatively extended his hovering hand toward Sugar once more. Seeing that Sugar showed no resistance this time, Xincheng finally placed his hand on her head, comforting softly, "It's okay, I'm here. I've got you." Sugar clutched the blanket, ears drooping, nodding silently with low spirits. Xincheng didn't know, or rather, only Sugar herself knew, that what she had just feared wasn't the nightmare, but Xincheng who was getting closer to her. After Sugar's condition improved somewhat, Xincheng finally left the bedroom. Since the bedroom curtains had remained closed the entire time, when he pushed open the door, the glaring sunlight refracted from the living room made him realize it was already noon. Hui only has classes in the morning, so she should be back soon. Muttering to himself,
Shin Chang opened the refrigerator door, only to be greeted by an overwhelming array of cakes and pastries that made him break out in a cold sweat.
Well, these should be manageable to finish, right?
After a quick mental calculation, Shin Chang's lips twitched.
Damn it, I'll definitely make less next time. Senior, why aren't you open today? Did something happen?
Lin Yue had just stepped inside while taking off her shoes and looking around for Shin Chang when she suddenly froze mid-sentence, staring in shock.
After a long hesitation, she stammered, Senior, what happened? Did the cat cafe go out of business?
Ha! Shin Chang, who had just emerged from the kitchen, looked baffled. Following Lin Yue's gaze, he spotted the terrifyingly large pile of cakes on the table that made his scalp tingle, and only then did he realize what was going on. With a wry smile, Shin Chang explained, Satu's, relative came today, so we closed the shop. These pastries were made ahead of time and didn't get sold.
Satu's relative came? Wait, what?
It took Lin Yue a while to catch on, her cheeks flushing slightly with disbelief, though she knew Shin Chang had no reason to lie to her. Seeing Shin Chang's serious yet slightly shrugging demeanor, Lin Yue puffed her cheeks and said, You didn't even bother to call me when you ran into trouble. It's not like skipping class matters that much now anyway.
Don't say that. You should still attend your classes. The cat cafe can manage fine without operating for a day.
As he spoke, Shin Chang handed Lin Yue a plate of steamed cake. Taking a bite of the cake, she still grumbled resentfully, but what if we lose customers?
Don't worry about that at all, I have absolute confidence in my cat cafe.
Shin Chang thumped his chest confidently, only to be met with a dismissive eye roll from his landlord, Miss Lin.
After being repeatedly reminded by Lin Yue, you must call me if you're too busy in the future, Shin Chang dashed off like a bullet to wake up the soundly sleeping Cheese and Sugar.
Ha! Seeing Cheese wake up from Shin Chang's bedroom, Lin Yue froze for a moment before shooting Shin Chang a razor-sharp glare. As Shin Chang scratched Cheese's head, he suddenly felt as if needles were pricking his back. After locking eyes with the landlady for just a second, he promptly surrendered and scrambled to explain himself. Only after a lengthy explanation did Lin Yue finally believe him, though she continued to eye the cozy trio, him and the two cats, with wary suspicion.
Could it be that someone's really stolen my home? For lunch, naturally, it was the pile of cakes Shin Chang hadn't managed to sell. Regarding these cakes, the group had a fairly clear division of labor.
The young landlady particularly enjoyed Shin Chang's steamed cakes, while Sugar had a preference for his egg tarts. As for Cheese, needless to say, she was especially fond of cheesecake. Since sales for the other types of cakes weren't particularly high, Shin Chang hadn't made many, but even so, there was still a considerable amount left, all of which he ended up having to finish himself. In the end, both humans and cats were so stuffed they lay sprawled on their backs, rubbing their bellies as they reluctantly tilted their heads to glance at the untouched cakes still piled on the table. Shin Chang couldn't help feeling like crying but had no tears left. Senpai, maybe you should hire a pastry chef, Lin Yue suggested with a bitter face as she eyed the mountain of cakes. That way, orders from customers could be handled much quicker, and we wouldn't end up making desserts in advance just for them to go unsold.
That makes sense. Shin Chang nodded in agreement with Lin Yue's suggestion, having completely lost any hope in the two cats ever mastering cake making.
With his bloated belly swaying awkwardly from side to side, he wobbled back to his bedroom to print out a job posting. After stuffing a plastic bag full of cakes, he pushed the door open and prepared to head out.
Senior, are you going to throw away all these cakes?
Lin Yue's voice carried a hint of regret.
Taking them to feed the cats.
Leaving behind just this hurried remark, Shin Chang pushed the door open and left.
Hearing this, Lin Yue was momentarily confused.
She wanted to ask something, but Shin Chang had already stepped outside.
Cats, aren't they unable to eat sweets? Spark Cat Cafe now hiring, pastry chef. Requirements, some pastry making experience preferred, must not be allergic to cats. Salary commensurate with pastry skill level.
Applicants with minimal experience may train as apprentices under the owner, though compensation will be at internship wage level.
Business hours, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Monthly salary, starting from 600, internship salary is 3,000. After putting up the notice, Shin Chang looked it over several times before nodding in satisfaction. Though the working hours were long, this salary was considered quite good in Wangxinjia. Moreover, Shin Chang never treated his own people unfairly. As long as applicants were willing to work hard, he would definitely give them raises. After all, Lumina Cat Cafe wasn't very large yet, and salaries would certainly increase in the future. After handling the recruitment matters, Shin Chang walked leisurely eastward with a plastic bag containing cakes. Watching Shin Chang depart from the second-floor window, Lin Yue quickly turned back to the two cat-eared girls and exclaimed, "Senpai has left."
Hue Jia, what's the matter meow?
Cheese tilted her head with a puzzled expression.
Tomorrow is Senpai's birthday, let's make a birthday cake together. Lin Yue seemed visibly excited.
Although these two cats almost poisoned the senior with their initial cake attempts, with her supervising, such a thing would never happen.
Birthday, important meow?
Although Cheese understood many everyday human words from somewhere, she still had only a vague grasp of more symbolic vocabulary.
Sugar was clearly the same, looking at Lin Yue with a puzzled expression. Birthday is the day our senior was born. It's a very important day. On the day I was born, meow.
She's couldn't help but think of herself. To her, the day she turned into what she is now was the true day of her birth. And on that very day, it was also when she first met Shin Chang.
At this thought, Cheese nodded repeatedly. It truly was an important day, meow. Sugar, however, didn't seem to have much thought about it and simply asked, was it important to our owner?
Lin Yue nodded, extremely important.
Since it's important to master, then I'll help. Let's move, meow. Cheese dashed downstairs first, with Lin Yue and Sugar closely following behind. Soon after, waves of cheerful laughter kept coming from the kitchen on the first floor. Chapter 18, The Pastry Chef Applicant. Walking up to the familiar dumpster, since it was still daytime, Shin Chang could see every detail of the alleyway scenery clearly. After giving it a quick glance, Shin Chang still didn't spot any trace of people or animals inside. Looking around and confirming there were no passers-by nearby, Shin Chang took a deep breath and tentatively called out, "Are you there?"
Ding dong, a loud sound came from around the corner of the alley, making Shin Chang chuckle involuntarily. Judging by the noise, it didn't seem like something a small animal could have made. Placing the bag with cake at his feet, Shin Chang continued speaking into the box, "I'll come back in the evening." The alley remained completely silent. Shaking his head with a smile, Shin Chang retraced his steps back the way he came. At the corner of the alleyway, a slender figure leaned against the wall, hands folded across her chest, alternately clenching and relaxing as if wrestling with some inner turmoil. Finally, she seemed to reach a resolution, her hands clenched into hopeful fists. Unlike the beggars by the roadside who, aside from relying on alms to survive, still have the chance to find work to support themselves if they're able-bodied. What about catgirls? Their innate characteristics doomed them from ever integrating into human society. Such beings didn't even qualify to beg, since birth they could only lurk in shadows, sustaining themselves on scraps and leftovers. However, human physiology differs greatly from that of cats, whether in terms of nutritional needs or digestive systems. On the way home, Shin Chang couldn't help but recall the question Sugar had asked him that evening. "So master, what do you think is the purpose of our creation after all?" Shin Chang still vaguely remembered how he had answered at that time. "Perhaps the meaning of your existence is simply to live together with us? But is that really the case? Should I mention this to Hui Hui?" Shin Chang admitted that his heart had softened again, or rather, he'd never truly considered abandoning the catgirl in the first place. He just didn't know how to bring it up with Lin Yue. If he told her directly, it would be like openly declaring, "I want to build my own harem." After all, it was Lin Yue's home, not Shin Chang's. Right now, Shin Chang was just doing what he wanted to do. It was as if the heavens were playing a joke on him, making him repeatedly entangled with creatures that should only exist in fantasies. And if he were to turn a blind eye to their suffering or even their deaths, he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. To paraphrase Lin Yue's scolding, he was a good person rotten to the core and a fool so tender-hearted it hurts to watch. This is complimentary, at least that's what Shin Chang believes. After strolling such a long distance, Shin Chang had digested quite a bit of the food in his stomach. Turning a corner, he spotted a girl with a bob haircut standing in front of the cat cafe entrance from afar. She appeared to be about Shin Chang's age, her outstretched hand hesitating uncertainly near the door handle. "Closed for the day." "Ah!" The bob-haired girl leaped back like a startled fawn, quickly turning to look at Shin Chang behind her, while he simultaneously caught sight of her face. Her delicate, round face looked adorable, with softly expressive brows and eyes that exuded a fragile temperament. The first impression she gave was, vulnerable? Sorry. The timid girl immediately bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle before hastily retreating to the side, leaving Shin Chang flustered and unsure how to react. Steadying himself, Shin Chang glanced at the job posting on the door and cautiously asked, "Are you here to apply?" "Damn it, I forgot to leave my phone number up there." Yes. The meek-looking girl froze for a moment before standing at attention like a student singled out by a drill instructor, answering sharply. Shin Chang gave a wry smile and waved his hand. "No need to be so nervous. I'm the shop owner here, come in with me." With that, Shin Chang pushed open the door and entered, the timid girl silently following behind. "What's your name?" Shin Chang asked as they walked. Faced with Shin Chang's question, the frail-looking girl who had been lost in thought didn't react immediately. "I asked what your name was." Seeing the girl's dazed expression, Shin Chang was reminded of how Tang looked when she was sick and couldn't help but laugh. "What? 1 yuan. His laughter made her blush, though at the same time the tension in her heart eased somewhat. Smiling, Shin Chang responded, "My name is Shin Chang. You can just call me by my name from now on." "Is this the owner of Sparkling Cat Cafe?" He looks so young, probably around my age. Watching Shin Chang's receding figure, 1 yuan thought to herself, "Do you like cats?" Shin Chang posed another question that interrupted 1 yuan's train of thought, but this time she responded promptly, "Yes, I do." With a nod, Shin Chang pushed open the door to the first-floor kitchen.
At a glance, Shin Chang and Wen Yuan froze in place simultaneously. There they saw Lin Yue, cheese, and sugar sitting on 3 small stools in the kitchen covered in dust, each splattered with globs of cream as if they had just fought a battle with a birthday cake. Welcome back, senior. Welcome back, master. Meow. Master, welcome back. Watching the one human and 2 cats playing dumb, Shin Chang's mouth twitched. What is going on here? It's all because Cheese is too stupid. Lin Yue immediately pointed at Cheese. Cheese pouted and retorted, it was clearly Sugar who didn't squeeze the cream properly. Meow. Sugar replied indifferently, blame Hue Jia for setting the bar too high. Shin Chang. Wen Yuan. It was only then that Lin Yue noticed Wen Yuan uneasily standing behind Shin Chang. Her eyes sharpened. Who is she? Here for the interview. Shin Chang's temple vein twitched slightly as he said, never mind that for now. Right now, all of you go upstairs and take a bath. Yes, the man and 2 cats replied loudly, then playfully ran upstairs together. Watching their figures disappear into the distance, Shin Chang turned his head only to find Wen Yuan trembling like a leaf. Those cat-eared girls just called the owner master. How creepy, but it's better not to ask things I shouldn't. Suddenly, Wen Yuan felt a weight descend upon her shoulders as a wave of warmth spread through her entire body. It turned out Shin Chang thought she was cold and had draped his own coat over her. At that moment, Shin Chang was still muttering in confusion, how strange, it's quite warm inside, why would she still feel cold? It smells really nice. Wrapped in Shin Chang's coat, Wen Yuan couldn't help but take a sniff, then froze immediately as her face instantly turned crimson red. Aha, what am I doing? I look like such a pervert. Chapter 19, would you be willing to take me away? Did you come here to apply as a pastry chef or an apprentice? Shin Chang's question snapped Wen Yuan out of her thoughts. Seeing that he showed no unusual reaction, she let out a relieved sigh. Fortunately, it seems he didn't notice. Ugh. Composing herself, Wen Yuan responded, I'm here to apply as a pastry chef. Oh, hearing this, Shin Chang gave Wen Yuan an appraising look and asked, do you have any experience making pastries? Yes, I joined a baking club during university. At this mention, Wen Yuan flashed a confident smile. Influenced by Wen Yuan, Shin Chang also smiled faintly and picked up a menu to hand it to her. Take a look at these desserts and see if there's any you can't make. Taking the menu and scanning through it, Wen Yuan raised her head, her bright eyes meeting Shin Chang directly. I can make all of them. This time, it was Shin Chang's turn to be stunned. If that were truly the case, then he had really hit the jackpot. After all, Wen Yuan appeared to be about the same age as Shin Chang, and her talent still had plenty of room to grow. Now it was time to test Wen Yuan's cake-making skills. Since there were still uneaten cakes upstairs, Shin Chang only asked her to prepare a small steamed cake. Wen Yuan nodded in understanding, picked up her tools, and immediately got to work. From start to finish, the process was practically flawless, with only a few minor, inconsequential mistakes that Shin Chang effortlessly corrected. Purely in terms of learning pastry making through club activities alone, Wen Yuan could easily be called a genius. What caught Shin Chang's attention the most was the moment when Yuan picked up her tools. Her usual delicate demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by an unparalleled confidence. Until the cake was placed in the oven, Shin Chang nodded with satisfaction and asked Wen Yuan to wait a moment. He then went upstairs to grab some plastic bags and packed a few pieces of cake before returning downstairs and stuffing them into Wen Yuan's hands. Here, take these. The brief contact with Shin Chang's hand made Wen Yuan's cheeks flush slightly. Looking at the bag of cakes in her hands, she hurriedly declined, and no, boss. I mean, how could I? I told you, just call me Shin Chang. Patting Wen Yuan's shoulder, Shin Chang grinned. These cakes are homemade. You can take them back and try them, consider it employee benefits. Just accept it. Congratulations, you're hired. Thank you, boss. I mean, Shin Chang, thank you. Hearing this, Wen Yuan stopped refusing, which secretly eased the tension in Shin Chang's heart. After all, there were still quite a few unfinished cakes left. If no one took them, they'd have to be thrown away. From now on, the kitchen would no longer be a solitary battlefield that alone was cause for celebration. Ding, the oven chimed, and when Yuan hurriedly turned to open it, Shin Chang, who had developed a psychological aversion to granulated sugar cakes, also quickly leaned in to peer inside the oven. A faint natural scent, distinct from the usual masculine or feminine body fragrances, bath products, perfumes, or cosmetics, lingered around when Yuan's nose. It made her consciousness grow somewhat hazy, and the flush on her cheeks deepened even more. Shin Chang's scent smells so good. For a brief moment, even the thought of leaning into Shin Chang crossed Wen Yuan's mind. As soon as she regained her senses, she hurriedly threw those shameful thoughts out of her head and flusteredly opened the oven door. With a serious frown, Shin Chang looked inside only to find a perfectly steamed sponge cake, still wafting fresh steam. Although fully expected, Shin Chang couldn't help but beam with joy after surviving Candy and Cheese's cake massacre. He instinctively reached out to ruffle Wen Yuan's hair. Genius. Absolutely brilliant. Come to work tomorrow. And then, there was no more. In the pin-drop silence of the kitchen, Xinchang awkwardly withdrew his hand from Wen Yuan's head, mentally cursing his itchy fingers. Perhaps from spending too much time with candy and cheese these past 2 days, he'd developed the subconscious habit of ruffling hair whenever happy. Even Lin Yue had endured numerous hair ruffles, though she'd never once complained or stopped him. This only fueled Xinchang's arrogance further. Seeing Wen Yuan's face, which was merely slightly flushed before, now turned crimson all the way down to her neck, accompanied by a whistling sound from her throat like a boiling kettle, made Xinchang feel as if steam might puff out from the top of her head at any moment, much like a steamed cake in an oven. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Wen Yuan bowed deeply to Xinchang, then hurriedly dashed out the door without a word. Xinchang even caught sight of the girl stumbling as she ran out of the shop, nearly tripping and falling. Watching the figure disappear into the distance, Xinchang stood awkwardly for a moment before silently retrieving the steamed cake from the oven and taking a bite. Tastes pretty good. After devouring the cake in a few bites and washing the plate, Xinchang walked to the shop entrance to tear down the job posting before heading up to the second floor. By now, the trio of 1 human and 2 cats had finished bathing and changed clothes, sitting in a neat row on the sofa watching television. "Senior, you said that girl just now was here for an interview? Is she an apprentice?" Seeing Xinchang enter, the landlady tilted her head and asked. Her beautiful hair, still emitting faint wisps of steam, hadn't completely dried yet. As Lin Yue tilted her head, the strands cascaded across her jade-like cheeks, looking utterly charming. "No, she came to apply as a pastry chef, and I hired her." After saying this, Xinchang added, "She's quite talented in this area, at least as good as me." Oh, hearing this, Lin Yue suddenly grew interested. After all, she knew exactly how skilled her senior was at making pastries. "As good as you? Did you get her contact information?" Hearing this, Xinchang froze for a moment, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. "Forgot to ask for it?" "Yeah." Xinchang nodded in admission. Truth be told, Xinchang had wanted to get her phone number, but she'd been scared off by him. "And what's her name? You didn't even bother to ask your own employee's name, did you, senpai?" "Ahem, her name is Wen Yuan. Lin Yue pouted. With a dry chuckle, Xinchang shifted his gaze to Sugar and asked, "Are you feeling better now?" Sugar nodded. "They've mostly recovered now." "That's good." Letting out a tired sigh, Xinchang wearily sat down on one side of the sofa. On the TV was playing an animal documentary, where a cuttlefish sprayed a pixelated cloud before darting around frantically. Cheese was curled up on the couch, hands gripping the edges, leaning forward with her light yellow eyes slightly glowing as she stared intently at the screen. A gleaming thread of drool hung from her mouth, completely oblivious to Xinchang's return. Xinchang couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Pushing open the door without Cheese pouncing on him suddenly made his heart feel inexplicably empty. Maybe I should treat myself to hot pot later, and order extra cuttlefish balls for Cheese. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen. It was that familiar garbage bin again. Gazing into the pitch-black alley, Xinchang sighed as he placed the plastic bag with cake by his feet, just about to turn and leave. At that moment, a somewhat youthful girl's voice came from the alley, timid yet causing Xinchang's heart to tense. His raised foot froze mid-step as he instinctively turned his head toward the alley. A delicate and slender figure shivered into view from the darkness of the alley, her words carrying a humble trace of hope. "Will you take me with you?" Chapter 20, that year. She appeared to be a girl of only 14 or 15, though Xinchang knew that catgirls couldn't have their age judged by appearance. Her figure was unusually thin, with hair in a milky white tinged with tea-colored hues, long enough to nearly reach her calves, making her look like a little fluffball. Atop her head sat a pair of chocolate-colored cat ears. Her frail white dress and face were both filthy, covered in dust and grime, to the point where Xinchang couldn't even make out her exact features. However, what he could see clearly were those strikingly bright, sea-blue eyes that shimmered like gemstones, barely concealed beneath her disheveled hair. "Would you be willing to take me with you?" The somewhat childish voice perfectly matched her appearance, a tone that Xinchang would normally associate with lightness and joy now brimmed with pleading, longing, and even a touch of humility. Judging by the girl's hair color, Xinchang easily deduced she was a ragdoll cat. In that instant, Xinchang felt an overwhelming sense of alienation from the world, accompanied by an indescribable chill. Their original way of life, mere wandering, could perfectly sustain them, yet suddenly, through a transformation utterly contrary to biological evolution, they were forcibly thrown into this society entirely unfit for their survival. If left to wander outside, they'd have to avoid crowds while struggling to survive on scraps, relying solely on human bodily functions. Moreover, with early autumn already here, winter's bitter cold would soon follow. How could they possibly withstand it then? And one more thing, what if it were domesticated cats that underwent this change? Xinchang couldn't help but shiver all over. After all, not everyone could be guaranteed to treat a catgirl with the same thick-skinned attitude as him. The answer was already obvious. Casting those spine-chilling thoughts aside, Xinchang took a deep breath and looked straight at the petite figure before him. "You." His words came to an abrupt halt. A pang of guilt welled up in his heart.
Shin Chang recalled that he was merely a pitiful man without a place to call home. Lin Yue had even gone so far as to renovate the first floor of the house her parents left her into a cat cafe just for him. Lin Yue had already sacrificed so much for him. This guilt stemmed from Shin Chang taking matters into his own hands without Lin Yue's consent. Perhaps Lin Yue wouldn't say anything if Shin Chang brought this catgirl home, but doing so would only deepen his guilt, maybe even create a rift between them. Yet, looking at the pitiful cat-eared girl, Shin Chang smiled and said, "I do. You, come with me." But that momentary hesitation of Shin Chang's didn't escape the girl's notice. Watching as all emotion in her eyes dissolved into resignation and loneliness, she whispered, "I understand. I'm sorry, and thank you." It was clear the girl didn't want to cause Shin Chang any trouble, or rather, didn't wish to become a burden to him. Her desolate words lingered in Shin Chang's ears. By the time he regained his composure, the ragdoll cat-eared girl had already vanished without a trace, leaving only Shin Chang standing alone at the mouth of the alley, speechless for a long while. Glancing at the bag of cakes by his feet, Shin Chang let out a bitter chuckle. Probably won't eat anymore. At this moment, Shin Chang felt as if something had been torn from his heart, leaving an empty, aching void. Holding onto a sliver of hope, Shin Chang still placed the bag of cakes there and walked back to the cat cafe with heavy steps. By the time he opened the door, it was already late at night. The bright moon outside the living room window bathed the entire space in silvery light. Shin Chang sat on the sofa like a zombie, staring blankly, his lifeless pupils veiled in confusion. Occasionally, Shin Chang let out a faint chuckle, a self-mocking laugh. He laughed at his impractical thoughts, at his naive kindness, at himself, at the guilt that had nothing to do with him yet clung relentlessly. "Senpai." Suddenly, the voice of his landlady came from behind him. Shin Chang stiffened slightly and replied without turning his head, "Hui, you're still up? You should go to bed early. You're hiding something from me. Why won't you tell me?" A small head popped into view as Lin Yue leaned closer, gently taking Shin Chang's hand with a smile. "After all, in Wenxinjiang, I'm the only one really close to you, aren't I?" Perhaps Hui had already noticed something strange from the day she met the third cat-eared girl. She might have been waiting all along for him to speak up first. Shin Chang's heart throbbed violently. Perhaps he should have talked to Hui much earlier. The sofa dipped slightly as Lin Yue sat down on Shin Chang's right side, her beautiful eyes fixed squarely on his profile. The rhythmic ticking of the old pendulum clock in the living room seemed particularly conspicuous in the silence. They sat like this for a long while before Shin Chang finally spoke slowly. "On the evening when we were buying clothes for Satu, I ran into..." The minute hand on the pendulum clock moved gradually, marking the passage of time minute by minute. Shin Chang sat on the sofa as if telling a story completely unrelated to himself, while Lin Yue quietly listened beside him. Not until Shin Chang finished his story did silence settle over them once more. "You want to take her with you, don't you?" After a long silence, Lin Yue was the first to break the quiet. Shin Chang silently nodded. The next moment, he felt a weight settle on his right shoulder, accompanied by a delicate fragrance wafting near his nose. "I'm really happy that you care about me so much." Resting her head against Shin Chang's shoulder, Lin Yue curled her lips into a smile, warmth gradually blossoming in her heart. With a playful nuzzle, Lin Yue whispered softly, "But you actually don't need to respect my opinion, because besides the house my parents left me, there's also your cat cafe, the dream you've pinned your hopes on. So this place is both my home and yours." Chewing over Lin Yue's words for a moment, Shin Chang abruptly widened his eyes. "Hui." Shaking her head, Lin Yue smiled faintly and pressed a slender finger to Shin Chang's lips. "Senpai, you're such a gentle and kind person. I don't want you to go against your true nature for my sake and end up tarnishing yourself, because only a senpai like this is the one I've fallen so deeply in love with." Moonlight cast silver glimmers over Lin Yue's waterfall-like black hair. Locking eyes with those bright eyes brimming with adoration, Shin Chang swallowed back the words he'd been about to say because everything was already clear, and no more words were needed. At the school gate, staring at the ID badge pinned to his chest, Shin Chang, who was standing motionless beneath a large tree not far from the reception area, couldn't help but sigh. "It's so troublesome." Shin Chang, who had missed many classes due to frequent part-time jobs yet always barely passed exams right at the cutoff score, consequently became the primary target of his academic advisor. It just so happened to be the start of the new semester, so he was forcibly assigned as a volunteer for the freshman reception desk. Actually, this job is quite sought after, because, holy shit, the boys at the reception desk suddenly swarmed forward like a pack of wolves, surrounding a new female student who had just stepped onto campus. The girl was quite delicate looking, exuding a very junior female student vibe. To put it in the words of those lustful wolves, she was fair-skinned, beautiful, and had long legs. Since only one volunteer was needed to assist each new student, this piece of meat that had fallen into the wolf pack naturally belonged to whoever managed to grab it first. Trapped within the circle of wolves, the girl appeared utterly helpless. Her eyes darted around until they suddenly caught sight of Shin Chang slacking off outside the pack. Her pretty eyes lit up as she struggled to push her way out while calling to him, "That senior over there.
could you help me? Wah! There's an unwritten rule among the wolf pack: if a new junior girl takes interest in any particular wolf, the others must voluntarily give up their pursuit. Though seething with indignation, the group immediately opened a gap. The junior girl, who had been desperately pushing outward, stumbled forward uncontrollably and crashed directly into Xinqiang. Bang! Her back made intimate contact with an old tree as Xinqiang felt the warmth and softness in his arms. The chorus of whistles from the wolf pack left him utterly dumbfounded. Golden brown leaves fluttered down from the trembling old tree. The girl in his arms quickly straightened up, then hastily bowed to Xinqiang in apology. Her cheeks were flushed red like boiled crab. What's your name? Xinqiang found himself inexplicably asking such a question. Still caught in embarrassment, the junior female student was startled for a moment. Turning to face Xinqiang, their eyes met briefly before she suddenly bloomed into a soft smile. My name is Lin Yue, Senior. Please take care of me. The rustling falling leaves at this moment resembled thousands of peach blossoms blooming and scattering in unison, breathtakingly beautiful and radiant. That year, amidst the youth-tinted campus, a boy and a girl met for the first time. Chapter 21. Days drifting alone away from home must have been hard, right, Master? Meow. Awakened by the first cheerful voice of the morning, followed immediately by the weight on his body, Xinqiang smoothly caught and held her. Opening his eyes, the sight of ash-blue hair signaled the start of his new day. Seems the alarm isn't needed after all. The alarm hadn't gone off yet. Glancing at the time, 6:50 a.m., there were still 10 minutes until the alarm Xinqiang had set would ring. Shaking his head, Xinqiang struggled to sit up from bed while Cheese, the cat, still clung lazily to him, rubbing against his chest and refusing to let go. With a faint smile, Xinqiang gently stroked Cheese's hair, about to set her aside and stand up as usual. At that moment, the image of the ragdoll cat-eared girl who lived near the trash bin where he first met Cheese surfaced in Xinqiang's mind. How long after meeting him had Cheese become a cat-eared girl, and how long had she wandered through the Western District searching for him? After all, Xinqiang vividly remembered Cheese had collapsed at his shop's entrance from starvation. At that moment, when Xinqiang asked, Cheese's reply was, I woke up feeling so hungry, but I couldn't bear to eat the things in the trash bin, so I came looking for my owner, Meow. Woke up looking for him, but how long has it really been? You see, the first time Xinqiang met Cheese in her blue kitten form was a full half-month before he encountered her as a catgirl. The labyrinthine paths of Machinery Nightmare Star are so tangled that even residents who've lived here for some time need maps to find their way home. Even just the route between that garbage bin and the cat cafe is incredibly complex. Could silly-looking Cheese possibly find her way to Xinqiang's cat cafe in one go? Or rather, did she even know that Xinqiang was in that ordinary, unremarkable cat cafe? Thinking of this, Xinqiang couldn't help but whisper into Cheese's ear, Cheese, when exactly did you change from being a kitten to this appearance? Hearing this, Cheese lifted her head, blinking her light yellow eyes repeatedly, before suddenly breaking into a smile. It was the morning after meeting my owner, Meow. In other words, did this silly cat spend half a month just searching for me? His heart ached inexplicably. This time, Xinqiang didn't push Cheese away but instead, unusually, hugged her even tighter in his arms. For a moment, Cheese couldn't react, her voice tinged with nervousness. Master? Life must have been very hard, wandering alone out there, wasn't it? Holding Cheese tightly in his arms, Xinqiang lowered his head. His quiet words made Cheese freeze instantly. Then, Xinqiang felt the delicate body in his arms begin to tremble slightly. Finally noticed. Cheese realized her vision was starting to blur. Her eyes felt sore and scratchy, with tears welling up inside them. From that garbage bin to this cat cafe, a familiar route that takes mere dozens of minutes for others, she had walked for over 10 whole days. Hunger, cold, loneliness, fear, the only thing driving Cheese forward was the fading image of Xinqiang walking further and further away in her memory, growing more indistinct with each passing moment. Were it not for a kind old woman who took her in, she likely would have died along the way. Finally, when her hunger had nearly peaked once more, she spotted that very figure she had longed for, standing before the entrance of a shop. The tension in her heart evaporated in an instant, only to be replaced by enveloping darkness. There were all sorts of coincidences involved here. If they hadn't encountered that kind-hearted holy grandmother, if Cheese hadn't fainted right in front of Lumina Cat Cafe, if Xinqiang hadn't chosen to take that phone call by the shop entrance at that very moment, everything could have turned out differently. Cheese might have wandered for much longer, even missed meeting Xinqiang altogether, and spent a lifetime as a stray. Super lucky, she murmured softly, tears slipping uncontrollably down her face. Gradually loosening her grip on Xinqiang, she withdrew slightly, meeting his stunned gaze with her own eyes brimming with tears. Cheese, her cheeks still wet with tears, smiled as she spoke. Because I have my owner, she's never thought it was hard, Meow. If it meant I could meet you in the end, even if I had to wander for 10 more days, 10 more months, or 10 more years, Cheese wouldn't have minded, Meow. Meeting my owner is the luckiest, happiest thing that could ever happen to Cheese, both the Cheese from before and the Cheese now, Meow. Looking at Cheese, who was brimming with tears yet still wore the most sincere smile, Xinqiang felt as if a needle had pierced his heart,
sharp and painful. Though Cheese might be a bit silly, perhaps precisely because of her simplicity, she becomes exceptionally steadfast and sensitive in such matters.
Alright, master, get up. Sugar is waiting for you to cook, meow.
Dragged out of the bedroom by Cheese, what met his eyes was Sugar, already washed up and dressed neatly, sitting on the living room couch. A head of soft white hair paired with a black and white maid outfit, combined with that perpetually expressionless face, created such a striking visual impact that Shin Chang stood frozen in place for a moment. Hearing the sound, Sugar turned her head to look at Shin Chang and said emotionlessly, "Master, so lazy." Then she shifted her gaze to Cheese behind Shin Chang, noticing the tear stains at the corners of Cheese's eyes.
Sugar's expression flickered slightly, but she didn't ask anything. After absent-mindedly preparing breakfast, the human and two cats finished their meal and leisurely made their way down to the first floor. The weather was overcast today, with a light drizzle falling outside. The chilly autumn wind crept in through the door cracks, sending an involuntary shiver down Shin Chang's spine. I wonder how that ragdoll cat girl is doing. After all, since it started raining now, surely that cat would have found shelter already if she wasn't stupid?
Thinking of that scantily clad cat-eared girl, Shin Chang, who normally quite enjoyed the sound of rain, found himself unusually irritable because of this downpour. Suddenly, Shin Chang felt a small hand gently touch the top of his head. Turning his head, he saw Sata straining to raise her right hand, clumsily smoothing his hair with an unskilled motion. It seemed Sata had noticed something unusual about Shin Chang and wanted to comfort him. Gently grasping Sata's wrist, Shin Chang rubbed her hair instead, suppressing his inner agitation as he smiled and said, "Thank you, Satu." Sugar Cube murmured with her head bowed, her cheeks lightly flushed. Turning on the warm-toned lights and air conditioning, he released the diverse assortment of cats meant to attract customers, while by now the two cat girls had already finished wiping down all the tables and chairs on the first floor. The sound of the door opening announced the arrival of the girl Wen Yuan, who'd come to apply for a job yesterday only to be scared off by Shin Chang entering with a slightly reddened face, holding an umbrella as she offered a shy greeting. "Good morning."
"Good morning, meow."
"Good morning." Cheese and Sugar, having met Wen Yuan the day before and naturally being quite sociable, responded warmly to her greeting.
"Good morning, you're just in time. We're about to open for business. Why don't you head to the kitchen and get things ready?" Shin Chang nodded at Wen Yuan with a faint smile.
"Okay." Infected by the cheerful atmosphere of the cat cafe, Wen Yuan's shyness faded significantly. She walked up to Shin Chang and handed him a plastic bag.
"Shin Chang, here's your jacket. I've washed it. About yesterday. I'm really sorry. The one who should be apologizing is me,"
Shin Chang replied with a wry smile. After a quick tidy-up, Wen Yuan stepped into the kitchen. Taking a deep breath of the damp rainy air, Shin Chang walked to the door and hung up the signage bearing the bold characters "Now open."
Opening for business. Chapter 22, Your cat cafe definitely only hires beautiful girls. Perhaps due to the rainy weather and yesterday's day off, there weren't many customers today.
A few housewives, some college girls who appeared to have skipped class, most were familiar faces.
Shin Chang could even name more than half of them.
It wasn't until 3 hours into business hours when the sleazy fatso Zhou Dongliang hurried in with his phone in hand. The moment he saw the maid-outfitted Sugar, he practically drooled, his camera barely straying from her. Only then did the cafe's foot traffic start showing a rapid upward trend, leaving Shin Chang sighing at the influence of internet celebrities. Noticing Shin Chang's sigh, Zhou Dongliang sidled up with a grin and said, "How about you set up an official account for this cat cafe, boss Shin? I'll help promote it when the time comes. That way, it'll be easier to announce things, and you can also expand the cafe's influence. What do you say?" Hearing this, Shin Chang pinched his chin and pondered for a moment, realizing it wasn't a bad idea at all, something worth trying when he had the time. Seeing this deadbeat fatty actually come up with a decent suggestion for once, Shin Chang waved his hand grandly and called out, "Wen Yuan. Here." A pleasant voice responded from the kitchen before Wen Yuan's delicate round face peeked out from behind the door.
"Shin Chang, what's up? Add a cheesecake to this fatty's table."
"Alright." Just as Zhou Dongliang was smugly congratulating himself, the moment he spotted the small round face peeking out from the kitchen, his smile vanished instantly, his eyes bulged wide, and his jaw nearly hit the counter.
Boss?" Watching Wen Yuan return to the kitchen, Shin Chang heard Zhou Dongliang's voice and turned his head. "What's up? That lady over there."
Zhou Dongliang pointed toward the kitchen, stumbling over his words. "Oh, she's our new pastry chef I just hired, named Wen Yuan." Shin Chang wore a completely clueless expression.
"Miss Hui, Miss Cheese, Miss Sugar, and now comes Miss Yuan."
Zhou Dongliang suddenly began counting on his fingers and muttered, then looked at Shin Chang with suspicious eyes. "Boss Shin, does your cafe only hire pretty girls?"
Shin Chang's lips twitched. "Get lost. So I want to come work as a waiter at your cat cafe, will you hire me? You're dreaming. See, you clearly only hire pretty girls."
Crack! Several fissures instantly appeared on the glass that Shin Chang was wiping. With veins bulging on his forehead yet maintaining a perfectly calm smile, Shin Chang looked at Fatty Zhou, my shop currently has an opening for a dessert sampler.
Would you like to give it a try? Excuse me.
Recalling the magical cakes crafted by the lady's cheese and sugar, Joe Donleon's expression stiffened as he scurried back to his seat like a startled rabbit. Not long after opening, a burly man with a scarred face and a menacing expression walked in, instantly plunging the entire cat cafe into dead silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop.
Seeing the extra pair of sunglasses on the man's face, Shin Chang's lips twitched slightly. Dalong, what the hell is this supposed to mean? The fierce-looking man's name was Xiang Long. When he visited the cat cafe the day before yesterday, he caused quite a commotion, but after spending a little time with him, Shin Chang unexpectedly discovered his remarkably simple, honest, and easygoing nature. Of course, it's also possible that the role of a house husband has worn down his edges. Upon hearing this, Xiang Long scratched his shiny scalp and said, "Boss, I was afraid my intimidating appearance might disturb your business, so I covered it up a bit." Shin Chang facepalmed. "At least you know you look intimidating, but do you realize that wearing sunglasses makes you look at least 10 times scarier? Can't you see those poor girls outside who want to come in but are too scared to step foot inside?" Xiang Long froze, then turned to look. Sure enough, he saw a few girls hesitating outside in the rain, repeatedly reaching for the door handle only to tremble and withdraw their hands. At that moment, Xiang Long felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue. He turned abruptly, slamming his left hand onto the counter while simultaneously drawing a knife from somewhere with his right hand, shouting loudly, "I'll cut off my finger to atone for my sins." "What kind of old-school Yakuza are you?" Shin Chang, terrified, jumped up and frantically restrained Xiang Long. "Don't get blood on my counter, you bastard." "Sigh, that's much better." A few minutes later, looking at the completely transformed Xiang Long before him, Shin Chang nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Xiang Long had swapped his sunglasses for thick-framed black square glasses, which instantly made anyone wearing them look exceptionally nerdy. These glasses were ones Shin Chang had discarded long ago, with the lenses removed by him. Once Xiang Long put them on, he instantly transformed from a gangster boss into a middle-aged programmer, especially with that shiny bald head, clearly marking him as a senior programmer. Were it not for the scar on his face that drastically boosted his menacing aura, no one would ever associate him with the underworld. "Boss, whatever you give me, I'll protect it with my life," Xiang Long said solemnly to Shin Chang, who could only awkwardly twitch his lips, not daring to respond. Xiang Long, whose demeanor had completely changed, quickly blended into the crowd, discussing cat-raising techniques with several elderly women. At noon, Hui Hui returned holding an umbrella, her face still showing traces of lingering fatigue. Seeing this, Shin Chang teased, "Why don't you take a bath and get some good sleep?" Glancing at Shin Chang, Lin Yue seemed to recall something, crimson flush instantly spreading across her face as she stiffly changed the subject. Senior, has your new pastry chef started working yet?" The mere thought of last night's events filled Lin Yue's heart with intense shame and frustration. Last night, just as Lin Yue was questioning herself whether she had finally shaken this block of wood and was about to succeed, Cheese popped out. At that time, Cheese had only groggily gotten up to use the bathroom. Naturally, Lin Yue couldn't blame Cheese, but whenever she remembered how close she had been to her goal, she couldn't help but feel utterly frustrated. When Yuan is in the kitchen right now, should I go say hello to her? Remembering how when Yuan seemed to enjoy herself during work, Shin Chang couldn't help but smile. Lin Yue seemed quite interested in when Yuan and nodded enthusiastically before darting into the kitchen. After that, the other two catgirls also started popping into the kitchen every now and then. Every time Shin Chang, curious about what they were up to, tried to sneak a peek, he was stopped at the door. Left with no choice, Shin Chang could only grind coffee beans at the counter or stare blankly at the drizzling rain outside. She must have found shelter from the rain by now, right? The image of the ragdoll catgirl resurfaced in his mind. Shaking his head, Shin Chang tried to push the thought away and distract himself by scrolling through his phone. The rain's going to get heavier tonight, huh? A blackout in the West District? What the? Reading the property notice, Shin Chang curled his lips in dissatisfaction. Still can't stop worrying. Chapter 23, The Uninvited Guest. Time quickly approached closing hour, when normally no more customers would arrive, but ding-a-ling, the wind chime above the shop door tinkled, and Shin Chang at the counter instinctively glanced over. The next moment, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. The newcomer was a man accompanied by a young girl, both dressed in ordinary casual clothes. The man had a face as handsome as carved jade, with eyes perpetually narrowed as if never opened, and a smile lingering at the corners of his lips, giving him the air of a fox. The girl wore a casual hoodie, the hood covering the top of her head, with a few strands of raven black hair cascading over her shoulders. Half of her exquisite face peeked out from beneath the hood, exuding an air of delicate beauty, though she appeared slightly aloof, no doubt the reserved type who rarely cracked a smile. Shin Chang always felt there was something off about these two people, especially the girl. She gave him an eerie sense of familiarity. Following the cafe rules, the pair washed their hands thoroughly, disinfected, and slipped on shoe covers before stepping properly into the cat cafe. Welcome, meow. Welcome Two catgirls approached to greet them. The duo stared at the catgirls in silence for a long while, then exchanged a sullen nod before striding straight toward Xinqiang. The moment the two stepped into the shop, Xiang Long's eyes behind his glasses instantly sharpened as he stroked a cat in the corner. Without a sound, he shifted his body slightly closer to Xinqiang, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the two figures rapidly approaching him. Unlike Xinqiang, Xiang Long had felt an inexplicable sense of repulsion toward the two from the moment he saw them, as if they were inherently incompatible. Inside the cat cafe, no one but Xinqiang and Xiang Long spared the pair a second glance. To everyone else, they were merely customers like themselves. Only when the two reached the counter did Xinqiang ask with a faint smile, "Welcome, would you like to order?" The girl suddenly leaned forward over the counter, stopping just inches from Xinqiang's face. Her pitch-black eyes gazed intently into his, as if searching for something deep within his pupils. Xinqiang, confident his conscience was clear, met her gaze calmly, the smile never fading from his lips. "Do you have some ulterior motive for taking them in?" Suddenly, the girl whispered words only Xinqiang could hear. Hearing this, Xinqiang's pupils contracted sharply, yet he maintained his composed smile as he replied, "And what's your purpose in asking this?" Although Xinqiang still wore a smiling expression, the girl suddenly felt an inexplicable, bone-chilling cold creep up her spine. That icy sensation made her heart tremble. She knew with certainty that this man before her couldn't withstand a single move from her, yet this chill made her feel overwhelmingly threatened. Unbelievably, she sensed that if she uttered anything detrimental about those two catgirls, even if this man couldn't defeat her physically, he would stop at nothing to make her pay a terrible price. Protection. Because I want to protect them, protect my family. Seemingly quite satisfied with Xinqiang's attitude, the girl nodded and then straightened up, putting a small distance between them, leaving Xinqiang somewhat bewildered. Then, in silence and from an angle only Xinqiang could see, she lifted a corner of her hat for just a moment before quietly covering it again. And when Xinqiang caught sight of what was briefly revealed beneath the girl's hat, his expression shifted from caution to shock, even outright disbelief. "That's a black cat ear. Another catgirl?" Observing the clothing worn by the girl before him and the capable temperament she exuded, Xinqiang could determine that this cat-eared girl had undoubtedly survived in human society for an extremely long time. Thinking this, Xinqiang turned his gaze once more to the narrow-eyed man beside him. The man didn't say a word, but silently pulled out a small red booklet from his pocket. On the cover of that booklet, Xinqiang could clearly see a brilliantly shining official seal. This seal held immense symbolic significance in Huagua. No citizen could possibly fail to recognize it. Xinqiang was completely stunned. The sudden influx of overwhelming information left Xinqiang with no breathing room. His mind practically short-circuited, leaving him staring blankly at the two, rather, at the human and the cat. He opened his mouth to ask something, but the squint-eyed man waved his hand and said, "Just focus on running your business for now. We'll wait until you close up, and we'll answer all your questions then." Without waiting for Xinqiang's response, the girl and cat calmly made their way to a corner of the cat cafe, leaving behind a visibly unsettled Xinqiang. Xinqiang felt his mind growing hazy. After all, those kinds of documents couldn't possibly be forged, especially when considered alongside that black-haired cat girl. In other words, beings like Cheese and Sugar have actually been on the national radar for quite some time. So what exactly is this human-cat duo doing here? Are they here to reclaim Cheese and Sugar? At this thought, an overwhelming heaviness pressed down on Xinqiang's heart. There was no denying it, compared to his humble little cat cafe, the state could undoubtedly provide them with far safer and more comfortable living arrangements. But, in this short span of less than a week, Xinqiang had already come to see them as members of the family, an inseparable part of his home, loved ones worth protecting with his very life. Shaking his head, Xinqiang sighed helplessly. After brewing 2 cups of blended coffee, he had Sugar deliver them to the person and cat duo in the corner. Of course, this wasn't free. Payment was still expected. Since she was already here and there was no way to keep this a secret forever, he might as well let nature take its course. The feeling of helplessness in the face of this situation left Xinqiang with a bitter ache in his heart. After all, he was just an ordinary guy running a cat cafe. Perhaps he was never meant to interact with these creatures in the first place. "Master, what's wrong, meow?" Noticing Xinqiang's emotional instability, Cheese and Sugar gathered around him. After silently gazing at the 2 catgirls for a long while, Xinqiang pulled them both into his embrace and whispered softly, "No matter what happens, no matter what the future holds, I will always be with you both, never to part." Of course, Cheese will never be separated from owner, meow. Cheese completely missed the deeper meaning in Xinqiang's words, happily rubbing against his chest with pure delight. Upon hearing this, Sugar's emerald green pupils suddenly constricted into needle-thin slits, trembling uncontrollably, the light in her eyes dimming several shades further. In the corner, the man and cat observing this scene simply shook their heads with knowing smiles, then began surveying the cat cafe's surroundings while occasionally bending their heads together.
undoubtedly discussing something in hushed tones. Shin Chang couldn't spare the attention to wonder what they were discussing. Taking 2 deep breaths, he pushed down his oppressive mood.
Their attitude didn't seem entirely unyielding. Perhaps there was still room for negotiation in all this? Chapter 24, Phantom Cat.
During these final moments, the duo in the corner, one human and one cat, had been observing Lin Yuwei intently for quite some time. Shin Chang noticed all these movements from them. Their behavior gave Shin Chang an inkling that they might not actually be here for cheese or sugar, or at least, not solely for the 2 cats. At this thought, Shin Chang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Since there was no avoiding this situation anyway, he decided to stop dwelling on the mysterious pair. After all, he only owned this one cat cafe. As long as they didn't take cheese and sugar away, everything would be fine. Soon, it was time for the cat cafe to close for the day. Since the rain outside hadn't stopped yet, Shin Chang felt reluctant to rush the customers out.
Fortunately, most of them were considerate and also realized this rain would likely continue until midnight.
One by one, they bid farewell to Shin Chang before hurrying off under their umbrellas. In the blink of an eye, only 3 customers remained in the cat cafe. Namely, the 1 person and 1 cat belonging to the National Compilation Organization, as well as Xiang Long. Xiang Long seemed to think they were here to cause trouble. After all, people like them coming to this perfectly ordinary cat cafe, not petting the cats but constantly looking around suspiciously, was certainly questionable.
Sir, I think you may have misunderstood something?
The man with squinting eyes met Xiang Long's hawk-like gaze, his smile unchanged. We have matters to discuss with Manager Shin later.
Would you mind stepping aside?
Humph.
Hearing the word discuss, Xiang Long's brow furrowed tightly.
He let out a cold snort, unmoved, as a fierce aura instantly erupted from him. Even Shin Chang's silly, thick-framed black glasses couldn't suppress it. Though he had washed his hands of his former life to become a house husband, the aura of the underworld still clung stubbornly to Xiang Long. In this moment, he looked every bit the loyal friend ready to take a blade for Shin Chang. Seeing that neither the man nor the cat showed any intention of revealing their identities, Shin Chang had no choice but to speak up helplessly. Big Long, it's fine.
They're here to discuss legitimate business with me. But boss, I told you, don't worry.
Shin Chang waved his hand, maintaining his calm composure.
Dalong, isn't your wife getting off work soon? Shouldn't you hurry home to cook dinner? Seeing Shin Chang's firm stance, Xiang Long didn't insist any further.
He stood up, shooting Shin Chang a concerned glance, wordlessly urging him to stay safe, before glaring fiercely at the slit-eyed man one last time and finally exiting the cat cafe. Hugh the narrow-eyed man dramatically exhaled in relief as he watched Xiang Long leave, then turned to Shin Chang. That friend of yours who watches the premises is quite the intimidating fellow.
The recent anti-vice campaigns have been intense.
Though Xiang Long had long since left that world behind and never had any criminal record, Shin Chang didn't want to discuss him too much to avoid bringing him trouble. So Shin Chang shrugged and changed the subject. Who are you people?
Picking up on Shin Chang's cue, the narrow-eyed man didn't press the issue. Suddenly straightening his expression, the narrow-eyed man stood up and approached Shin Chang.
Clearing his throat, he formally introduced, "Allow me to properly introduce myself.
I'm Xiao Silan, Special Investigator from China's National Biogenetics Research Institute, currently holding C-rank Special Investigator status."
The black-haired CATGIRL also followed suit. As she flipped back her hood, her jet-black hair cascaded down. In a crisp and melodious voice, she announced, "Special Investigator Su Lushu of the Huaxia Biogenetic Research Institute, C-Class Special Investigator." Seeing not the slightest trace of hostility from her and that her intent for discussion was clearly evident, Shin Chang rose with a faint smile and introduced himself. "Shin Chang, just an ordinary owner of a cat cafe, that's all. The second floor of Luminous Cat Cafe, living room." Shin Chang and Lin Yuwei sat side by side at one end of the coffee table, while Xiao Silan and Su Lushu sat directly opposite them. At first hearing the other party's self-introduction, Shin Chang even suspected they were here to dissect catgirls, while Lin Yuwei panicked and hurriedly coaxed the 2 catgirls away. After much explanation from the other side, the 2 finally understood what kind of department this National Biological Genetics Research Institute was. The National Biological Genetics Research Institute of China, abbreviated as Biogenetic Academy, is a state-established department in China dedicated to researching and analyzing newly discovered organisms or fossils, both domestic and foreign, as well as related items. Since most of its operations are classified, its existence is not publicly disclosed, and it houses countless top-tier talents across various fields and disciplines. Special Inspector, referred to as Special Agent, is directly subordinate to the Biofoundation Institute of Sciences, responsible for various tasks such as command, coordination, investigation, assistance, transportation, negotiation, and more during operations. They are classified into 6 levels, A to F. Both the man and the cat hold the rank of C-grade Special Agent, which should indicate a relatively high status. So, what exactly is your purpose for coming here? With elbows resting on his knees and hands clasped under his chin, Shin Chang asked.
Xiao Silin shrugged and replied, intelligence reports indicated someone was openly exploiting a cat phantom for profit. The capture and containment of phantoms also fall within our duties as special agents, so the higher-ups sent us to investigate. Now it seems the facts might differ slightly from what our intelligence suggested. Looks like your intelligence department really isn't up to par. You should replace the person in charge sooner rather than later. Xincheng obviously took great offense at the suggestion that he was exploiting his family for profit, and immediately lashed out at their intelligence department, making Xiao Silin and Liu Su look somewhat embarrassed. After his outburst, Xincheng finally asked, when you say Fantasia, are you referring to these catgirls? You could say that, but Fantasia isn't limited to just catgirls. Xiao Silin narrowed his eyes as he patiently explained to Xincheng, we refer to these humanoid creatures that exist only in fantasy as Fantasia. The two catgirls in your home and my companion Liusu here are just one type of Fantasia, what we call Felit Fantasia. Could there possibly be dog Fanta in the world as well? Though Xincheng's reply carried a teasing tone, his heart was already roiling with waves of astonishment. Could it be that every living creature in the world has the potential to become a Fanta? If that were truly the case, imagine walking down the street one day when an ant by your feet suddenly transforms into a human-sized ant-man and punches you square in the face. Wouldn't that leave you utterly dumbfounded? In such a scenario, wouldn't society descend into chaos? Exactly, though more accurately they should be called canon fantasy creatures. But let's set these questions aside for now and focus on the main issue. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Silin met Xincheng's gaze squarely with his narrowed eyes and continued, I believe you already know that these fantasy creatures were originally just ordinary small animals. It's clear that your two feline fantasy creatures rely on you greatly and trust you completely. This will be an important premise for our negotiations ahead. Xincheng's pupils constricted beneath his furrowed brows. So it's finally coming, is it? Chapter 25 Pyrokinesis really isn't something you see everywhere, you know. Negotiation. Lin Yue finally snapped out of her dazed state from the overwhelming information, her tone betraying nervousness. Lu Shu gave a reassuring smile. Don't worry, this negotiation will absolutely benefit you. But it's not without risks, Xincheng added with a grin, making Liu Shu's smile falter slightly. Yet I doubt you'll refuse. Xiao Silin spoke with unwavering confidence, cutting straight to the point. First, regarding Fantasia beings, our government actually declared its stance and established policies long ago, they just haven't been made public yet. This policy is called harmonious coexistence. Symbiotic harmony? Xincheng raised an eyebrow. Unexpected, yet within the context of Hua country, perfectly reasonable. Because they inherently possess human physiological structures and linguistic intelligence, just with some biological features differentiating them from humans. As he spoke, Xiao Silin's face showed a hint of resignation, since the probability of fantasy creatures being directly accepted into society is practically zero. The higher-ups decided to secretly integrate some fantasy creatures into society to gradually influence people's perceptions. But to this day, there's been no substantive progress. So, you've set your sights on my cat cafe? Xincheng immediately grasped their intentions and spread his hands helplessly. Well, they really were here for his cat cafe. Yes, though it may sound ridiculous, in less than a week, you've achieved significant progress that we couldn't accomplish despite investing countless time and effort, they admitted. Xiao Silin grew uncharacteristically serious as he continued, originally, our mission was to secretly detain you if we found any signs of you abusing the phantom beasts. Then, we'd take over your cat cafe and your phantom beasts in the name of the state. Yet I don't have any. Xincheng replied indifferently, completely unfazed by Xiao Silin's threatening tone. If anything, he was quite satisfied with the authorities' protective measures towards Fantasia. That's for the best. Xiao Silin unexpectedly sighed in relief. First, if that's the case, then we sincerely invite you to join the Bio Foundation Academy as a special investigator, and actively welcome more Fantasia into your cat cafe. In return, we'll offer compensation that will satisfy you. What if I refuse? Xincheng probed. Well, Xiao Silin's lips twitched. I'd still recommend joining the Bio Foundation Academy. Think about it, those Fantasia in your care still don't have official household registrations, do they? And once you join Bio Foundation, you'll have official backing that can deter any troublemakers. You don't need to explain, I was just asking out of curiosity. Xincheng waved his hand. Setting aside other reasons, if only for cheese and sugar's sake, he had already decided to join this organization. Comparatively speaking, things like official backgrounds weren't particularly interesting to Xincheng anyway. Then please sign these contracts. With a hearty laugh, Xiao Silin took 2 contracts from his briefcase and handed them to Xincheng and Lin Yue. Wait. Xincheng suddenly reached out and pressed down on the contract being handed to Lin Yue, speaking calmly, from what you're saying, this job carries certain dangers, correct? Correct. Lu Su nodded, then continued, because some Fantasias pose threats to human society and can be aggressive toward people. Taking in such Fantasias also falls within our mission scope.
Furthermore, apart from China's Biofoundational Academy of Sciences, organizations from other countries hold differing stances toward fantasias and frequently obstruct each other's policies, such as Sakura Logic Society from Rainbow Country, Dawn Research Institute from Rice Country, and the Inno Laboratory from Bear Country.
We often clash with their annoying operatives during fantasia retrieval missions. Life-threatening dangers? In China, those spies would at least exercise some restraint, they wouldn't dare strike openly. Lu Su didn't finish her sentence, but both Xin Chang and Lin Yue perfectly understood what remained unsaid.
Beware of the shadows. Somehow, Xin Chang suddenly remembered the mysterious Shatong.
No way. Then, Xin Chang pushed Lin Yue's contract back across the table. I understand why you included Hui Hui in the negotiations, since the property is hers. But there's no need for her to sign this contract, right? I can sign it alone.
Senior. Lin Yue, who had remained silent until now, suddenly turned her head. But Lu Shu shook her head.
You don't have to sign, but she must. Why? Xin Chang frowned.
Looking at Lin Yue, Lu Jing turned serious and said to Xin Chang, because she's an ability user, she must be registered with the authorities, otherwise it would be difficult to ensure she doesn't do anything that threatens public safety and order.
Lin Yue's pupils trembled violently. An ability user? Xin Chang was shocked and hurriedly looked at Lin Yue. What's going on?
I'm sorry, Senior, for hiding it from you for so long. Seeing this, Lin Yue sighed bitterly. Then she flicked her finger, a strange glint flashing in her eyes as a small flame suddenly ignited at her fingertip. Oh, so it's fire-type powers. Seeing the small flame, the peculiar light in Xin Chang's eyes instantly faded by more than half, his expression suddenly seeming rather disinterested.
Lin Yue? What do you mean? Oh, so it's fire-type powers. You're saying it like my ability isn't even worth being surprised about. After all, Xin Chang had always been somewhat thick-skinned to begin with. Having already encountered several catgirls by this point, the existence of supernatural powers in the world didn't shock him all that much anymore. It was merely a sudden realization that the person he'd been living with for so long actually possessed supernatural abilities, sparking a bit of curiosity in him. Yet, what he saw was the fire-based ability, the kind so commonplace in novels that you could hit 3 or 5 practitioners just by randomly throwing a stone amongst a group of superhumans. Xin Chang's thick-skinned nonchalance made both Xiao Silin and Liu Su break into a cold sweat.
In the end, Liu Su spoke up, actually, fire abilities aren't as common as you think.
Offensive-type powers are already extremely rare. So after signing this contract, will you force Hui Hui to undertake dangerous missions? She doesn't have to participate in any missions, just handle registration and management duties since she didn't sign a special investigator contract, Liu Su said. Even for you, we'll only assign tasks within your capabilities. That's for the best. Xin Chang nodded.
Given his limited abilities, it wouldn't make sense for them to assign him tasks beyond his capacity. He was about to sign the contract when he suddenly felt someone tugging at his sleeve. Turning his head, he saw Lin Yue looking at him with eyes full of concern. Shaking his head with a smile at Lin Yue, Xin Chang picked up the pen and signed his name on the contract. Seeing this, Lin Yue lightly bit her lip and followed suit by signing the contract as well. Who said you had to bear all these things alone, idiot? Raising his head, he happened to catch the triumphant smirk on Liu Su's face. With a wry smile, Xin Chang said, now, can we get back to the topic about the fantasy creatures we started with? Chapter 26 Sugar's Origins. Shall we return to our initial discussion about phantasms now? Certainly. Xiao Silin picked up the thread and began explaining to Xin Chang. First, it's quite a coincidence, precisely 23 years have passed since our Biogenetic Academy first discovered phantasms until today. Throughout these years of research, we've discovered that these humanoid creatures transformed from animals possess both human advantages and their original animal strengths. Take the Felis Fantasia as an example. While possessing the advantages of human physical traits, they also retain a cat's night vision and agility. Moreover, Fantasias generally possess physical abilities and intelligence a tier above ordinary humans. There are 2 prerequisites for an animal to become a Fantasia. First, the animal must be female, and second, it must never have experienced estrus. Once an animal has gone through estrus, it can never become a Fantasia in its lifetime. It's worth mentioning that insects, possibly due to too great a difference in genetic chains from humans, cannot become Fantasias. At least, no insect Fantasias have been discovered so far. The principle behind why animals transform into Fantasias remains unknown. All Fantasias have reported that they seem to communicate with something before their transformation, yet not a single word of that conversation can be recalled. According to those old mad scientists at the Bio-Based Science Institute, there might be extraterrestrial civilization involvement in this matter, though their purpose remains equally unknown. The theories just keep getting more and more far-fetched. It's worth noting that Fantasians and humans have no reproductive barriers, and Fantasians were born with complete reproductive organs from the very beginning.
Offspring born from unions between them display male characteristics as humans while females are born as Fantasians, though such Fantasians initially develop as human infants. All offspring born from human Fantasian unions, regardless of gender, possess the physical qualities and special abilities of Fantasians. Those old mad scientists at the Bio-Based Science Institute believe such offspring resemble evolution far more than they do hybrid species. Upon discovering this, the authorities immediately drafted the Human Fantasia Coexistence Act, and now there are many human Fantasia couples within the Biological Science Institute. That said, I should still mention even though your two cat Fantasias already possess adult physiques and fully developed reproductive organs, objectively speaking, they're only about 1 or 2 years old in actual age. If you're planning to make a move, you'd better ask yourself whether your conscience can handle it.
When he uttered that last line, the smug look on his squinty-eyed face was downright punchable. Ignoring the vein throbbing on Shun Cheng's forehead, Xiao Silin continued, Fantasias inherently understand basic human language and culture from the moment they transform. Their comprehension depends on the human society they were exposed to before their transformation. At our Biological Science Institute, there's an owl Fantasia whose previous form was a pet owl owned by a senior researcher. Now, she's one of the leading doctoral candidates in our major research projects.
Hearing this, Shin Chang remembered his own silly cat, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Cheese, sugar, just look at these kids. And then there's Liu Su. She was originally a Bombay cat raised by one of our special investigators at the Bioresearch Institute. Now, you understand.
Seeing Liu Su nod, Shin Cheng instinctively thought of the cats in his cat cafe. All of them were neutered, it seemed.
TSK, what a shame. There are also some research findings about Fantasia that we'll share with you later.
When the time comes, we've prepared a huge surprise for you.
After deliberately dropping this cliffhanger, Xiao Silin asked, do you have any other questions? Would Fantasia retain some physiological habits from their animal forms, such as heat cycles they haven't experienced during their animal phase? If so, how should it be handled? Shin Chang asked somewhat vaguely. Oh, heat cycles? That's easy, you just need to take a cotton swab and insert it into the Fantasia's *PU.
Lu Su grabbed the cake from the coffee table and smeared it directly onto Xiao Silin's face just as he was about to launch into an eloquent explanation. Cutting him off, she cleared her throat and addressed Shin Chang, who had been listening with rapt attention. Don't listen to his nonsense.
A Fantasia's physiological habits are primarily human-based. If you want, every day can be mating season.
Oh, Shin Chang, who had initially expected some beast-eared doujinshi scenario, let out a disappointed sigh.
Lin Yue noticed this instantly and gave his waist a sharp, painful twist.
Gritting his teeth through the pain, Shin Chang maintained his composure and pressed on. Do Fantasias transformed from animals experience menstruation from the start? Oh, if a Fantasia gets her period, it means she's fully transitioned into a Fantasia for a full year, cause for celebration. Hey, this cake's really good. I should take a couple slices home later.
Time had unknowingly crept to 10 o'clock.
During this span, they'd drawn some of Shin Chang's blood, claiming it was preparation for the surprise they'd promised him. Finally, both parties exchanged contact information, and only then did Xiao Silin and Liu Su prepare to leave.
Boss Shin, we'll be counting on your support from now on.
Standing beneath his umbrella in the rainy night, Xiao Silin smiled at Shin Chang who'd come to see them off. Shin Chang shrugged. I'm just an ordinary person with limited capabilities. I'm afraid my ability to support falls far short compared to yours. Shaking his head, Xiao Silin said with meaningful implication, you'll have those things very soon.
Shin Chang, ? Xiao Silin said no more and handed Shin Chang a pure black phone.
The logo on the back was an owl. The Bio Academy is a closed facility.
If you want to call me, remember to use this terminal, it's exclusively for us special investigators.
Shin Chang took the phone, watching Xiao Silin quickly stride through the rain toward an inconspicuous black car parked in the corner.
Is your cat, Sugar, already 1 year old?
Liu Shu's sudden question, still standing in place, caught Shin Chang off guard. Turning his head, he saw Liu Shu staring at the raindrops dripping from the edge of the umbrella he held, her gaze fixed as she remarked, we found no information about how she spent the year before arriving at your cat cafe. Her origins might be unusual, I hope you stay cautious. Her words were met with a long silence from Shin Chang. Liu Su didn't say anything more, quickening her pace to catch up with Xiao Silin. Watching the black sedan drive away into the distance, Shin Chang suddenly let out a long sigh before turning back towards the cat cafe at a leisurely pace. The first floor of the cat cafe was now pitch black, leaving Shin Chang somewhat disoriented.
Has the power gone out already?
Shin Chang muttered in confusion. But that can't be right, the street lights outside were clearly still working just moments ago. Just as Shin Chang reached out to flip the light switch, there was a crisp click. The entire cat cafe instantly brightened, revealing Cheese and Sugar, two cats solemnly approaching together while balancing a cake plate between them.
Happy birthday, Master Meow. Master, happy birthday.
Xinsheng froze for a brief moment, then smiled as he reached out to ruffle the catgirl's hair.
Turning towards Lin Yue standing by the light switch, he asked, "So you've been preparing this all day in the kitchen? The cake is made with cheese and sugar, and Sister Yuan helped too.
We originally wanted to keep her here with us, but she said she had another part-time job after work, so she just asked me to pass on her birthday wishes to you."
Lin Yue glanced at Xinsheng with slight regret and smiled, saying, "Happy birthday, senior."
Looking at the carefully crafted cake before him, Xinsheng felt his thoughts drifting away for a moment. As Xiao Silan had pointed out, today just happened to mark the 23rd anniversary of the Bio-Institute's discovery of the phantasmal species, and coincidentally, it was also his 23rd birthday. Shaking his head, Xinsheng was about to speak with a smile when suddenly, the entire cat cafe plunged into darkness again. In his field of vision, only the glowing pairs of eyes from the cat's cheese and sugar could be seen, blinking adorably like a pair of dazed little lights. Lin Yue flicked the light switch twice, but nothing happened. She sighed helplessly, "Senpai, it seems we really have a power outage."
Xinsheng.
Chapter 27, Sugar, come home with me.
Number 23. I'm here.
There's a man in West District who adopted a felis fantasia.
The National Biocybernetics Institute will likely approach him soon.
That man possesses a constitution that attracts fantasias, making him valuable to our organization. However, to avoid alerting the National Biocybernetics Institute, you'll make first contact with him.
Should he join their ranks, eliminate him afterwards, and if he doesn't join them?
That's our business, not yours.
Just focus on your own task. This is your first mission, there can't be any mistakes. Understood? Understood.
The night was eerie, with torrential rain pouring outside, its relentless patter against the window panes never ceasing. Under the shroud of dark clouds, not a sliver of moonlight could penetrate, leaving the room pitch black. Using her night vision to locate Xinsheng's room, she quietly opened the door and stepped inside with light, soundless footsteps. Watching Xinsheng lightly snoring on the bed, Tang bit her lip tightly and drew a short blade from her bosom.
To eliminate him. The man's whisper, like a cursed incantation, echoed in her ears.
Seeing her right hand trembling slightly as it gripped the blade, she took a deep breath, trying to steady herself only to find the shaking growing even more uncontrollable.
Kill him.
Eliminate him, kill him, eliminate him, kill him, eliminate him, kill him, eliminate him, kill him, eliminate him, kill him. In that momentary daze, Sato realized her vision had blurred without her noticing.
I am the organization's weapon. Obeying orders and eliminating all threats to the organization, that is the meaning of my existence. Because I am a phantom. Perhaps the meaning of your existence is simply to live alongside us? Xinsheng's gentle voice abruptly pierced through Sugar's thoughts.
As if some string in her mind had snapped, Sugar staggered back in terror, nearly dropping the knife in her hand.
Tears suddenly came pouring down. No, don't.
Spinning around, Sugar fled in frantic steps, bursting through the door, followed shortly by another door opening outside and the sound of hurried footsteps descending the stairs. Finally, after the sound of the cat cafe's door being pushed open, everything in the room returned to silence. Xinsheng, lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils flickering with alertness, showing no trace of drowsiness. Clearly, he had been awake all along. Staring at the ceiling, Xinsheng muttered expressionlessly, "Silly cat, it's so late, and it's pouring outside.
Where do you think you're running off to?"
Raindrops as big as beans pelted my face, the biting cold nearly seeping into my bones. The streetlights outside were pitch black, and the surrounding darkness bred fear that endlessly spread through my heart. The suffocating pressure in my chest nearly overwhelmed me. I had no idea where I was now, no clue where I was headed next, only running blindly, running.
Return to the organization?
The mission had failed.
Going back would surely bring severe punishment, followed by the erasure of my memories from this period. Memory erasure.
Images of Zhishir, Lin Yue, Wen Yuan, and others flashed through her mind, along with Xinsheng's gentle smile deeply etched in her heart. The comfort she felt when Xinsheng stroked her head, the peace upon waking to find him by her side, and the deep yearning when she tightly clung to his hand.
"Master, I don't want to,"
she whispered hoarsely. She could endure any punishment from the organization, but she absolutely could not bear having her memories, especially those of Xinsheng, erased. The memories with Xinsheng's existence were precisely the redemption she had been desperately longing for until now.
Absolutely not. Her running footsteps gradually slowed until she stood still in the rain.
Sugar lifted her face to the night sky, tears mingling with rainwater as they streamed endlessly down her cheeks. Her expression grew increasingly bewildered. If she didn't return to the organization, where else could she go? Return to Lightspot Cat Cafe? If she confessed everything, would Xinsheng accept her? Shaking her head, Sugar staggered with heavy steps toward a street corner. Even if Xinsheng kept her by his side, so what? Her very existence would bring trouble to Xinsheng. Leaning against the wall, ignoring the pouring rain, Sugar numbly buried her face in her knees. She was grateful to have met Xinsheng, but also deeply regretted that she encountered him in such circumstances. At this moment, she truly envied Cheese, who could stay by Xinchang's side without worries, living together with him like family.
No matter what happens, no matter what the future holds, I'll always be with you, never to be separated.
Xinchang's recent words echoed in her ears, only bringing Sugar endless anguish now. Well then, it's time to start wandering anew, before the organization catches up to me. Whoosh! Just as Satu was thinking this, the sound of an umbrella opening reached her ears. The ceaseless rain pelting her body was suddenly blocked, leaving only the pitter-patter of droplets striking the canopy above. Slightly taken aback, Satu looked up to see the figure holding the umbrella breathing heavily, their thin clothes completely soaked through by the rain. Her whole body trembled violently as she let out a hoarse, tearful voice, "Master."
After catching his breath slightly, Xinchang's face broke into a genuinely relieved smile. "Satu, I finally found you."
Startled, Sugar instinctively tried to shrink back, but the wall was already behind her. She could only shake her head frantically. "I'm not Sugar, I'm number 23, No, you are Sugar, my family, not some cold number."
Extending his right hand toward her, Xinchang said softly with a smile, "Come, Sugar, let's go home." I don't have a home. I'm a phantom belonging to another organization."
Sugar's emerald eyes once again misted over with tears.
"It was Unit 23, and you are Sugar. Your home is at Glow Cat Cafe."
Xinchang still firmly extended his hand toward Sugar, who was struggling to hold back tears, and spoke again, "Come home."
"My mission is to kill you, but you didn't actually strike just now." Xinchang's prompt reply left Sugar stunned once more. "You knew. MHM, I've been awake all along." "Then why?" "Because I believed you wouldn't harm me, because you're family."
Without hesitation, Xinchang interrupted Sugar again, his eyes still meeting hers. "Let's go home."
"But my existence will bring you trouble."
Tears welled up again as Sugar spoke through sobs, her voice breaking. "If you just disappear like this, I'll make them pay for it," Xinchang declared resolutely. "I've never been afraid of trouble, what I fear is the people close to me suddenly vanishing. Sugar, trust me.
Come home with me, okay?"
Chapter 28, The Unprecedented Adapter. A glimmer of hope flickered through Sugar's tear-filled eyes, as if afraid everything before her might dissipate like a dream. Trembling, she reached out her hand, only to hesitate and withdraw it when mere millimeters separated her fingertips from Xinchang's palm. Xinchang suddenly reached out and grasped Sata's slender hand as she tried to withdraw, the icy coldness from her touch sending a pang through his heart. With a gentle tug, Xinchang pulled Sata to her feet. Watching the girl who kept her head lowered in silence, he softly stroked her hair, feeling her trembling body. With a light smile, he whispered, "Welcome home, Satu." The next moment, the quietly sobbing Sata flung herself into Xinchang's embrace. Caught off guard, Xinchang let the umbrella slip from his hand and fall to the ground. Only then did he realize the rain had stopped. The sky now revealed a bright full moon, scattered stars, and a luminous Milky Way stretching across the heavens. As if prearranged, the moment Sugar pounced towards him, every street lamp along the entire road illuminated simultaneously. The amber streetlights brightened the road, reflecting off puddles on the ground to appear more radiant than usual, while mirroring the distant starlit sky above. Wah. Burying her face into Xinchang's chest, her slender arms clinging tightly, Sugar wept uncontrollably, her sobs pouring out in heartrending wails, her fragile appearance evoking pity and heartache. Snapping out of his momentary daze, Xinchang silently extended his arms to embrace Satu, gently stroking her soft hair and back, offering her the greatest comfort he could. "Welcome home, Satu. From now on, don't go anywhere else." Beijing, National Bioscience Research Institute. As a classified research facility of Huaxia, the security here could be described as guards posted every 5 steps and sentinels every 10. Passing through multiple security checkpoints, situated at the innermost part of the Biotech Institute, lies the central research lab of the Biotech Institute. Watching the bustling scene of figures in white lab coats moving about, narrow-eyed Xiao Silan crossed his arms and asked Liu Su with a smile, "What do you think Boss Shen's phantom gene compatibility rate is?" "Definitely not low," Liu Su replied with conviction, relying on his intuition. "Your intuition has always been spot on, and I think so too." Shrugging, Xiao Silan turned his gaze toward the massive projection screen at the center of the research lab. Beneath the projection screen stood a relatively small black podium, upon which 2 slots were positioned. Inserted into one slot was a vial of emerald green liquid, while the other slot contained a tube of red blood, precisely the blood Xiao Silan had drawn from Xinchang before departing. Surrounding the black podium were computers of identical models, with a group of solemn-faced researchers seated behind them. Only one strikingly distinctive woman stood at the center. The woman stood out prominently because atop her head rested 2 clusters of chestnut-brown avian feathers. Based on this deduction, the woman should be a Fantasia, and the name tag on the left chest of her white coat clearly displayed 2 prominent characters, Yulan. Blood data linked. Feline Fantasia gene reagent connected. Connection established. You can begin the pairing process at any time. With a slight nod, Yulan's emotionless voice, cool as water, echoed throughout the entire research facility, commencing pairing procedure. Beep, as her words faded, a researcher beside her pressed a button, causing the central projection screen to light up instantly. Displayed was a single numerical value, 0%. In the next moment, that number began rapidly climbing upward. 10%, 20%, 30%, 60%. Excellent, you've reached the adept standard. A researcher nearly leaped to their feet in excitement. You must understand, every evolver is an extremely important combat asset for the Bio Foundation Academy. Watching the still rising numerical value, Liu Su subconsciously let out a relieved sigh. Though her intuition told her Xinchang absolutely possessed the qualifications to become an evolver, humans with over 60% genetic compatibility with Fantasian DNA could rightly be called 1 in 10,000, no one dared claim absolute certainty. Speaking of which, what was your original genetic compatibility rate again? 82%. That makes her one of the top-tier adapters at the Bioengineering Academy. Pity she's just an owl-type phantom adapter with minimal combat capabilities. What's wrong with you? Noticing how Liu Su's gaze had suddenly gone vacant while staring at the projection screen, Xiao Silan turned his head in confusion to look at the display. The moment he saw the still fluctuating numbers on the screen, Xiao Silan likewise froze in place. In the end, all his shock condensed into a single curse that clashed terribly with his usual demeanor. Holy shit. 80%. Report, the genetic matching rate has exceeded 90%. Including Yulan, all the researchers at the Institute wore blank, vacant expressions, leaving only the trembling voice of the scientist counting numbers to reverberate through the room. Finally, the number on the projection screen froze at 97%. The Research Institute remained eerily silent for a full quarter hour before Yulan finally shattered the stillness with a voice brimming with disbelief. Who switched this special investigator's blood sample with a Felis Fantasis? Or is this investigator actually a Felis Fantas hybrid himself? Report, we have repeatedly verified the blood sample on the stage before matching. It has been confirmed to be the blood of new special investigator Xinchang. According to the blood test report, he is a pure human male and doesn't carry any Fantasia genetic material. The Research Institute fell silent once more. Equipment malfunction? Impossible. Every piece of equipment here was developed with massive national investment at the cutting edge of high-tech fields, absolutely incapable of such failures. Next, switch to K9 hybrid gene reagents for pairing. Also, print out all the information on this special investigator named Xinchang for me. Snapping out of his daze, Yulan immediately issued the following order. Blinking his eyes open hazily, he slightly arched his body to grope for his phone by the pillow when a faint scent of fresh grass wafted into his nostrils. Coming back to his senses, Xinchang lowered his gaze and saw Shatong nestled in his blanket at that moment, her head resting against his chest as she breathed evenly in deep, sweet slumber. His throbbing head filling him with panic, Xinchang forced himself upright. Only after confirming both he and Shatang were fully clothed did he exhale in relief. Picking up his phone, he tiptoed out of bed. At least he hadn't taken the first step into criminal territory. The time on the phone showed a little past 6. At this hour, neither Cheese nor Lin Yuwei were awake yet. Seeing the clear weather outside, Xincheng changed his clothes, washed up quickly, and headed out. After all, he still couldn't stop worrying about that ragdoll cat-eared girl. Chapter 29, Antarctic Logistics. This time, Xincheng didn't bring any food. He had already made up his mind yesterday to take the ragdoll cat girl away. It was only Sugar's matter that had delayed him. Pushing open the cat cafe's door, a biting autumn wind after the rain rushed in his face and seeped into his collar, making Xincheng shiver involuntarily. Tugging his collar tighter, he looked at the small puddles dotting the street in front of the cat cafe. Taking 2 deep breaths of the crisp morning air, Xincheng oriented himself and strode forward with purpose. The narrow alleyway funneled the cold wind into an even fiercer gust. Standing at the alley's mouth, Xincheng even felt the wind sting biting into his cheeks. The bag of cakes left at the alley entrance remained untouched, now transformed by the heavy rain into a soggy, viscous mess. Shaking his head, Xincheng bent down to pick up the bag of sticky substance and tossed it into the trash bin, then called out toward the alley, "Are you there?" Apart from the howling wind blowing from within the alley, there was no other response. She must have gone to take shelter from the rain and hasn't returned yet, or perhaps she's already left. After all, there's no place to dig cover here, and now with this bitterly cold wind blowing, it's impossible for her to stay all night wearing just a thin dress. But, I've come to take you away. Xincheng still stood there, raising his voice as he shouted. But, there's a terrifying possibility that she might have been taken in by another phantom organization. After all, the organization Sugar once belonged to seemed to be hiding within One City. If the ragdoll cat girl had been taken by them, just thinking about it sent a chill down Xincheng's spine. Even though the chance that the girl might still be there was slim, Xincheng tightened his coat and stepped into the alley. This alley wasn't just the short stretch from the entrance to the wall. If you walked all the way inside, you'd spot a branching side path, though it too was a dead end with nothing there.
Shin Chang had always been puzzled by this alley's layout. Could that extra dead-end passage have been meant for homeless people to sleep in? When he reached the end and glanced down the side alley, the completely unprepared Shin Chang froze on the spot as if struck by lightning. The side alley had pooled with rainwater, forming considerable puddles. On one such puddle lay a tattered cotton pad, upon which rested an emaciated figure. Her thin white dress was completely soaked through, faintly revealing her pallid skin beneath. Extremely long silver hair fanned out around her like a white rose quietly blooming amidst ruined debris. She lay there quietly, curled into a ball, with nothing but that flimsy dress to shield her from the cold. Her delicate frame was completely exposed to the frigid air, so still she seemed like an actual, exquisite, yet discarded ragdoll. She never even tried to seek shelter from the rain. Regaining his senses, Shin Chang felt a tightening in his chest as if something were lodged in his throat. Staggering forward, he approached the ragdoll cat-eared girl and bent down to touch her icy, pallid hand. An overwhelming wave of regret surged through his heart. The image of the helpless girl curled up miserably under the relentless downpour was like a knife twisting in Shin Chang's heart. If only I had come for her yesterday. If only I had taken her away sooner. Will you take me away with you? Recalling the hopeful words spoken by the ragdoll cat girl that night, Shin Chang's face twisted with anguish. His right hand trembling, Shin Chang gently brushed aside the bangs from the ragdoll cat girl's forehead. While wiping the ragdoll cat girl's forehead, Shin Chang suddenly felt a faint warmth beneath his palm with startling clarity. His mind buzzed. Hastily shrugging off his coat, Shin Chang draped it over the ragdoll cat girl. Paying no heed to her soaked body, he clumsily gathered her into his arms. Thank goodness, she's alive. She's alive. After a brief surge of euphoria, the smile quickly vanished from Shin Chang's face, replaced by grave concern. Though barely clinging to life, the ragdoll cat girl's condition clearly required immediate hospitalization. Can regular hospitals treat phantom species? Will they accept phantom species? And if they do, how should I explain it to them? The image of the squinty-eyed man's smile flashed through Shin Chang's mind. Slapping his forehead, he quickly pulled out the black phone Xiao Silan had left him last night before leaving. Scrolling through the contacts to find squinty eyes, Shin Chang made the call. The phone was answered almost immediately, with Xiao Silan's voice coming through. Boss Shin, I was just about to call you. I picked up a felis girl, and she's in critical condition now, needs emergency treatment. Holding the ragdoll cat girl who was at death's door in his arms, Shin Chang anxiously cut off Xiao Silan's words. There was a clear pause on the other end of the phone before Xiao Silan's serious voice came through. Stay right where you are, don't move. I'll contact South Pole Express. With that, the phone emitted a series of busy tones. Xiao Silan had hung up. Shin Chang was momentarily stunned. South Pole Express? What the hell was that? A courier service? How does that sound even remotely reliable? Shin Chang, who could only pin his hopes on Xiao Silan, had no choice but to pace back and forth in the alley. During this time, he called Xiao Silan several more times, but the line remained busy. Helpless, Shin Chang could only hold the ragdoll cat girl in his arms and wait anxiously. Every passing second tormented him beyond measure. Ding, his phone chimed with a message notification. Shin Chang glanced at it. It was from Xiao Silan. The text contained just two simple words. It's done. Don, what's done? The next moment, something happened that left Shin Chang utterly dumbfounded. Before his eyes, the space suddenly twisted, and out of nowhere emerged a human-sized black hole. A loli-style beauty effortlessly leaped out of it with a bio sound. Upon landing, she winked at Shin Chang with her right eye and declared, Nanji Logistics, Kibasai, at your service. The girl appeared to be no taller than 1.5 meters, sporting lustrous black short hair adorned with a string of golden avian feathers on top of her head, clear indicators that she was a Fantasia. Her delicate facial features resembled those of a Westerner, like a finely crafted porcelain doll. She wore a cotton-padded jacket and a scarf around her neck, but her lower half was clad only in a short skirt paired with a pair of black thigh-high socks, creating an eccentric and mismatched ensemble. The capability of AI is limited. No golden avian feathers here. These fleeting seconds of operation were far more visually stunning than Lin Yue summoning flames, leaving Shin Chang shocked for a century. Chibitas? That's right. Despite having Western features, Chibitas spoke Mandarin with surprising fluency. Watching Chibitas dart around behind Shin Chang in 2 steps, suddenly leaping up to hug his neck from behind, she cheered energetically. Hey, this guy smells nice. Are you ready? Ha? No, what prepa? Before Shin Chang could finish his thought, he saw Kibis raise her right hand and snap her fingers. Initiate teleportation. Chapter 30, The Penguin Illusion and the Teleportation Device. Initiate teleportation. As the words fell, Shin Chang felt his vision go black, the world spinning wildly around him. Instinctively tightening his embrace around the ragdoll cat girl in his arms, Shin Chang was about to close his eyes when his vision brightened once more, revealing pristine white walls and corridors. Immediate resuscitation. A man's roar came from behind. Shin Chang turned his head to see a large crowd of people in white coats swarming forward. They took the ragdoll cat girl he was clutching tightly in his arms,
then swarmed away just as quickly, leaving Shincheng standing there in complete disarray. Hey! Kibitz jumped off Shincheng's back, landing lightly on her feet. She casually slipped him a business card and waved with a smile. Since I took a liking to you, I won't charge you this time. I have a feeling you might become a regular customer of Antarctic Logistics. See ya! With these words, the space behind her twisted once more, and a bizarre black hole emerged. Kibitz waved enthusiastically at Shincheng twice before turning around and leaping into the black hole. Even after the black hole closed and vanished, Shincheng remained dumbfounded on the spot. No way. Is this bastard even a Fantasia's ability? No supernatural being could have such an outrageous ability, right? Lowering his head to look at the business card Kibisai had stuffed into his hand before leaving, the card's content was extremely simple. One side had a phone number, while the other side had a string of English text. Fortunately, Shincheng was, after all, a high school graduate student and could still understand it. Antarctic Logistics, Kibisai. As long as you can provide the exact coordinates, we can deliver you to any place in the world in just 1 second. Phone number, 574-745-688. Shincheng. Boss Shen. Narrow-eyed Xiao Silan and Lu Su hurried over, with Xiao calling out to Shun from afar. In a few quick strides, he reached Shincheng. Seeing Shen's stunned expression, Xiao cheerfully patted his shoulder. Surprised? There'll be plenty more to amaze you soon. By the way, this trip brought 1 human and 1 Fantasia. Those Antarctic Logistics folks must have charged you a pretty penny, eh? Shincheng snapped back to his senses and saw Xiao Silan grinning mischievously. Guessing that the teleportation fee must be exorbitant, he twitched his lips and said flatly, "Oh, she said she took a liking to me, so she didn't charge me." This time, it was Xiao Silan's turn to freeze. His smile stiffened on his face, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. Seeing Xiao Silan go blank, Shincheng ignored him and turned to Liusu, asking, "Was that Kibisai earlier a Fantasia?" Kibisai? Liusu paused momentarily before replying, "She's a penguin Fantasia." "Why do you ask?" Shincheng, question mark. "A penguin that can teleport through time and space?" Ahem. Xiao Silan snapped back to reality, clearing his throat before extending his arms in a theatrical greeting hug toward Shincheng. "Welcome to the Huawei Institute of Biological Genetics Research, my friend." Xiang. Shincheng dodged Xiao Silan with undisguised disgust. "Dr. Yulan wishes to meet with you. Come with us," Lu Su said abruptly. "It seems you still have some questions. We can answer them as we walk." Dr. Yulan? Nodding, Shincheng didn't ask further. After all, he'd be seeing for himself soon enough. Glancing back at the direction where the ragdoll cat-eared girl had been taken, a trace of lingering worry surfaced in Shincheng's eyes. "Don't worry, the Biotechnology Institute's capabilities are far beyond what you imagine. She'll be fine." Lu Su noticed Shincheng's concern and offered reassurance. Nodding, Shincheng followed Lu Su's steps. After all, he had done all he could. If even the Biotechnology Institute couldn't save her, then worrying further would be pointless. As they walked through the institute's corridors, Shincheng asked, "What abilities do penguin hybrids have?" Penguin hybrids? If I recall, it's cold resistance and swimming, pretty common abilities. After a brief moment of thought, Lu Su replied. Then, Liusu cast a strange glance at Shincheng. "Why are you suddenly so concerned about that penguin phantom? Don't tell me, you're thinking of picking up a penguin phantom too?" Shincheng. "Who said I was going to pick up a penguin fantasy creature? I can't just adopt every single one I see, can I? And why did you emphasize the word pick up so much? Wait, are her cat ears real?" Scratching his head, Shincheng asked, "What about that spatial teleportation thing?" "Oh, you mean that?" Liusu suddenly understood and explained to Shincheng, "I heard it's the ability of a piece of alien technology left behind by an extraterrestrial civilization in Antarctica. That alien artifact had been buried in Antarctica for who knows how many years before finally being discovered by those penguins who turned into fantasy beasts. They then established Antarctic Logistics, using the spatial teleportation capability of the alien technology to deliver packages worldwide, making a fortune." Alien technology? Upon hearing this, Shincheng was both startled and slightly frowned. Such advanced technology hasn't any country coveted? Of course they have. Liusu shrugged. Previously, the wine country coveted the teleportation device of Antarctic Logistics and clashed with the penguin fantasy beasts in Antarctica, even going so far as to send troops there. The very next day, their Biological Research Institute found itself on the receiving end of an intercontinental missile courtesy of those penguin Fantasia creatures via a teleportation device, before the alarms could even sound. Fortunately, the Research Institute was located in a remote area of wine country, so the casualties were minimal. After that, the whole incident was quietly swept under the rug. Shincheng. Mourn for wine country for 1 second. Speaking of which, shouldn't a Biological Research Institute be classified as highly confidential? How did Antarctic Logistics find out about it? And where did a group of penguins manage to get intercontinental missiles anyway? Unable to make sense of it no matter how much he thought, Xinchang could only reach one obvious conclusion: this Antarctic logistics was far from ordinary.
Xiao Silan then chimed in to add, after that incident, Antarctic Logistics signed agreements with various nations. Nowadays, they only transport everyday goods or provide teleportation services. They don't participate in any purposeful military competition. Items like firearms, armed vehicles, confidential documents, and such that violate their transportation principles are outside their acceptance scope. At the same time, countries tacitly avoid exploiting loopholes to prevent the current balance from suddenly tipping. Xinchang nodded in understanding. After all, considering they could even deliver an intercontinental missile into a foreign country's biolab, if this Antarctic logistics were willing to transport anything, the Earth would likely become a polluted mess in no time.
We're here.
Liu Su suddenly halted. After navigating through several corridors, they arrived at a remote corner where a standalone laboratory stood isolated. Xiao Silan stepped forward and knocked on the door. Shortly after, a chilly voice came through the intercom beside the lab door. Come in. As the words fell, the silver-white laboratory door automatically slid open to both sides. Xiao Silan was the first to step inside, with Xinchang and Liu Su following closely behind. Dr. Yulan, I've brought the person you wanted. Chapter 31, Al Phantom, Vice Dean, Yulan.
The interior of this laboratory was sparsely furnished, just a desk, a computer, and a modest number of experimental instruments. In the corner sat a small bed, next to which stood a clothing rack. It seemed the owner of this laboratory often slept here. A woman in a white lab coat stood there. At first glance, Xinchang noticed her tawny brown eyes, chestnut-colored long hair, and the two bunches of feathers atop her head, leading him to deduce she must be a Fantasia. Fantasia, doctor, and avian features. These quickly reminded Xinchang of the owl Fantasia Xiao Silan had mentioned to him before. The doctor was clearly very interested in Xinchang, eyeing him up and down while gradually moving closer to him. Until Xinchang began to shrink his neck because the other party was almost pressing against him, she finally took 2 steps back, extended her right hand toward Xinchang, and introduced herself. Hello, newly appointed Special Investigator Xinchang. I am Yulan, the Deputy Dean of the Biofoundation Research Institute and an owl Fantasia.
Hello.
Xinchang shook Yulan's hand with a calm expression, but inside, his mind was swirling with overwhelming shock.
A Deputy Dean, and a Fantasia at that.
According to Xiao Silan, Fantasia creatures have been discovered for 23 years to this day, meaning the oldest Fantasia in the Biofoundation Research Institute is only 23 years old. And this Fantasia before me, with only such youth and knowledge, has already taken the position of Deputy Director at the nation's top biological research institute. However, after giving it some more thought, Xinchang came to terms with it.
After all, experience is an undeniable limitation. No matter how much wisdom and ability surpass ordinary people, this Fantasia before him couldn't be older than 23.
The reason Yulan could become deputy director is more likely due to the higher-ups making a statement about the policy for harmonious coexistence with Fantasias. But even so, the position of deputy director isn't one that can be obtained so casually. For Yulan to stand out among numerous Fantasias and be worthy of such exceptional promotion, she must possess remarkable abilities. I believe Xiao Silan has already briefed you about phantom beasts, so I won't go into excessive detail.
Next, I'll explain some of our most advanced scientific achievements in the phantom beast field at the Biological Foundation Research Institute.
Yulan was clearly someone who disliked beating around the bush, getting straight to the point as soon as she spoke.
Is it related to genetics?
Xinchang ventured, thinking of the full name of the Biological Foundation Research Institute.
Exactly.
Nodding, Yulan turned around and retrieved a test tube containing an emerald green liquid from the experimental equipment. Handing it to Xinchang, she said, "This is the Phantom Beast gene serum developed by our institute. When injected into the human body, it integrates with and modifies the genetic chains, ultimately granting people abilities similar to those of phantom beasts."
To give humans abilities like those of phantom beasts? Are there any requirements for injecting this serum into the human body?
Xinchang furrowed his brows slightly as he examined the emerald green liquid inside the test tube in his hand.
And could it have any side effects?
If I had to say, there aren't any specific requirements for the human body. The concerns mainly revolve around the side effects.
Yulan gestured for everyone to sit around the office desk.
She then placed a cup in front of each of the 3 individuals, pouring coffee for them while explaining, "There's a numerical value called gene compatibility rate that defines the relationship between humans and phantom beasts. Those with a rate of 60% or higher are called compatible individuals.
Injecting the phantom beast gene serum will only result in beneficial evolution for them.
And if someone with a gene compatibility rate below 60% forcibly injects the phantom gene serum, it will cause the phantom genes to forcibly replace the dominance of human genes, ultimately resulting in irreversible changes."
So it makes people grow animal ears and tails?
Xinchang had decent comprehension skills. The thought of people growing animal ears and tails after injection struck him as somewhat amusing. It hardly seemed like a major side effect. The reason this is called a breakthrough in phantom research is that we merely studied and analyzed the animal genes within phantoms that can merge with human DNA. So while we call it phantom gene serum, its essence is simply animal genes capable of fusing with human genetics. You're not mistaken in your understanding, but aside from growing animal ears and tails, one would also develop fur, sharp claws, and fangs, becoming a true beastfolk in every sense of the word. At the very end, Yulan smiled almost imperceptibly, looking somewhat mischievous. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead as Xincheng's hand trembled, nearly dropping the test tube he'd been absent-mindedly toying with. Now, down to business. Yulan sat down opposite the group, pouring herself a cup of coffee before taking a slow sip. She then addressed Xincheng directly. We've matched your blood sample with phantom beast genes, and the final results indicate you're a qualified adapter. Now we can administer the fantasy gene serum to you, granting you strength several times greater than ordinary humans. Of course, the choice of whether to inject the fantasy gene serum ultimately rests in your hands.
Strength several times greater than ordinary humans?
Regarding being an adaptant himself, Xincheng wasn't particularly surprised. After all, if he hadn't even cleared this basic threshold of being an adaptant, the other party wouldn't have wasted so many words on him. Images of sugar crying in the rain flashed through his mind, along with shadows of Lin Yue, Cheese, Wen Yuan, and others.
Xincheng smiled and nodded, saying, I choose to inject the phantom gene serum. Are you certain?
If you inject the phantom gene serum, you'll be assigned even more perilous missions from above, and your life will constantly be at risk. Staring directly into Xincheng's eyes, Yulan said in a serious tone.
I'm certain.
Xincheng answered without the slightest hesitation. I need the power of this serum, it's very important to me. Seeing the conviction, or perhaps obsession, in Xincheng's eyes, Yulan fell silent for a moment before nodding and saying no more.
May I ask, what's my phantom gene compatibility rate?
Xincheng inquired about something that had been weighing on his mind. Your feline phantom gene compatibility rate is 97%. When Yulan announced this figure, her expression suddenly turned more solemn than ever before. Simultaneously, both Liu Su and Xiao Silan standing beside Xincheng cast strange gazes his way.
The trio's reactions made Xincheng pause momentarily. Is there something wrong with this number?
There's nothing merely wrong, there's something seriously wrong. Yulan frowned, her amber brown eyes fixed intently on Xincheng as if observing a freak, and declared, before you, the highest phantom gene compatibility rate we'd recorded at the Bio Foundation Academy was only 86% for an adapted individual. Never, not once, have we encountered anyone with over 90% phantom gene compatibility.
P.S. Omega?
The low birth rate of fantasy species in Huawei is a plot hole that will be addressed later, so stop complaining about village-level research institutes already.
Chapter 32, The Researcher Who Keeps an Owl. Could there actually be any consequences?
Mr. Shin clearly hadn't yet grasped the seriousness of the situation.
Whether there are consequences or not, I can't say for sure.
After all, we've never encountered such a freak with a fantasy gene compatibility rate as high as yours before. Normally speaking, once the pairing rate reaches 60%, the higher the value, the stronger the evolution obtained by injecting the corresponding Fantasia gene serum.
Then what are we waiting for?
Xincheng shrugged nonchalantly. Go ahead, inject me with this cat Fantasia gene serum.
I happen to be quite curious about Fantasia abilities too.
There's naturally no problem injecting you with cat Fantasia gene serum, but... Yulan paused, took a deep breath, and continued, your gene pairing rate with dog Fantasia is 95%. With Owl Fantasia it's 96%, and with Fox Fantasia it's also 95%. In summary, all the phantom gene serums we can provide have a compatibility rate of over 90% with your phantom genes. For an adapter to simultaneously achieve compatibility rates above 60% with two different phantom genes, our Bio Foundation Research Institute has never encountered such a case before.
Not to mention your phantom gene compatibility rates are universally and absurdly high.
Xincheng was at a loss for words, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of surrealism. After all, in his own eyes, he should have always belonged to the most ordinary group of people no matter where he was.
Doesn't this make me look incredibly badass? Wait a minute. If I'm this special, they won't dissect me for research, will they?
Don't worry, Yulan said, seemingly able to read Xincheng's thoughts, offering reassurance before shifting her tone, because our Huaxia Bioacademy has been consistently overshadowed by other nations' phantom organizations, we'd never casually waste high-tier combat personnel. For your particular situation, we can't guarantee that after integrating genes from the first phantom, you'd still be able to fuse with the second ones.
So I'd recommend holding off on injecting the phantom gene serum for now.
After our Bioacademy successfully acquires a powerful illusory alpha, you'll undergo pairing fusion to directly obtain the ultimate illusory alpha abilities. This is the most stable method to maximize the potential of your unique constitution.
When exactly will you acquire such a powerful illusory alpha? And how much time will it take to develop new illusory alpha gene serums?
Xincheng posed particularly thorny questions. Yulan remained silent. If this were the old me, I would have unquestionably chosen this safest approach, but the current me desperately needs this power now,
Shin Chung declared with absolute solemnity.
Since he chose to keep Sata by his side, the organization behind her could knock on his door at any time. He had promised Sata he would protect her, and he absolutely couldn't break his word.
Alright, I understand. Follow me.
Yulan nodded and stood up, opening the lab door and stepping outside, with Shin Chang, Xiao Silan, and Lu Su following closely behind.
By the way, you just mentioned that the Huagua Bioglyph Institute has always been overshadowed by phantom organizations from other countries?
Shin Chang suddenly spoke up as they walked through the white corridor. That's right, Yulan nodded and explained. So far, the Huagua Bioglyph Institute hasn't taken in any phantoms evolved from large or ferocious animals. Our main combat strength still lies in the adepts of cat and dog phantoms. According to currently known intelligence, most other countries have already acquired high-tier phantom beasts, like Russia's bear phantom beast and America's eagle phantom beast, and so on.
Because they're iconic animals, the probability of them manifesting as phantom beasts in their native lands is higher? I wonder if China might end up with a panda phantom beast.
Hearing this, Shin Chang replied half-jokingly. Speaking of which, I recall hearing reports of dragon-like roars in the Kunlun Mountains. Many locals claim to have heard them at the time.
Xiao Silan's thoughtful remark made Shin Chang's expression freeze momentarily. Liu Su sighed and shrugged.
We sent several teams to investigate the Kunlun Mountains, but every single one came back empty-handed.
So your intelligence department really is unreliable.
Shin Chang's lips twitched slightly.
A dragon? Isn't that a mythical creature? How could that?
Then again, with all these superhumans, adaptives, and alien civilizations popping up, it's hard to definitively say whether dragons truly exist or not. Suddenly, Yulan came to a halt, and Xiao Silan and Liu Su's expressions turned strange.
What's wrong?
Sensing the odd atmosphere, Shin Chang instinctively stopped as well. Nothing, just some annoying guy showed up, Yulan replied in a voice that sounded like it came through gritted teeth, leaving Shin Chang with a completely baffled expression. Lan the next moment, a man's voice called out from the far end of the hallway. Shin Chang turned to look and immediately spotted a middle-aged man in a white lab coat with a greasy stubble-covered face, who was bizarrely sprinting down the hallway towards Yulan, who was glaring coldly at him. A savage glint flashed in Yulan's eyes as she took a slight step back with her left foot, then suddenly raised her right foot and delivered a powerful spinning kick straight into the greasy man's face with a sharp gust of wind. Don't call me by that name, you bastard dad.
Pot ha!
The middle-aged man's face visibly contorted for an instant before he spun a full 720 degrees midair and slammed into the corridor wall.
Sliding down the wall, the man gazed blankly at the ceiling with deadfish eyes. It's over. My daughter doesn't love me anymore, even though I hand-fed her every bite growing up. Who feeds owl chicks cat food? You dumb old man. His eyelid twitching slightly, Shin Chang leaned towards Liu Su and whispered, "This is that senior researcher you mentioned? Yulan's owner?"
Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Liu Su replied softly, "Yes, this is Dr. Yen Jinfeng, who holds an influential position at Biomechatronics Academy. He was also responsible for developing the specialized terminals for us special investigators, those black phones we use. Additionally, Lan was the name given to Dr. Yulan by Dr. Yen before she transformed into an illusionary. Well then, seems like this doctor's naming skills are about on par with mine." At that thought, Shin Chang couldn't help but look at Yen Jinfeng with a hint of mutual appreciation in his eyes. The tension gradually dissipated as Yulan crossed her arms and asked Yen Jinfeng, "So what are you here for?
Just to see me? It's Yao Yao's medical checkup day."
Yen Jinfeng scratched his head twice, laughing awkwardly.
Yao Yao?
As soon as this name flashed through his mind, Shin Chang felt something tightly latch onto his right leg. Startled, Shin Chang looked down to see a golden-haired little girl whose height barely reached his thigh with a pair of drooping golden animal ears on her head, clinging to his leg. As Shin Chang lowered his head, the little girl also looked up at him with her light brown eyes meeting his gaze. Her delicate little face beamed with an innocent smile, her fluffy tail wagging beneath her small skirt.
"Big brother, you smell so good."
The youthful, bell-like voice rang in his ears. Shin Chang felt as if his heart had been struck hard by a hammer, his face flushing red.
Chapter 33, Injection, Felis Phantom Gene Serum. Holy shit. What kind of creature is this? Adorable enough to kill me, alright?
This little one is called Li Xinyao, 4 years old, the first offspring born from a union between humans and Fantasia at the Bio Research Institute. Seeing this, Xiao Siling nearby calmly explained to Shin Chang with a smile. Silently staring at the blonde loli clinging to his leg, who was also looking up at him, the realization that this little one's age actually surpassed cheese and sugar combined filled Shin Chang's heart with indescribable weirdness.
Wait, 4 years old?
Currently, the oldest Fantasia is only 23 years old if we factor in the 10-month pregnancy period. Damn.
Who is this absolute legend? Yao Yao. A woman with the same golden curls and drooping animal ears as Yao Yao came running, quickly scooping up Yao Yao while bowing apologetically to Shin Chang. "I'm so sorry, our Yao Yao has caused you trouble." With the warmth on his lap suddenly gone, Shin Chang felt an inexplicable sense of loss. He hastily waved his hands. No, please stand up straight."
The woman appeared to be a canine morphid. Her youthful looks were indistinguishable from Yulan and other morphids, yet her bearing carried the mature grace typically seen in married women. A man wearing round gold-rimmed glasses hurried over behind the canine morphid. He exhaled slightly upon seeing Yao Yao in the woman's arms, then turned to Xincheng. His eyes immediately lit up as he rushed forward to see Xincheng's right hand. "You're that new special investigator with basic compatibility rates exceeding 90% for all morphids?
I've read your file. Well, may I ask who you are?"
The man's appearance left Xincheng momentarily at a loss for words. The man also realized his impropriety and awkwardly released Xincheng's hand with an embarrassed smile. Taking 2 steps back, he straightened the collar of his white lab coat and formally introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Li Ji, head of the CATGIRL Chimera Research Group at the Huaxia Biological Science Academy.
I'm also a student of Dr. Yen Jinfang.
And this CATGIRL Chimera beside me is my wife, Shiryu." With that, Li Ji smiled and extended his right hand toward Xincheng.
Shiryu, as in devouring the moon from the legend of the Heavenly Hound?
Extending his right hand to shake Li Ji's, Xincheng smiled faintly. "F-grade special investigator from the Bio-Based Science Institute, and owner of Wunxie Mianka Cafe." Xincheng,
pleased to meet you.
Recalling Yen Jinfang's greasy stubble-covered face and comparing it to Li Ji's refined appearance before him, the corner of Xincheng's mouth twitched slightly.
These two were really teacher and student?
"It seems you've already settled into your role as a special investigator. That's wonderful."
Li Ji looked unusually excited.
After releasing Xincheng's hand, he paced back and forth in agitation. "Judging by your appearance, you must be preparing to inject the fantasy gene serum. But it's fine, as long as your compatibility rates with other fantasy gene serums remain unchanged after the first injection. It means you can fuse with multiple types of fantasy genes. In that case, even if the Huaxia Academy of Biological Sciences doesn't have powerful phantasms like bears or eagles, we'll still possess the capability to stand toe-to-toe with them." Unable to resist any longer, Li Ji grabbed Xincheng's right hand again. You are the hope of our Hua nation." The imposing gesture made Xincheng feel a bit flustered, but seeing Li Ji's expression, he firmly shook his hand twice in return and reassured, "I'll do my best. Anyway, I don't think a bunch of cats, dogs, and owls combined could take on a bear."
"Alright."
Yen Jinfang stepped in to separate the two, adding with a chuckle to Xincheng, "By the way, I should mention that Li Ji and Shuriwei are the world's first registered couple composed of a human and a fantasia." Hearing this, Shuriwei, who was standing nearby, giggled. Feeling Xincheng's surprised gaze, Li Ji blushed slightly but proudly raised his head, looking thoroughly pleased with himself.
Yulan came up and nudged Xincheng. "Let's go. We still need to give you the phantom gene injection. Plus, aren't you supposed to take Yao Yao for her checkup? Hurry up, hurry up. Bye, big brother." Yao Yao, being led away by Shuriwei, didn't forget to turn back and wave goodbye to Xincheng. "Meishem, bye."
Xincheng, being pushed along by Yulan, also turned to wave at Yao Yao with a cheerful smile, prompting Yulan to mutter under her breath, "You damn lollicon."
Xincheng's face darkened. "Hey, I'm not. I didn't. Don't you dare make false accusations. Enough nonsense, get moving,
or I'll push you straight to the morgue." After pulling out the syringe, Yulan propped her chin with one hand, her tawny eyes fixed unblinkingly on Xincheng. Perhaps because he'd always harbored fondness for cats, Xincheng ultimately chose to inject the feline huanthrope genetic serum. According to Yulan, the combat capabilities of the current batch of Fantasian gene serums at the Bio-Based Science Institute are actually quite similar. After injecting the cat Fantasian gene serum, Xincheng flexed his arm and noticed Yulan's gaze.
He couldn't help asking, "Why are you staring at me? Does it hurt?" Yulan asked. This girl, was she actually concerned about me? "It doesn't hurt. Surprisingly, you're quite skilled at giving shots." This was the truth. Xincheng didn't feel anything after the injection. Yulan remained completely unfazed. Leaning back in her chair, she muttered in confusion, "That's strange. Normally, after being injected with the phantom gene serum, an adapter should experience intense pain throughout their entire body. Could it be because the phantom gene compatibility rate is too high?" Hearing this, Xincheng's face darkened. "Shouldn't you have told me about this before injecting me with the phantom gene serum?"
"I forgot," Yulan replied casually, her tone utterly indifferent.
"Xincheng, give me back the tender feelings I just had. Your condition is quite unusual. You'll need to come with me for further tests later."
Ignoring Xincheng's expression, Yulan said matter-of-factly. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door.
Yulan responded, and when the door opened, Lu Shu walked in carrying a file folder.
"We've taken care of everything you needed," she said. "Also, that CATGIRL phantom you brought in is out of danger now, just had a fever and low blood sugar.
She's already awake and keeps saying she wants to see you. Remember to visit her after wrapping things up here. Also, about this CATGIRL phantom, are you planning to take her with you or let her stay at the Bio Institute? Would you be willing to take me away?" The girl's slightly childish voice echoed in his mind once more.
This time, Xincheng answered without hesitation, "If she still wants to come with me, then I'll take her away."
"Alright then, she's yours now. Congratulations on picking up another cat fantasy." Hearing this, Liusu smiled faintly, but she still needs some recovery time at the Bio Foundation Research Institute.
They'll contact you once she's fully healed, and you can come personally to take her home then.
How does that sound? Deal. Shin Chang nodded. Chapter 34, would you be willing to come with me?
After dealing with the ragdoll catgirl incident, Liusu took out the contents of the document bag one by one and laid them on the table. First were the ID cards for cheese and sugar. To facilitate Shin Chang's errands with the two cats, the Bio Academy directly exercised its authority to Photoshop their cat ears out before printing them on the IDs. Because Shin Chang's naming skills were frankly unimpressive, the names of the two cats were adjusted on their IDs. Cheese was registered as Shinji, while sugar became Shintang. The age was registered as 18 to minimize the social restrictions the two cats might face when functioning in society. Additionally, there were some peculiar certification documents and a sign form concerning the expansion of the cat cafe. Expanding Shin Chang's cat cafe was precisely the satisfactory compensation Xiao Silan had previously mentioned. The old buildings on either side of Luminous Cat Cafe had already been acquired by the Bio Foundation's assets. All that remained was for Lin Yuwei to sign the form, after which the construction team would incorporate the adjacent plots into the cafe's expansion, with all costs naturally covered by the Bio Foundation. Additionally, regarding the information you disclosed about the mysterious organization Wenxing Sun Lu Huanya, we have already dispatched special investigators to look into it. Regarding this matter, Lu Su's attitude was naturally very solemn. Our initial speculation is that this should be a Huanya organization from the United States. Only Aurora in the US would completely use Huanya as weapons, and the US indeed has the capability to keep these individuals lurking in China for so long.
Each country has a different attitude towards Huanya.
For example, the US believes the greatest potential of Huanya lies in their very nature, thus training them to be instruments of war. Bear Country, on the other hand, views the offspring of Huanya and humans as an evolved form of humanity, supporting their integration into society in union with humans, which is somewhat similar to Hua Country's stance. Rainbow Country, however, believes the existence of Huanya could eventually replace and threaten humanity's position, leading them to secretly hunt, capture, and even conduct inhumane biological experiments on Huanya. Upon hearing Rainbow Country's treatment of Huanya, Shin Chang remained expressionless and fell into a long silence. After wrapping up matters here, Yulan took Shin Chang for another medical checkup. Within less than 10 minutes of completing the examination, his medical report was already in Yulan's hands. After scrutinizing the document several times, Yulan turned to Shin Chang and said, "You're odd."
Shin Chang?
Ordinary people experience severe rejection reactions after injecting phantom gene serums, causing the fusion of the two gene types to become highly unstable.
Normally, it takes about a month for complete fusion to occur.
Your genes showed no signs of rejecting the foreign genes at all. Instead, they actively accepted and fused with the Felis Fantasia genes. At this rate, you'll probably fully fuse with the Felis Fantasia genes in just a week. After explaining Shin Chang's condition to him, Yulan said seriously, "Come back here in a week." After estimating the distance to Wenqing City and finding it wasn't too far, Shin Chang nodded in agreement.
Now, there's just one thing left to do. Wait a moment.
Just as Shin Chang was about to turn and leave, Yulan suddenly called out to stop him.
Is there something else?
Turning back to look at Yulan, who was flipping through his physical examination report, Shin Chang asked in confusion. Placing the report on the desk, Yulan looked up at Shin Chang and said, "I've reviewed your records before, which mentioned your ability to attract animals. But based on my deduction now, I suspect that's not a magnetism for animals, but rather, an attraction to Fantasia beings. Moreover, the day you were born is the same day we first discovered the illusory beasts. You must know, our Hua nation was the first country in the world to discover them.
If we connect all these dots together,
I believe your connection to the illusory beasts can be traced all the way back to their very origin." Even after leaving that laboratory, Yulan's words continued to echo in Shin Chang's ears. Indeed, none of this could possibly be explained away as mere coincidence anymore.
At least for now, it doesn't seem like a bad thing.
After giving it some thought, Shin Chang shrugged, feeling that having closer connections with Fantasia girls, who were mostly beautiful maidens, wasn't such a bad thing after all.
Ahem.
Walking up to the ward Lu Su had directed him to, Shin Chang pushed open the door and spotted the frail figure on the hospital bed at first glance. The ragdoll cat girl's eyes were closed, her gaunt cheeks and the foredrip hanging beside her twisting Shin Chang's heart into knots. Tiptoeing to the bedside of the ragdoll cat girl, Shin Chang silently gazed at her pallid face, made wan by illness. He didn't wake her, nor did he leave. Instead, he remained seated there quietly, letting time slip away unnoticed. He had been sitting there motionless for who knows how long, his mind drifting far away.
"Can I hold your hand?"
Suddenly, a dreamlike whisper of a voice, frail and weak, pulled Shin Chang back to reality. Looking down at the awakened ragdoll cat-eared girl who seemed to fear Shin Chang hadn't heard her, she spoke again in a soft voice, "Can I touch your hand?" Even for such a small request, her tone carried the same hopeful pleading as that night, brimming with longing. Nodding, Shin Chang placed his palm over the girl's slender, milky white hand. In turn, she grasped his hand, her fingers tracing light, tender strokes as if memorizing every line and crease of his palm.
So warm,
murmured the ragdoll cat-eared girl, her eyelids fluttering faintly with intoxicated wonder. With a faint smile, Shin Chang replied, "Take good care of yourself and recover during this time."
The ragdoll cat girl showed no surprise, only an expression of disappointment she couldn't quite hide. "So soon, you're leaving already?" Shin Chang nodded. "I'll come back to pick you up in a week." "Ha!" The ragdoll cat girl froze for a moment, thinking she might have misheard, her grip on Shin Chang's hand unconsciously tightening. "I said, I'll come pick you up in a week, take you home."
Looking at the ragdoll cat girl, Shin Chang repeated with a smile.
The ragdoll cat girl froze instantly. After a moment, confirming she hadn't misheard, 2 clear tears slid down her cheeks, dampening the pillow beneath her long hair. "Home?" "Yes, home." Gently withdrawing his hand from hers, Shin Chang ruffled the ragdoll cat girl's hair, which was surprisingly soft to the touch. "Would you like to come with me?" "I do."
Her cat ears twitched twice atop her head as the ragdoll cat girl nodded with tear-streaked cheeks and a radiant smile.
"Remember to eat well. I hope to see a healthy version of you when we meet again next week. MHM.
Seeing that it was about time, Shin Chang bid a soft farewell to the ragdoll cat girl, stood up, and walked toward the hospital room door before pushing it open.
Master." The graceful call of the ragdoll cat girl made Shin Chang turn his head again. "What's wrong?" "Nah, name."
For the first time, Shin Chang saw a smile on the face of the ragdoll cat girl, and for the first time, he noticed the glow in her feline eyes. "My name."
"A name? Let me think."
Shin Chang pinched his chin in thought for a moment before deploying his notoriously unreliable naming skills. "Let's call you Milk Tea." Sue, who was rushing down the corridor, nearly tripped over her own feet upon hearing this.
"Moon."
The ragdoll cat girl didn't ponder much further, her smile causing her eyes to crinkle into adorable crescent moons.
Chapter 35. Are all you key members this free? I have no issues with you naming Fantas giving them names the way you'd name cats, but could you at least choose something slightly more proper?
Returning to question Mufeishi, Xiao Silin drove the car while Shin Chang and Lu Su sat in the back. Xiao Silin had just stepped on the accelerator when Lu Shu complained to Shin Chang. "At least the names you give should be usable in society, right? Otherwise, we'll have to keep fake names on our IDs forever." "Ahem, we'll pay attention next time," Shin Chang coughed awkwardly. Upon closer thought, it was true places like the Bio Research Institute had names like Lushu, Yulan, and Shuriwa, which were all perfectly usable in society.
Then there were Shin Chang's choices: cheese, sugar, milk tea. None of those sound like real names at all. By the way, why are the two of you here to see me off? Or are you investigating Xing again?
Shin Chang suddenly asked, watching Lu Shu heave sigh after sigh by the car window. Logically speaking, sending him home shouldn't require deploying a C-level special investigator.
Correct. We'll also be participating in this operation against the Illusion Beasts organization in Wenqing country, replied Lu Su with a nod. After a moment's consideration, Shin Chang asked, "If you find any leads, could you notify me?"
"That's possible," suddenly interjected Xiao Silin from the driver's seat, "but Boss Shin, since you haven't fully integrated with the feline illusion beast genes yet, I wouldn't recommend you getting involved." Staring at Xiao Silin's still squinting eyes, Shin Chang's lips twitched slightly.
If this guy was driving, would they really make it in one piece?
Though he couldn't comprehend how the squint-eyed man managed to drive, Shin Chang ultimately landed safely, albeit with some fright, in Wuxi Mechanical City.
As Liu Su and Xiao Silin had tasks to attend to, they departed first. By the time Shin Chang arrived alone at the Cat Cafe's entrance, it was already 2 p.m.
Due to the organizational nature of the Bio Foundation Institute, external communications couldn't reach inside without using their specially designed terminals. So when Shin Chang finally remembered to fish out his original phone and saw those 34 missed calls from Lin Yuwei, his heart skipped a beat and cold sweat broke out across his back. However, when Shin Chang called Lin Yuwei back, surprisingly she wasn't too angry. After understanding the situation, she just breathed a sigh of relief and told Shin Chang to come back soon. Shin Chang pressed his lips together, pushed open the cafe door, and stepped inside.
"Welcome, Master Meow." Cheese, who was greeting customers at the door, recognized the visitor and leaped into Shin Chang's arms after taking 2 steps forward. "We didn't see you this morning." Cheese and Sugar were so worried they almost cried meow. "Ha, it's my fault. I'll let you all know next time before I go out." Fondly rubbing Cheese's head, Shin Chang swept his gaze across the interior of the Cat Cafe. The Cat Cafe was packed today, but the peak ordering hours had probably passed. Sugar, the lone cat, deftly weaved through the crowd without any trouble keeping up. Lin Yuwei and Wen Yuan slumped over the counter, their bodies radiating exhaustion visible to the naked eye. With a wry smile, Shin Chang walked up to the counter and said apologetically, "Thanks for your hard work." Of course it was hard work. Sister Yuan handled all the coffee and pastries by herself today. Avoiding eye contact, Lin Yuwei said sulkily, "And no way. Without Hui helping me with all the little tasks, there's no way I could have handled everything alone. When Yuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she hastily waved her hands. Well, in any case, you both did an amazing job.
Turning to look at the satisfied customers, Xinchang praised them sincerely. He. When Yuan played with her hair awkwardly in embarrassment, while Lin Yue puffed her cheeks and let out a huff. Recalling how Lin Yue absent-mindedly mixed up sugar and salt while Xinchang was away today, and now seeing her puffing out her cheeks, when Yuan couldn't help but find it amusing.
When Yuan, do you still have to work part-time after getting off tonight?
Suddenly, Xinchang asked her.
When Yuan blinked in surprise before replying, because the place where I work in the evenings was closed due to the heavy rain, I don't have to go tonight. Then stay for dinner tonight.
Placing the large and small bags he was carrying onto the counter with a smile, Xinchang announced, we're having hot pot tonight.
Hearing this, the still sulky Lin Yue's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Is it okay?
When Yuan, who had been invited by Xinchang, looked pleasantly surprised. Lin Yue quickly stepped forward to grasp when Yuan's hand, her eyes sparkling as she said, of course it is.
Hot pot is best enjoyed with lots of people. Sister Yuan, please stay. Well, alright then, thank you.
Sensing that she didn't actually mind staying for a meal, when Yuan agreed after just a brief persuasion. With everything settled, the two girls, seemingly energized out of nowhere, handed off the remaining tasks to Xinchang before marching upstairs with armfuls of bags to process the ingredients. Shaking his head, Xinchang sat behind the counter and began scrolling through his phone idly.
Speaking of which, didn't he still need to register that official account for Lumapa's Cat Cafe? Master.
On the other side, Shatang had finished her tasks and found herself temporarily free. She trotted over to stand before Xinchang, her emerald green eyes fixed intently on him, feline ears twitching slightly while her tail swayed back and forth. Reaching out to ruffle Shatang's head, Xinchang smiled and praised, you did great today.
Good work.
Only then did Tangsu nod contentedly, a faint smile appearing at the corners of her lips. By the way, Tangsu, go stand in the middle of the cat cafe. Cheese, you come too. Suddenly, Xinchang had a flash of inspiration and quickly instructed both cats to stand together at the center of the shop. Good, next, face each other and press close together, yes, even closer, then interlock your fingers with each other's hands.
Perfect, now look at me.
Listening to the heavy breathing of the male customers in the shop, Xinchang pressed the shutter with satisfaction. Alright, let's use this as the official account's profile picture.
I knew I wasn't wrong about you.
Zhou Pingzi, who had been frantically snapping photos in the corner, wiped away his drool with one hand and muttered in awe. The livestream chat was also flooded with comments like, Boss Shin is truly a marvel. After photographing and uploading all the necessary business licenses for Starlight Cat Cafe, an official account named Ask the Badger Cat Cafe quickly passed review and was officially established. Less than a minute after the account was created, Xinchang witnessed his follower count surge right before his eyes. Blinking in disbelief, he clicked to check only to feel a dark cloud of exasperation forming over his head moments later. The first follower was Joe Fatty Eats Worldwide, no doubt about it, that was Joe Dongliang's account. Next came Yulan is Not Lazy, with an owl for a profile picture, followed by Yen Tech Changes the World, which featured none other than Yulan's face as the avatar.
So, are all the key members of the Bio Institute of Science really this free? And then there were names like Lin Xiao and Lu Su. Wait, aren't you guys supposed to be investigating horrific crimes? Isn't slacking off this blatantly during work hours pushing it a bit too far?
Xinchang began to doubt the capabilities of the Bio Institute organization.
Chapter 36, There's something seriously wrong with this genetic agent.
After uploading the photo he had just taken of cheese and sugar as his first post, Xinchang put down his phone and stretched.
Should I get phones for cheese and sugar too? Xinchang nodded.
With both cats having their identification cards now, completing the formalities wouldn't pose any problems. Then there was the matter of the Thelis Fantasia gene serum. Although Yulan said it would take a full week for complete fusion with the serum, by now there should at least be some visible effects, right? First thing first, night vision. Xinchang focused his gaze and scanned the entire cat cafe. Xianglong surrounded by a group of middle-aged women, Zhou Pingzi snickering with male customers in the corner, a young female guest walking past him carrying a plate of desserts.
Alright, it's broad daylight now, so night vision shouldn't be usable yet.
What other special abilities does that cat have, aside from night vision? Suddenly, the young female customer was startled by a cat darting past her feet. Her steps faltered, and she toppled straight toward the ground.
Xinchang's heart leaped in alarm.
Before he could react, everything in his field of vision abruptly transformed.
Slow, incredibly slow.
The falling dessert, the woman guest tilting toward the ground, everything seemed as if someone had pressed a slow-motion button, moving with unbearable sluggishness.
Is this the ability granted to me by the Felis Fantasy Gene Serum?
Leaping over the counter, Xinchang swiftly moved to the young female guest's side, catching her with one hand while extending the other to grab the falling plate and dessert. His entire sequence of movements flowed seamlessly like clouds in water, executed in one smooth motion. Then, the speed of everything in sight returned to normal. Shin Chang only felt a slight throbbing in his head, likely an aftereffect of using this ability. At this moment, although the speed of everything returned to normal in Shin Chang's eyes, the people inside the cat cafe remained as still as if frozen in time. Shin Chang glanced up at the counter about 4 or 5 meters from his current position. Looking at the plate of desserts in his hand, he estimated its falling height. It didn't seem to have moved much. Clatter. Fatty Zhou's face turned blank as the fork in his hand dropped onto the table. Boss Shin, is he actually a hidden master? Xian Long also raised his eyebrows in surprise. Expressionlessly, he straightened the starry-eyed female customer, shoved a plate of desserts into her hands, and calmly returned to sit behind the counter only to immediately break into a cold sweat. This bio-based fantasy gene potion developed by the Academy of Biological Sciences is seriously problematic. At 8 p.m., with the last customer gone, the shop returned to silence. After putting away the cats who had been serving customers all day, Shi's eyes sparkled as she looked at Shin Chang. Master, what are we having for dinner? Meow. Hot pot. Glancing at the quiet second floor that hadn't shown any movement all day, Shin Chang replied with a smile. Upon reaching the second floor, when Yuan Yuan and Lin Yue had already begun preparing the hot pot, the aromatic fragrance of the broth overflowing from beneath the pot's lid. The savory scent drew Cheese, who hurriedly scampered to the table and sat down, gazing intently at the bubbling broth inside the pot, her cat ears twitching occasionally. Shin Chang also walked over and took a seat, about to add ingredients to the pot, when he suddenly felt an itch on his thigh. Looking down, he saw a fluffy white tail brushing back and forth against his leg. Turning his head, Sugar remained sitting properly while adjusting her bowl calmly, yet the faintly curled corners of her lips couldn't be concealed. Shin Chang's mouth twitched. Could my cat have awakened some strange new traits? Running his fingers through Sugar's fluffy white tail, Shin Chang dropped some cuttlefish balls into the pot. Master, what are these? Meow. Cheese poked at the floating white balls in the pot with her chopsticks, asking curiously. Cuttlefish balls, Shin Chang replied with a smile, vividly recalling how Cheese had been drooling over the cuttlefish on TV while sitting on the sofa earlier. As expected, Cheshire's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this. Cuttlefish meow. Eat as much as you like, Shin Chang said while swiftly pushing all the remaining ingredients into the pot. Watching this scene quietly, when Yuan Yuan's smile never faded. After spending this time together, she had begun to vaguely suspect that these two cat-eared waitresses might not actually be human, and she was no longer surprised by their habit of calling Shin Chang master. Even if she had guessed, Yuan Yuan didn't think about exposing it, or rather, she didn't need to, because Shin Chang and the others had never intended to hide anything from her in the first place. It was just that she had never asked. This was also one of the reasons she loved this place. Lin Yue picked up a large slice of beef, dipped it into the sauce bowl, stuffed it whole into her mouth, then narrowed her eyes in satisfaction and swayed gently on her chair. Hui Hui seems to really love hot pot, when Yuan Yuan murmured softly. Shin Chang nodded. Hui Hui enjoys the cozy feeling of everyone gathering together to eat hot pot, because it reminds her of the days she once spent with her parents. Silently adding this in his heart, Shin Chang fished out a slice of lamb from the hot pot. At this moment, Shin Chang suddenly felt the tail that had been rubbing against his thigh stiffen abruptly, standing straight up and poking into his leg. Startled, Shin Chang turned his head to look at Sata beside him. He saw Sata's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes glistening with tears, her slightly puffed-out cheeks working hard as they moved. Shin Chang broke into a cold sweat. I forgot, Sata can't handle hot food like cats. Ow. With great difficulty swallowing the mouthful, Sata stuck out her little pink tongue, looking at Shin Chang with teary eyes. Hey now, why does it look like I've done something weird to her? Left with no choice, Shin Chang had to give Sata an extra empty plate to let her food cool down. She stuffed the octopus ball she'd been hesitating over into her mouth, and the next moment, her cat ears and tail stood straight up. Delicious, meow. Fu Lin Yue had been wearing a satisfied smile the whole time. After all, it used to be just her and Shin Chang eating hot pot together, which always felt a bit lonely. By the time everyone leaned back in their chairs patting their full bellies, it was nearly 10 p.m. Thanks for the meal. Wiping her mouth with a tissue, when Yuan Yuan stood up cheerfully and began helping Shin Chang clean up. Lin Yue took the stack of plates when Yuan Yuan had just gathered and said, Sister Yuan Yuan, aren't you in a hurry to get back? Cheese Sugar and I can handle things here. Let your senior see you home. Oh, that's really too kind. When Yuan Yuan quickly waved her hands, her face flushing red, Shin Chang set down his bowl and chopsticks, smiling faintly. It's fine. It wouldn't be good to let a girl walk alone at night anyway. Then, thank you. As the building slipped past the car windows at a steady pace, when Yuan Yuan, sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but remark to the humming Shin Chang in the driver's seat, you always seem to have a smile on your face, Shin Chang. It makes people feel so warm. Staring into the distance, Shin Chang recalled, perhaps it's because of my mother's influence? A large part of my personality comes from her too. Then your mother must be a very noble person, when Yuan Yuan remarked, covering her mouth with a light chuckle upon hearing this. Images of his mother surfaced in his mind, causing Xincheng's expression to become peculiar.
A noble person. Chapter 37 Hu Huanya. Following Wen Yuanyuan's directions, Xincheng eventually pulled over at Baiyue Hospital. Is a family member hospitalized?
Xincheng asked, glancing at Wen Yuanyuan as she unfastened her seatbelt.
Yeah, it's my mom.
Nodding, Wen Yuanyuan unbuckled her seatbelt and prepared to get out of the car.
Wait a moment.
Xincheng suddenly waved his hand and, under Wen Yuanyuan's puzzled gaze, handed her an envelope. This is your salary for this month, given to you in advance. I hope your family member recovers soon. Taking the weighty envelope and feeling its thickness, Wen Yuanyuan knew there was far more than 6,000 inside. Thinking of her current financial struggles, she couldn't help but feel her nose tingling with emotion.
Bowing deeply to Xincheng, Wen Yuanyuan said, "Thank you."
Waving his hand dismissively, Xincheng replied calmly, "You've earned it."
Wen Yuanyuan didn't leave immediately afterward.
Instead, she sat silently in the car, locking eyes with Xincheng for a long moment.
After some hesitation, she finally spoke up. "Would you like to come inside the hospital with me?"
For some reason, Wen Yuanyuan found the phrase, "come visit my mom at the hospital," too embarrassing to say directly to Xincheng, so she ultimately couldn't bring herself to voice it. But Xincheng quickly grasped her meaning and replied with a smile, "Sure." However, before Wen Yuanyuan could show her delight, a shrill ringtone suddenly pierced the air, completely shattering the carefully built atmosphere inside the car. Xincheng was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly pulled out the special terminal phone customized by the Bioengineering Academy from his pocket. After glancing at the caller ID, he tapped to answer. "Fringe? Wenqing's faraway zoo, hurry." Fringe's voice came through the phone, delivering just one brief sentence before hanging up. Had they discovered some clues about the Phantom organization from another country? Putting down his phone, Xincheng looked at Wen Yuanyuan. Very understanding, Wen Yuanyuan shook her head. "It's alright, I was being abrupt. You go ahead with your business." With that, Wen Yuanyuan opened the car door and stepped out. After taking a few looks at Wen Yuanyuan waving goodbye to him outside the car window, Xincheng turned his head back, adjusted his position, and stepped on the accelerator. Watching Xincheng's car fade into the distance, Wen Yuanyuan, who had remained standing in place, gradually stopped waving her hand. Finally, she lowered her head and lightly bit her lip. "Indeed, I still feel somewhat unwilling after all." Blublo Zoo was the only zoo in question city and also located in the city center, so Xincheng arrived at the scene within just 5 minutes. It appeared that soldiers belonging to the Wenqing district were armed and guarding the zoo's main entrance, with 2 layers of barricade tape set up. Seeing that the Bio Foundation Institute's operation could secure cooperation from the local military district, Xincheng gained a deeper understanding of the institute's authority. Jogging up to the entrance, several soldiers immediately stopped him. No unauthorized personnel allowed inside. With a wry smile, Xincheng reached into his pocket to call Liu Su, but unexpectedly, his fingers brushed against a small notebook. Taking it out and looking closely, it was his F-rank Special Investigator identification card. Although the soldier didn't understand what this booklet was, he could clearly see the emblem on it. With a solemn expression, he walked up to Xincheng and said, "May I see this identification?" Nodding, Xincheng handed it over. The soldier took the notebook, scrutinized it several times, then closed it and returned it to Xincheng before suddenly standing at attention and saluting him. After the salute, the soldier turned and signaled with a wave of his hand. The other soldiers guarding the entrance immediately stepped aside in unison, forming a clear path for Xincheng, their expressions solemn as they saluted in perfect sync. Xincheng was startled. Was his status as a special investigator really this effective? Keep in mind, he was only an F-rank special investigator, the lowest tier at that. Arriving at the central area of the zoo, Xincheng spotted from afar a group of soldiers dressed in uniforms emblazoned with the words Biocorps, also heavily armed, forming a perimeter. Xincheng immediately noticed Xiao Silin and Liu Su inside, as the man and the cat stood out conspicuously in their casual attire amidst the uniformed personnel. Approaching them, Xincheng asked, "Have you found any leads about the Foreign Fantasia organization?" Liu Su shook her head and replied, "We've already checked the location Sugar provided, only to find some broken equipment lying around. They must have relocated long ago. It's a real headache. But now, there's another pressing matter." Xiao Silin wore an even more bitter smile. "Boss Shin, you really should have waited a bit longer before injecting that cat Fantasia gene serum." Hearing this, Xincheng looked utterly bewildered as he turned his gaze toward the center of the encirclement, where a man and a woman were locked in a fierce back-and-forth fight. "Though it's perfect timing that you arrived, Boss Shin," Xiao Silin suddenly added with a grin. "Just in time to witness the efficiency of our Bio Foundation Institute." Bang! No sooner had he spoken than the man clearly from the Bio Foundation faction was sent flying back into the crowd. The humiliating defeat of their own comrade, combined with the abrupt slap to Xiao Silin's pride, left his expression stiff. Liu Su, however, nodded understandingly. After all, their opponent is a Tiger Phantom hybrid. No ordinary Cat Phantom adapter could possibly win against them.
Tiger Phantom Asia?
Xin Shang, catching the keywords, turned to scrutinize the girl standing in the center of the encircled area.
The girl had short orange hair, round orange and black ears, and an orange and black striped tail trailing behind her.
With her hands on her hips and her head held high like a victorious rooster, she exuded an air of triumph as she declared, "What's this bio-institute?
None of you can even put up a fight." Xin Chang's lips twitched. What the hell is going on here?
As you can see, Lu Su spread her hands with a shrug. While investigating the movements of foreign phantom organizations, we suddenly discovered this Tiger Phantom. You know how it is, because the phantoms currently in our Bio Foundation Academy are generally weak. We've always been overshadowed by other countries' phantom organizations. The appearance of this Tiger Phantom has driven the researchers at the Bio Foundation Academy into a frenzy. They've demanded we bring her in at all costs.
Then why send people to fight her? Why not just use tranquilizer darts? Xin Chang asked, puzzled. Tranquilizers are only for absolute emergencies. Lu Su shook her head with some resignation and said, Phantas possess high intelligence, so we usually negotiate first to get their willing cooperation for containment. This approach also benefits their participation in the Biogenomics Research Institute studies.
Only those Phantas who are dead set on disrupting social order and harbor severe hostility toward society do we resort to using tranquilizer darts or live ammunition. And this Tiger Phantomia, she said that as long as someone among us can defeat her, she'll agree to be taken in by us. Turns out she's quite the combative type. Glancing at the Tiger Phantomia girl standing rigidly there, Xin Chang recalled the small cats and dogs at the Biological Base Research Institute and felt a wave of helplessness rise in his heart.
Is there even a fight here? Chapter 38, Complete Domination.
At that moment, clear footsteps sounded. Xin Chang turned his head to see a man who appeared only 2 or 3 years older than him running over. The man straightened his posture and saluted solemnly, Grade D Special Investigator of the Bio Foundation Science Institute, Chu Xin, reporting for duty. This is Chu Xin, the team leader dispatched by the organization to investigate the Phantom organization in Wenxing country. As a canine Phantom adept, his genetic compatibility rate with canine Phantom traits reaches an astonishing 78.6%, placing him among the most elite adepts in our Bio Foundation Science Institute. After introducing Chu Xin to Xin Chang, Xiao Silan then pointed to Xin Chang and said to Chu Xin, "This is the newly promoted Grade F Special Investigator Xin Chang, a feline Phantom adapted individual."
The fact that Xin Chang's gene pairing rate with all phantasmal creatures exceeded 90% was classified information, known only to top-level researchers.
Therefore, Xiao Silan merely referred to Xin Chang as a feline Phantom adapted individual.
Chu Xin nodded enthusiastically and extended his hand warmly. Hello. Hello.
Chu Xin's demeanor instantly won Xin Chang's favor, who smiled and shook hands with him.
Are we fighting or not? I'm leaving if you don't make a move soon.
The feline girl's voice rang out across the field, causing Chu Xin to furrow his brows.
Your turn now.
Xiao Silan chuckled, if even you can't handle her, we'll probably have to ask those old fellows from the Bio Foundation Institute to step in. Don't worry, it won't come to that. Chu Xin's lips curled into a confident smirk as he pushed off with his legs. With a thunderous boom, he leaped several meters high before crashing down right in front of the feline girl. Alright, let's dance.
Oh, this might actually be interesting.
The feline girl's eyes sparkled with renewed interest as she properly settled into her fighting stance. Chu Xin also adopted his stance, and both parties froze in position. The crowd from the Institute of Bioengineering fell silent as well, their eyes fixed intently on the motions of the lone man and the tiger. Observing their postures, Xin Chang raised his eyebrows slightly. The tiger-girl hybrid stance was full of glaring flaws, disordered and chaotic, clearly untrained.
In contrast, Chu Xin maintained a balanced, centered posture, steady yet imposing, marking him unmistakably as a seasoned practitioner.
This must have been why Chu Xin felt confident confronting the tiger-girl hybrid despite his own canine hybrid abilities being inferior in raw strength, wasn't it? But, in the next moment, the tiger-girl illusionist was the first to move. Quick as a fleeting rabbit, everyone saw only a black shadow flash by before her fist was already hammering towards Chu Xin's face.
Xin Chang frowned slightly.
The speed was impressive, but thanks to the CATGIRL illusionist gene serum enhancing his dynamic vision, he could still track her movements. But, what about her strength? Unbelievably fast.
The dog girl illusionist gene serum didn't grant dynamic vision capabilities.
The tiger girl's sudden attack caught Chu Xin entirely by surprise, leaving him no time to react beyond instinctively raising his arms to block.
Boom!
The solid impact from the tiger girl's punch sent waves of excruciating pain through Chu Xin's arms, accompanied by cracking sounds that twisted his face into a grimace. Bending his knees slightly to steady himself, Chu Xin let out a fierce shout. Instead of retreating, he pressed forward, forcefully deflecting the tiger-human girl's punch before driving his own fist straight into her abdomen. Ha! Thwack! The punch was firmly caught by a jade-like hand, instantly freezing Chu Xin's expression in astonishment. Then, the somewhat disappointed voice of the tiger-eared girl reached his ears, too slow.
Then suddenly, boom!
Many people present hadn't even seen how the tiger-eared phantom girl had struck. In the blink of an eye, Chujin, whose fist had been clamped, was sent flying backward. He landed on the ground, rolled several times, and coincidentally came to a stop right in front of Xinchang and the others, curled up and twitching faintly, completely crushed. Although Chujin's combat skills and actual combat experience could completely overwhelm the cat-eared girl, he clearly underestimated the gap in physical prowess between them. Whether it's speed, reaction time, or strength, the gap between them is as vast as an impassable chasm. Lu Su's expression hardened as her hand swiftly grabbed the grip of the pistol at her waist. The tiger-eared girl shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Don't worry, I know my limits. At worst he'll be bedridden for a couple days, no lasting damage either." Looking at Chujin lying right before her, Lu Su let out a sigh and reluctantly released her grip on the gun handle. She assigned 2 people to carry Chujin away on a stretcher while taking out her phone and muttering, "Looks like I'll have to request instructions from higher-ups. Step aside." At this moment, Chujin, still curled up, spoke. The 2 staff members ignored him, reaching out to lift him onto the stretcher, but their hands were swatted away one by Chujin. Gritting his teeth, Chujin forced himself to stand and glared at the tiger phantom girl, again. The tiger phantom girl crossed her arms, unmoved. "Enough," she said. "You can't beat me." Seeing this, Xinchang furrowed his brows. In Xinchang's view, this was merely a competition where losing wouldn't cost them anything. Continuing to stubbornly fight despite being completely outmatched was nothing but meaningless bravado. But Xinchang was, after all, just an F-level special investigator with no authority here, so he could only turn his gaze to Liu Su. Liu Su clearly shared Xinchang's opinion and immediately commanded, "Chujin, stand down." Yet Chang seemed completely deaf to Lu Su's words as he pointed at the tiger-eared girl and roared, "Come at me again, you tigress." Hearing this, the tiger-eared girl's expression instantly turned frosty. Like an arrow released from its bow, she suddenly darted before Chang. Whirling around, she launched a sweeping kick that cut through the air with a sharp whistle. Her icy voice followed the attack. "Very well, I'll oblige you." She's gotten even faster. Xinchang roughly estimated in his heart, this must be the peak speed of the tiger illusion hybrid girl. Compared to myself with dynamic vision activated, it still feels a bit lacking? Knowing he couldn't withstand the blow, Chujin had already prepared himself by swiftly rolling sideways to evade. Just as he was about to rise and counterattack, he froze in place. Completely absorbed in the tiger-eared phantom girl before him, he failed to notice Lu Su was standing right behind him all along. He managed to dodge the strike, meaning this sudden whip kick would land squarely on Liu Su. The tiger-eared magical girl was also stunned. This anger-fueled whip kick was no joke. While a hit on Chujin wouldn't be fatal, since she'd aimed for his shoulder, it would at most fracture the bone and prolong his recovery. But since Liu Su was shorter than Chujin, at the same trajectory, that kick would have been heading straight for her neck. This kick would undoubtedly be fatal if it landed on Liu Su. It was too late to retract her leg. The tiger girl closed her eyes in despair. "I'm sorry, Mom, I still ended up killing someone." Liu Su stood frozen in place, utterly dumbstruck. Because she had just called out to Chujin, only to see him persist in his stubborn ways, she had no choice but to reluctantly refocus her attention on her phone. As a result, Lu Su had no chance whatsoever to react to the sudden whip-like kick. All she could do was despairingly sense the whistling sound of the sweeping leg growing nearer and nearer to her neck. Creak! A crisp sound of snapping bone echoed through the night sky. Chapter 39, Retrieval Complete. Chujin's gaze turned vacant, his entire body motionless. Xiao Silan's narrowed eyes abruptly flew open, revealing golden pupils filled with astonishment. Lu Su's lips parted slightly, her eyes wide open, but her pupils had constricted into needle-like slits, trembling faintly. Realizing the unusual sensation against her leg, the tiger-eared girl slowly opened her eyes. Upon grasping the situation, her expression instantly turned incredulous. She saw the man, who had always lingered in the crowd's shadows yet inexplicably made her feel a strange closeness, now standing before Liu Su. His left arm, raised high, had just intercepted her whip-like kick, though it was now visibly bent and deformed, undoubtedly fractured. Quickly retracting her leg and stumbling back several steps, the tiger-eared girl stammered apologetically to Xinchang, "Are you okay? I am so sorry, The excruciating pain radiating from his arm made Xinchang's face twitch uncontrollably, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. "Do I look okay to you?" If not for the crowd surrounding him, Xinchang would have already embarrassingly cradled his left arm, howling and rolling on the ground in agony. After clearly seeing the injury on Xinchang's left arm, a terrifying flash of killing intent burst in Liu Su's eyes as she swiftly drew a pistol from her waist, aiming it at the tiger phantom girl, racking the slide, replacing the magazine, and chambering around in one fluid motion. Liu Su. Seeing her about to pull the trigger, Xinchang urgently growled her name. The tassel's movement stopped as she looked at Xinchang with confusion. Hey, weren't you just saying we should take in this tiger phantom at all costs? Now you're talking about killing her so casually, how can you act like it's completely natural?" Gritting his teeth, Xincheng ignored the stunned gazes around him, slung his left arm behind his back, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his right hand. Then he pointed at the tiger-eared girl and uttered a sentence that made everyone's eyes nearly pop out of their heads.
Come on, I'll take you on. This sentence startled everyone, especially the tiger illusion girl who retreated several steps in shock. And no way? You're going to fight me like this? Are you kidding me? Then I'll make my move.
Ignoring the tiger illusion girl's words, Xincheng struck out with just his right hand, going straight for the tiger illusion girl.
Xincheng, Liusu finally reacted, hurriedly calling out. Are you kidding me? With fractures like these, you'd have to amputate if you don't treat them quickly.
But then, in the next moment, something utterly astonishing happened. Xincheng's surprise attack was so fast that the tiger girl hybrid couldn't react in time.
Startled, the tiger-eared girl immediately recognized this opponent's worth.
Mirroring Xincheng's stance, she placed her left arm behind her back and swiftly reached out with her right hand to grab him. Just as her tiger claws were about to clamp onto Xincheng's right hand, his wrist nimbly twisted, reversing the grapple to seize her arm instead. Simultaneously, he drove a powerful knee strike toward her abdomen with explosive force. Humph! Though slightly slower in speed, the tiger-eared girl believed her strength was no less than Xincheng's. Wrenching her right arm free, she forcefully slapped down his incoming knee. As she prepared to end the battle with a sweeping kick, she suddenly realized Xincheng had accelerated.
The knee strike was merely a feint.
Just as the tiger girl's attention was wholly focused on Xincheng's lower body, his right arm suddenly accelerated to several times its original speed, striking like a viper towards her neck.
In the end, Xincheng's spear hand stopped just an inch from the tiger girl's throat. The battle ended, freezing at this exact frame, all in under 10 seconds. The tiger girl opened her mouth to claim she'd been careless, but seeing Xincheng's left arm trembling slightly behind his back and the cold sweat slowly dripping down his forehead, those words stuck in her throat, impossible to voice. I lose, the tiger girl finally admitted. Woohoo!
The crowd from the Bio Union Academy erupted in cheers. With such a powerful illusion beast now under their control, it meant that from today onward, the Hua Country Bio Union Academy had officially gained the capability to stand toe-to-toe with illusion beast organizations from other countries. If it weren't for Xincheng's current injuries, they probably would have thrown him into the air right then and there. However, Liusu showed no trace of joy on her face. With a stern expression, she stepped in front of Xincheng and said, Your left arm is severely injured. You need to come with us to the hospital immediately for treatment. To prevent any hidden complications, you must also undergo a repair fluid treatment at the Bio Union Academy in a week. Understood? Though Xincheng didn't know what repair fluid was, he could clearly hear the urgency and concern in Liusu's voice, so he simply nodded repeatedly in response. Then, Liusu turned her head to look at the tiger girl and said calmly, Wait here properly. A special car will come to pick you up soon. I'll honor the agreement and go with you, but before I leave, I want to see one more person. Though somewhat reluctant, the tiger girl clearly wasn't one to lose gracelessly. Liusu slightly frowned and directly grabbed Xincheng's right hand, preparing to take him to the hospital regardless of the tiger girl's plea. However, a person dressed in the uniform of the Bio Institute hurried over, saluted, and reported, Emergency notice. There's a woman named Emoshina at the zoo's main gate demanding entry. She appears to be an animal keeper from Qinghui Zoo and refuses to leave no matter what we say. Go talk to Xiao Silin about it. Liusu seemed to be in a foul mood as she gripped Xincheng's right hand, intent on leaving for the hospital right away. With a wry smile, Xincheng gently squeezed Liusu's palm and said, I'm not seriously hurt. Let's finish what we need to do first. But, let her in. The tiger illusion girl's eyes suddenly lit up. She's the one I've been looking for. Hearing this, Liusu nodded and spoke straightforwardly, No need for her to come in, we'll go out to find her ourselves. Calling Xiao Silin, the group rushed frantically towards the main entrance of Qinghui Zoo. Nana! As soon as he arrived at the entrance, he saw a young woman in a beige shirt being stopped by two soldiers. This young woman must be the person the tiger phantom girl wanted to see, Emoshina. Approaching Emoshina, Liusu waved his hand to disperse the soldiers. As soon as she saw the soldiers no longer blocking her, Emoshina immediately rushed to the tiger phantom girl's side, asking anxiously, Nana, how are you? Are you hurt? It seems Nana is the name of the tiger phantom girl. Mom! Nana's rounded ears drooped slightly, her voice unconsciously softening. I'm not hurt, these people are good. They just came to, take me in. Take you in? Emoshina froze momentarily. After scanning the people around her and spotting the biogenetics division insignia, her face paled slightly. You're not going to take Nana back for experiments, are you? We are indeed conducting research, but don't worry, we won't harm her. Otherwise, we would have used tranquilizer darts from the start rather than negotiating with her. As she spoke, Liusu even pointed to her own cat ears as proof of the biogenetics division's stance toward Fantasia. Chapter 40, A Temporary Conclusion. Seeing that Liusu and Nana seemed to be of the same kind, Emoshina relaxed her guard slightly. You mentioned negotiation just now? What exactly is the negotiation about? proposed by Nana, as long as anyone of us can defeat her, she'll agree to be taken in by us.
Then we won.
At this point, Liu Su shot a cold glance at Nana.
Nana's face flushed red as she guiltily lowered her head. Nana, didn't I tell you not to fight? Did you hurt anyone?
Hearing this, Emoshinya stamped her foot in anger, making Nana lower her head even further. Scanning through the crowd, Emoshinya immediately locked eyes with Xinqiang, who was standing with his arms crossed. When she saw the injury on Xinqiang's left arm, the honest young woman was on the verge of tears. She hurriedly stepped forward and repeatedly bowed to him, frantically uttering phrases like "I'm sorry" and "I'm so terribly sorry," leaving Xinqiang both amused and exasperated. The people who needed to be seen had been seen, and under Emoshinya's reluctant gaze, Nana was taken away by the specialized vehicle from the Biological Science Institute. Xinqiang, meanwhile, got into the car driven by Xiao Silan and Liu Su to head to the hospital.
After a moment's hesitation, Emoshinya also climbed into the car after them.
After receiving some basic first aid on the way to the hospital, Xinqiang teased Xiao Silan with a grin. "Never realized your eyes were actually quite attractive. I never would have guessed our usually refined and gentle Boshin could be so manly." Xiao Silan shot back nonchalantly, clearly unwilling to dwell further on the topic of his eyes.
"I'm truly very sorry. I'll pay for Nana's medical expenses in her place."
Emoshinya bowed apologetically to Xinqiang once more, while the cold voice of Liu Su beside her interjected, "No need to trouble yourself with medical fees.
The Biomedical Academy will cover all expenses." "You sound a little angry?"
When I stepped out of the hospital again, it was nearly midnight.
At this moment, Emoshinya kept apologizing to Xinqiang, giving him a headache. "Do you work at Qinghui Zoo?" After a slight pause, Emoshinya nodded. "Yes, I'm an animal caretaker there." "Can you drive?"
"I could." Pulling the car keys from his pocket and stuffing them into Emoshinya's hand, Xinqiang said, "My car's still parked at Qinghui Zoo. Help me drive it to the Spotlight Cat Cafe in the West District after work tomorrow, and we'll call it even." Holding Xinqiang's car keys with a bewildered expression, Emoshinya's face instantly flushed crimson upon hearing his words, nearly fumbling and dropping the keys in her trembling hands. After all, it was their first meeting, and she found his unreserved trust rather unbelievable.
"Consider it settled then, I trust you."
With a careless wave of his hand, Xinqiang got into the car alongside Liu Su, Xiao Silan. The car started up, leaving Emoshinya standing alone in bewilderment, clutching the car keys as the wind tousled her hair.
"Aren't you worried she might steal your car?"
Xiao Silan turned his head with a knowing smirk to ask Xinqiang.
"Turn back around and focus on driving."
Xinqiang's heart nearly leaped out of his chest when Xiao Silan, who was supposed to be driving, suddenly turned around. "I like to think I'm a decent judge of character, and even if she did steal my car, given the resources of the Bioscience Institute, it wouldn't be impossible to recover."
Only after Xiao Silan turned back did Xinqiang relax enough to reply.
At this moment, Xinqiang didn't really mind. Looking at the brace on his left arm, he reckoned he wouldn't be able to drive for quite some time. "You sure know how to take advantage of your background." Liu Su in the passenger seat snorted, but after a moment, she added somewhat bashfully, "Thank you for earlier." Xinqiang was momentarily stunned. He never expected Liu Su to show such a girlish side.
"I'll report your situation truthfully later.
You should have no problem getting promoted to a grade E special investigator as an exception."
Xinqiang's odd look made Liu Su's face flush red with embarrassment.
She turned her head away and spat out the words so quickly that Xinqiang almost couldn't catch them.
"Speaking of which, what are the obvious differences in treatment between different levels of special investigators?"
Thinking back to the attitude of the soldiers from the Wenqin district guarding Qinghui Zoo towards him, Xinqiang asked. F-level special investigators hold a status equivalent to a second lieutenant in Huagua, while E-level corresponds to first lieutenant, and so on up the ranks. However, special investigators only gain command authority over stationed soldiers when corresponding orders are issued by the Biofoundational Science Institute. They're not involved with the regular military. To put it bluntly, they're commanders without subordinates, but they still enjoy the courtesy privileges that come with the rank. Xiao Silan's explanation left Xinqiang with an incredulous expression. Special investigators are just glorified errand boys.
How can they be considered officers? Do you have any idea how few special investigator positions there are in the Biological Science Academy?
Xiao Silan's lips twitched as he spoke with palpable exasperation. The vetting process for special investigators is extremely rigorous.
You think anyone gets an opportunity like yours?
Ahem. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Xinqiang noticed Xiao Silan seemed lost in painful memories. Turning his gaze to the scenery outside the car window, he fell silent. Thanks to the night vision and agility granted by his Felid fantasy genes, Xinqiang soundlessly stepped into the second floor of the cat cafe. After confirming everyone was asleep, he crept back to his bedroom like a thief. Lying on the bed and looking at the brace on his left arm, Xinqiang could only laugh bitterly. How should he explain this to Hui Hui and the others?
Say he fell? Speaking of that duel with Nana, Xinqiang honestly only narrowly won. It was mainly thanks to Nana having no practical combat experience whatsoever. Compared to Nana, Shin Chang at least had some foundation since his grandfather ran a martial arts school. He'd practiced a bit as a child, though unfortunately he abandoned it later. Combined with his usual lack of exercise, whatever skills he'd learned ended up becoming just flashy moves without substance. Now, Shin Chang, with the enhanced abilities from the Felis Fantasia gene, actually bears some resemblance to his grandfather. I'm still lacking in strength, Shin Chang sighed. Even with gene compatibility reaching 97%, the Felis Fantasia gene's serum's enhancement to his strength was quite limited. This might also have something to do with himself. After all, the degree of physical enhancement from the Fantasia gene serum largely depends on the individual's own physical strength. If one doesn't exercise their body, no matter how high the gene compatibility is, it would all be in vain. Shin Chang silently resolved to set aside some time every day for physical training from now on. Moreover, according to Yulan, even after Shin Chang was injected with the Felid Synanthrope genetic serum, the gene pairing rate with other synanthropes could still remain unchanged. At that point, Shin Chang could receive a second dose of the synanthrope genetic serum. But whether this possibility can be realized still depends on Shin Chang's test results at the Bio-Based Science Institute next week. If he can receive the second dose of the illusory gene serum, what kind of illusory creature would he become? Dog Gamia? Or perhaps Tiger Gamia? As his mind wandered through promising possibilities, Shin Chang's consciousness gradually grew dim. Chapter 41, Trouble Brews. Master, meow. Morning already. With eyes still closed, Shin Chang reached out to catch cheesecake, feeling the familiar weight settle on him. Just as he was about to ruffle that ash-blue soft hair like every other morning, a sudden sharp pain shot through his left arm, making him grimace involuntarily. Almost forgot, my left arm is still injured. Noticing Shin Chang's unusual behavior, Cheese tilted her head and asked, Master, what's wrong, meow? Enduring the intense pain, Shin Chang opened his eyes and patted Cheese's head nonchalantly. I'm fine. Good morning, Cheese. Meow already fully dressed, Cheese narrowed her eyes slightly and let out a purring sound like a cat would. Turning his head, he saw Shatang already dressed and standing at the bedroom door, staring at him, her smoke-gray ears twitching slightly. Shin Chang let out a bitter laugh. This couldn't go on, he was starting to feel like he was the one who needed waiting for the most. Good morning, Master, Shatang said softly, only speaking when Shin Chang had gotten out of bed and walked up to her. Ruffling her hair as well, Shin Chang smiled and replied, Morning, Shatang. Her cheeks slightly flushed, Sugar was about to step aside to make way when she suddenly caught sight of Shin Chang's left arm. Her gaze instantly froze, and she said coldly, Master, you're hurt? Who did this to you? Shin Chang's smile stiffened as he answered vaguely, I got hit by a car outside last night, but it's not serious. I'll recover after some rest. After staring at Shin Chang for a moment, Sugar expressionlessly stepped aside, muttering under her breath, You never tell me anything. Detecting the lingering resentment in Sugar's tone, Shin Chang could only respond with an apologetic look. Master got hurt, meow? Hearing this, Cheese hurriedly ran over, but Shin Chang kept waving his hands. I'm really fine. As he spoke, he subtly dodged Cheese to prevent her from inspecting his body. Meow puffing her cheeks, Cheese thought for a moment before suddenly declaring, Since Master is hurt, we can't let him make breakfast anymore, meow. Today's breakfast will be handled by Cheese and Sugar, meow. Sugar nodded in agreement. Master should go wash up first. Leave breakfast to me and Cheese. Shin Chang raised his hand, wanting to show that he could manage cooking just fine, but seeing the two cats brimming with confidence, he couldn't help but grow curious about whether their culinary skills had improved. So, he silently lowered his hand again. Cheese let out a cheer, grabbing Sugar and bouncing happily into the kitchen. Shin Chang shrugged with a smile and headed into the bathroom to wash up. 10 minutes later, Shin Chang sat at the table, staring at the 3 charred lumps in the plate that could barely be recognized as fried eggs. His hopeful smile instantly froze. But under the expectant gazes of the two cats, Shin Chang picked up a fried egg, closed his eyes, and took a decisive bite. Though the taste was sweet, at least it was edible, and it didn't come with the debuff of an illusion charm. Today, just 3 hours after opening, the cat cafe was already nearly packed to capacity. Although Shin Chang's left arm was injured and he couldn't grind coffee with both hands, the boost from his feline phantom gene allowed him to grind coffee faster than usual using just one arm. His flying right hand moved so quickly that faint afterimages could be seen, leaving the customers who ordered coffee utterly stunned. Joe Fatty watched Shin Chang at work with a horrified expression, exclaiming, Holy crap, Boss Shin, are you grinding coffee with one hand today just to show off your godly arm? Shin Chang's lips twitched as he handed Joe Fatty the freshly brewed coffee. Here, your latte. Joe Fatty glanced at the coffee and scratched his head. Boss Shin, where's the milk in my coffee? Shin Chang smiled peacefully, no milk. Joe Fatty grinned awkwardly, then I'd like some me. Shin Chang still wore that same peaceful smile, no milk. Looking at Shin Chang's serene smile, Joe Fatty suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Pulling a bitter melon face, he picked up his coffee and scurried back to his seat. Xiang Long, much like Joe the Fatty, hasn't missed a single day since the cat cafe opened, and today was no exception. After finding a seat and ordering his coffee, he picked up a cat and began idly scanning the room. Suddenly, Xiang Long's gaze locked onto Shin Chang. He strode straight to the counter, sat down, and said with a fierce expression, "Boss, did you get into a fight? Was it really that obvious?" "It's already dealt with," Shin Chang could only reply with a wry smile, flexing his right arm to show off his muscles. "Don't let my appearance fool you, I can still hold my own in a fight." After sizing up Shin Chang's physique with an up and down glance, Xiang Long showed a skeptical expression. Shin Chang. Speaking of which, during these 2 days after injecting the Cat Fantasia gene serum, Shin Chang realized his muscles and physique had subtly become more symmetrical without him noticing. Though he truly had grown stronger, to outsiders he appeared even leaner now. Bang! Just then, the cat cafe's door was violently kicked open. Shin Chang frowned slightly, while Xiang Lung abruptly rose to his feet. The one who kicked the door was a blonde, blue-eyed foreigner. He stood at the entrance, scanning the cat cafe before his gaze finally settled on Sugar, who was looking at him with frightened eyes. "Number 23, come with me," the man shouted in English, his voice filled with anger and impatience, startling all the cats in the shop. "Hey, can't you show some manners? Do you think this is your house?" "That's right. If you want to come in, just come in. What's with kicking the door? What are you yelling at Miss Sugar in that bird language of yours?" The foreign man's actions naturally stirred discontent among the customers. Several male patrons even rolled up their sleeves and stood up with aggressive postures. But the foreign man merely cast a disdainful glance at the crowd, uttering words laced with undisguised contempt. "Ha, a bunch of lowly mortals." Shin Chang's frown deepened. Seeing Xiang Long rolling up his sleeves, his hostility skyrocketing, Shin helplessly stepped out from behind the counter and patted Xiang Long's shoulder, signaling him to calm down. Then he approached the foreign man and said in proper English, "Sir, if you're here to cause trouble, please leave immediately. You're not welcome here." Unexpectedly, the foreign man merely gave Shin Chang a sidelong glance before pushing past him, striding towards Satu and leaving one filthy, conspicuous footprint after another on the cat cafe's pristine floor. He even patted his own shoulder with visible disgust, clearly not regarding Shin Chang in the slightest. "Number 23, what are you standing around for? Come with me." Satu's pupils constricted sharply, an unmistakable sign of utter terror toward the foreign man before her. I don't want to, A ruthless glint flashed through the foreign man's eyes. Without another word to Satu, he impatiently reached out to grab her arm, determined to drag her away by force. Smack! With a crisp sound, the foreign man looked somewhat surprised at Shin Chang, who had appeared unnoticed in front of Shugirl and now firmly gripped his wrist with one hand. At this moment, Shin Chang's face was so dark it seemed as if water could drip from his expression. His formerly gentle and amiable demeanor had vanished completely, as he uttered coldly, "Get lost." Chapter 42, watch carefully, this is how a pistol is used. Scram! This single word was naturally uttered by Shin Chang in Chinese. The moment it left his lips, the temperature in the entire cat cafe seemed to plummet instantly. The previously aggressive customers immediately fell into a silence so profound you could hear a pin drop. It was the first time the customers had ever seen Boss Shin, who usually wore a gentle smile, reveal such an expression. Looking at the tall figure shielding her, Sugar's pupils trembled slightly as the fear in her heart suddenly receded like a tide, replaced by an incomparable sense of security. "Master!" The foreign man stared blankly into Shin Chang's eyes, a chill crawling up his spine as an inexplicable fear inexplicably arose in his heart. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the foreign man forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart and roared at Shin Chang in humiliated fury, "Inferior race, it seems necessary to show you the power of an evolved human." He spoke this sentence in Chinese, surprisingly fluent. With that, the foreign man's pinned right hand suddenly exerted force, while his left fist shot straight toward Shin Chang's nose bridge with a whistling sound. So weak in strength, so slow in speed. This was the first thought that popped into Shin Chang's mind after the foreign man made his move. The next moment, the foreign man felt his vision blur as an enormous knee came flying toward him. "So this is Guangdian Cat Cafe, the top-rated spot in Wenxie?" A young man with a backpack couldn't help but exclaim in admiration as he stood before the cafe. Beside him, a young woman with her hands on her hips proudly declared, "This is Wenxie's holy land, free from all conflicts and pressures, the perfect place to wash away your fatigue. If that's the case, then my long journey from East City hasn't been in vain." The young man suddenly grew excited and urged, "What are we waiting for? Let's hurry." Bam! The next moment, the young man's words were cut off by a tremendous crash as the entire floor-to-ceiling window of the Glitter Cat Cafe shattered into countless fragments scattering through the air. Amid the swirling glass shards flew a blonde man hurtling backward, twin streams of blood shooting from his nostrils, a scene both spectacular and... The pair stared dumbfounded as the blonde man hit the ground and rolled twice before the cafe door swung open. A man with a gentle smile strolled out, addressing the prone figure, "You broke my cat cafe's window. You're not leaving until you pay for it." With that, Shin Chang turned around and was visibly startled to see two young men and women standing there dumbfounded. He then smiled and said, "Are you customers? Please come in and have some snacks first. As for coffee, you'll need to wait a bit longer. Let me handle some personal matters first. The young woman. The young man. What happened to the promised stress-free and peaceful environment? Why does this place feel like it's full of terrifying conflicts? And this man before me seems extremely dangerous. Without hesitation, the young man turned and fled, while the young woman froze for a moment before chasing after him. Watching them disappear, Shin Chang's mouth twitched slightly as he turned to the foreign man and said, "Now you've scared away my customers again, we're definitely settling this score properly." The foreign man? Not bothering to acknowledge Shin Chang's words, the foreign man stood up shakily with a stunned expression, exclaiming in English with disbelief, "You're actually an adapter too?" Hearing this, Shin Chang looked even more shocked than the foreign man. This guy was actually an adapter? How is he so weak? It's no wonder Shin Chang thought this way. In truth, most adapters' abilities were at this level, it's just that all the adapters Shin Chang had encountered so far were elites from the Bioengineering Research Institute, including that unknown feline phantom adapter who got kicked flying by Nana at their first meeting. At this moment, Shin Chang felt an overwhelming sense of relief. If he hadn't chosen to inject the feline phantom gene serum back then, Sugar might have already been taken away by this foreign man standing before him. Recalling how the man had just referred to Sugar as number 23, Shin Chang's lips curled slightly as he remarked coolly, "Dawn?" Hearing this, the foreign man's eyes widened abruptly, and without hesitation, he immediately reached for his waist. Realizing the other might draw a gun, Shin Chang naturally wouldn't let him have his way. He instantly darted forward like an arrow released from its bow, delivering a whip kick that sent the foreign man tumbling to the ground again before pressing his foot against the man's neck. The foreign man didn't even have time to see how Shin Chang had struck before being flipped over. Feeling the foot already pressing against his neck, a cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and his hand, which had been reaching for his waist, immediately stilled. Without another word, Shin Chang directly dragged the foreign man back to the cat cafe. Seeing the stunned customers frozen like wooden statues, Shin Chang waved his hand with a smile. "The matter is settled, everyone. Please continue eating and drinking." With that, Shin Chang pulled the foreign man into the restroom. Gulp! As Shin Chang's figure disappeared, the autumn wind pouring in through the broken window made the customers shiver and snap back to reality, collectively swallowing hard. Was that person just now really Boss Shin? I think I need to get my eyes checked. That kind of contrast, so cool. Xiang Long, who was already prepared to strike, blinked in confusion. Recalling how he'd been shamelessly provoking Shin Chang moments earlier, Fatty Joe couldn't help but shudder. The live stream chat on his phone started buzzing with activity. It's a miracle Fatty Joe has survived until today. Probably from now on, that fat guy won't dare to act so cocky in front of shopkeeper Shin again. Ha! Boss Shin, you're so handsome. I want to. Don't you dare go crazy in here. Joe Fatty's lips twitched, causing his flabby flesh to jiggle along. Stuttering slightly, he retorted, what do you mean it's a miracle I've survived this long? Boss Shin clearly spared me because he couldn't bear to ruin this dashingly handsome face of mine, that's why he never laid a hand on me. Ugh! That fat guy is getting more and more shameless. Inside the bathroom, Shin Chang patted down the foreign man, finding nothing dangerous except for a heavy black pistol tucked at the man's waist. Shin Chang didn't know much about firearms, but the gun felt oddly familiar. He turned it over in his hand several times, examining it closely. Seeing Shin Chang fiddling with the pistol in front of him, the foreign man stuttered, "Honorable sir, given your extraordinary skills, would you be interested in joining our Dawn organization? I can assure you, our benefits far surpass those of the Bioluminescent Research Institute." "Shut up!" Shin Chang snapped coldly, cutting off the foreign man's rambling. Pointing to the area outside the bathroom, he growled, "You dare enter my shop without shoe covers? You even kicked my door, scared my customers, smashed my glass, and laid hands on my CATGIRL?" The foreign man forced a dry chuckle. "Honorable sir, this is all a misunderstanding. Besides, we are noble adaptables, evolved humans, why cling to such a trivial shop and bow to those lowly, ordinary, GYRGH? Shin Chang casually silenced him with a rifle butt to the face, then said flatly, "Go mop the floor." The foreign man rubbing his forehead froze an expression. "Sir, I don't understand what you're saying. I am a noble adapter, how could I possibly stoop to such lowly tasks as mopping floors? OWW. Smacking the foreign man's head again with the butt of his gun, Shin Chang grinned threateningly, "You got a problem with that? And no problem at all." Chapter 43, Is it too late for me to quit the Bio Academy now? Pushing open the kitchen door, when Yuan stepped out to catch a breath during a brief lull in her work, only to be met with a blast of chilly wind. Shivering, she looked up instinctively and spotted the large shattered pane of the broken window. When Yuan, what on earth had happened? Had the cat cafe been robbed? At that moment, a foreign man holding a rag suddenly dashed past Wen Yuan while scrubbing the floor on all fours. Startled, Wen Yuan turned to Cheese beside her. "Cheese, what happened? This guy came to cause trouble in the shop, so he got scolded by Master Meow." Remembering how this foreign man had just tried to grab Sugar, Cheese shot him an indignant glare.
The foreign man, who had just paused to catch his breath, suddenly shivered, thinking the little mistress was displeased with his work. He immediately grabbed his rag and began scrubbing the floor with renewed vigor. Hearing this, Yuan's beautiful eyes widened slightly as she instinctively turned her gaze towards Xinqiang, who was fiddling with his phone behind the counter.
I want to see Xinqiang's fierce expression.
Many guests wanted to call the police but were stopped by Xinqiang with a wave of his hand.
By now,
Xinqiang had already informed Liu Su about the foreign man over the phone. At this time, Liu Su and Xiao Silan had already returned to the Bioscience Institute early due to the matter concerning the tiger phantom. Upon hearing about Dawn, a hint of excitement crept into Liu Su's tired voice as he said they would send someone over soon.
With the call ended and nothing else to do, Xinqiang began examining the specially made terminal.
To his surprise, he discovered it was compatible with his original phone. So, he simply transferred all the data from his old phone to the new terminal, officially retiring his former device.
Ding dong!
As soon as he turned on his phone, a series of notification sounds chimed out. After a brief pause, Xinqiang tapped open the Icon app in the bottom right corner of his screen.
This is an internal chat software developed by Dr. Yin Jinfang from the Bio-Based Science Research Institute, designed to prevent message interception and leakage. It can only be installed on specially customized terminals. Nana requests to add you as a friend. Verification message, hello, now we're colleagues. Xinqiang.
A few dark lines popping up on his forehead, Xinqiang clicked agree.
Xinqiang, so you're a special investigator now too? Nana, how are your injuries?
Xinqiang, thanks to you, I'm still wearing this brace. After typing, Xinqiang turned away from the customers and the girl's cheese, sugar, and 1 yuan, revealing the brace on his left arm to take a photo which he then sent over. By chance, the foreign man mopping the floor witnessed the scene. Noticing the brace on Xinqiang's left arm, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets.
I actually let a cripple.
Xinqiang shot the foreign man a sidelong glance. Get back to work. The foreign man gritted his teeth in near frenzied humiliation, clenching his fists. Understood, I'll get to work right now.
Xinqiang, image. Nana, sorry. Nana, let's have a rematch after your injuries heal. Xinqiang, damn it, screw that. Come to think of it, isn't Nana currently at the Bioengineering Research Institute?
Recalling that pitiful and delicate figure, Xinqiang typed, there's a cat hybrid named Milk Tea at the Bioacademy of Sciences.
How is she doing now? Nana, oh, you mean that extremely shy little cat?
I initially wanted to befriend her, but after she found out I hurt you, she refused to talk to me altogether.
Good job, Milk Tea.
Nana, she's doing well now, just a bit timid and easily nervous. The only times I've seen her lively were when Fringe and Xiao Silan returned. She kept chasing after them asking about you the whole time.
Xinqiang's typing fingers stiffened slightly. The sound of the door opening rang out. Xinqiang looked up to see none other than Chuzhen entering, walking with a noticeable limp.
Staring at the shattered window of the cat cafe, Chuzhen opened his mouth only to close it again, silently mourning in his heart for that person from Dawn.
Xinqiang chuckled helplessly. Just to escort one person? Instead of resting properly in the hospital, you're running errands like this?
My injuries healed pretty quickly, Chuzhen grinned. Opportunities to prove myself don't come often these days. I still want that promotion to C rank, so I've got to put in more work. Hearing this, Xinqiang nodded in understanding. After all, C-level special investigators enjoyed colonel-level treatment. Few wouldn't be tempted. Looking around, Chuzhen suddenly leaned close to Xinqiang and whispered, speaking of which, Xinqiang, since you've accomplished such a major feat, are you about to be promoted to E-level soon? Xinqiang froze for a moment before replying. Lu Shu did mention something like that.
Ah, I really envy you, Chuzhen said with a bitter smile.
If I had your speed, I definitely wouldn't have lost to that tiger phantom. As he spoke, Chuzhen's right fist clenched silently, as if filled with unwillingness. Xinqiang shook his head without speaking, merely giving Chuzhen's shoulder a quiet pat. Just as Chuzhen was about to leave with the foreign man in custody, Xinqiang approached and pressed the black pistol into Chuzhen's hand. After examining the pistol briefly, Chuzhen suddenly remarked, speaking of which, Xinqiang, you'll be getting your service weapon soon, won't you?
Xinqiang blinked. I have a gun?
That's right, but you'll need to pass a firearms exam first.
Can I refuse the gun? Absolutely not. Can I still quit the Biomechanical Research Institute now? Could you at least show some ambition? No sooner had Chuzhen escorted the foreign man out than Lin Yue pushed the door open and entered. Huh? Why is the floor so clean?
A cold wind brushed against her cheeks. Lin Yue froze for a moment before turning her head, immediately rooted to the spot at the sight of the shattered cafe window. Was this a break-in?
Xinqiang, I've already called.
Someone will be here soon to replace this window. Originally, Xinqiang hadn't planned on replacing this window. After all, the cat cafe was about to undergo expansion. He could have just let the construction crew handle the window replacement later and conveniently billed the expense to the Bioacademy. Although the signed approval for the cafe's expansion had already been secured, the matter still had to be postponed because when Xinhua hadn't finished dealing with the Phantom Asia organization affairs. But with such a big hole, the cold wind pouring in would be unbearable for both the cats and people in the cafe. How could the cat cafe operate normally in the coming days like this? So we'd better replace it quickly. What happened in the shop? Also, what time did you come back last night? Seeing Shin Chang sitting behind the counter with his usual faint smile, Lin Yue quietly sighed in relief before pouting and taking a seat at the counter. I thought you were going to sleep outside last night. I came back around midnight. The Bio-Research Institute suddenly assigned me a task. Don't worry, if I had to sleep outside, I would have called you. What kind of task? Was it dangerous? Just taking in a phantom beast, nothing major. The other party was very cooperative and is now my colleague. Shin Chang deftly sidestepped the crux of the matter. Humph. Lin Yue propped her chin on her hand, glaring at Shin Chang until her gaze abruptly locked onto his left arm. Sensing danger, Shin Chang quickly diverted her attention. Would you like a coffee, my dear landlady? No. A blush spread across Lin Yue's cheeks as she turned away, fleeing upstairs to change clothes. Chapter 44, an instant hit. Watching Lin Yue head upstairs, Shin Chang glanced at his left arm and smiled wryly. He reckoned he probably couldn't keep hiding it much longer. Manager Shen. Zhou Donglian leaned over, acting somewhat awkward, but his chubby round face was creased into a beaming smile. Check your official account right now. Shin Chang? ? After a brief moment of stunned silence, Shin Chang opened his phone and tapped a few times to access his Lumino Cat Cafe account. Clang! The next instant, Shin Chang was shocked and dropped his phone onto the counter. The string of numbers next to his follower count seemed to radiate blindingly bright light, staggeringly dazzling. Followers, 28K. Smacking his lips, Shin Chang turned to Fatty Zhou. What's going on here? Zhou Dongliang scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. I was live streaming when you beat up that foreigner, and then, the video of you hitting him went viral online. Boss Shin, are you really part of China's mysterious organization? Just as Shin Chang had picked up his phone, he trembled at the fat man's last remark and nearly dropped it again. Why do you ask that? Now there are analyses about you all over the internet. Fatty Joe said with an awkward smile, just search for light.cat cafe and you'll see it. Thanks to this video, Fatty Joe gained quite a few followers riding on Shin Chang's coattails, so he was genuinely grateful to Shin Chang at this moment. Boss Shin, could this cause any trouble for you? Shin Chang shook his head and replied, it has nothing to do with you. I can only blame myself for being a bit too conspicuous this time. Noticing Shin Chang was frowning in contemplation and seemingly reluctant to elaborate, the shrewd Zhou Pingzi wisely refrained from further questioning and obediently returned to his seat. Moments later, Shin Chang pulled out his phone and typed Lightspot Cat Cafe with trembling fingers into the search bar. Immediately, the top suggested entry popped up, owner of Lightspot Cat Cafe beats up blonde foreigner. His lips twitching slightly, Shin Chang searched the term and clicked on the first video. The video doesn't have much to say, it simply shows the entire unedited process from the foreign man entering the cat cafe to being dragged into the restroom by Shin Chang. The less than 5-minute footage even includes the interval when Shin Chang followed outside after knocking the foreign man flying, then dragging him back inside. The comments section, however, takes a bizarre turn. Some translated the foreign man's utterances, including phrases like lowly mortals. Others calculated metrics like the speed of the man's punches and the velocity/force of Shin Chang's flying knee strike. There were even outright claims that both Shin Chang and that foreign man might belong to some mysterious organization. Quite a few people questioned the video's authenticity, but those firmly believing it to be real formed the majority. Because this footage was actually clipped from Fatty Zhou's livestream, the phone screen changed as an ear-piercing ringtone blared. Seeing it was a call from Yulan, Shin Chang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and tapped to answer. With the influence of the Bio Foundation Institute, suppressing this matter should be easily achievable. You did well. These were the first words Yulan spoke after the call connected. Her flat tone made it impossible for Shin Chang to tell if she was praising or mocking him, leaving him with only an awkward chuckle. I'm not being sarcastic. Yulan's voice grew serious. Since the Human Fantasia Coexistence Act is going to be enacted, it was only a matter of time before the Bio Foundation Institute went public. Your actions might actually accelerate the bill's progress. Shin Chang, make good use of your advantages. Right now, you could very well be called the public face of our Bio Foundation Institute. Shin Chang, how did I suddenly feel like the weight on my shoulders just got so much heavier? Also, we've prepared your E-level special investigator credentials for you. Liu Su and Xiao Silan are already on their way to Wenxie to deliver them to you. Hearing that the duo, who had just returned to the capital and probably hadn't even had time to warm their seats, were now rushing off to Wenxie again made Shin Chang feel both amused and exasperated. Why does it feel like these two dignified C-level special investigators are running errands all day long? There was a brief silence on the other end of the line before Yulan spoke calmly. We've now assigned Xiao Silan and Liu Su as Wenxie's liaison officers. They can assist you with the Cat Cafe's daily operations, so there won't be a need for constant back and forth trips anymore.
With that, Yulan hung up the phone. Shin Chang. It wasn't until dusk approached and the cat cafe was about to close that Liu Su and Xiao Silan finally arrived, dusty and exhausted. Fortunately, the window repairman Shin Chang had called had already come during their absence, so they were spared the sight of the shattered window with its gaping hole. Seeing the weariness between their brows, Shin Chang joked with a smile, "Didn't even have time to warm your seats in the capital before rushing back, how does that feel?" Xiao Silan shrugged with a bitter smile and said, "When questioning suspects was involved, it was Liu Su who voluntarily suggested coming back for your sake, what else could I say?" Hearing this, Shin Chang turned to look at Liu Su in surprise. Liu Su's blush instantly spread down to her neck. Because you're very important to the Bio Foundation Academy right now, and since we're already familiar with you, we could also help manage the cat cafe while assisting with interrogations. Besides, we haven't finished dealing with the foreign phantom organizations yet, and you just happened to capture one of their members. Even if I hadn't suggested it, we'd still have had to return anyway. Would you like to stay for dinner? Shin Chang awkwardly smiled as he changed the topic. Before Liu Su could politely decline, Xiao Silan promptly responded, "Then I'll gladly accept your hospitality." The polite refusal stuck in her throat was swallowed back. Liu Su drooped her cat ears and murmured, I'm intruding." The sound of the door opening drew Shin Chang's gaze upward. Emo Shinya, dressed in her Qinghui zookeeper's uniform, stepped inside. Her eyes lingered momentarily on the cats scattered across the floor before she snapped back to attention. Hurrying over to Shin Chang, she respectfully handed him the car keys with both hands. "I've already parked the car for you." Taking the car keys, Shin Chang smiled gently and said, "No need to be so formal. What's past is past. Just call me Shin Chang. MHM. Nodding, Emo Shinya turned to glance at Xiao Silan, who stood beside her with his fox-like squinting smile, and at Liu Su, whose face had inexplicably turned cold at some point. She instinctively shrank her neck slightly and stammered, "Hello." MHM. Liu Su nodded in acknowledgement but said nothing more. "Hello," responded Xiao Silan, still wearing his trademark fox-like grin. At this moment, Emo Shinya noticed Cheese and Sugar peering curiously in their direction. Her eyes lit up as she quickly turned to Shin Chang and asked, "Are these two server ladies the same as Miss Liu Su and Nana?" Shin Chang nodded. There was naturally no need to hide anything from Emo Shinya, whom Nana called Mom. "I see." Seeing how Cheese and Sugar were exposed before all the customers in the cat cafe yet the scene remained so harmonious, inexplicable longing stirred in Emo Shinya's heart. If only Nana could be like this too. Shaking her head, Emo Shinya cautiously turned to Shin Chang and asked, "How is Nana doing now? Can I contact her?" Shin Chang froze for a moment, then glanced at Xiao Silan and Liu Su. After receiving their nods of approval, he pulled out the special terminal from his pocket, dialed Nana's number, and handed it to Emo Shinya. Emo Shinya accepted the phone as if it were a priceless treasure, skipping joyfully to a corner to talk with Nana. Chapter 45, The Cleanup Begins. "Master, who are these two?" Cheese and Sugar finally came closer, asking Shin Chang with curiosity. Cheese and Sugar had already found Xiao Silan and Liu Su somewhat familiar. Moreover, this time Liu Su hadn't deliberately concealed her cat ears, naturally drawing the attention of the two catgirls. Only then did Shin Chang remember his two catgirls hadn't been introduced to them. He explained, "These are Xiao Silan and Liu Su, my colleagues I've mentioned to you before." Cheese's eyes lit up as she sniffed near Liu Su's face. "She's one of us, meow. Aren't you a Felis phantom? Why are behaving like a Canis phantom?" Muttering this complaint internally, Liu Su nodded and said, "You'll encounter more phantoms in the future. When you have time, Shin Chang can bring you to visit the Bio Research Institute." As expected, meow. Cheese beamed with joy, leaping to hug Liu Su. Clearly uncomfortable with such displays of affection, Liu Su stiffened awkwardly on the spot. "Here for another mission this time?" Lin Yuwei approached with crossed arms, her tone indicating little welcome for this duo of human and cat. Xiao Silan shook his head and briefly explained the matter of the permanent special investigator to Lin Yuwei. Lin Yuwei nodded slightly, bowing her head as she said, "Senior has always been well taken care of by all of you." Xiao Silan waved his hand dismissively and replied, "I'm afraid it'll soon be him taking care of us instead." Hearing this, Shin Chang could only smile bitterly and remain silent. Emo Shinya's phone call lasted until the cat cafe closed for the day. When she returned the phone to Shin Chang, he could still see faint tear stains on her face. "Who are you?" Seeing Emo Shinya's slender figure, delicate features, and seeming familiarity with Shin Chang, Lin Yuwei asked warily. Emo Shinya was momentarily taken aback before hurriedly bowing slightly to Lin Yuwei. "Hello, I'm Emo Shinya, a caretaker at Qinghui Zoo." Lin Yuwei felt thoroughly uncomfortable with Emo Shinya's overly formal behavior and quickly waved her hands. "Don't be so stiff. I'm Lin Yuwei, just call me Hui Hui." Emo Shinya nodded repeatedly. Having finished tidying up the shop, Shin Chang walked over and asked with a faint smile, "Would you like to stay for dinner?" Facing Shin Chang's invitation, Emo Shinya froze momentarily before shaking her head vigorously. No, I still have things to do, thank you." Seeing her response, Xincheng didn't press further and turned to look at Wen Yuan, who had just emerged from the kitchen. What about you, Yuan? When Yuan smiled and shook her head, now completely devoid of the initial sense of distance. I have to go to work soon, maybe next time. Xincheng knew about Wen Yuan's situation and didn't press the matter further. Watching their figures disappear into the night from the shop entrance, Xincheng shook his left arm and turned to the group. Let's have pork cutlet rice for dinner tonight. I remember we still have plenty of ingredients left from last time. Lu Su's eyes brightened slightly, while the other girl's eyes lit up even more. Xiao Silan maintained his usual squinty smile. I'll look forward to it. However, before Xincheng could even lift his foot, 3 ear-piercing alarm tones rang out simultaneously. The ringing lasted only a moment, likely just a text message notification. Lu Su and Xiao Silan were the first to pull out their phones. After reading the message, they exchanged a solemn glance, their expressions instantly turning grave. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Xincheng also took out his phone. The message was from Yulan. Reading its contents made his brow furrow deeply. Yulan, we've secured intel on Phantomia Organization's location in Wenxin Zephyr. All personnel of Heart Interrogation Division must proceed to Wenxin Xianqing immediately. Putting away his phone, he saw Liu Su and Xiao Silan already heading towards the black car by the roadside, ready to depart, and quickly followed them. Liu Su turned her head to look at Xincheng and said sternly, "You're not allowed to go." "I must go," Xincheng answered without hesitation. "But you." Glancing at Xincheng's left arm, Liu Su hesitated before finally declaring decisively, "Stay here." "Senpai." Lin Yue gently tugged twice on Xincheng's sleeve, wanting to say something. Shaking his head, Xincheng took Lin Yue's delicate hand and gave it a light squeeze before turning to Liu Su. "Even if you don't take me with you, I'll just follow in my own car." "Master." Seeing this, Satu unconsciously clenched her shirt collar tightly with both hands. "You." Liu Su couldn't help but feel annoyed at Xincheng's attitude, but Xiao Silan waved his hand and said, "It's fine, let shopkeeper Xin come with us. After all, this matter is somewhat related to him." "Liu Su, you can just protect shopkeeper Xin when the time comes, right?" Since even Xiao Silan said so, Liu Su had no choice but to relent, turning to Xincheng with resignation. "Once we get there, stay close by my side." Xincheng responded with a cheerful nod. "Got it." Wenxiao South District. Although situated in the city center, this area consisted of nothing more than dilapidated buildings and numerous unfinished construction projects. In earlier years, a grand infrastructure campaign had been launched here, but the plan ultimately collapsed due to external factors, leaving behind only temporary workshops and vast stretches of abandoned construction sites. This location had originally been a key search area for the Bio Institute's investigation, yet after 2 days of nearly exhaustive searches, not a single clue had been discovered. When Xincheng and his team arrived at the scene, the meeting point was already crowded with a large group of people. A significant portion of them were soldiers wearing standardized Bio Department-style uniforms, likely junior personnel affiliated with the Bio Department Institute. Among these grassroots personnel, 2 individuals in plainclothes stood out particularly, both acquaintances of Xincheng. One was Chu Jin, and the other was a special investigator who had previously been kicked flying by Nana. Since Xincheng had just arrived when he was carried away on a stretcher, there hadn't been time for introductions. Counting him, Xiao Silan, and Liu Su, there seemed to be only 5 special investigators present among the group. Xincheng and his team were likely the last to arrive. Noticing their approach, Chu Jin nodded at them and began speaking. "I trust everyone has seen the report. Thanks to the foreign national apprehended by rookie investigator Xincheng, we successfully extracted the precise location of their organization's hideout." At these words, the entire group turned their gaze toward Xincheng. These people were all involved in containing the tiger fantasy creatures, so it's almost impossible not to know Xincheng. Besides, we also gathered from that foreigner's testimony that they were actually planted here by Dawn Corporation in the US. Their purpose for setting up a branch here was simple: to secretly collect fantasy creatures, brainwash and train them to become biological weapons. Then, they'd use these creatures for assassination missions, stirring conflict between the Chinese public and fantasy creatures to hinder the implementation of the Human Fantasy Creature Coexistence Act. And this operation has been secretly preparing for a whole year without our notice. A whole year of preparation, huh? Xincheng remembered that it seemed Sugar had just turned 1-year-old not long ago. Hearing this, the soldiers immediately flushed red with anger down to their necks, as an aura of lethality spread through the air, leaving Xincheng momentarily stunned. "Now, our mission is to obliterate their stronghold with lightning speed and let them know that Hua Nation will not be violated." Chu Jin roared with determined eyes, stamping his foot. "All units, check your equipment and follow me." "Yes." The soldiers quickly formed ranks and, led by Chu Jin, marched in perfect unison deep into the southern district. Xincheng and the others followed behind the group when, suddenly, Liu Su approached and pressed a weighty object into his hand. "Only use it when absolutely necessary," she whispered. Startled, Xincheng looked down to see that what Liu Su had handed him was a silver-white pistol, with the character Su engraved on its frame.
Tucking the silver pistol into his coat, Xinqiang gave a solemn nod.
Chapter 46, I'll make you fly. Damn it, that idiot Ross has been trying to catch Subject 23 all day. Could he have been caught by those Bioscience Institute bastards instead? In a dimly lit secret chamber, a burly man with unkempt stubble paced back and forth incessantly, muttering curses under his breath.
Hobart, there's no need to be so impatient. Maybe he just went off to indulge in some pleasure. Suddenly, a slender figure emerged from the shadows behind the burly man, startling him so badly he jumped. Turning his head to see the brown-haired slender figure, Hobart gnashed his teeth and said, "Cecil, you bastard. Can't you stop abusing that damn psychic ability of yours? You nearly scared me to death." Cecil responded coolly, "And even if the Bioscience Academy really did capture laws and managed to extract the location of our base from that idiot's mouth, what could they possibly do? They can't touch us." "Bullshit. That's only because they can't do anything to you. I don't have those freaky supernatural abilities like you do. I'd be turned into Swiss cheese by their gunfire in seconds." Hobart grew even more agitated, shouting angrily, "It's all that idiot Law's fault. All he cares about day and night are those goddamn phantasmal beasts. No, I need to get out of here first. With my abilities, I might not be able to go toe-to-toe with those Bioscience Institute bastards, but escaping is a different story. There's no way they can stop me." Hearing this, Cecil shook his head and sank into the shadows. Before completely disappearing, he left a cold parting remark, "Two idiots." "Cecil, what did you just say? Say it again, if you dare." Hobart's muscles bulged as he flew into a rage. After shouting for ages with no sign of Cecil, he could only fume, "Coward." With that, Hobart pushed open the secret room's door. Before him lay the basement of an abandoned warehouse, which they had covertly remodeled into their new hideout. The basement entrance had been specially treated, its patterns seamlessly concealed. Even the most sophisticated instruments couldn't detect anything unusual here. Yet now, a ring of Dawn soldiers crouched at the basement entrance, each gripping a rifle with unblinking focus on the doorway. Their stance suggested they'd been stationed there for quite some time. Hobart strode quickly to the entrance, where a soldier spoke up, "Lord Hobart, Lord Cecil said no one is to go out." "To hell with anyone who doesn't leave," Hubert roared furiously. "Are we just going to stay here and wait to die?" With that, Hubert ignored the soldiers' protests and reached out to push that door open. Suddenly, Hubert's scalp prickled, and he abruptly leaped backward. Boom! The warehouse entrance door exploded instantaneously, a blast of hot air carrying dust and debris crashing toward a group of Dawn Corps soldiers. Fire! Hobart, who had just narrowly escaped the scythe of death himself, felt his heart pounding uncontrollably as cold sweat drenched his entire body. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and barked the command. The soldiers obeyed the command and immediately pulled their triggers toward the dust-filled entrance. Rat-a-tat-tat. After several seconds of blind firing, with countless muzzles flashing, a now calm Hobart suddenly sensed something amiss and shouted, "Stop!" The soldiers ceased fire, silently watching as the dust at the entrance slowly settled. The entrance was completely empty. "Damn it!" Hobart cursed aloud, only to see a cylindrical object being thrown in from outside the next moment. Hobart took a closer look and turned pale with fright, shouting, "No good, throw it back quickly." Boom! Outside the entrance, Shuzhen saw that the situation was about right and gestured to the soldiers behind him. Then, along with the group of soldiers, he swiftly ducked into the basement. Outside the warehouse, Xiao Silan crossed his arms with some satisfaction and remarked, "Seems like we're not needed after all." Xinqiang shot him a look of disdain. "Like you've ever been useful anyway." Xiao Silan's smile froze. No one noticed that under the moonlight, a pair of eyes gradually emerged from the shadow of the tassel. "Among these people, only this phantom beast gives me the most dangerous vibes. I'll take her out first, then deal with that unfathomable squinty-eyed guy. That frail-looking man alone won't be a match for me." Having finalized the plan in his mind, Cecil seized the opportunity and suddenly sprang forth from the tassel's shadow. The short knife in his right hand gleamed coldly as it aimed straight for the tassel's back. Tassel! The momentary commotion made Xinqiang react instantly. Yet Tassel moved even faster than Xinqiang. In a sudden front flip, her heel slammed violently into Cecil's chin while she simultaneously drew her gun, spun, and fired. Bang! Damn it! Cecil cursed inwardly, swiftly sinking into his own shadow. The shot rang out into empty air as Lu Su lightly descended to the ground, shouting at the same time, "Xinqiang, get over here." Xiao Silan pointed at himself in confusion. "What about me? What the hell is this? Another Fantasia ability?" The events of this brief moment sent chills down Xinqiang's spine. Lu Su shook her head and said, "This is a Dawn telekinetic, their ability seems shadow-related. Everyone, watch the shadows around you." Boom! At that moment, a figure was sent flying out of the warehouse, crashing through a dilapidated wall opposite it with a deafening impact. The dust kicked up by the collapsed wall made Xinqiang and Lu Su squint, forcing their eyes open just enough to see that the figure sent flying was none other than Shuzhen. Suddenly, Xinqiang felt a shiver run down his spine as a sense of danger flooded his entire body. Without a second thought, he twisted at the waist and unleashed a powerful spinning kick toward his rear. Bang! Sensing that his leg had indeed made contact with something, Shin Chang's gaze sharpened. He retracted his leg toward the direction of impact, then swiftly followed up with a side kick. TCH. Facing the fierce gust of wind rushing toward him, Cecil let out a light click of his tongue before sinking back into the shadows. Shin Chang's kick met only air, and cold sweat had unknowingly drenched his back. This is a battlefield. A single moment of inattention could cost you your life. Rohair! A behemoth-like giant burst through the warehouse wall, charging directly at Chujin, who was buried beneath the rubble. Lu Su swiftly drew her gun and fired in one fluid motion. With a bang, a spray of blood erupted from the giant's shoulder. From drawing to firing, there was nearly no interval. Shin Chang didn't even see Lu Su aim, yet the shot struck the giant with terrifying precision. Damn it! The searing pain in his shoulder contorted Hubert's face into a grimace, instantly heightening his wariness towards the tasseled assailant. At that moment, Cecil peeked out from Hobart's shadow and said to him, "I'll hold off that illusion wielder. You deal with this special agent first." Hobart nodded firmly. "Got it, quick and decisive. Our people are already exchanging fire with the Bio Foundation Institute inside. Those useless lot won't last long. If we don't hurry, those Bio Foundation soldiers will swarm out and riddle us with bullets." "They'll riddle you with bullets," Cecil corrected coolly before vanishing back into the shadows, leaving Hobart fuming. Gnashing his teeth, Hobart cracked his knuckles and advanced toward Chujin with heavy steps. Chujin now rose from a pile of bricks, confronting Hubert head-on. Just as Liu Su was raising her gun to take down the massive Hubert first, she suddenly sensed a gust of wind from behind. Her heart skipped a beat. In an instant, Liu Su turned and fired. Bang! A stone was sent flying. At this sight, Liu Su's heart skipped a beat in shock. He jerked his head around, only to find Cecil already standing behind him at some unknown moment, a cold glinting dagger in hand thrusting straight toward Liu Su's back. Die! Damned Fantasian! Snap! A hand suddenly shot out and seized Cecil's wrist. Cecil froze, turning to see Shin Chang staring at him with an icy expression. A tremendous force suddenly yanked at his wrist. Cecil felt his feet leaving the ground, like hiding in shadows. "Do you? Then I'll send you flying." Chapter 47, Lament of Blood. The next instant, Shin Chang gathered all his strength, let out a low roar, and with a violent turn, hurled Cecil into the air. A sharp pain shot through his left arm, still unhealed, forcing Shin Chang to grit his teeth as cold sweat instantly beaded across his forehead. Without a moment to spare for Shin Chang, Liu Su swiftly drew her gun and aimed it skyward. At that moment, Cecil was airborne, with no leverage to borrow and no way to reach the shadows, utterly defenseless like a fish on a chopping board. It was the perfect opportunity to kill him. Cecil was utterly shocked as his feet lifted off the ground, his field of vision rapidly widening from the earth below. What kind of monstrous strength is this from someone so seemingly frail? He could probably go toe-to-toe with that brute Hobart. Bang! A gunshot echoed through the night sky. Cecil felt a split second of excruciating pain in his head before his sight faded into darkness. Boom! Another wall was shattered by Hubert's punch. Chujin, who barely dodged it, gasped for breath with his heart threatening to explode from the alarming rate of its frantic pounding. Unlike the tigress-like Fontanana, this brutish bear was coming at him with every move aimed to kill. Not only did his explosive power surpass Nana's, but even Chujin had to admit that this man's lethal combat skills were superior to his own. Chujin was certain Hubert was an adapter, one who had surely synchronized with an incredibly powerful large-scale Fanta. Has Dawnsoft already become so formidable in the field of illusion arts? Summoning his resolve, Chujin took advantage of the opponent's momentary paralysis to swiftly draw his gun and pull the trigger. Bang! The barrel was violently twisted skyward by sheer brute force, the fiery serpent from its muzzle streaking across the night sky. Staring at the alarmingly close Hubert, a chill ran down Chujin's spine, followed by the birth of a despairing realization. When did this guy charge up? In terms of strength, speed, and even combat skills, Chujin was completely outmatched by the opponent in every aspect. There was simply no way to be his match. Hubert let out a sinister laugh, grabbed Chujin's right wrist, and suddenly exerted force. Snap! Chujin's wrist was instantly crushed by the opponent, his hand going numb as it fell limp, the pistol he was holding clattering to the ground. Arg! The immense agony twisted Chujin's face into a grimace as he gritted his teeth. Staring into Hubert's demonic grin, he thrust his left hand in a spear finger strike straight at Hubert's Adam's apple. Yet Hubert merely tilted his head slightly to dodge before driving his knee repeatedly into Chujin's abdomen. Pinning Chujin against the ground while immobilizing his right arm, Hubert's grin grew even more savage. Creak! Ah! His entire right arm hung limp like a noodle, the bones within having been crushed into powder by Hubert. Chujin was pinned to the ground by Hubert, his body curled up like a shrimp. The excruciating pain from both arms nearly made him grind his teeth to dust, and his throat emitted a shrill, helpless roar. A special agent from the Bio Research Institute? Is this all you've got? Listening to the miserable wails escaping Chujin's throat, Hubert felt utterly exhilarated. If time weren't so pressing, he would have loved to toy with Chujin a little longer. Crush his left arm next, then both legs, and finally grab his throat, applying pressure bit by bit until it snapped under Chujin's desperate gaze. What a pity, better end this quickly. With that thought, Hubert sneered and raised his right fist high. Chujin! A voice shouted in his ear. Chu Zhenxiang forcefully turned his head to see it was the special investigator, a fellow Cat Fantasia adapter, who had come with him. At this moment, the investigator was dashing toward him using flash step. Chang Hong. Seeing this, Chu Zhenxiang spoke through bloodstained teeth, trying to stop him. But at that moment, Chang Hong had already pulled out his pistol, squeezing the trigger at Hubert as he dashed towards Chujin. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive shots, one missed, the other struck Hobart in the left side of his waist. Damn it! Clutching his left side, Hubert retracted his right fist and abruptly stood up, his nearly 2-meter-tall frame looming over the charging Chang Hong. Chang Hong pulled the trigger again only to find the pistol was already out of bullets. He simply hurled it at Hobart and accelerated once more. With a swift sideways swipe, Hubert knocked the thrown pistol away and reached out to grab Chang Hong, only for Chang Hong to suddenly slide tackle right between Hubert's legs, leaving him clutching at empty air. Chang Hong, slipping through Hobart's legs, immediately kicked Chujin aside before coiling up Hobart's back like a nimble serpent. In the same motion, he drew a dagger from his belt and plunged it straight into the nape of Hobart's neck. Roar! Hubert suddenly let out a furious roar that echoed through the night sky, stunning Chang Hong, who was clinging to his back. Seizing the moment, Hubert's arm shot backward like lightning, grabbing Chang Hong by the neck and lifting him in front of himself like a helpless chick. Looking at Chang Hong's purple-tinged face, his legs thrashing wildly, and his hands desperately clawing at his palm, Hubert sneered repeatedly, "Got you, annoying rat." Then, Hubert turned and exerted force, violently slamming Chang Hong onto the ground. Boom! Cough ah! The impact created a large crater in the ground as a stream of blood shot from Chang Hong's throat, splattering onto Hubert's body and making his appearance even more ferocious. Not far away, Chujin witnessed this scene and his eyes widened abruptly. He desperately supported himself with his left arm, trying to stand up, but after several attempts, he weakly collapsed back onto the ground again. Watching Chujin struggle, Wabot let out a cruel, cold laugh and once again seized Chang Hong by the neck, lifting him high right before Chujin's eyes. He then, "Crack." The sound of bones breaking echoed in Chujin's ears. Watching Chang Hong's lifeless body tilted in Hobart's grip, Chujin's eyes immediately filled with bloodshot veins as he let out an enraged roar brimming with endless hatred. "I'll fucking kill you." Looking at Chujin collapsed on the ground, Hobart sneered contemptuously, "Kill me? You should get ready to join him instead." Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from behind. Hobart turned his head and saw Cecil Madare, his head scattering blood. "Damn it, Cecil, that useless trash." Seeing that Cecil was already dead and realizing the other special investigators would arrive soon, Hubert no longer paid attention to Chujin on the ground. He casually tossed the corpse aside and fled in panic. Watching Hubert's silhouette disappear from view, Chujin twisted his body as he crawled towards Chang Hong's corpse. Reaching out with his left hand, he tightly grasped Chang Hong's icy palm. His emotions finally collapsed beyond endurance, and his hoarse throat let out agonized sobs. Xin Chang, Liusu, and Xiao Silan had quietly arrived by Chujin's side at some point, standing silently with sorrowful expressions. Chapter 48. My catgirl at home has some serious issues. When Xin Chang returned, dragging his exhausted body around the corner near the cat cafe, he spotted the light glowing on the second floor from afar at first glance. At this hour on any normal day, Lin Yue and the others would have long since gone to bed. That they were still awake so late tonight, Xin Chang could guess with his toes that they must be waiting for him. A warmth blossomed in his heart as his stiff expression gradually softened, eventually melting into a faint smile. He lifted his foot and walked toward his home. As he approached, Xin Chang suddenly noticed a white-haired figure in a hoodie standing downstairs, craning their neck to look up at him. Sugar. Seeing Sugar in casual clothes felt somewhat unfamiliar to Xin Chang. He couldn't help but smile wryly. This outfit had been bought for Sugar long ago, yet it seemed this was the first time she'd actually worn it. Looks like we'll have to properly play with the cats during the cafe renovation period. Keeping them cooped up in the cat cafe would drive them stir crazy. Walking up to Sugar, Xin Chang smiled and said, "You don't need to wait for me here. Let's go, upstairs." "Master, shall we go for a stroll?" Shaking her head slightly, Sugar tilted her head as she looked at Xin Chang and said, "I've already checked with Sister Hui Hui." Xin Chang Wei paused for a moment, recalling that he still needed to discuss the Foreign Phantom Organization matter with Tang. Nodding, he replied, "Sure." The moon hung high in the sky tonight, without a single cloud for miles. Silver radiance cascaded across 100 leagues, while stars meandered dreamlike across the heavens, their glow mingling with streetlights to illuminate the empty streets, creating an intoxicatingly serene atmosphere. Xin Chang strolled down the avenue with Sugar, crisp autumn breezes occasionally stirring her soft, snow-white hair. Walking beside him, Sugar wore a faint but persistent smile that harmonized with the scenery like a painting come to life. Seeing Sugar's tranquil expression from the corner of his eye, the turmoil in Shin Chang's heart dissipated like smoke, replaced by a gentle wave of peacefulness.
Still afraid of the dark?
Shin Chang suddenly asked. Shaking her head, Tang said, with my master here, I won't be afraid. In Sugar's voice, Shin Chang heard profound trust and attachment. Ha! Shin Chang chuckled softly, gazing into the distance as he said, the Phantom Gear organization has already been destroyed by us. From now on, you can stay here peacefully, no more thoughts of running away alone. A cool, delicate sensation suddenly touched his hand. Seeing Schwanger slip her small hand into Shin Chang's palm, she then gently squeezed his fingers and said lightly, Schwanger will always stay by Master's side.
Unless Master drives Schwanger away, she won't go anywhere.
Feeling a slight tremor in his heart, Shin Chang nodded and replied, The two stood still, Shin Chang raising his head to gaze at the starry sky while Shuang Tang tilted hers to watch his profile. Unaware of Shuang Tang's gaze, Shin Chang was lost in thought, knowing such peaceful days wouldn't last much longer. The world of Fantasians was far more complex than he, Yulan, or others had imagined. Earlier that day, during the raid, Shin Chang had not only witnessed the gruesome aftermath of Chang Hong's brutal murder by enemies but also discovered a secret chamber upon infiltrating a foreign Fantasian organization's hideout. Inside, they found captive Fantasians who had been collected and secretly trained over the past year. When Shin Chang and his team kicked open the door, they were met with Fantasians, primarily cat and dog types, whose numb expressions and single-minded obedience betrayed unimaginable torment.
I am a weapon and execute orders had been drilled into their minds like programming code.
That scene was one Shin Chang swore he could never forget in this lifetime. This stronghold had existed for a year, and Sata had just turned 1-year-old not long ago. Although Sata didn't share the same numb expressions and single-minded obedience as other Fantasiasts, it was precisely because of this that her memories of that place, where she remained fully conscious, were likely more deeply etched into her mind than anyone else's. Shin Chang counted himself fortunate to have taken part in this raid. If not for that, he would never have felt such a burning desire to grow stronger. Had he not injected himself with that feline Fantasiast gene serum, Sata might very well have been taken away by that foreigner today. Moreover, although that illusion beast organization has been eradicated, that burly man still managed to escape and hasn't been captured to this day. If that burly man comes looking for trouble next time, Shin Chang knows deep down he'd be no match for him. If he could really inject a second dose of the illusion beast gene serum. While Shin Chang was lost in thought, Sugar quietly raised her head and stealthily moved closer to his cheek.
Seizing the moment, her face flushed pink. Sugar swiftly planted a quick peck on his cheek. Pop!
Despite being a tiny sound, it resonated unusually clearly through the silent street, casting a layer of ambiguous allure over the entire avenue bathed in amber streetlights. The sudden warmth on his face and the lingering sweetness of sugar left by Sata's touch emptied Shin Chang's mind in an instant, sending all his thoughts flying beyond the clouds.
Stiffly turning his neck, disbelief filled his eyes as he stammered, Satu, let's go, stupid master. Sugar didn't pay him any mind, choosing instead to be uncharacteristically playful this time.
Releasing Shin Chang's hand, she ran alone towards the cat cafe, her steps quick and seemingly somewhat flustered.
Shin Chang stood there in a daze.
After a long pause, a faint, bitter smile appeared on his lips. If it had been Cheese who kissed him, Shin Chang could have interpreted it as pure affection without any ulterior motives. But when it came to granulated sugar, clearly, whether considering granulated sugar's actions or her expression, the meaning behind them left no room for Shin Chang to deceive himself or misinterpret her feelings.
To be honest, there wasn't anything inherently wrong with it, but the main issue was,
granulated sugar had just turned 1-year-old not long ago. Shin Chang's expression grew increasingly solemn. Although the Bio Research Institute hadn't yet enacted any laws like the Underage Fanta Protection Act, the psychological barrier simply couldn't be overcome. At this moment, Shin Chang realized that his attitude towards Fantasians had been somewhat flawed all along. The inherent peculiarities of cheese and sugar, along with their retained feline habits, made Shin Chang rarely consider them as normal human women. This led him to feel no impropriety even when engaging in intimate contact with them. Not only Shin Chang himself, Lin Yuwei probably thought the same way too. But both cheese and sugar had already developed mature human cognition. In their eyes, what exactly did their ambiguous address of Shin Chang as master signify about his position? Shin Chang ultimately didn't catch up to Sugar and chose to walk back alone.
Master meow.
Pushing open the door on the second floor, the gray-blue figure pounced towards him as usual. Holding Cheese, Shin Chang could clearly feel that her gray-blue hair was still slightly damp and warm, emitting a faint fragrance scent. Evidently, she had just taken a bath. Letting go of the cheese, Shin Chang scanned the living room and asked Lin Yuwei, who was sitting on the sofa combing her hair, "Where's Shatong?" Shatong went back to her room to rest after her bath. Looking up at Shin Chang, Lin Yuwei wore a skeptical expression.
Speaking of which, why did Shatong come back alone?
And she looked a bit strange when she returned.
Senior, did you do something to her? Shin Chang, if anything, it should be what she did to me? Never mind, maybe Sata just needs to cool off. Cooling off might be for the best. Chapter 49, Illusory Asia Technology, the Repair Device. Late at night, Xinqiang tossed and turned in bed, thinking everything over before finally deciding to let nature take its course. 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 With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Xinqiang gradually drifted off to sleep. The next morning, before Cheese could come to wake him, Xinqiang had already opened his eyes. Noticing something unusual about the blanket, the first thing Xinqiang did upon waking was lift up his covers. When he saw the white furball curled up in his arms beneath the blanket, Xinqiang fell silent. In the following days, operations at Lumina Cat Cafe continued as usual, and Tangsu didn't show any more unusual behavior, except for occasionally sneaking into Xinqiang's bedding without his knowledge. Things didn't stop until Xinqiang began locking his bedroom door at night. Before they knew it, the week agreed upon with Yulan had passed. This was the day Xinqiang would go to the Bio Academy Research Institute for his checkup to determine whether he could receive the second dose of the Phantogene serum, and also, the day to bring milk tea home. That day, Xinqiang remained busy at the cat cafe until the afternoon rush hour for orders had passed. Only then did he set off alone on the road to the capital, leaving the remaining matters to Lin Yuwei and the others to handle. Perhaps due to the injection of the feline phantom gene serum, the injury on Xinqiang's left arm healed quickly. Although it wasn't fully recovered, at least driving posed no problem. The journey from Wenxi County to the capital took several hours, and driving alone was quite dull for Xinqiang. Originally, he had intended to invite Xiao Silin and Liusu before leaving, but they were currently overwhelmed with the incident involving the escaped hobbit and had to decline. By the time Xinqiang arrived at the capital and located the Biopharmaceutical Academy based on memory, dusk was already approaching. Since arrangements had been made in advance, the academy had assigned someone to receive Xinqiang outside. Xinqiang. Just as he stepped out of the car, Xinqiang saw a man in a white lab coat with golden-framed glasses walking towards him. Li Ji, leader of the Kenan Phantom subspecies research team at the Biofoundational Science Institute, and a student of Dr. Yen Jinfeng. This man could be considered one of the people at the Biofoundational Science Institute who took Xinqiang's ability to fuse multiple phantom subspecies genes most seriously. The moment he heard Xinqiang was returning for a second phantom subspecies gene compatibility test, he immediately volunteered to oversee Xinqiang's physical examination. Big brother, a familiar weight settled on his thigh. Xinqiang looked down and instantly spotted a golden-haired, dog-eared little girl. His heart melted as he smiled softly and picked up Li Xinyao. Yao Yao, long time no see. As soon as Yao Yao heard you were coming, she insisted on waiting here with me, Li Ji said with a wry smile. Honestly, even though she's only met you once, she's already as attached to you as she is to me, her own father. Nuzzling Li Xinyao's rosy little cheeks, Xinqiang looked directly at Li Ji and suggested, how about letting Yao Yao stay at my place for a few days? Yay! Going to Big Brother's house. Li Xinyao giggled in her childish voice. Li Ji immediately shook his head and snatched Li Xinyao back, his posture making it abundantly clear to Xinqiang. Don't even think about it. With a helpless shrug, Xinqiang walked side by side with Li Ji into the Biological Sciences Institute. Those phantasms rescued not long ago from that foreign organization, how are they now? Walking alongside Li Ji down the corridor of the institute, Xinqiang suddenly asked. Li Ji gently placed Li Xinyao down, his expression grim. We've already assembled a psychological treatment team to handle their therapy, but the current situation isn't optimistic. And, what about Chu Zhen? Chu Zhen's right arm was too severely injured. Even we couldn't heal it, so we had no choice but amputate it. He'll get a prosthetic replacement after some time. Li Ji's expression darkened slightly. The organization has already prepared to promote Chu Zhen to a grade C special investigator, but perhaps the shock of Chang Hong's death hit him too hard. From the moment he returned until now, he's been shutting himself in his room. Xinqiang. Rather than immediately taking Xinqiang for genetic matching tests, Li Ji first brought him to the medical room. Clearly, although Li Ji was more anxious than anyone to see Xinqiang's genetic pairing results, he still prioritized things appropriately. The medical room was empty. The moment Xinqiang stepped inside, his gaze locked onto a row of strange machines fixed to the wall. This is the rehabilitation device. Li Ji pointed to one of the silver-white machines fixed to the wall, which resembled Iron Man's armor, and explained, inside is a healing solution developed by our Bio-Basic Research Institute using the genes of lizard phantas. You had a fractured left arm before, right? Now, try inserting your left arm inside. Xinqiang nodded, stepped forward, and inserted his arm into the armor's left sleeve, rolling up his sleeve. At the other end, Li Ji pressed a few buttons, and the armor sealed shut. The next moment, Xinqiang felt a viscous liquid begin to pour continuously into the armor until it was completely filled. His left arm was enveloped by the liquid, feeling cool and rather pleasant. After a few minutes, the liquid retracted, and the armor opened. Xinqiang withdrew his arm reluctantly, only to notice his skin had turned noticeably whiter. After waving it a couple of times, Xinqiang noticed that the abnormal sensations from his previous fracture had completely disappeared. which surprised him. He turned to Li Ji and asked, "Will this repair device be widely available in hospitals in the future?" "Definitely, but it will take some time," Li Ji replied, looking rather pleased. "After all, using phantom gene technology to benefit the people is one of our main goals as researchers." Xin Chang nodded in agreement. Indeed, if these scientific achievements in the phantom field could be applied to society, the improvement to people's lives would be immeasurable. Next came the blood draw for the phantom gene compatibility test. Watching Li Ji hurry into the laboratory cradling his blood sample like a prized treasure, Xin Chang couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Since Xin Chang's blood would be used to pair with all the phantom gene samples at the Biogenetic Research Institute, which would take considerable time, Li Ji sent an internal floor plan of the facility to Xin Chang's phone before leaving, allowing him to explore on his own. Xin Chang indeed wanted to take some time to familiarize himself with the Biogenetic Research Institute, so he opened the floor plan on his phone and quickly scanned through the layout. The Biogenetic Research Institute was massive, spanning multiple floors with a wide variety of rooms and facilities. One entire floor was even dedicated solely to a training ground, showcasing the nation's emphasis on the organization's strength. Most of the other area's functions were unclear to Xin Chang just by their names. After some thought, he decided to follow the designated route on the floor plan and head toward the training ground. Chapter 50 Fox and Martin. The elevator stopped on the 4th floor. The silver-white doors automatically slid open to both sides, revealing an expansive and strikingly retro combat arena at first glance. Training facilities were neatly arranged around the central arena, resembling a downtown sports stadium. A few discreet passageways along the edges hinted that this place offered more than what initially met the eye. At this moment, two figures were sparring on the combat arena. One was presumably a special agent from the Biological Academy, a man whose punches carried the force of a roaring tiger, clearly a seasoned practitioner of martial arts. The other figure was none other than tiger illusionist Nana, a familiar face to Xin Chang. The man's punches were as unstoppable as splitting bamboo, his onslaught like a tidal wave crashing toward Nana. The sound of his strikes cutting through the air was so sharp that even Xin Chang could hear it clearly from a distance. And then, bang! In a blink, Nana's figure flashed, and the man was abruptly sent flying backward. He hit the ground, curling up and twitching faintly. Xin Chang. This guy seems to have gotten even stronger. How should I put it? Such scenes always gave Xin Chang the feeling of an adult bullying a little kid. However, Xin Chang immediately understood why Li Ji and the others were so desperate to capture these ferocious animal-like fantasias. Taking this tiger fantasia as an example, cat or dog fantasias simply couldn't compare in terms of power level. That said, Yulan had mentioned to Xin Chang that the higher the extent of enhancement fantasia genes provided to humans, the rarer their compatible users became. This inevitably meant that high-level combatants of this caliber would always be scarce. Another thing worth mentioning is that fantasias naturally have 100% genetic compatibility with themselves. With proper training, they can easily surpass human users, which is why Dawn Organization prefers using fantasias directly as weapons rather than relying on compatible users. After defeating her opponent in the arena with a single move, Nana turned around languidly and happened to lock eyes with Xin Chang, who was standing stiffly in front of the elevator. Nana's eyes lit up, and she waved at Xin Chang from afar, calling out, "Xin Chang." A chill shot up from his heels straight to the crown of his head. Sensing trouble, Xin Chang was about to turn around and retreat into the elevator when Nana dashed over in a flash, grabbing his arm tightly. "Xin Chang, fight with me," she said. He tried pulling his arm away a couple of times, but it only made the softness of Nana's chest press against him more, stirring a restless feeling in his chest. His expression darkened as he replied, "No. Come on, just one match. Just one." Nana pleaded, gazing at Xin Chang with imploring eyes as she held up a single finger on her right hand. Xin Chang remained stern. "The Bioscience Institute has plenty of capable people, go find them." Xin Chang knew he was no match for Nana in the first place, and now there was absolutely no chance of beating her. Fight her? More like asking for a beating. This won't do. Either they refuse to fight or they're too weak, they can't even get me warmed up. The man who had just shakily gotten to his feet staggered upon hearing those words, nearly collapsing to the floor again. "Xin Chang. Hey, we are colleagues after all, do you have to be so ruthless?" After some relentless pestering from Nana, Xin Chang remained unyielding no matter what. In the end, it left Nana sitting on the floor puffing her cheeks in a sulk. Nana's anger came and went quickly, and soon she jumped up from the ground again, pounding Xin Chang's shoulder vigorously as she said, Xin Chang, it's dinner time. Let's go to the cafeteria together, okay?" Cafeteria? Xin Chang felt his shoulder was nearly shattered by Nana's enthusiastic pats. His lips twitched as he asked, "Will I get to see milk tea there?" Xin Chang certainly hadn't forgotten the other important matter he needed to attend to at the Biomechatronics Research Institute, taking milk tea home. Nana nodded repeatedly. "Of course, normally at this time we'd already be drinking milk tea. Let's hurry up and go." As the saying goes, food is the first necessity of the people, and the cafeteria occupies an entire floor in the Bioscience Academy. The moment the elevator doors opened, the white-dominated dining hall came into view, appearing at first glance even more spacious than the training ground. Rows of tables and chairs were neatly arranged in orderly lines, while people moved about in small groups, chatting amiably as they carried their trays. Among them were many Fantasia with beast ears and tails. Looking at the surging crowd, Xinqiang was a little dazed. This was the first time he had a direct understanding of the huge scale of the staff of the Institute of Biological Sciences. There must be at least 3,000 or 4,000 people, right? Keep in mind, this is just one cafeteria in the main building of the Biological Sciences Academy. It doesn't even include grassroots staff or external personnel. Pushed along by Nana all the way to the innermost area, where a row of food dispensing machines stood, Xinqiang followed her instructions and casually swiped his Grade E Special Investigator ID card to get a meal. The cafeteria of the Bio-Institute Academy is fully automated and mechanized, requiring no human labor for service, let alone any aunties with shaky hands serving portions. Xinqiang wasn't familiar with this place, so he had no choice but to follow behind Nana. Watching Nana's tail sway back and forth with each step, the desire to grab hold of it welled up in Xinqiang's mind more than once. Look, milk tea is over there. Hearing Nana's shout, Xinqiang once again suppressed the thoughts in his mind and followed her pointing finger. He spotted Milk Tea, who looked like a large cotton candy, sitting in the corner eating her meal in small bites, with two phantasmal beasts sitting directly across from her. Compared to her emaciated state a week ago, Milk Tea had visibly plumped up a bit, and her personality had clearly grown brighter too. She was chatting with the two phantasmal beasts opposite her, and bursts of laughter could occasionally be heard. She made friends. After letting out a sigh like a proud father, Xinqiang walked over to the empty seat beside Milk Tea. Left behind, Nana blinked in surprise before tagging along like a shadow. While eating, Milk Tea suddenly sensed someone sitting down beside her. Pausing for a moment, she turned her head and the next second, her eyes lit up, her ears and tail shooting straight up. Master! Rubbing Milk Tea's head, Xinqiang smiled and said, I told you I'd come pick you up in a week. You didn't forget, did you? Milk Tea shook her head repeatedly. I could never forget. And I listened to Master. I've been eating well all this time. Just 2 days ago, Sister Yulan said there's nothing wrong with my health at all. Just like when they first met, Milk Tea's voice still carried a youthful tenderness, but it no longer resembled fragile leaves adrift in a storm. Instead, it now sparkled with youthful vitality and a touch of girlish energy. Turning his gaze, Xinqiang looked at the two Fantasias sitting across from Milk Tea. One Fantasia had fiery red shoulder-length hair, pointed black-tipped red ears atop her head, and a bushy red tail, clearly a fox-type Fantasia. The other phantom hybrid had long, snow-white hair with a pair of small triangular ears of the same snowy hue atop her head, accompanied by an equally white, slightly fluffy slender tail. With her petite, lowly-like frame even shorter than Milk Tea's, she appeared to be, perhaps a Marten phantom hybrid? And it was a ferret. Chapter 51, The Information Liaison. Phantom subs were created by modifying the original genetic traits of animals according to the golden ratio of the human body, and their appearances were uniformly maintained within a certain standard of human aesthetics. It could be said that there were no unattractive phantom subs, a fact Xinqiang repeatedly confirmed throughout his journey. Xinqiang observed the two Fantasia for a moment before smiling and introducing himself. Hello, I'm Xinqiang, a classy special investigator. I'm here to take Milk Tea home. She's been under your care during this period. Thank you for looking after her. Pleased to meet you. The Fox Fantasia yawned lazily and chuckled. Hello, I'm Ximing, an information liaison officer. Nice to meet you. The Marten Fantasia opened her mouth to speak but suddenly seemed to remember something. She jumped off the chair, then turned around and stood on it again. Only by standing on the chair did she barely manage to tower just slightly over Xinqiang while he remained seated. Puffing her cheeks, she crossed her arms and huffed, Information Liaison Officer, Ling Shui. Remember that, okay? Watching Ling Shui's antics, Xinqiang smiled and nodded before asking, so, what exactly does an information liaison officer do? You don't know what an information liaison officer is? Hearing this, Ling Shui immediately showed an expression of shock. Are you really a Class E special investigator? Well, I just recently joined the Bio-Foundational Science Academy. Xinqiang scratched the back of his head somewhat awkwardly. You became a Class E special investigator right after joining the Bio-Foundational Science Academy? After pondering for a moment, a look of contempt suddenly appeared on Ling Shui's face. Could it be you got the position through connections? Xinqiang's lips twitched slightly. Bang! Before Xinqiang could speak, Nana suddenly slapped the table and stood up, startling Ling Shui so badly she nearly fell off her chair. It's because Xinqiang took in a tiger phantom hybrid like me that he got promoted to E rank. He's definitely not a nepotism hire. As if hitting a nerve, Nana's sudden outburst made Ling Shui shrink back, her voice trembling. Oh okay, I get it, no need to be so angry. I'm sorry. Alright, Nana, sit down.
Pulling Nana's arm to coax her back into her seat, Xincheng then turned to Ling Shui. Sorry for scaring you.
She doesn't mean any harm.
Ling Shui's little ears drooped on top of her head, and Xincheng even noticed her legs seemed to go slightly weak.
He lightly tapped Nana on the back of her head. Apologize now. I just stood up for you, you know. Nana pouted, though she seemed aware she'd gone too far, lowering her head toward Ling Shui. Sorry for startling you. Ahem.
Scared? Scared of what? There's no way I could be scared. Sensing her own slip in composure, Ling Shui quickly straightened her posture and lifted her chin proudly, declaring, It's just that I was a little displeased with your sudden shouting, but since you've said it like that, I suppose I can forgive you.
Xincheng. Rubbing his slightly throbbing temples, Xincheng pressed on, So, what exactly does this information liaison role you mentioned entail? It sounds somewhat intelligence-related? Is this the most unreliable intelligence department at the Bioscience Institute?
Hearing this, the little ears atop Ling Shui's head twitched, and she immediately crossed her arms proudly, saying, Our job is to provide all kinds of intel and information for you special investigators while you're out on missions. If you somehow stumble into some remote valley, without our help, you'd just be running around like headless chickens. Xincheng nodded in understanding. Indeed, if they ever ended up in some remote valley to assist or retrieve phantom beings, intelligence support would be absolutely essential. If the special investigators were the sharp blades of the Bioscience Institute, then these information liaisons were probably its eyes.
How many information liaisons are there? Xincheng asked.
It depends on how many special investigators there are. Ling Shui shrugged in response. Unless there's a vacancy for an information liaison officer, one officer typically handles just one special investigator, sometimes even two liaisons are assigned to a single investigator. At this point, Ling Shui paused and sighed. You must understand, the threshold to become a special researcher was already extremely high. Moreover, the higher-ups have always adhered to the principle of fewer but better when screening special researchers, resulting in their current scarcity within the Biofoundation Institute. Consequently, competition for information liaison positions has become exceptionally fierce. Ximing and I only managed to get recruited recently.
That's why we still don't know which special researcher we'll be assigned to. The threshold for becoming a special investigator is extremely high?
Xincheng thought about how he became a special investigator and felt his cheek twitch slightly. Beside him, Ximing finished her meal, pushed her plate aside, then rested her chin on the table lazily and said, If only we were serving the same special investigator as Ling Shui, then most of the work could be dumped on Ling Shui. At this, Ling Shui glared at her, jumped off her chair and began pinching Ximing's cheeks while scolding, Hey,
could you show some ambition for once? Yumaki, MMPH.
Watching the two phantoms' behavior, Xincheng shook his head with a faint smile and silently continued eating his meal. Milk Tea chuckled softly as she explained, Don't judge them by how they look now, they're actually quite reliable when serious work needs to be done.
Xincheng. Speaking of which, if every special investigator were to be assigned a dedicated communications officer, what kind of person should his own communications officer be? Hopefully someone reliable, someone like Fringe.
Thinking back on the colleagues he knew at the Biofundamental Research Institute, there really weren't many who seemed dependable. Just the thought of it made Xincheng's head start to ache.
Ding!
At that moment, both Ling Shui and Ximing's phones lit up simultaneously. The two struggling Fantasias froze, then simultaneously released each other to pick up their phones. Bioacademy of Sciences announcement, Information Liaison Officers Ling Shui and Ximing, from today onward, will be responsible for providing intelligence support to E-rank Special Investigator Xincheng. After reading the message aloud, Ximing turned her head in unison with Ling Shui to stare at Xincheng across from them.
Xincheng, should I be feeling honored?
Of course. Ling Shui planted her hands on her hips again, brimming with pride. You should consider yourself lucky to have me as your information liaison. And you actually managed to subdue the tiger illusion, so it seems you've got some skills after all. Barely qualified to match my intel support. Really working with Rin Setsu, and you're the rookie special agent assigned to handle phantom beasts too. Yumi, I giggled softly. Please take care of me, my dear special agent.
Xincheng was rendered speechless once again.
After finishing their meal under an eerie atmosphere, Xincheng added his two intelligence liaison ladies as friends before taking Milk Tea and Nana to bid their farewells.
Chapter 52, Milk Tea, we're home.
The moment they stepped out of the cafeteria, Nana transformed into a completely different person, like a tiger shedding its docility. Gone was her previously reticent demeanor as she grabbed Xincheng's arm despite Milk Tea's warning glare. Xincheng,
let's have a match. Don't exercise vigorously after meals. With a light flick on Nana's forehead, Xincheng let out a small sigh.
It seemed Nana didn't fit in very well here, no wonder she clung to him so much from the beginning. Rubbing the puffed-up little head of the Milk Tea, Xincheng was contemplating where to visit next when Li Ji's sudden call came through. Xincheng, report to the injection room immediately. Because Xincheng had previously received the Felis Mirage Gene Serum injection in the drug administration room, he was familiar with the route. Without needing to consult the map, he navigated the twists and turns and quickly reached his destination, with Milk Tea and Nana naturally following behind. Pushing the door open, he saw Li Ji sitting inside, pressing the plunger of a syringe. Though Li Ji was momentarily startled by Milk Tea and Nana's entrance, he didn't shoo them away. Instead, he turned excitedly toward Xincheng and said, "Based on our pairing tests, your gene compatibility rate with other Mirage beasts remains unchanged, simply unbelievable. After discussions with the higher-ups at Biogenetics Science Institute, we've decided to administer a second dose of Mirage Gene Serum to you. This one is the Canis Mirage Gene Serum right here in my hand. You're about to become the world's first and only multi-Mirage gene adapter."
Ha! Xincheng can receive the second dose of the illusion gene serum?
Nana, who had become a special investigator, clearly knew quite a bit about adapted individuals by now. Hearing this, she abruptly closed in on Li Ji and asked eagerly, "Why not the Tiger Illusion Gene Serum?
Hasn't it been developed yet?"
Exactly, Li Ji didn't hold back either, stating frankly, "Large illusions like you are the first our Biological Science Academy has ever accommodated."
The research direction for the illusion gene serum is also entirely different from the small illusions we've dealt with before.
You could say researching the Tiger Illusion Gene Serum is a completely new field our academy has never explored, so it'll still take us some time to develop it.
Of course, it won't be too long.
If Xincheng can still receive a third dose of Illusion Gene Serum after the Canine one, then the third dose ought to be the Tiger Illusion Gene Serum. At this point, even before Xincheng himself could react, Li Ji had already burst into laughter. "When that day comes, with 3 types of illusion genes within you, you'll become our Biological Science Academy's greatest trump card."
Xinyue gave a dry laugh, feeling that things weren't quite that simple. The syringe of canine hybrid gene agent quickly emptied. After finishing the injection, the nurse Li Ji leaned forward, staring intently at Xinyue and suddenly asked, "How do you feel?" Xinyue frowned, flexed his arm, and said, "Your injection technique isn't as good as Yulan's." Li Ji. He'd bet his life that if those adapters who'd endured torturous agony to fuse with Phantogene saw Xincheng acting this casually unfazed right now, they'd absolutely swarm him for a fight. With his wounds healed, medicine administered, and Milk Tea found, Xincheng had no reason to linger here any longer. Walking down the hallway, Milk Tea was bubbling with unrestrained joy, chanting repeatedly, "Going home with Master." Noticing Nana's somewhat strained expression, Xincheng asked, "Do you want to go back to Moxinia's side?" Nana shook her head. "My existence only causes trouble for Mom. Even if you hadn't come to take me in, I would have found a chance to sneak away on my own. Life here is so much easier than wandering around and avoiding people. Why would I ever think of going back? It's just that sometimes I feel a bit lonely." Although Nana never spoke these words aloud, Xincheng could clearly read them on her face. Perhaps it was because of Nana's animal bloodline's oppressive aura?
The Fantasia subconsciously avoided her, and apart from them, there were hardly any idle personnel at the Biogenetics Research Institute.
As a result, Nana had remained entirely alone until now.
If Xinya found out, who knows how long she'd cry this time.
All the way to the outside of the Bio Foundation Institute, Nana's ears and tail drooped completely. "Do you have to leave now?" "MHM.
Xincheng nodded, then suddenly added, "That Ling Shui and Ximing are quite easy to get along with.
You could try befriending them." Her tail gave a little wag as Nana nodded vigorously.
"MHM." Getting into the car with Milk Tea, Xincheng heard Nana's voice again, "Xincheng." Xincheng turned his head to see Nana looking at him seriously and saying, "If you see my mom, please tell her."
"I'm doing well. I'm counting on you." After a brief silence, Xincheng nodded with a faint smile. "All right."
By the time the car entered Wenqingbao, it was already night. The Milk Tea stayed close to Xincheng at first but grew sleepy and ended up sleeping in the back seat the whole time. The Biological Science Academy had long since prepared Milk Tea's ID documents, with the name Xinsha printed on them, leaving Xincheng both amused and exasperated. It seems that in the future, naming really needs careful consideration. Without even marrying a single wife, the Xin family had already gained 3 extra members. The neon streetlights still shone as brilliantly as ever, but the streets at this hour were already deserted, appearing somewhat desolate. Suddenly, Xincheng noticed a figure huffing and puffing while jogging in his peripheral vision. Curling his lips, he pulled the car over, rolled down the window, and called out, "What are you doing?
Night running?"
Hearing Xincheng's voice, Xinya, her delicate body glistening with sweat, came to a halt. After catching her breath for a moment, she turned to him with a woeful expression and said, "I went out for dinner after work, and when I got home, I suddenly realized I'd left my house keys at the zoo."
Xincheng.
As the scenery on either side of the road slid smoothly past, Xinya sat in the passenger seat, glancing at Milk Tea, who was fast asleep in the back seat, and murmured with flushed cheeks, I'm really sorry for troubling you like this."
Xincheng waved it off. "No problem. Actually, I have something to ask you about later." "Got it." Xinya nodded, then suddenly noticed something and asked, "Are your injuries healed?"
With the medical standards of the Bio Institute of Science, this kind of injury would be nothing but a minor scratch to them.
Hearing this, Emoshinya's beautiful eyes lit up. Did you go to the Bio-Based Science Institute today? Did you see Nana? How is she doing? Remembering Nana's request, Shin-Chang replied calmly without showing any emotion. Nana is doing well, you don't need to worry. That's good. Emoshinya let out a long sigh of relief and leaned back into the car seat. Shin-Chang. Parking the car at the zoo entrance where the gates were still unlocked, Shin-Chang watched as Emoshinya ran inside to fetch the keys. Drumming his fingers on the steering wheel, he waited in silence. Milk Tea was still breathing evenly in sleep, clearly genuinely tired. Soon, Emoshinya hurried back to the car and flashed a Kering at Shin-Chang. Shin-Chang nodded and pressed down on the accelerator. By the way, Shin-Chang, you mentioned earlier you had something to ask me? How did you and Nana meet? Why does she call you Mom? After thinking for a moment, Shin-Chang voiced his question. A faint smile unconsciously surfaced on Emoshinya's face as memories came flooding back. Not long after Nana was born, her real mother passed away. At that time, Nana was still just a little tiger cub, not yet weaned, and refused to drink milk from other animals. I was the one who bottle-fed her milk formula, mouthful by mouthful, until she grew up. Nana had just been weaned not long ago. One morning, the manager of the zoo suddenly informed me that Nana was missing. I had never felt such anxiety before. I spent the entire workday searching everywhere for Nana, calling her name. Finally, just before my shift ended, I suddenly spotted a girl sleeping on the ground in a secluded corner of the zoo. I woke the girl up, and the first thing she did upon opening her eyes was smile and call me Mom. I froze for a moment but immediately realized this girl was Nana. She absolutely had to be Nana. I couldn't have mistaken her for anyone else. At this point, Emoshinya turned to look at the sleeping Milk Tea in the back seat and chuckled. Nana back then was just like her. So you kept Nana a secret and quietly took her home? The car came to a stop in front of a shabby little rental building. Shin-Chang gazed at the building and murmured, you and Nana squeezed into such a rundown little place. But I'm happy. Pushing the car door open and stepping out, Emoshinya turned to Shin-Chang and said, I just regret that as a mother, I couldn't give Nana anything she wanted. But, Shin-Chang, you can do all the things I couldn't. Shin-Chang's fingers, which had been tapping the steering wheel, froze instantly. That's right. Now, he could give cheese, sugar, and Milk Tea many of the things they desired. Compared to Emoshinya, he should consider himself incredibly fortunate. But Emoshinya treated Nana as a mother. What about him? Was he a father? Or was he just a meaningless owner? Staring blankly as Emoshinya waved at him before turning to enter the rental building, it took Shin-Chang a long moment before he snapped back to reality and drove off toward the direction of the cat cafe. Over 10 minutes later, pulling up in front of the cat cafe, he smiled faintly at the warm glow of lights on the second floor before gently shaking Milk Tea awake. Milk Tea, we're home. City Stray, Cat Arc End. Their chocolate-colored cat ears. Chapter 53. Are these little girls actually your cats that have become spirits? Autumn has arrived, bringing the season of dancing fallen leaves. The tail end of summer has completely vanished, rainy days have become increasingly frequent, and the autumn wind grows ever colder. The expansion of Lightspot Cat Cafe has begun. Amidst the wails of countless cat lovers, Shin-Chang shut the doors of his cat cafe with a flourish, effortlessly bundling Hui and his 3 catgirls into the car before driving off into the sunset. The expansion of the cat cafe would take a while, so Shin-Chang entrusted all the cats to Yuan's care. Finally having a long break with free time on his hands, visiting family was naturally on the cards. Beyond catching up and filling them in on his life, this trip held another purpose. Glancing through the rearview mirror at the 3 catgirls roughhousing in the back seat, Shin-Chang's lips twitched ever so slightly. Should he tell his family about the phantom beasts? Shin-Chang reflected that his family had always been thick-skinned and easygoing, readily accepting such matters. They might even feel happy about gaining 3 new family members. Lin Yue had taken some time off and was thoroughly enjoying her leisure. At the moment, she was dozing lightly in the passenger seat. As mentioned earlier, Lin Yue's parents had passed away in an accident when she was very young, and it was her grandparents who raised her. The elderly couple ran a hot spring inn in a small county town near Xiaolai village, which also served as the first stop for Shin-Chang and his group's autumn outing. Before he realized it, the vehicle had arrived at the destination. Shin-Chang parked the car, woke Lin Yue, and guided the girls to a sizable lodge ahead. The crisp autumn breeze brushed against his cheeks, leaving him refreshed and invigorated. Ding! Suddenly, a highly abrupt sound reached Shin-Chang's ears. Pausing momentarily in surprise, he turned his head only to find nothing behind him. Am I being overly sensitive? Since receiving the Canet Mirage gene injection, Shin-Chang's hearing had become abnormally acute, but this hypersensitivity only made him more prone to jump at shadows. After all, the adept who killed Chang Hong still hadn't been caught. With a sigh, Shin-Chang looked up at the plaque bearing the 6 bold characters Lin Family Hot Spring Inn, emanating an old-fashioned charm. This inn had once flourished, otherwise, it wouldn't have been built on such a grand scale. Unfortunately, business had been declining in recent years, to the point where Lin Yue's grandfather had repeatedly considered selling it. Grandpa, Grandma!
Alerted by the news, the elderly couple was already waiting at the inn's entrance. From afar, Lin Yue, still bleary-eyed from just waking up, cheerfully called out and scampered toward them. Cheese and Sugar, having worked at Spotlight Cat Cafe for a while, were unfazed by strangers and strolled leisurely beside Xinchang. Milk Tea, not yet officially on duty, was still shy and timid, clutching the hem of Xinchang's clothes while hiding behind him.
Lin Yue's grandfather was named Lin Jinxing.
Though his hair was half white, he brimmed with vigor and vitality, his face glowing with hearty joy. Lin Jinxing first exchanged a few words with Lin Yue before stepping forward to greet Xinchang. As he approached and saw the three teenage girls with cat ears and tails standing beside Xinchang, he paused slightly and inquired, "Xiao Chang, who might these three young ladies be?"
Xinchang cleared his throat awkwardly and replied, "They're waitresses from Light Point Cat Cafe. Since the cafe is undergoing renovations and they didn't know where to stay, they tagged along with Yue and me." Well, the elderly needed some time to process things. Blurting out their Therians, transformed from cats right off the bat would probably give the poor old man a heart attack. "Hello, Grandpa." The three cat girls bowed crisply to Lin Jinxing in perfect etiquette.
Since she was both Xinchang's employee and a guest at the inn, Lin Jinxing didn't press further. He merely gave Xinchang a meaningful glance before smiling at the catgirls and saying, "Go have fun.
Enjoy your holiday."
For some reason, Xinchang felt there was something dangerous in the way Lin Jinxing was looking at him. Seeing the three catgirls running up to Lin Yue's grandmother again, they bowed crisply and chirped, "Hello, Grandma."
"Oh, good girl." Grandma Li Mei, Lin Yue's grandmother, appeared as an extremely kind-hearted elderly woman.
Seeing the three catgirls' appearance, Li Mei smiled warmly and affectionately patted each of their heads one by one. "Let we take you out to have lots of fun these next couple of days. Treat this place as your own home, no need to be too reserved."
"Mum,"
the three catgirls responded in cheerful unison. After following Lin Jinxing through the procedures to collect their ID cards and sign their names, the group found their rooms and settled in. Because Lin Er and his wife would definitely never ask Xinchang for money, Lin Yue feared disturbing their business, although there was hardly ever any business to speak of on normal days, so she shared a spacious twin room with the three catgirls, while Xinchang, as the sole male, enjoyed a single room to himself.
"Big bed, meow."
As soon as they entered the room, Cheese let out a delighted meow and pounced onto the bed, lazily flopping down and not moving an inch afterward. Milk Tea remained somewhat reserved, sitting timidly at the edge of the bed with a flushed face. Sugar, meanwhile, settled onto the opposite bed, her tail swishing back and forth as she pinched her chin thoughtfully. Lin Yue ran next door and dragged Xinchang, who had just put down his luggage, over to discuss their holiday plans together. "It's already noon, and we've been jolted around all the way here.
Let's have lunch and then get some proper rest.
In the evening, I'll take Cheese and the others to the hot spring."
"Do you have other plans, Senior?"
Xinchang nodded. "I plan to go fishing after lunch."
"Want to come along?"
Lin Yue made a face of disgust. "No way, it's too boring."
"You go by yourself." Xinchang's lips twitched. "What about tomorrow? Any plans for tomorrow?" "Of course we're going camping." "Camping?"
Lin Yue's excitement was palpable when mentioning camping. "We'll have to wake up early tomorrow." Near the Lin family's hot spring inn was a camping area where Lin Yue loved running wild as a child. This trait was quite similar to Xinchang, who also enjoyed frolicking in the wild woods near his home during his childhood, always returning dirty and receiving a good scolding from his grandpa, much to his family's frustration.
Lin Yue seemed to have boundless energy upon returning to her childhood home.
Barely after finishing travel arrangements with Xinchang, she immediately dragged him and the catgirls downstairs to help with cooking. When everyone arrived in the kitchen, Li Mei had just taken out the ingredients.
Hearing their offers to help, she didn't decline but welcomed them in with a joyful smile.
Xinchang, who was following behind, lifted his foot to step into the kitchen when suddenly a hand pulled him back. Turning his head, he saw Lin Jinxing glaring at him. "Xiao Chang, come here.
I need to talk to you about something."
Hearing this, Xinchang sighed, knowing what was coming couldn't be avoided, and followed Lin Jinxing at a leisurely pace. Leading Xinchang to a corner, Lin Jinxing turned to face him squarely and got straight to the point. "What's your relationship with those three girls?" "I'm the boss, they're the employees," Xinchang replied without batting an eye. Lin Jinxing narrowed his eyes slightly, pulling out the signed receipt from his pocket that Xinchang and the others had just filled out at the counter.
He read it word by word: Xinji, Xintang, Xinsha. What a coincidence. How come your Xin family suddenly has so many new members? Or are these girls just coincidentally sharing your surname? Xinchang's face stiffened, not daring to speak. Their decorative ears and tails are quite interesting too, they even move on their own. They must be expensive, right? Did you buy them for them, or did they get them themselves? And the colors of their hair are quite unusual too, definitely not dyed, and they don't look sick or anything. Xinchang's eyes began to dart around uneasily. Just as he was about to tell Lin Jinxing the truth, he saw Lin's expression suddenly turn serious as the man blurted out something astounding. "Xiao Chang, tell me honestly, are those girls actually your cats that turned into spirits?" Chapter 54, The Mermaid at the Old Pier. "Are these little girls enchanted cats from your place?" Pfft, Shin Chang felt struck by lightning, nearly spraying Lin Jinxing's face. In a way, they really do seem like bewitched cats transformed into humans? After all, Lin Jinxing's eyes could never perceive the concept of Huanya. Seeing Shin Chang like this, Lin Jinxing became even more convinced of his own deduction. Shin Chang quickly raised his hand to stop Lin Jinxing and explained the matters concerning Huanya and the Biological Science Academy to him. Currently, both Huanya and the Biological Science Academy are in a semi-public state, not openly announced, but not concealed either, so Shin Chang didn't need to hold back when discussing this matter. Lin Jinxing's initial reaction was no better than Shin Chang's had been. After hearing the explanation, he fell into a stunned silence, clearly needing some time to digest all this information. Seeing that Lin Jinxing wasn't pressing further, Shin Chang turned and darted into the kitchen with a whoosh, looking somewhat like he was fleeing in a hurry. It wasn't until Lin Yue called everyone for dinner that Lin Jinxing snapped out of his daze, muttering to himself as he walked to the dining table. Are animals becoming spirits legally these days? How bizarre. At the table, Li Mei seemed to treat the cat girls as if they were her own granddaughters, constantly serving them food until even Lin Yue felt somewhat neglected. Noticing Lin Yue's slight pout, Shin Chang chuckled softly and placed a pork rib on her plate. Eat up and rest early, he said. Lin Yue's cheeks instantly flushed red all the way to the tips of her ears as she buried her face in her rice bowl, mumbling indistinctly, I get it already. Until after the meal, Lin Jinxing didn't inquire further about the three cat girls, appearing to have silently accepted the situation. Seeing the well-fed girls sprawled haphazardly across the bed, Shin Chang sighed. As it was still early with daylight left, he promptly grabbed his fishing gear, hurried downstairs, and dashed outside. Lin Jinxing, who was idly reading a book at the front desk, glanced at Shin Chang and remarked indifferently, that pond you used to frequent has been drained dry. No fish left to catch. Boom! Shin Chang stood frozen as if struck by lightning, the fishing rod slipping from his grasp and landing on the ground. Seeing Shin Chang's utterly defeated expression, Lin Jinxing couldn't help but find it amusing. Leaning in with a mysterious air, he whispered to Shin Chang, if you really want a fish, I know a spot, completely deserted most of the time. Wanna go? Near the Lin family hot spring in lies a dilapidated pier. Shin Chang found a relatively clean spot to sit on the wooden pier. Tossing down the cushion he'd brought with him, he sent up a cloud of dust with a single pat. Shin Chang hastily retreated 2 steps back, waiting for the dust to settle before approaching again. Then he plopped down unceremoniously. Creak, the wood let out an ear-splitting screech, sending shivers down Shin Chang's spine. This damn plank. Would it collapse or not? This pier is the fishing spot Lin Jinxing told him about. Keep walking downstream along the western riverbank, and you'll come across a dilapidated wooden dock. That old dock's seen better days, no one lives nearby, and nobody maintains it anymore. I've been there fishing myself, but strangely enough, I never caught a single fish even after hours of trying. A few days ago I laid out a fishing net there, only to return the next day and find not a single fish caught. The net itself had vanished without a trace. Recalling Lin Jinxing's expression when he finished speaking, so exasperated he looked ready to curse, Shin Chang couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. As for claiming no fish could be caught no matter how long one fished, Shin Chang naturally refused to believe it. Where there were rivers and lakes, fish were bound to exist, let alone this vast lake stretching beyond sight from the pier. With such an enormous lake and no settlements nearby, how could there possibly be no fish? Twisting his buttocks on the cushion, Shin Chang set up the fish nest, attached the bait, and cast the fishing line. And then, 1 hour passed, 2 hours passed, Shin Chang. At this moment, the fishing float dipped slightly. Shin Chang was overjoyed and gave it a vigorous pull. It was a fish barely the length of a finger. Shin Chang. I refuse to believe this is all I'm getting. Spitting in frustration, Shin Chang tossed the tiny fish into the bucket, rebaited his hook, and cast his line again. This time, less than 10 minutes later, the float suddenly plunged underwater again. Eyes narrowing in anticipation, Shin Chang exerted strength through his arms and jerked the fishing rod upward with all his might. This time, there was a fish so huge that it looked impossible to grasp with both hands dangling from the hook. At the sight, Shin Chang almost shed tears of excitement. Suddenly, a dark figure leaped out of the water with a splash, skimmed past Shin Chang's fishing hook, and plunged back into the river with another loud plop. Staring at the empty fish hook, Shin Chang was dumbfounded. Under the feline canine hybrid enhanced dynamic vision coursing through his veins, Shin Chang had witnessed the entire scene with crystal clarity. A beautiful maiden with cherry-pink hair and a matching fishtail leaped from the lake's surface, gracefully twisting her fair waist as she snatched the fish Shin Chang had just caught between her teeth, then plunged back into the water and vanished without a trace. Fish illusia? So the reason no fish could be caught here was because she'd claimed this entire lake as her own? Fuming, Shin Chang flung down his fishing rod, jumped to his feet, and shouted at the lake, "Get out here! Do you really think this lake belongs to you?" The mermaid emerged from the lake, still holding the fish she'd stolen from Shin Chang's fishing hook in her mouth. Her cherry blossom pink hair cascaded over her porcelain white shoulders, and her matching pink eyes blinked innocently, unexpectedly adorable in appearance.
Seeing the mermaid like this, Shincheng found himself at a loss for words and silently sat back down.
Though this lake didn't belong to her, it certainly wasn't his either. Wait, if this mermaid was a Fantasia living here, then in a sense, didn't this lake actually count as her home?
Shincheng admitted to himself that he was in the wrong.
Well, rivers and lakes are gifts of nature, they don't belong to anyone.
It's a fair competition, fair competition. Shincheng comforted himself with these words, deliberately ignoring the mermaid who had submerged back into the water as he baited his hook and cast his fishing line once more. Splash! Within minutes, Shincheng flicked his rod sharply, hooking another fish. Predictably, the mermaid leapt out of the water right after, attempting her same old trick. Seeing this, a sly smirk curled at the corners of Shincheng's lips. Who was he? The world's only dual feline canine illusory gene adapter. What ordinary people would perceive as the mermaid's lightning-fast movements appeared to him as slow as a turtle crawling. Shincheng flicked his wrist, his waist following with force, causing the fishing hook to instantly alter its trajectory, perfectly evading the mermaid's predicted position. The mermaid lunged at empty air, plunging into the water with a splash. She soon resurfaced only to see Shincheng smugly waving the caught fish at her. Puffing her cheeks in frustration, the mermaid dove back under.
Had ha!
Grinning triumphantly, Shincheng baited the hook again and cast his line.
The float sank abruptly once more.
Shincheng reeled in his line, only to find a tattered black shoe dangling from the hook.
Shincheng, stupid fish, playing dirty tricks now?
Chapter 55, Why won't this place ever grow properly? And so, on a cool autumn afternoon, a man and a fish began their fierce contest.
Because Shincheng's fishing rod movements were erratic when reeling in fish, the mermaid kept missing her mark at first.
However, this trick soon lost its effectiveness, wisdom gained from experience. Later on, the mermaid could twist her waist in sync with Shincheng's rod movements, snatch the fish midair, and dive back into the water with the grace of an Olympic diver. By the time dusk approached, Shincheng had only managed to catch a few palm-sized fish, aside from the pile of junk the mermaid had hooked onto his line. Thinking it was about time to head back, Shincheng reeled in his fishing rod and leaned down to lock eyes with the mermaid in the water.
Can you speak? Shincheng asked.
The mermaid tilted her head at Shincheng, looking utterly confused.
Was it because the place where she transformed into a phantom was too desolate?
According to Shincheng's speculation, the silly fish should indeed have the ability to speak. During their tussle over the fish, she would occasionally make sounds like himfa and ah, and she could clearly understand what Shincheng was saying. But even though the ease with which animals become Fantasia depends on their social environment, isn't it bizarre that the Fantasia transformed from fish in this lake can't speak a single word? Even penguins from Antarctica can talk after transforming. Is this lake more desolate than the South Pole? And, pink cherry blossom colored hair and a fishtail, what kind of fish would that be? Pushing his questions down, Shincheng hoisted his fishing gear onto his back, carrying a bucket in his right hand and a large bag of underwater trash in his left. He glanced back at the mermaid and, after a moment's thought, set down the bucket to wave at her.
I'm heading off now, goodbye.
The mermaid froze momentarily, then awkwardly mimicked Shincheng's gesture, waving back at him.
With a faint smile, Shincheng picked up the water bucket and hastily disappeared from the mermaid's sight.
Although the old pier was near the hotel, the distance between the two wasn't exactly short. If it were the old Shincheng carrying so many things over such a long distance, he probably would have had to crawl back. But now, with both feline and canine phantom genes in his body and some training during this period, he didn't feel the slightest bit tired after walking all the way back, just a little sweaty. Halfway back, Shincheng disposed of the underwater trash before carrying the bucket with the small fish fillets back to the inn. Staring at the few small fish in the bucket, Lin Jinxing looked puzzled.
Did you catch these at that old dock? Shincheng didn't answer.
He just stood there with his arms crossed, smirking arrogantly. Lin Jinxing patted his forehead twice, muttering how strange several times before returning to the front desk to continue reading. Another slow business day. After carrying the water bucket into the kitchen, Shincheng processed the diced fish and deep-fried them. He portioned some onto a plate for Lin Jinxing, then took the remaining portion upstairs on another plate. After knocking twice, he pushed open the door to the girls' room. What greeted him was the sight of the girls gathered around a bed playing cards.
Fried fish, meow.
Cheese's eyes immediately lit up upon seeing Shincheng, while Lin Yue eagerly waved, "Senior, come here, come quickly." Shincheng walked over and sat between Lin Yue and Milk Tea, handing the plate of fried fish to Cheese as he asked, "What game are we playing?" Draw the turtle." Milk Tea replied with her head lowered.
Shincheng's lips twitched. "You mean old maid, right?" The punishment for losing was sticking little paper strips on the face. The cats, who had never played before, looked eager to try. Shincheng felt somewhat embarrassed. Truth be told, since opening the cat cafe, his routine had basically been working until dinner time, then washing up and going straight to bed. He'd never actually played these kinds of family-friendly little games before. "Let's begin, meow." She shouted enthusiastically with bits of fish still clinging to the corner of her mouth, raising her hand eagerly. It was Sugar who gently wiped away the fish crumbs from Cheese's mouth. By the time the game ended, it was already past 7 o'clock. The biggest loser of the night was Milky Tea. Seeing Milky Tea's teary-eyed look, with even her cat ears covered in sticky notes, Shin Chang felt his old face flush red with embarrassment. Adhering to the principle of never going easy during games, Shin Chang had played with utmost seriousness throughout, only to end up drawing Milky Tea's cards every time. Milk Tea is incredibly easy to read. Whenever Shin Chang held cards other than the turtle tile, Milk Tea would immediately panic, while the opposite made her visibly relieved. Seeing Milk Tea on the verge of tears, Shin Chang sighed helplessly and ruffled her head like a doting father before starting to peel off the little notes stuck on her. "Alright, it's just a game, don't take it to heart." Sugar, who had been spacing out beside them, suddenly brightened up and shuffled closer. "Master, peel mine off too." Cheese immediately followed suit. "Master, mine too, meow." Shin Chang. Lin Yue beside him looked down at the cleanly picked note in her hand. Damn, picked them too quickly. Feeling an eerie chill creeping up his spine, Shin Chang tensed up and hastily finished picking all the notes off the 3 catgirls before letting out a long sigh. Done. As soon as the words fell, Lin Yue clapped her hands. "Let's go to the hot springs." The Lin family hot springs and offers 3 mixed-gender hot spring baths. Given its reputation and the size of the establishment, each bath area is quite spacious. Shin Chang and the others naturally split into male and female groups. Though the inn currently had few guests, the Lin couple dutifully maintained the place spotlessly clean. After changing, Shin Chang stepped into the men's bath and sank into the hot spring. The comfortable temperature prompted him to release a long sigh, expelling the stale air from his lungs. At the moment, he was the only one in the men's bathing area, quiet, even a touch desolate. Shifting into a more comfortable position, Shin Chang closed his eyes to rest. He planned to mention the mermaid to the Biological Science Institute right before his camping trip. His gut told him that this silly fish was likely a very rare chimera, and if he reported it now, the higher-ups might assign him tedious tasks ruining what should have been a perfect holiday. After all, that stupid fish wasn't Milk Tea. Life was treating it just fine. Speaking of which, even though they're both Fantasians, why can't Cheese and the others eat raw fish? Is this also one of the abilities granted by Fantasian genes? Or is it because that stupid fish switched to an environment too barren for Fantasians? While Shin Chang was lost in thought, a sudden splashing sound came from next door, followed by a chorus of cheerful feminine chatter. Yes, the soundproofing here isn't exactly the best. Actually, the sound insulation in this inn's rooms is quite good. It's just peculiar how poor the soundproofing is between the men's and women's baths, making Shin Chang suspect at one point that Lin Jinqing had done this on purpose. The first sound to reach him was Lin Yue's mischievous, devilish voice. Milk Tea, why won't this part of you ever grow bigger? Chapter 56, this inn will always be reserved for you. Milk Tea, why won't this part of you ever grow bigger? Then came a series of splashing water sounds, followed by Milk Tea's timid yet determined voice. Sister Yulan said it's just malnutrition. As long as I get more nutrients, eat more, just eat more and I'll sob. It must be mentioned here that with Milk Tea's arrival, Lin Yue finally ascended from the bottom position among females in Light Point Cat Cafe to second to last, truly a monumental leap. Precisely because of this, Lin Yue always showed extra care towards Milk Tea. Well, she still firmly occupies the #1 throne to this day, even having the largest clothing size among them, an unshakable position. According to Yulan, Milk Tea's petite lowly-like figure was indeed due to malnutrition. Eating more nutritious food could restore her health, but if she wanted any further physical development, that would be extremely difficult. Afraid of hurting Milk Tea's fragile feelings, Shin Chang decided not to tell her this truth. After silently mourning for Milk Tea for about a minute, the curtain to the men's bath was pulled aside. Thinking a customer had arrived, Shin Chang turned his head and peered through the rising steam only to see Lin Jinqing walking in while adjusting his bath towel. Under Shin Chang's stunned gaze, Lin Jinqing strode to the hot spring in a few steps, stepped in with one foot, submerged half his body in the water, leaned back against the edge, and let out a satisfied sigh. Looking at Lin Jinqing sitting beside him, Shin Chang twitched the corner of his mouth and subtly scooted his butt outward a little. Xiao Chang. The sudden sound of Lin Jinqing's voice made Shin Chang's face stiffen. Old man? Squinting slightly, Lin Jinqing asked coolly, you've been living together with Hui Hui for so long, surely something must have happened? He had already vaguely noticed this during lunch. After all, if something had really happened between them, Lin Yue wouldn't have blushed so easily just from having food served by Shin Chang. Shin Chang's expression stiffened even more. How was he supposed to answer this? Lin Jinqing's gaze remained fixed on Shin Chang, waiting for his response. After pondering for a moment, Shin Chang straightened his back, raised his head, and declared with righteous indignation, nothing happened at all. Thunk! What answered Shin Chang was a knock on the head from Lin Jinqing. Seeming to feel unsatisfied, he continued patting Shin Chang's head. You useless brat. How can you be so useless? How can you be so useless? What kind of grandfather behaves like this? Muttering to himself, Shin Chang didn't dare speak aloud and could only clutch his head while scrambling wildly through the hot spring.
Lin Jinxing, being older, started huffing and puffing after chasing Xin Chang for just a few steps, eventually sitting back down in the hot spring with a darkened face. Though Xin Chang remained full of energy, he didn't dare bounce around recklessly in front of Lin Jinxing and instead sat down sheepishly across from him. Lin Jinxing took a moment to compose himself before changing the subject. Xiao Chang, about that bio-based science academy you joined? Do they pay you a salary?
Nope, Xin Chang chuckled dryly. But they do provide quite a few benefits like handling the expansion arrangements for the Cat Cafe, plus some tax reduction certification documents. The buildings on both sides of Lumina Cat Cafe used for expansion were purchased under the name of the Biotechnology Foundation, which is directly subordinate to the state. This essentially signals that Lumina Cat Cafe has formidable backing, deterring any troublemakers from causing issues, though it might attract attention from certain special organizations.
I see. Lin Jinxing pondered for a moment before asking, so how much does your cat cafe make in a month?
Xin Chang did some quick calculations in his head and raised a few fingers to Lin Jinxing. This much in net profit so far. Almost none of my staff requires salaries, only the pastry chef needs to be paid.
No need for wages. Hearing this, Lin Jinxing's mouth twitched slightly. Say, having 3 demon, cat, Fantasia? That's what they're called, right? You have 3 cat Fantasias working as waitresses in your store, and none of the customers noticed anything weird?
Though Lin Jinxing could often be seen reading a book at the front desk, he was actually quite a trendy old man with a strong ability to accept new things.
There probably are some who noticed, but it's fine.
Helping Fantasias integrate into society is part of my mission. After all, if even Lin Jinxing could spot the strangeness about these catgirls at first glance, there were likely plenty of customers who realized cheese and the others weren't human.
Yet they all unanimously chose to keep silent about it.
The fact they could do so meant those customers had already understood these creatures posed no harm to society and had tacitly accepted their existence. In that case, it could be said that Xin Chang handled the mission assigned by the Biorobotics Research Institute exceptionally well.
Xiao Chang, have you ever considered opening a branch of your cat cafe?
Lin Jinxing suddenly posed this question, catching Xin Chang slightly off guard.
If the cat cafe were to develop well, opening branches would naturally be necessary.
But from the perspective of the phantom beasts, the influence of just running a cat cafe was negligible at best. Yet Xin Chang chose not to voice his thoughts, responding with silence instead, because he'd already begun to grasp what Lin Jinxing was hinting at. This inn can no longer sustain itself. Stroking the edge of the hot spring, Lin Jinxing's eyes flashed with nostalgia. Since my youth, I've devoted myself to this inn, step by step turning it from a small shop into what it is today.
Here, I watched Hui's father grow up, and then Hui herself. I can't bear to see it fall into ruin any longer.
If it could continue operating in another form, then I would die without regrets.
Xin Chang.
In the end, Xin Chang declined Lin Jinxing's request to transfer the inn, using the cat cafe as newly established and lacking resources as his excuse. Lin Jinxing showed no surprise, merely stating calmly, "This inn will always be kept for you," before rising and leaving the men's bathhouse. At night, having just finished dinner, Xin Chang lay on his single-room bed scrolling through his phone. Opening the official account of Light Point Cat Cafe, he saw a crowd wailing in the comments section over its temporary closure, though a fair number of people were also expressing excitement about the changes after its expansion. At the same time, Xin Chang's private messages contained numerous partnership requests from pet food companies.
Nana, photo. Nana sent a message, and Xin Chang blinked before tapping to open it.
The phone screen switched to the chat interface with Nana, where the first thing that caught his eye was a group photo she had sent, featuring herself alongside Ximing and Ling Xue. In the photo, Nana was beaming with joy, her arms wrapped around the 2 other Fantasia. Ximing still wore her usual lazy expression, while Ling Xue, standing on a stool, flashed a smile that seemed caught between resignation and amusement. On the second day after Xin Chang left the BioLife Institute, Nana had already broken free from her isolation and made friends. Recalling how pitiful Nana had looked trailing behind him before, Xin Chang couldn't help but chuckle. After sending the photo to Mo Shinya, Xin Chang yawned, turned over, and drifted into a light sleep.
Chapter 57, Night Raid. Night Raid.
Not long after Xin Chang had fallen asleep, the lock on his door rotated softly. With a click, the door was pushed open slightly, and a shadowy figure slipped inside.
After quietly closing the door, the intruder tiptoed to Xin Chang's bedside, then dove under his blankets in one fluid motion.
After wriggling a bit, the figure lay still. Whoosh! Xin Chang flung the blankets aside and sat up abruptly, glaring with deadfish eyes at the pair of emerald green ones staring back at him from the pillow.
Xin Chang.
Sugar. After a brief stare down, Sugar bundled herself tighter in the blankets, closed her eyes and went back to sleep, leaving Xin Chang sitting dumbfounded on the bed.
With a wry twist of his lips, Xin Chang asked helplessly, "Where'd you get the key from?" "I got it from Grandma."
Sugar uttered these words without even opening her eyes, her posture making it clear she planned to sleep here and wasn't moving no matter what.
Xin Chang's face darkened. "Go back.
Sugar just burrowed deeper into the blankets, completely unfazed. Since that rainy night when Shin Chang brought Sugar back, the girl had almost crawled into his quilt every night, so often that Shin Chang would frequently wake in the morning to find a warm, soft, sweet-smelling white-haired cat-eared beauty sleeping beside him. Until the day Shin Chang started locking his bedroom door. Previously, due to exhaustion from work, Shin Chang had always slept heavily at night. Combined with Sugar's near-silent movements when burrowing under the covers, this was actually the first time he'd ever caught her red-handed like today. And yet, it was completely pointless. After repeated attempts to urge Sugar to leave proved futile, Shin Chang nearly threw a tantrum and considered sleeping on the floor instead. But then it occurred to him it wasn't the first time, anyway, and what kind of grown man would let a cat squeeze him onto the floor? So he simply wrestled half the blanket back from Sugar, left a gap between them, and turned over to sleep. Breathing in the scent of shampoo, body wash, and the unique fragrance of a young girl from beside him, Shin Chang forcefully suppressed his wandering thoughts, repeating inwardly like a mantra, she's a cat, just a cat, just a cat. At that moment, Sugar suddenly squirmed a couple more times, before finally burrowing deep into Shin Chang's arms. Shin Chang, pfft. Opening his eyes, he found the other side of the bed empty. Shatong was nowhere to be seen, probably went to the bathroom. Calming her slightly racing heart, Lin Yue got out of bed and pulled out a key from the clothes hanging on the nearby rack. The key to Senpai's room. Lin Yue had mustered all her courage to ask her grandmother for it. The strange look her grandmother gave her at that time still made Lin Yue's cheeks burn even now. Taking 2 deep breaths, Lin Yue patted her cheeks and tiptoed out of the room. Standing before Shin Chang's door, she gazed at the key in her hand, suddenly feeling hesitant again. Shin Chang graduated a year earlier than Lin Yue, and since he didn't pursue postgraduate studies, he left university quite early. Back then, Lin Yue was so upset that she barely slept for several nights, fearing that with Shin Chang gone, their chances to meet would dwindle, and their relationship would inevitably grow more distant. Later, when Lin Yue heard that Shin Chang was planning to open a cat cafe in Wando, she immediately rented out the ground floor of her parents' house to him without hesitation. Since then, the two started living together until today. And then, nothing happened. Yes, despite frequent hints of flirtation and small frictions throughout their long cohabitation, Shin Chang never once crossed the line. Lin Yue harbored unspoken feelings for Shin Chang. She was absolutely certain he must have noticed, yet she could guess that Shin Chang, currently in the early stages of starting his business, had deliberately avoided acknowledging her emotions, always shielding her from shouldering his burdens, even though she had never minded in the first place. In reality, the distance between them was merely separated by a thin sheet of window paper. Taking the next step simply required finding the right moment to gently pierce through that delicate barrier. When Shin Chang's cat cafe stabilized and their cohabitation continued, Lin Yue believed such an opportunity would soon arise. As a result, Shin Chang kept stumbling upon catgirls one after another, and the peaceful life they once shared together was gone for good. As a result, Shin Chang joined the Institute of Biological Sciences, adding yet another burden to his shoulders. Day after day, watching several adorable catgirls cling to Shin Chang and do as they please thanks to their phantom beast identities, Lin Yue couldn't quite describe the feeling in her heart. She didn't dislike Cheese and the others, on the contrary, she couldn't bear the thought of them leaving, but seeing them being so intimate with Shin Chang, even though Lin Yue knew full well that he harbored no improper thoughts, still left her feeling somewhat uncomfortable. And let's not forget, Shin Chang was a bona fide cat lover at heart. Even if he currently had no such intentions, with several cat-eared beauties clinging to him day in and day out, who knows what kind of thoughts might sprout in his mind someday. The moment this thought surfaced, Lin Yue felt a surge of crisis in her heart. Staring at the lock right before her eyes, Lin Yue steeled her resolve and raised the key in her hand. Could you just go to sleep properly for once? Inside the room, Shin Chang gritted his teeth as he kneaded Sugar's cheeks, trying to extinguish the wicked flames that had just ignited in his heart. MMMPH. Sugar made a short, muffled sound with an expressionless face before replying in a somewhat aggrieved tone. It's perfectly normal for cats to curl up in their owner's arms while sleeping. Shin Chang was rendered speechless by the retort and could only knead Sugar's soft, delicate cheeks with even more force. MMMPH. Click. Just then, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed through the room. Shin Chang instinctively stopped what he was doing, and both he and Sugar turned their heads toward the door in unison. At the same time, Shin Chang's mind raced at lightning speed. Who should be the second person to enter my room? First, let's rule out the Lin family elders. Cheese is too dumb to borrow the key from Li Mei for a night raid, so cross her out. Sugar is still in his own bed, exclude him too. While Milk Tea might have the potential, she would definitely feel too embarrassed to ask Li Mei for the key, so she's out as well. Well then, the answer becomes obvious. Slowly pushing the door open, Lin Yue peeked in stealthily like a thief, only to lock eyes directly with Shin Chang sitting on the bed. Under the faint glow of moonlight, Lin Yue clearly saw the faint smile on Shin Chang's face, as if he had long anticipated her arrival. He's awake. Lin Yue hadn't expected Shin Chang to still be awake. In an instant, her face flushed scarlet all the way to her neck,
and she wished she could vanish into the floor. But remembering the resolve she had just steeled herself with, Lin Yue bit her lower lip, stepped into Shin Chang's room, and softly closed the door behind her. Seeing this, a cold sweat involuntarily trickled down Shin Chang's forehead.
Chapter 58. Isn't it perfectly normal for a cat and its owner to sleep together? What brings you here so late at night?
Shin Chang asked with a stiff smile.
Lin Yue didn't respond.
Instead, she silently walked straight to stand before Shin Chang, then sat down on the edge of the bed not far from him.
After a long pause, Lin Yue, mustering her emotions, softly asked, "Senior, you're still awake so late, are you thinking about the Bio Institute matters?"
Sort of. Sensing that Lin Yue's tone sounded somewhat different from usual, Shin Chang quietly straightened his posture.
"Senior, running the Starlight Cat Cafe while also working at the Bioengineering Research Institute, it must be exhausting, right?"
Lin Yue's voice was so soft that Shin Chang had to strain his ears to catch her words. Hearing this, Shin Chang chuckled lightly and said, "The Biofoundation Research Institute hardly assigns me any work, and at the Cat Cafe, I have you, when Yuan, and cheese around.
How could I possibly feel tired? I'm not talking about that kind of tiredness."
Lin Yue's subdued voice made Shin Chang involuntarily lower his head slightly, the smile on his face beginning to look somewhat forced. Seeing Lin Yue stand up to face Shin Chang directly, she spoke deliberately word by word. "On the night you went to handle that mission for the first time, your left arm was actually injured, wasn't it? And it was quite a serious injury." Shin Chang nodded silently.
"Could you tell me about it?"
Lin Yue suddenly asked. Shin Chang lifted his head to look at Lin Yue, seeing her face brimming with steadfast determination, yet her eyes glistened with tears, shimmering like radiant pearls under the moonlight. Feeling his heart stir slightly, Shin Chang spoke, trying to simplify and downplay the matter. I went to retrieve a tiger-type illusion beast, but got my left arm kicked during the process."
Silence once again fell over the scene.
After a moment, Lin Yue murmured softly as if talking to herself, "Actually, I could help share some of the burden for you too."
"Ha?"
Shin Chang was momentarily stunned, then shook his head with a laugh.
"What are you saying? You've already helped me so much. Without you, my cat cafe wouldn't even exist.
And now you even work as a server here after half a day of classes every day."
"I'm not talking about that. Are you really this dense? Or are you just pretending not to understand? Why can't you see it?"
Lin Yue suddenly raised her voice, cutting Shin Chang off mid-sentence. Leaning over the bed, she pressed her face so close to his that Shin Chang could clearly see the tears welling up in her eyes. "Besides the work at the Cat Cafe, there's also the workload at the Biobase Research Institute. Whether it's professional stress, emotional strain, or even daily burdens, I can share them all with you.
I have pyrokinetic abilities too, I can help you. The cafe is our responsibility, so why do you insist on bearing every single hardship alone?"
Even though Lin Yue was consciously keeping her voice low at this moment, the overwhelming emotion bursting through her words made her voice almost deafening to Shin Chang. Shin Chang opened his mouth as if to say something, but after hesitating for a moment, he swallowed his words and silently reached out to wipe the tears streaming down Lin Yue's cheeks. Once Hui Hui had calmed down a bit, Shin Chang finally spoke softly. "Hui Hui, you should understand, no matter what, I would never let those close to me take risks. More than that, there are responsibilities I've deliberately taken on myself to keep you all from getting involved. Just having your support behind me, managing the Cat Cafe in my stead, is already the greatest help you could give.
It's only because of all of you that I've been able to hold on this long. But, let's talk about some things after everything settles down, okay?"
Shin Chang gently placed his hands on Lin Yue's shoulders and said softly. After staring into Shin Chang's eyes for a long time, sensing the undeniable conviction in his gaze, Lin Yue slowly lowered her head and said tremulously, "Then promise me, Senior, that no matter what happens in the future, you won't take any more risks, alright?" Shin Chang nodded with a faint smile. "As long as I remember that my family is waiting for me at home, I'll never recklessly put myself in danger. Or rather, it's precisely because of all of you that I always have an unshakable belief that I must return safely."
"Thank you."
Seeing Lin Yue nod silently, Shin Chang gently brushed aside a strand of her hair and said, "Go back to sleep.
We have to get up early for camping tomorrow. Responding softly, Lin Yue turned and left.
Watching until Lin Yue had exited the room and the door closed behind her, Shin Chang then spoke into the seemingly empty room. "You should go back too. Hui Hui is awake now. If you stay away too long, she'll get suspicious." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Satu emerged from under the bed, her cat ears drooping dejectedly.
"It's so dark under there," she muttered with a hint of resentment. "If you had just stayed put in your own bed, none of this would have happened?"
Though his words were grumpy, Shin Chang still reached out to rub Sugar's hair. "Go back to sleep. Good night."
Good night, master."
Probably having heard Shin Chang and Lin Yue's conversation earlier, Sugar didn't press the matter further. After taking 2 steps toward the door, Sugar suddenly turned back. "Master, I received some training back in the organization. I have decent combat skills, I can be of help to you too." Shin Chang was slightly taken aback. This seemed to be the first time Shatang had voluntarily mentioned that Phantom Asia organization. After a moment of contemplation, Shin Chang said, "When I'm not around, protect Hui Hui and the others for me."
"Thank you." Nodding solemnly, Shatang turned and walked to the door, reaching out to grasp the handle.
"Senior, I understand." At that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. Shatang instinctively stepped back and found herself face to face with Lin Yue, who had unexpectedly returned.
Lin Yue, sugar, Shin Chang.
Wrapped snugly in the blanket, Shin Chang huddled in the corner of the bed, silently lamenting, "It feels a bit cramped today." At this moment in the center of the bed, Satu and Lin Yue sat facing each other. Lin Yue wore a visibly puffed up, angry expression, while Satu remained as expressionless as ever, her white tail wagging intermittently, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right.
"Why are you here?" Lin Yue was the first to ask. Without hesitation, Satu answered, "Looking for my owner."
Shin Chang chuckled awkwardly, earning a glare from Lin Yue before she turned back to Satu and questioned, "What business do you have looking for senior?"
"Sleep."
Sugar's straight-faced answer made Lin Yue choke for a moment. "You, so late, not sleeping in your own bed, coming here."
"Isn't Sister Hui also here?" Sugar's pointed remark made Lin Yue choke again. I didn't sleep with senior." "Unlike you. Isn't it perfectly normal for a cat to sleep with its owner?"
Tilted her head in genuine confusion, Sugar didn't seem to be making excuses, she truly believed it.
Her flawless logic left even Shin Chang stunned beside them.
Lin Yue was rendered speechless once more and could only shoot another glare at Shin Chang.
Shin Chang? Chapter 59, A Phantom with Special Abilities?
Taking Sugar's hand, Lin Yue pulled her off the bed and headed towards the door. "Let's go, leave him to sleep alone."
Shin Chang.
"Hey, don't make it sound like I was the one who asked Sugar to sleep with me."
Closing the door and leading Sugar back into the room, Lin Yue blinked in puzzlement. Odd. This time she clearly saw Sugar clinging to her senior, yet, she didn't feel the same aversion as before. Once the door shut, Shin Chang exhaled deeply and collapsed onto the bed. Glancing at his phone, he saw it was already 1 a.m. Fatigue welled up once more as Shin Chang relished this hard-earned tranquility. Closing his eyes, he banished all distracting thoughts from his mind. It's raining. Early morning, light rain. Outside the window, a hazy mist rose as Shin Chang held a hairdryer, drying Cheese's freshly washed hair. The sounds around him mingled, the whirring noise of the hairdryer, the pitter-patter of the light rain hitting the ground and splattering against the window panes, Cheese's mooling cries of "mral, wah wah wah" as her hair was blown dry, and Lin Yue's wailing. Ruffling Cheese's hair to confirm it was dry, Shin Chang set the hairdryer aside and turned to look at Lin Yue, who lay slumped in the corner staring blankly at the ceiling. He shrugged and grinned. "The rain isn't heavy, it'll probably stop by afternoon. If we go camping, we'll at least still get to see the stars. If the rain stops by morning, the grass will be all muddy by afternoon. Super unsuitable for camping," Lin Yue replied, her face ashen with despair. Her ears twitched as Cheese turned her head. "Master, are we not going camping, Naya? We've still got plenty of time. We can always go tomorrow." These words seemed to be addressed by Shin Chang to both Cheese and Lin Yue. After speaking, Shin Chang rubbed Cheese's little head again. "When we go, I'll take you fishing." "Nya." After packing up, Shin Chang led the bustling crowd downstairs. Li Mei was smiling as she greeted them downstairs, but when she saw Lin Yue and Sugar chatting and laughing on their way down, her smile noticeably froze. Whether it was Shin Chang's imagination or not, he even seemed to hear Li Mei let out a faint tisk. "Shin Chang. Hey, did you deliberately give away those 2 keys without saying a word? That's a bit sly, don't you think?" After breakfast, Shin Chang, Lin Yue, and the 3 CATGIRLs played a round of Old Maid all morning. As expected, Milk Tea suffered yet another crushing defeat. At lunch, Milk Tea still had that utterly listless look, exactly like Lin Yue's expression this morning. After lunch, Shin Chang saw that the rain outside had nearly stopped, much earlier than he had anticipated. However, noticing Lin Yue had lost all interest in camping, he didn't bring it up again. Loading up the bundles of fishing gear onto his back, Shin Chang was just about to head out when Lin Yue shot him a glance. "Still going fishing?" "Right after the rain clears is the perfect time to fish," Shin Chang replied mysteriously, making Lin Yue roll her eyes. "Just don't come back with a few measly fish like yesterday." "Ahem." Clearing his throat awkwardly, Shin Chang turned and waved as he called out, "I'm heading out. Come back early." After being washed by a light rain, the old dock instantly looked much cleaner. Tossing a cushion onto the damp wooden planks, Shin Chang plopped down, the creaking sound of the boards beneath still sending a faint shiver down his spine. With the bait properly hooked, Shin Chang cast his fishing rod with a strong swing, officially beginning another day of his fishing routine. After about 10 minutes, the fishing rod trembled slightly. Shin Chang reeled it in, and a small fish measuring roughly 6 inches in length surfaced from the water. However, before Shin Chang could rejoice, with a splash of water, a mermaid leaped out of the surface, snapping the fish away with her mouth before plunging back into the water with another loud splash. "Shin Chang,
The mermaid soon resurfaced, still clutching the fish in her mouth. She tilted her head up to look at Shin Chang, her face brimming with smugness as her eyes narrowed into two beautiful pink crescent moons. Gritting his teeth, Shin Chang was about to bait the hook again when he suddenly remembered something. Setting the bait aside, he turned to the mermaid and said, "My name is Shin Chang." Mermaid? Question mark. Try saying it. Sure. Shin, eat at Chang. While speaking, Shin Chang was also gesturing with his hands and body, but after all his efforts, the mermaid just tilted her head and stared at him, leaving it unclear whether she didn't understand or simply wasn't paying attention. Shin Chang could only let out a long sigh. "Ah, as expected, you're a silly fish." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the mermaid puffed out her cheeks in irritation. Under Shin Chang's stunned gaze, she raised her right hand, and a water sphere materialized out of thin air. Wait a minute, how is this an illusory beast's ability? Shouldn't this be the power of an esper? But Shin Chang had no time to ponder. The mermaid flicked the levitating water sphere toward him, and seated as he was, Shin Chang couldn't react in time. Smack! The water balloon burst upon hitting Shin Chang, drenching him entirely. Shin Chang. Alright, now he was certain the stupid fish could absolutely understand what he was saying. For the rest of the time, Shin Chang, now soaking wet, resumed his fishing. The exchange between the man and the fish grew lively, as Shin Chang had realized the mermaid was likely just looking to play with him. Otherwise, she could have simply lurked underwater and scared away all the fish. So, unlike yesterday, today Shin Chang spent far more time amusing himself and the mermaid with their playful antics. The man and the mermaid played joyfully together, completely oblivious to the passage of time, until dusk had fallen without warning. Realizing that Lin Yue would probably call him if he didn't return soon, Shin Chang packed up his fishing gear, lifted the bucket, waved goodbye to the mermaid, and hurried off. Long after Shin Chang's figure had vanished from sight, the mermaid remained in the lake, silently watching. Only after quite some time did she finally plunge back into the depths, disappearing without a trace. Pushing open the inn's door, Shin Chang, carrying a bucket, came in covered in dust. "I'm back. Have you had dinner yet?" "Not yet," Lin Jinqing responded without looking up from the book he was reading at the front desk. "That's perfect." Shin Chang set the bucket on the ground and put his hands on his hips. "We're having fish tonight." "What?" Upon hearing this, Lin Jinqing's beard almost stood on end. He put down the book in his hands, leaned over to look at the bucket Shin Chang had placed on the ground, and exclaimed, "With those few tiny fish fries you managed to catch, you actually have the nerve to serve them for dinner. Holy shit." Seeing two large fish over a foot long in Shin Chang's bucket, almost filling it to the brim while surrounded by a school of small fish, Lin Jinqing's expression instantly shifted from disdain to shock, stammering in disbelief. Did you steal these from someone's fish pond?" "Still the same old doc." With those words flung back, Shin Chang hurried into the kitchen carrying his bucket. Lin Jinqing stood frozen momentarily, then his stunned expression slowly gave way to contemplation as he muttered to himself, "Maybe I should try fishing there again sometime?" Chapter 60. A Tea Party of Schemes. Perhaps it was because he had accompanied the mermaid lady to play to her heart's content today, but Shin Chang managed to catch two large fish quite unusually. Shin Chang even suspected that the mermaid lady had personally hooked them for him. With two pots going simultaneously, seasoned with scallions, ginger, and garlic, one fish was steamed while the other was braised in soy sauce. Whether from hearing the commotion or catching the aroma, Lin Yue and the three catgirls had somehow gathered in the kitchen without anyone noticing. Shin Chang naturally wouldn't pass up free labor, promptly pulling Lin Yue and the three catgirls to assist him. Before long, two tantalizingly fragrant fish were served on the dining table. Lin Yue picked up her chopsticks and poked the fish belly, puzzled. "Senior, did you buy these two fish at the market?" "No." Before Shin Chang could reply, Lin Jinqing, an old fishing enthusiast who had already taken a bite, spoke up first. "At this time of year, you can't possibly buy fish this fresh at the market. It's clearly just been caught." "Look." Lin Yue wasn't interested in fishing knowledge, and Li Mei waved her hand to stop Lin Jinqing, then motioned for the catgirls to join them for the meal. Shin Chang's cooking skills were naturally impeccable. The two big fish and side dishes were quickly devoured by everyone. After the hearty meal, Shin Chang and the four girls sat around on a double bed in the room as usual. "What should we play next?" Meow. Cheese's enthusiasm for games was high, wagging her tail as she took the lead in asking, "Still playing Old Maid?" Meow. No Old Maid." Milk Tea's cat ears instantly drooped down as she replied weakly. It seemed she had quite the psychological trauma from playing that game. "Of course not Old Maid." Lin Yue chuckled mischievously while pulling out a small box from under the bed. "This is a family game I bought that just arrived today. It's called Don't Get Caught." "Oh, isn't that the trendy little game that's been popular online lately?" Shin Chang immediately recognized it and grew somewhat interested. After all, drawing cards every day to bully Milk Tea felt a bit too dull. "What's this don't do challenge?" Meow. Cheese's curiosity about new things was as strong as ever, and the way she wagged her tail made Shin Chang question once again whether Cheese was a cat-human hybrid or a dog-human hybrid. Hearing this, Lin Yue smiled mysteriously, opened the box, and casually took out a card to tie on Cheese's head.
Cheese, looking puzzled, reached up to touch the card on her head. What is this, meow? You can't look at the card on your own head, otherwise it counts as breaking the rules. As soon as Lin Yue finished speaking, Cheese immediately placed both hands on her knees and sat upright obediently. Then, Lin Yue smiled faintly and pointed a slender finger at the ceiling above Jisher's head. Look at the spider. Meow. Jisher's tail shot upright as she hurriedly looked up at the ceiling. Meanwhile, Lin Yue bent down and plucked the card from Jisher's head. Jisher, you lose. Meow. Jisher dumbly lowered her head again and saw the three bold characters look up on the card Lin Yue had just removed. Her ears twitched in sudden realization. Each person gets 3 cards. Whoever loses all their cards first has to give the others back rubs. Lin Yue announced the penalty for losing. The 3 catgirls voiced no objections, while Xin Shang raised his hand with a grave expression. What about me? I have no objections whether it's the owner washing my back or me washing the owner's back, Sugar calmly replied. Cheese has no objections either. Meow. Cheese happily responded. I also have no objections. Milk Tea replied with a flushed face, looking down. Shen Chang. Lin Yue had only nodded halfway when her whole body suddenly stiffened. Her face flushed red as she hurriedly waved her hands, stammering, Sun Senior, your punishment can wait for later. Without waiting for Xin Cheng's response, Lin Yue immediately began dealing cards to everyone at lightning speed. Milk Tea clenched her cards tightly in hand, mentally assuring herself, as long as I say nothing and do nothing, I won't lose. Yes, that's the way. Alright, Lin Yue suddenly announced, shattering Milk Tea's illusion. To prevent anyone from staying silent like a rock, we're adding a rule. If someone doesn't speak for 2 minutes, they automatically lose 1 card. Okay, game starts now. Milk Tea's ears immediately drooped as she froze in place, utterly petrified. Tying the first playing card to his head, Xin Shang squinted his eyes to scrutinize the other's cards. He still had no idea what card was on his own head. Hui had raised hand, Cheese had hold something, Sugar had laugh out loud. Well, Sugar seemed invincible. Milk Tea had say no, meaning Xin Shang still had some room to maneuver. His mind racing, Xin Shang turned to look at Cheese when suddenly, Lin Yue pointed at him. Oh, Senior loses a card. Xin Shang? ? Lin Yue took the sign off Xin Chang's head, 2 bold characters glaringly announcing, turn around. Xin Chang. Amid the merry laughter of the girls, Xin Chang tied on the second placard with a darkened expression. Let's find something to talk about, Sugar suggested, and everyone nodded. Milk Tea timidly asked, how did you and Hui meet, master? At this topic, the other 2 catgirls also perked up with interest, sitting straight and pricking up their ears to listen. Come to think of it, they'd never actually had the chance to hold this kind of tea party before, though there wasn't any tea. Well, hearing this, Lin Yue pretended to be profound, clearing her throat twice before saying to Cheese, could you pass me that water glass behind you? Oh, got it. Meow. Eager to hear the story, Cheese nodded repeatedly, turning to grab the water glass from the bedside table and handing it to Lin Yue. Lin Yue took the glass and casually removed the paper sign from Cheese's head that read bring things. Wow, Sister Hui is so sneaky, meow. Ignoring Cheese's protest, Lin Yue took a sip of water and began slowly. The first time I met Senior, it was right at the start of my freshman year. He was a sophomore then, in charge of greeting new students. Halfway through her words, Lin Yue seemed to recall something, her cheeks flushing faintly pink like drifting clouds. Later, my senior showed me around the campus. Because some rather awkward incidents happened at the reception area, neither of us brought up other topics much during the tour. It was my senior who took the initiative during our walk to take me out for tonkatsu. Just happened to hear someone's stomach growling halfway through our tour. Xin Chang shrugged and chimed in, making Lin Yue's face flush even redder. She glared at him fiercely. Senior, shut up. Xin Chang stopped mid-sentence and smiled faintly as he ruffled Lin Yue's hair. Blushing crimson all the way to her neck, Lin Yue instantly deflated. She raised her hand to pat Xin Chang's palm, stammering, what are you suddenly doing? Xin Chang withdrew his hand and casually plucked the paper sign reading Ray's hand from Lin Yue's head. Wow, senior, you're so sneaky. Lin Yue protested in a tone identical to Cheese's. Chapter 61, Milk Tea loses again. After another round of laughter and banter, when everyone had settled down, Xin Chang suggested, maybe we should just stick to having a proper tea party. All this scheming and maneuvering makes the conversation so uncomfortable. We could play old maid while having our tea party, Sugar casually proposed, causing Milk Tea to shake her head in alarm. No old maid. Sugar smiled faintly and removed the cardboard sign bearing the words say no from Milk Tea's head. Milk Tea froze again. After a moment's pause, Milk Tea asked again, then, how did you and Cheesecake meet? Having just joined the Sparkling Cat Cafe family, Milk Tea was clearly extremely curious about everything here. That traces back to before Cheesecake became a Fanoa. Xin Chang smiled faintly and explained, at that time, the Sparkling Cat Cafe hadn't opened yet. I was taking a walk nearby when I accidentally spotted a little blue cat with serious hind leg injuries by a trash can. Back then, I wasn't in a position to care for stray cats, so I just bandaged its wounds, gave it some food, and left. That little blue cat is Cheese meow. Cheese exclaimed cheerfully, raising her hand. Milk Tea blinked her eyes. No wonder Cheese has a faint scar on her right leg. Shin Chang was taken aback. A scar? Yes, meow. Cheese lifted her nightdress, revealing her snow-white and smooth thigh beneath, and pointed to her right leg, right here, meow. Shin Chang took a closer look and indeed found a faint scar there, barely noticeable. Lin Yue reached out and pinched Shin Chang's waist, prompting him to hastily avert his gaze. Milk Tea carefully removed the cardboard sign from Cheesecake's head, which displayed the bold words "Lift things up." Meow. With only one sign left, Cheesecake's tail instantly stood on end as a strong sense of danger surged within. By the way, how did you and Milk Tea first meet? Sugar, who hadn't lost a single playing card, wagged her tail as an intimidating aura suddenly radiated from her. Cheese and Milk Tea sitting beside her subtly shifted their positions outward without a word. Spam. Milk Tea's timid reply left everyone except Shin Chang momentarily stunned. Come to think of it, Milk Tea and I met at the same place as Cheese. Shin Changwei reminisced slightly before continuing. It was the second day after Sugar moved in, while I was on my way to buy clothes for her. At that time, I even traded a can of Spam for 2 bouncy balls. That bouncy ball, is it still there? Milk Tea looked at Shin Chang with hopeful eyes. After a brief moment of thought, Shin Chang turned and rummaged through his discarded coat, finally fishing out 2 bouncy balls. It's the bouncy ball, meow. Cheese's tail immediately started wagging, showing an eager expression. Master, you actually kept it with you all this time. After a stunned moment, Milk Tea finally came to her senses, her eyes gradually misting over with tears. Catch it! Shin Chang tossed the bouncy ball, which Milk Tea hastily caught. Then he slowly walked up to her, shaking his head as he saw her grinning foolishly at him, and reached out to remove the sign from atop her head that read "Catch Things." Milk Tea's delighted expression instantly turned as sour as a bitter gourd. I feel strangely guilty for some reason. Buzz, the phone vibrated slightly. Shin Chang froze for a moment before picking up his phone from beside him, seeing it was a message from Lin Yue. Hui, tongue sticking out. Senpai, you got tricked. Shin Chang? Before Shin Chang could react, Lin Yue beside him had already taken the playing card from atop his head. It read looking at phone. Shin Chang's mouth twitched slightly. Seeing this, Lin Yue couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle softly. But in the next moment, the playing card on her own head was swiftly plucked away by Shin Chang. This one read, covering mouth to laugh. Lin Yue's smile froze instantly. Sugar, extreme joy begets sorrow. Cheese, extreme joy begets sorrow, meow. Milk Tea, X. Extreme joy begets sorrow. Shin Chang glanced at the time while checking his phone. It's almost 10 o'clock now. Let's end today's game here. We should go soak in the hot springs first. No way. Milk Tea cut off Shin Chang's words. The game is just about to end, how could? As all eyes turned toward her, the Milk Tea with rejected written on the cardboard sign atop its head froze for a moment before murmuring, Did I say something wrong? With a deep breath, Shin Chang submerged the lower half of his body entirely into the hot spring. Resting his arms on the edge and leaning his back against it, he tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and let out a long, exhausted sigh. The exhaustion was washed away by the warm water, replaced by waves of drowsiness that sent Shin Chang into an uncontrollable yawn spree. Next door, the sound of lively splashing and cheerful chatter began drifting over. Milk Tea lost the game again and was sulking in her room, which was why she didn't join Lin Yue and the others in the hot spring. But she'd probably cave soon after all. The loser had to scrub everyone's backs. Shin Chang let his mind drift, staring blankly at the ceiling. After who knows how long, the curtain to the men's bath was pulled aside, followed by the splashy footsteps of someone wading through water. Shin Chang kept his eyes closed as he responded without turning his head, You're quite late. Old folks like me really shouldn't be staying up this late. Master, it's me. The timid voice from behind made Shin Chang's eyes snap open in shock. He swiftly turned around and saw the figure standing not far away, a youthful body tightly wrapped in a towel, with snow-white hair cascading nearly to the ground. Me, Milk Tea, he blurted out. Master, turn around. I'll wash your back. Milk Tea's half-concealed youthful body squirmed slightly as she spoke with a muffled, trembling voice. Her face burned crimson, standing amidst the misty vapors of the hot spring, looking as if her entire head was steaming from embarrassment. Suppressing the several thoughts that had momentarily surfaced in his mind, Shin Chang turned around and forced a serious tone. Didn't you say the back rub doesn't include me? You should go attend to Hui and the others. Big Sister Hui meant the failed punishment didn't include Master, while our punishment was to give others back rubs. As she spoke, Milk Tea took small steps behind Shin Chang and slowly crouched down. Recalling the incident, Shin Chang realized Hui had indeed said, We'll deal with your punishment later. Was this an oversight on Hui's part, or had she planned it this way? Even so, you don't have to force yourself. I already said it. I have no objections to washing my master's back. By now, Milk Tea had already picked up a damp towel, pressing it gently against Shin Chang's back and slowly moving it up and down.
The light pressure on his back and the faint scent of the girl lingering in the air made Shin Chang's thoughts wander. To distract himself, he spoke up.
Milk tea, that rainy night, why didn't you go somewhere to take shelter from the rain? Chapter 62, The Forsaken by the World. Milky tea, why didn't you go find shelter from the rain that night when it was pouring?
The back-scrubbing motions paused for a moment before Milky Tea responded. Because the rain was still light back then. That kind of rain wouldn't have affected the old me at all. I was waiting for Master. I thought Master would come looking for me. I was afraid Master wouldn't be able to find me, so I didn't seek shelter. By the time I realized the rain had gotten heavier and I should take cover, I found that I couldn't move anymore. Shin Chang remained silent. Seeing Shin Chang's lack of response, Milky Tea continued, at that time, I truly felt hopeless. I thought I'd die right there. But Master did come find me in the end. When I heard Master say you'd take me away from that biolab hospital room, I was so happy, so incredibly happy. But I didn't come looking for you that rainy night, Milk Tea. Shin Chang remembered clearly that whole night, he had been running around with an umbrella searching for sugar. And even if the incident concerning sugar hadn't occurred, if he had mistakenly believed Milk Tea would seek shelter from the rain, he would have just slept peacefully at home rather than venturing out on a torrential night to potentially meet a catgirl whose presence there was extremely unlikely. Really, what a silly cat. The cheerful noises from next door continued unabated, while here an eerie silence had fallen like stagnant water. It seemed that squatting in one position to scrub his back had become uncomfortable. Milk Tea stood up with the towel to change her posture, but perhaps due to the numbness in her legs from squatting too long or the slippery floor, she stumbled midway and fell straight forward. Shin Chang heard a startled meow like that of a small animal, and then felt a warm, soft body pressing tightly against his back. Ahem, ahem. Shin Chang felt a surge of blood rushing through him and hurriedly tried to stand and step forward, but Milk Tea clung to him tightly. Don't move, the towel is about to fall. Shin Chang quickly stopped moving, then hurry up and wrap the towel properly. Wait a moment, Master, please don't move yet. The voice of Milk Tea behind him clearly sounded on the verge of tears. She withdrew her arms that had been tightly wrapped around Shin Chang's waist, then pressed herself even closer against his back to prevent the towel from slipping. Shin Chang lowered his head to gaze at the hot spring's surface, desperately clearing his mind to prevent anything embarrassing from spewing out of his scorching nostrils. So intense. After what felt like an eternity, the timid voice of Milk Tea finally reached him. I'm wrapped up now. A sudden chill seeped into his back, leaving Shin Chang with a vague sense of loss. When he turned around, all he saw was Milk Tea's figure sprinting away without even looking back. Watching the Milk Tea girl disappear, Shin Chang shook his head with a bitter laugh, his enthusiasm for the hot springs completely gone. After giving himself a casual rinse, he dried off, changed clothes, and returned to his room. Lying in bed, Shin Chang had just been scrolling through his phone when his brows suddenly furrowed. He halted abruptly, focusing all his attention on listening. Enhanced by the dual phantom canine abilities, Shin Chang could even hear the playful chatter of the women still enjoying the hot springs from where he was. But those weren't the sounds he was trying to listen for. Through the walls, past the hot springs, until reaching the inn's backyard. Ding! It was a familiar sound. Shin Chang vaguely remembered hearing it when he first arrived here, though he hadn't paid it much mind back then. Ding! The sound rang out again, and Shin Chang was certain he wasn't hallucinating. The noise was sharp, as if something metallic had sliced through the air. Damn it! Realization struck Shin Chang, and he cursed under his breath. In an instant, he was on his feet, throwing his coat over his shoulders before leaping out the window. He landed smoothly and dashed toward the backyard, an almost palpable killing intent radiating from him. The backyard of the Lin family hot spring inn was originally an empty plot of land. The flowers, trees, and plants were all planted by Old Man Lin during idle hours when there were few guests, so the area wasn't very large. When Shin Chang arrived, he immediately spotted a black man leaning against a tree, tossing a gleaming dagger that flashed cold light. So you're Shin Chang? As expected of a dual cat-dog phantom adapter. I thought our meeting wouldn't happen until late at night. Noticing Shin Chang's arrival, the black man didn't stop flipping the dagger. Instead, he grinned, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth that stood out starkly against his dark skin, making him look rather menacing. He knows I'm a dual cat-dog phantom adapter? I had just recently injected the canine illusory gene serum. Even if other nations' Illis Anima organizations had the capability to uncover this information, there's no way they could have acted this quickly. Moreover, I'd only participated in one mission confronting a foreign Illis Anima organization and hadn't engaged in multiple operations. There was no logical reason for me to have attracted their attention. Could it be that there's a mole within the Bioengineering Research Institute? Listening to the other party's awkward Chinese, Shin Chang frowned and asked, "Are you from Dawn Corporation?" "No, I'm not from Dawnlight. I come from the Forsaken Ones." When he mentioned Forsaken Ones, an intense fanaticism flashed across the black man's face. Shin Chang quickly searched his memory but found no phantom organization from any country called Forsaken Ones. "What's your purpose for coming here?"
Of course, to find you. Reading the dangerous glint in Shin Chang's eyes, the black man waved his hands in a gesture of understanding. You can rest assured, we would never harm your family. I hope so. Even as he spoke these words, Shin Chang suddenly adjusted his stance, preparing to enter combat at any moment. You said you came here to find me? No need to be so guarded. Let me introduce myself. I'm Branner, and I came here to invite you, the world's unique adapter, to join our Forsaken Ones, the black man named Branner said, looking directly at Shin Chang. Rest assured, the phantom gene serum we can provide you at the Forsaken Ones is far superior to what Biotech Academy offers. What if I refuse? Shin Chang replied without a second thought. So this is your resolve? I see, then. The action of tossing the dagger ceased as the black-clad man straightened up to face Shin Chang, a red glint flashing in his eyes. Mr. Shin Chang, please, prepare to die. As the words fell, Bolano's figure flickered, his dagger cutting a long white arc through the night. The speed of his strike sent a chill down Shin Chang's spine. So it really is an adapter? With a misstep, Shin Chang narrowly avoided Branner's dagger, the sound of the blade cutting through air whistling past his ear as the collar of his clothes was torn open by the slash. Steadying his footing, Shin Chang collected himself and deliberately responded in a calm tone, Mr. Branner, might you explain what kind of organization the Forsaken is? I could have told you earlier, but now, I'm afraid you'll have to rely on your own guesses, Mr. Shin Chang. Branner replied with a grin while simultaneously pivoting to deliver a whip-like kick carrying a gust of wind straight at Shin Chang. Shin Chang seized the perfect moment, grabbing Branner's right leg with a reverse grip. With a sudden burst of strength, he yanked it toward himself while simultaneously raising his elbow to deliver a fierce strike squarely against Branner's chest. Thud! Cough! Ah! Taking the brutal elbow strike to his chest, Branner staggered backward several steps. A metallic taste surged into his throat, which he forcibly swallowed back down. After barely steadying himself, Bolano's smile gradually hardened into a solemn expression. It seems I shouldn't underestimate you just because you're merely a harmonizer fused with two low-level phantasmal breeds, cat and canine, he said. Chapter 63, Wanna go together? I must say, I'm quite intrigued by the phantom subspecies you've adapted to. Shin Chang adjusted his posture, attempting to gauge the other party's capabilities. Then take a guess. Bruno's face instantly twisted into a vicious snarl as he lunged forward like a fired cannonball straight towards Shin Chang, his speed even surpassing Nana's by several degrees. Despite this, thanks to the enhancement from his dual feline canine phantom gene, Shin Chang could still barely track his opponent's movements. Narrowly dodging the slash of Bruno's dagger, Shin Chang pivoted and delivered a fierce punch toward Bruno. Their figures clashed, fists and kicks exchanged amidst flashes of blade light. Within mere blinks, they'd already exchanged several rounds of blows. Armed with a dagger and likely possessing phantom gene abilities on par with Nana's speed-based beast type, coupled with vastly superior combat experience, Bruno forced Shin Chang into immediate disadvantage. His only lifeline was the traditional martial arts inherited from his grandfather, barely sustaining him in the fight. His clothes were slashed with dozens of cuts, but fortunately, thanks to Shin Chang's dangerously narrow dodges each time, there weren't many actual bleeding wounds. The occasional bleeding wounds were not serious, barely even counting as minor injuries. A tingling pain pricked at Shin Chang's nerves. I really regret not learning more from the old man back then, Shin Chang muttered to himself with a bitter smile after another clash. But before his lament could even finish, Bolano launched another sudden attack, violently swinging his arm as a glint of cold light shot forth. Put! Shin Chang hastily sidestepped to dodge the flying dagger. A cold gleam grazed his cheek before the blade sank deep into a nearby tree trunk with a thud, its hilt still vibrating with a faint hum. Before Shin Chang could even catch his breath, a sudden chill ran down his spine. The instinctive sense of danger made him dodge sideways without thinking. Put! Another streak of cold light sliced through the air where Shin Chang had stood just moments before. He took a deep breath, only to see a third dagger hurtling straight toward his right flank, with Branno closing in right behind it. Watching Branner swiftly closing in, Shin Chang, who was at a disadvantage, suddenly sensed an incongruity. Slow. That's right, slow. Though Branner's current speed still far surpassed that of an ordinary person, compared to the initial pace, the difference was more than just marginal. A momentary burst of strength. Shin Chang quickly formulated a plan in his mind and charged straight towards Bolano. Instead of retreating from the dagger within reach, he advanced aggressively. Seeing this, Bolano was slightly taken aback. Is this guy trying to get himself killed? Yet in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. As the dagger swiftly pierced through Shin Chang's coat, it suddenly struck something as hard as steel, producing a sharp clang before being sent flying away. Branno's pupils instantly dilated. Shin Chang naturally wouldn't give Branno any time to react. He rushed forward, lunged with a sidestep, and delivered a powerful sidekick straight to Branno's chest. Bang! Gah! This was the second heavy blow to Branno's chest. He even felt as if a part of his chest had caved in slightly. Shin Chang's kick sent Branner's back slamming heavily against the tree. Before Branner could react,
Xincheng pressed forward, simultaneously drawing a silver-white object from the right inner pocket of his coat and pressing it against Branner's forehead. Ha ha! Feeling the cold, hard touch against his forehead, Branner let out 2 dry laughs and raised his hands. A streak of crimson blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Glancing at where Xincheng had drawn the gun from, Branner gave a bitter smile.
Looks like it's what stopped my dagger. This gun is very important to me.
Xincheng tilted his head slightly, his tone laced with amusement.
Mr. Branner, it seems you've lost. Not necessarily.
Hearing this, Branno slightly shrugged.
You can't pull the trigger. Xincheng's expression instantly turned cold. Pressing the muzzle harder against Branno's forehead, his eyes locked fiercely with Branno's as he said icily, "You think I don't dare kill you?"
No. The almost palpable killing intent emanating from Xincheng sent a chill down Branno's spine, cold sweat beating on his forehead.
Branno couldn't comprehend how someone who had never killed with his own hands could unleash such terrifying murderous intent.
Raising a hand, Branno weakly pointed to the side of the gun.
Your safety's still on.
Xincheng's expression stiffened, and Branno seized the opportunity to dart more than 10 meters away in a flash. Mr. Xincheng, the time I spent with you today has been most enjoyable. The next time we meet, I hope you'll have practiced enough with that pistol in your hand. With that, Branno's figure melted into the darkness and vanished without a trace. Gazing in the direction where Branno had disappeared, Xincheng slowly lowered the pistol. Running his fingers over the silver-white pistol engraved with the character Su, Xincheng murmured to himself, "Next time we meet, huh?" This gun was given to him by Lu Su during the last operation to suppress the Illusion Asia organization in Wenqing country. Turning his head to look at the now darkened Lin family hot springs inn, Xincheng smiled faintly. How I wish you could all continue living in peace like this. Rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I will stand in front of you. Splash! Without disturbing anyone, Xincheng stealthily slipped into the hot spring. With another splash of water, he let out a long exhale, releasing pent-up tension. Thanks to the accelerated healing from his feline canine hybrid genes, the few gruesome wounds on Xincheng's body had already scabbed over. Yet despite this, his brows remained tightly furrowed. Too weak. After encountering an opponent like Brunallo, a battle-hardened veteran enhanced with beast genes, Xincheng felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness growing within him. This time, the other party had come because of him. If Lin Yue and the others got dragged into his affairs, Xincheng would probably feel guilty for the rest of his life. After wiping away the dried bloodstains, Xincheng discreetly disposed of his knife-marked clothes in a black bag. Changing into fresh clothes, he calmly returned to his room as if nothing had just happened.
Staring. Faced with Lin Yue's piercing gaze, even Sata couldn't help but break into a nervous sweat. Sister Hui, aren't you going to sleep? Tomorrow you're going camping with Master. Just making sure a certain thieving cat doesn't sneak away again. Lin Yue's calm reply made Sata's lips twitch slightly. Staring straight at Satu, Lin Yue asked, "So why aren't you sleeping yet, Satu? Waiting for me to fall asleep so you can sneak into Senpai's room again like last night?" The tail hidden under the blanket stiffened slightly, but Sato answered without changing expression, "I'm a cat. We don't usually sleep at night." Lin Yue glanced at the other end of the room where Cheese and Milk Tea were sleeping soundly in each other's arms, then turned her gaze back to Satu. "Satu." After a long moment of staring between the man and the cat, Sugar suddenly suggested calmly, "How about, we go together?" Chapter 64, Young Man, do you crave power? Lin Yue admitted that for just an instant, she had felt tempted, but quickly dismissed the thought, no way. And so, the man and the cat began their long standoff once more. After who knows how long, Lin Yue suddenly broke into a smile, reaching out to grasp Sugar's hand. "Let's just sleep like this, that way if either of us tries to sneak away, the other will notice." Sugar froze for a moment, then a faint smile also appeared at the corners of her lips as she tightly gripped Lin Yue's hand, gently closing her eyes. "Good night, Sister Hui." Good night. Capital City, Institute of Bio-Based Sciences. "Doctor, let me give it a try." Looking at Chuzhen's hopeful expression as he adjusted the prosthetic on his left arm, Yan Jinfang opened his mouth to say that no one could possibly synchronize with two different phantom genes at once. But the image of that freak Xincheng flashed through his mind, and he swallowed his words forcefully. Thinking there wouldn't be any harm in letting Chuzhen give it a try, Yan Jinfang nodded and allowed Chuzhen to commence the compatibility test for the Tiger Phantom subgene. The results came quickly. Clutching the report that showed single-digit compatibility rates, Chuzhen slumped onto the lounge chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. After a long silence, Chuzhen let out a bitter laugh, crumpled the report into a ball, and tossed it into the trash. "Guess I shouldn't have entertained such unrealistic fantasies," he muttered to himself. With that, Chuzhen pushed himself up from the chair. Suddenly, Chuzhen noticed a dark purple feather drifting from nowhere into his field of vision, lightly landing on his face before vanishing like an illusion. Oh, the next moment, an eerily enchanting and spine-chilling woman's laughter abruptly sounded by Chuzhen's ear. Everything in his sight seemed to freeze as if paused, then rapidly faded into a monochrome gray before plunging into utter darkness. His mind slightly dazed, Shujin tightly shut his eyes and shook his head. When he regained his senses, he opened them again. Yet there remained only endless darkness. Tisk. With a clicking sound, Shujin patted his head. At that moment, an unhurried female voice came from behind him. You desire that power, don't you? Who? Startled, Shujin abruptly turned his head. After all, this was the most heavily guarded location in the Bio Research Institute. Behind him stood a woman with half her face obscured by a mask, draped in a dark purple feathered coat, approaching him with graceful steps. Her long, dark purple hair shimmered with amethyst radiance in the darkness, while atop her head sat two clusters of dark purple avian feathers strikingly similar to those of Yulan. Avian-type phantasmal beast. When Shujin saw the phantasmal beast characteristics atop the other's head, his pupils contracted violently. He instinctively tried to step back, only to find his legs weighed down as if filled with lead. No matter how hard he strained, he couldn't move an inch. In the next instant, the woman's figure abruptly vanished. Then, Shujin felt a warm breath against the back of his ear. You desperately desire the power of the tiger phantasmal beast gene serum, don't you? What nonsense are you spouting? Shujin roared angrily, but the woman showed not a trace of displeasure. Instead, she coolly uttered a single name, Chang Hong. Hearing this, Shujin's face immediately froze. You really want the power of the tiger phantom gene serum, don't you? To avenge him? The woman suddenly giggled and said, after all, he did die for you. That's none of your business. It's my own affair. Having his thoughts laid bare by the woman, Shujin panicked inwardly but still replied with a flushed face. Do you think you can take down that savage bear with your own strength? The woman's amused tone made Shujin's expression freeze again. Or do you plan to rely on the Biogenetics Academy's power to kill him? I'll kill him with my own hands. I'll avenge Chang Hong with my own hands. Shujin's pupils began to tremble, flickering faintly with a dim violet light. But you know better than anyone how strong he is. With your current power, killing him is impossible. Moreover, once the Tiger Phantom gene serum completes its final development phase, as a cripple, you'll certainly lose all chance of climbing higher. The woman continued persuasively, let me ask you again, do you crave that power? Under the woman's seemingly mesmerizing words, a startlingly intense dark purple light flashed in Shujin's eyes. His lips trembled slightly before parting faintly as he uttered, I desire. Upon opening his eyes, the rather glaring sunlight streaming through the window dazzled Xinchang's still hazy vision, making his eyes water slightly. Picking up his phone, Xinchang tapped into Yulan's chat interface. After last night's encounter with Brunano, Xinchang had reported everything including the mermaid incident to Yulan. Unfortunately, Yulan had uncharacteristically failed to respond this time, with messages still stuck from last night. Moving his sore shoulders a bit, Xinchang threw off the covers. No sugar, and no other strange things either. First, he called Yulan, but was told the line was busy. Xinchang blinked, then proceeded to call Yan Jinfang, Li Ji, and others one by one, but every single line was busy. Was something happening? Finally, Xinchang called Liusu again, and this time the call was quickly answered as Liusu's somewhat anxious voice came through. Xinchang, what's wrong? What happened over there? Xinchang frowned upon hearing the unusual tone in Liusu's voice. Let's hear your story first. Xinchang didn't waste any time, quickly explaining the matter of the mermaid and Bruno to Liusu. Sigh. After a long silence on the other end of the line, Liusu let out a deep sigh and said, seems like you've had quite an eventful vacation these past couple of days. Xinchang was puzzled. Nothing, just be careful these next couple of days. I'll report upwards for instructions. Clearly, Liusu was hiding something, but Xinchang didn't press for details. Noticing Liusu was about to hang up, Xinchang suddenly called out, Liusu, what is it? That gun you gave me, it saved my life. Thank you. I'll take good care of it. Xinchang expressed his heartfelt gratitude. After another moment of silence, Liusu said, it's good that you're alright. With that, Liusu hung up the phone. Was it Xinchang's imagination, or did Liusu's tone carry a hint of delight when she uttered those final words? He got out of bed, dressed himself, and patted his forehead. Feeling slightly more alert, Xinchang pushed the door open and stepped out. As I opened the door, I happened to see Lin Yuwei and Sata from the opposite room stepping out as well. The girl and her cat walked hand in paw, both sporting heavy dark circles under their sleepy eyes. Good morning, master. Good morning, senior. Morning. Seeing the pair like this, Xinchang couldn't help but chuckle. What? Did you two stay up all night playing games together? Lin Yuwei and Sugar both gave stiff smiles without saying a word. Chapter 65, The Camping Maidens. Good morning, Master Meow. Master, morning. Cheese and Milk Tea had woken up too, seeming a bit dazed but noticeably more energetic compared to Lin Yuwei and Sugar. The weather is lovely today, with sunlight beaming down onto the damp earth, its rays faintly revealing traces of a rainbow upon closer inspection. A gentle breeze ripples through, rustling the leaves without making a sound. According to plan, Xinchang and the others are set to leave the day after tomorrow. Although the camping trip was delayed by a day due to the weather, they can still make it in time.
After a quick wash and breakfast, everyone packed up their camping gear and set off under the watchful eyes of the Lin grandparents. While there were woods near Shin Chang's house as well, they differed from those near Lin Yue's. Near Lin Yue's home, the forest had designated camping areas with protective measures in place, whereas the woods near Shin Chang's were completely wild. Wolf howls could often be heard at night. After finding a parking spot, Lin Yue got out of the car and gazed at the familiar stretch of woods before her.
She couldn't help murmuring, "It hasn't changed at all."
A crimson-hued forest stretched as far as the eye could see, with a narrow path running through its heart. The trail was carpeted in scarlet leaves, now dry and crisp from the sun's caress, rustling softly beneath each footstep. Cheese, carrying a small backpack, hopped and skipped ahead, stepping on fallen leaves.
Whenever she got too far from Shin Chang and the others, she would stop, turn around with a radiant smile, and wave eagerly at them. Lin Yue and Sata walked hand in hand, the scene appearing warm and harmonious. Yet the stiff expressions on both human and cat faces seemed to overflow with an undercurrent of tension.
Watching Lin Yue and Sugar's interaction, Milk Tea hesitated before timidly walking to Shin Chang's side, gently touching his broad palm with her small hand. Noticing Milk Tea's movement, Shin Chang turned to her with a warm smile and took the initiative to hold her delicate little hand. Milk Tea froze momentarily, then her cheeks flushed pink as she unconsciously tightened her grip on Shin Chang's hand.
Lowering her head, a faint smile appeared at the corners of her mouth.
Master's hand, so warm. Feeling the warmth of delicate hands in his palm, Shin Chang gazed at the women ahead, his smile never fading.
A long-cherished dream has come true.
By the time they reached the clearing in the woods designated for setting up tents, it was already noon. The flat ground was scattered with patchy weeds and some aged trash half buried in the soil, clearly showing how long it had been since anyone last camped here.
After setting up the tent, the group eagerly arranged the barbecue tools. Master, let's catch fish, meow.
Just as the grill was set up, Cheese cheerfully ran over, tugging at Shin Chang's sleeve. Shin Chang turned and saw Lin Yue, Sugar, and Milk Tea diligently skewering meat. Nodding, he greeted the girls before ruffling Cheese's hair and saying, "Alright, let's see if there's a little creek or river nearby."
"Okay, meow."
Soon, Shin Chang and Cheese found a wide, meandering stream not far from the campsite, its waters so clear you could see the bottom. Every now and then, a fish would leap from the stream, splashing back down with a small spray of water.
"Alright, let's add some ingredients to today's barbecue."
Shin Chang's eyes lit up as he clapped his hands together. Shedding his jacket, shoes, and socks, he rolled up his sleeves and pants before wading into the stream. Cheese, following Shin Chang's example, took off her jacket, then removed her socks and shoes, revealing her delicate and translucent little feet. Dipping her little toes tentatively into the stream, Cheese quickly pulled her foot back. "So cold, meow. You'll get used to it." Shin Chang spoke while lightning-fast plunging his hand underwater, effortlessly catching a 3-inch-long fish and tossing it with perfect accuracy into the bucket on the shore, one down.
"Wow, I want to try too, meow."
Seeing this, Cheese forgot all about the chilly water, scampering through the stream toward Shin Chang with her tail wagging, then began imitating his gestures to catch fish.
"2 of them, a meow. 3 bamboo, 2 meow. 3 meow. Cheese, that's my prey. Stupid owner meow."
Amidst a burst of playful laughter, the man and the cat began splashing water at each other like children. Whoosh, with a flash of light in her eyes, the charcoal before her instantly ignited into flames, emitting thick, fragrant smoke as it began to burn. After setting up the grill, Lin Yue wiped the fine sweat from her forehead just in time to see Shin Chang drenched and clad only in a shirt while carrying a bucket and Cheese, draped in 2 coats, walking back. Water droplets continued to drip from their soaked forms, landing with a steady plip-plop sound.
Lin Yue's lips twitched. "You too, did you fall into the river?"
Shin Chang coughed awkwardly, while Cheese waved her arms enthusiastically, spraying water droplets everywhere as she chirped happily. "Fishing is so fun, meow."
"Master, let's go fishing together again next time." With a faint smile, Shin Chang ruffled Cheese's damp hair affectionately and replied indulgently, "Sounds good. Alright, you two, come warm yourselves by the fire.
I just got it started, don't catch a cold, seriously." Lin Yue crossed her arms and sighed in exasperation. A man and a cat pattered over to the grill and took their seats.
Shin Chang glanced around and asked, "Where are Sugar and Milk Tea?"
"I heard there were mushrooms nearby, so Milky Tea grabbed a little stick and went into the woods to pick some," said Lin Yue with a long, resentful sigh like a neglected wife.
Sugar was worried Milky Tea might get into trouble in the forest, so she went along too. Sigh, in the end, I'm the only one left here watching the grill. Shin Chang. "Master, you're back."
Just then, the nearby leaves rustled apart as Milk Tea emerged, holding a small stick for pushing foliage in one hand and a plastic bag brimming with mushrooms in the other. Long silver-white hair adorned with numerous leaves framed her face as she exclaimed in delighted surprise upon seeing Shin Chang.
"Are you hurt?"
Shin Chang asked worriedly as he walked forward, picking leaves out of Milk Tea's hair. Seeing Milk Tea shake her head to indicate she was fine, Shin Chang then turned his gaze to the plastic bag in her hand and remarked with slight surprise, "It's already full? There must be quite a few mushrooms in this forest."
It's just that we Felis Fantasia have relatively better eyesight, Sugar chimed in from behind, holding up a pure white rabbit. Shin Chang blinked and pointed at it. Where did that rabbit come from? Sugar handed the rabbit towards Shin Chang and said calmly, we met it while picking mushrooms for milk tea. When I saw it, I noticed it was limping as it ran. It was caught with just a gentle grab, perfect for adding to the menu. The rabbit seemed to understand and began struggling violently. Is it injured? After a moment of thought, Shin Chang took the rabbit. Perhaps due to his constitution, as soon as the rabbit landed in his hands, it immediately stopped struggling and became docile and tame. After examining the rabbit, Shin Chang indeed found a fresh pink wound on one of its hind legs. Chapter 66, Schwer. The rabbit's bright red eyes shimmered with intelligence. It remained remarkably docile while Shin Chang inspected it, not making the slightest fuss. That leg injury, it's just like mine, meow. Seeing the rabbit's wound, Cheese couldn't help but feel sympathy. Shin Chang nodded and said, Cheese, there are bandages and alcohol swabs in my bag. Could you fetch them for me? Got it, meow. Upon hearing Shin Chang ask for bandages, Cheese immediately understood they were to dress the rabbit's wound. Her slightly drooped ears instantly perked up as she cheerfully scurried off to fetch the bandages. Placing the rabbit on his lap, Shin Chang gently stroked its fur. Noticing the rabbit didn't resist at all but rather narrowed its eyes in apparent enjoyment, a smile tugged at his lips. What a good girl, such a well-behaved little one. Lin Yuwei approached with a peculiar expression, asking, Senior, is this rabbit, male or female? It's a girl. Shin Chang had already determined this while examining her wounds earlier. Lin Yuwei's expression grew even more peculiar. Then, it won't suddenly turn into a Fantasia, will it? Shin Changwei's hand, which had been stroking the rabbit's fur, stiffened slightly. After a moment's thought, he answered, highly unlikely. One of the prerequisites for an animal becoming a Fantasia is never having experienced estrus. Though this rabbit looks quite small, rabbits are animals that go into heat all year round. Hearing this, the rabbit seemed somewhat displeased as it gently nipped at Shin Chang's palm with its mouth. The stuff is fetched, meow. Cheese returned carrying Shin Chang's backpack. Taking the backpack, Shin Chang pulled out bandages, alcohol, and cotton swabs. After disinfecting the rabbit's leg, he wrapped it with the bandage and then placed it on the ground. How does it feel now? The rabbit hopped a couple of times on the ground. Though it still seemed a bit unnatural, clearly it would recover completely after some rest. After hopping, the rabbit turned towards Shin Chang again, sitting obediently still, its eyes blinking repeatedly, leaving Shin Chang somewhat puzzled. Isn't this the classic Pokemon capture scenario? Lin Yuwei leaned in closer and said, at a time like this, all you need to do is throw a Pokeball, Senior, and this bunny will immediately let itself be captured. The corner of Shin Chang's mouth twitched slightly as he crouched down and tentatively reached out his hand. The rabbit eagerly scurried up his arm in a flash before finally curling up obediently on his shoulder. Shin Chang captured the rabbit. Should we give it a name? Yes. No. The petite rabbit didn't weigh down Shin Chang's shoulder at all. Gazing at the white fluff ball perched there, he reached up to pat it, savoring the soft warmth of the rabbit's fur between his fingers. Tapping his chin, he mused, how about, I call you Mantu from now on? Exclamation point. The rabbit jerked its head up instantly, its little face full of bunny alarm. Hey, even though it's just a rabbit, giving a girl such a weird name is too much, isn't it? Lin Yuwei couldn't help but lodge another serious protest against the name Shin Chang had come up with. Shin Chang's face flushed slightly. I really wanted to name it Milky Candy, but we already have milk tea and sugar at home. Feeling a touch of sympathy, Lin Yuwei gently stroked the rabbit's head. Since it's pure white all over, let's call it Snowy. Shin Chang, who had no talent for naming, naturally had no objections. Thus, Luminescent Cat Cafe gained a new member, a white rabbit named Snowy. Rabbits are quite picky eaters, so Shin Chang picked out some fresh leafy greens from the ingredients he brought to feed Snowy, deciding to buy specialized rabbit food for her later. Lin Yuwei and several catgirls also seemed very fond of Snowy, often playing with her from time to time. Whenever Shin Chang was at the cafe, he had never seen the girls tease the resident cats like this. The fish caught by Shin Chang and Cheese, the mushrooms gathered by Milk Tea, and the meat skewers prepared by Lin Yuwei and sugar, everything suitable for grilling was placed on the barbecue. Seasoned with spices, the aroma wafted deliciously through the air. Cheese caught the fish, meow. Cheese proudly held up a fragrant grilled fish, took a big bite, and then squinted her eyes in blissful contentment. While Shin Chang was focused on grilling, he suddenly felt something warm pressing against his cheek. Turning his head, he saw Milk Tea blushing as she offered him a skewer of freshly grilled mushrooms. Master, these mushrooms I picked, would you like to try some? Shin Chang glanced silently at his own two-handed assortment of skewers, then turned his head towards Milk Tea and opened his mouth wide. Ah. Milk Tea's face flushed deeper as she fed the mushrooms into Shin Chang's mouth. After chewing a couple of times, his eyes lit up. This tastes amazing. Feeding successful. Milk Tea's heart kept leaping with joy.
becoming addicted to continuously feeding Shinchang mushrooms. Sugar was picky about food and boredly poked at the grilled meat on her plate when her gaze suddenly caught sight of Schwer scurrying around on the floor. Feeling slightly amused, she moved to pet her, but Schwer seemed afraid of her, darting far away all at once, making Sugar's ears droop in disappointment.
Lin Yue approached with a bag of pastries and asked, "Want some snacks to fill your stomach first?" Taking the snack, Sugar's ears twitched as she said, "Thank you, hui hui jia." Nodding, Lin Yue sat down beside Satu. Watching Shinchang being continuously fed mushrooms by milk tea, she also picked up a pastry and began to eat. "I feel like my emotions are unexpectedly calm. Is it because milk tea poses no threat whatsoever?" The fish, mushrooms, and meat skewers were all devoured, followed by things like corn and cotton candy. By the time everyone was comfortably full and snuggled together, Shinchang realized something odd. He seemed to have been eating nothing but mushrooms the entire time. His hands kept busy turning skewers over the fire, passing them out as soon as they were done, while the stream of mushrooms being fed to him by milk tea barely paused. By the time Shinchang finally had a free moment to eat some grilled meat, he realized he was already mostly full from mushrooms alone. Just as he picked up a meat skewer to savor its flavor, another perfectly grilled mushroom appeared before him, offered by milk tea. Faced with her shimmering sapphire blue eyes glistening with moisture, Shinchang couldn't bring himself to refuse, accepting yet another bite from her hand. In the end, Shinchang successfully achieved the feat of reaching complete fullness by eating nothing but mushrooms. Nearly every single one milk tea had collected ended up being devoured by him alone. Leaning against a rock while rubbing his distended belly and gazing at the sky, Shinchang felt certain he might never be able to look at another mushroom for the rest of his life. Schwer lay curled at Shinchang's feet as twilight gradually descended. The maple forest was bathed in a dusky glow, with red and yellow hues of the evening sky seeming almost within reach. A gentle breeze brushed against their faces, bringing with it a sense of comfort and drowsiness. "Master," Sugar approached. Perhaps due to weariness, Schwer didn't avoid her this time, remaining lazily curled at Shinchang's feet without moving a muscle. Gently stroking Schwer's fur with a satisfied smile, Sugar then turned to Shinchang. "Master, it's almost dark. Sister Hui Hui said everyone's quite tired today after all the fun we've had, so we won't be stargazing tonight. Let's rest early." "Mum." Nodding, Shinchang patted the ground beside him. "Sugar, sit here." Tilting her head slightly, Sugar looked somewhat puzzled but obediently sat down next to Shinchang. When Sugar lifted her gaze toward the dusky sunset, she couldn't help but freeze momentarily. Chapter 67, Milk Tea's Night Raid. "Pretty, isn't it?" Shinchang's tone carried a hint of pride. "Mum." Sugar nodded, then smiled faintly. "Before meeting Master, I could never see these things before. All I could see was endless darkness. Your smiles have also become much more frequent compared to the beginning." Shinchang also smiled lightly. "Mum." Nodding once more, Sugar remained silent this time. The man and the cat sat together quietly for a long while, until the sky gradually darkened. "Do you like it?" Shinchang suddenly asked. Hearing this, Shatang fixed her gaze straight at Shinchang and nodded in reply. "I do. This world holds many wonderful things. If you like something, go after it." Oblivious to the deeper meaning behind Shatang's words, Shinchang stood up, dusted off the hem of his clothes, picked up Schwer, and headed towards the tent while tossing out a casual remark. "After all, you've already missed out on so much." "Mei-chan, I will." Shatang murmured under her breath as if talking to herself before calmly rising to her feet and watching Shinchang's retreating figure, silently adding in her heart, "Together with my master." Grilled fish, meow. Cheese was sound asleep, and unless something unexpected happened, there was absolutely no way she would wake up before her biological clock told her to. Milk tea tossed and turned several times, completely sleepless, her bright eyes flickering as if lost in thought. Gradually, Milk Tea's gaze grew resolute. Getting up and slipping on her coat, Milk Tea quietly unzipped the tent flap. Seeing that she showed no reaction, she secretly sighed in relief before stepping out in small strides, putting on her shoes. After closing the zipper behind her, she slowly walked to Shinchang's tent. Just as he crawled into the sleeping bag, a fluffy white ball struggled its way out, shooting him a displeased glare with its ruby-like eyes. "Oh, it's Schwer. My bad," Shinchang chuckled awkwardly, scooping up the white fur ball for a thorough petting session before placing it beside his pillow. Picking up his phone, he sighed at the lack of responses neither from Yulan nor Lu Su. Resigned, he set the phone aside, adjusted his sleeping posture, and soon drifted off. Rustle. Thanks to the genetic enhancements from cat-dog hybrids, Shinchang's hearing and perception far surpassed those of ordinary people. The sound of the tent zipper being pulled open and the cool night breeze that rushed in instantly woke him up. However, Shinchang didn't open his eyes. Instead, he secretly tensed his muscles. His sleeping bag was a single-person one. There was no way Sata would choose to sneak in at this moment. Coupled with his recent encounter with Bilanuo, Shinchang realized he was already being targeted. The first assassination attempt had appeared and failed, so the emergence of a second attempt was unavoidable. Still Branner? If so, Thinking of Branano's terrifying explosive power despite its brevity, Xinchang couldn't help but feel cold sweat trickling down his spine. Currently wrapped tightly in his blanket with severely restricted mobility, his surroundings offered nothing but schwer to wield as a weapon. His last resort, the silver pistol, had been tucked into his coat, which was still with cheese at the moment. Damn it! Xinchang cursed himself for his carelessness, knowing full well he was being watched yet still daring to be so reckless. In that case, it's time to go all out. Sensing the approaching figure getting closer, Xinchang's eyes flared with fury. His legs suddenly tensed, propelling him out of the sleeping bag like an arrow from a bow, sending schwer flying a considerable distance along with him. Though swift as lightning, his landing was utterly silent. In the blink of an eye, Xinchang stabilized his footing, shifted his weight, and lunged at the intruder in one fluid motion. Thud! MMMPH. After pinning the intruder's wrists and slamming them to the ground, Xinchang suddenly heard a startlingly familiar sound, a soft whimper like that of an injured cub. The noise was abruptly cut off as its owner forcibly swallowed it back. Xinchang froze for a moment, feeling the warm and delicate touch in his palm, then lowered his gaze to see the visitor's face. With his night vision ability activated, Xinchang clearly saw Nai Cha at this moment, her eyes brimming with tears, looking utterly pitiful as she lay pinned beneath him, both wrists firmly pressed against the ground by him. Master, it hurts. Xinchang grew terribly embarrassed and quickly released her, scrambling aside while stammering, Nai Cha, sorry, schwer, who had been flung away earlier, angrily scurried to Xinchang's feet and began gnawing at the hem of his trousers. Milk Tea sat up from the ground with flushed cheeks, rubbing her wrists which had turned red, then tilted her head away and said, you can't really blame owner, after all, it's my fault for sneaking in. Ahem, Xinchang coughed stiffly in an attempt to change the subject. How about we go outside to look at the stars? Hui said the night sky here is very beautiful. The night sky stretched like a chessboard, scattered with glittering stars as densely placed as pieces across the board. As far as the eye could see, an endless expanse of starlight seemed ready to rival even the radiant moon hanging high at its center. Milk Tea stared in awe, her tail swaying back and forth behind her. Ha! Xinchang, cradling schwer in his arms, chuckled softly and mused, you'd never see scenery like this in the city, or rather, this kind of poetic charm. Poetic charm? Milk Tea blinked, snapping slightly out of her daze. Right, the environment you're in, the mood you have, or who you're with, all of these affect how you perceive the scenery. With a faint smile on his face, Xinchang said softly. Hearing this, Milk Tea couldn't help but turn her gaze to Xinchang. Just the two of them alone, her soaring heart, and being with her master. Staring at Xinchang's profile, Milk Tea completely forgot about the starry sky above, her gaze fixated on him in a daze. Alright, let's head back. She's beautiful, but we can't really touch her anyway. Xinchang didn't notice Milk Tea's unusual behavior, feeling that the atmosphere had relaxed enough. He yawned and began walking back. You can touch me. The sudden words from Milk Tea made Xinchang pause slightly. Turning around, he asked somewhat puzzled, I can touch you? Yes, you can touch me. Milk Tea gazed directly at Xinchang, her eyes sparkling like the vast sea of stars behind her. Master, close your eyes. Alright. Seeing Milk Tea's demeanor unlike her usual self, Xinchang smiled faintly and obediently closed his eyes. The next moment, a fragrant breeze brushed against him, and Xinchang immediately felt a warm, soft pressure tightly pressing against his chest. Before Xinchang could react, he suddenly felt a tender touch with a faint fragrance against his lips. The sensation lasted only a brief moment. Opening his eyes in a daze, Xinchang saw Milk Tea, who was standing extremely close to him, lowering herself back onto her heels after rising on tiptoe. Instead of fleeing like Sugar did, Milk Tea took 2 steps back, clasped her hands behind her, and smiled with narrowed eyes. Not only did I touch you, but I also kissed you. The brightest, most radiant star in my heart, warmer than the sun itself, that brings me endless hope. Chapter 68, Milk Tea's Confession. Rustle. An evening breeze drifted by, lifting the hem of Milk Tea's clothes and gently swaying her milky white long hair. Xinchang was momentarily stunned. Behind Matcha stretched endless red maple trees, a brilliant night sky, and a sea of twinkling stars. Yet in Xinchang's eyes, all these sights seemed overshadowed by the radiance emanating from Matcha herself. Everything paled in comparison to the girl standing before him. If only time could stand still on this day forever. Walking hand in hand with my master on this path covered in fallen leaves, feeding him skewer after skewer of roasted mushrooms with my own hands, then gazing at the beautiful starry sky together at night, and finally, at the end, Milk Tea suddenly stopped speaking and touched her lips with her hand. A glistening tear had unknowingly welled up in the corner of her eye as she giggled dreamily. Master, today Milk Tea is so happy, really, really happy. Pausing briefly, Milk Tea seemed to cast aside her usual visible shyness. With a determined gaze fixed on Xinchang, she spoke, Master, Milk Tea likes you the most. Milk Tea. Xinchang's mouth opened stiffly, but in the end, he only managed to murmur the cat's name. Unperturbed by his reaction, it seemed Milk Tea's sole purpose had been to confess. After pouring out the emotions long pent up in her chest, she promptly reverted to her usual self,
covering her face as she fled, leaving Shincheng standing there dumbfounded with Schwer cradled in his arms. In the corner, Lin Yuwei, who had witnessed everything, clenched her teeth on her collar. Sniff. Senior's first kiss. Poof. Sugar, standing nearby, let out a faint laugh. Neither the human nor the cat slept that night, staring at each other wide-eyed, so the moment Milk Tea stirred in the tent, Sugar's keen feline ears caught every sound. From the moment Shincheng and Milk Tea were stargazing outside, Lin Yuwei and Sugar had been hiding behind the tent watching them.
What are you laughing at? Lin Yuwei bristled like a cat with its fur standing on end as she snapped at Sugar. Milk Tea actually kissed him. I haven't even gotten to. I've kissed him. Sugar's tail wagged twice as she turned her face away, blushing, though just on the cheek. Crash, frozen in place like lightning had struck her. Lin Yuwei stood petrified, not realizing Sugar had only kissed his cheek. So, the fool was me all along. The landlady, having turned into the ultimate defeated love rival, hugged her knees and sunk into self-isolation right on the spot, utterly unmoved even as Sugar tried to nudge her with its tail. Shincheng woke up unusually early this day, or rather, he hadn't slept at all the night before. After receiving the Milk Tea girl's confession, Shincheng returned to the tent and began spacing out, yet his hands never stopped stroking Schwer, rubbing her so much she was nearly bald. This left Schwer, who had been subjected to a whole night of rubbing, sleep-deprived, and now angrily biting onto Shincheng's clothes, refusing to let go. Stepping out of the tent, the sun had just begun to rise, its faint morning light spilling across the earth like a resonant bell awakening all living things. As the forest visibly stirred to life before his eyes, Shincheng's mood lifted considerably. Glancing around, he happened to spot Lin Yuwei sitting in front of her tent, gazing vacantly at the distant sunrise, her jet-black lustrous hair gilded with a sacred golden glow. Watching the sunrise? Shincheng asked as he walked over and sat down beside Lin Yuwei.
Lin Yuwei chuckled dryly before replying, just thinking about things.
What are you thinking about? Senior, sometimes, do I seem too timid?
Lin Yuwei spoke softly, seeming somewhat distracted. Even having witnessed what happened last night, Lin Yuwei knew she couldn't bring herself to resent Milk Tea. In fact, she'd never resented even Sugar. On the contrary, she envied Milk Tea. Despite being immensely shy and timid, Milk Tea could still kiss him without hesitation and muster the courage to shout from the bottom of her heart, I like you. Although Lin Yuwei had also said some ambiguous words to Shincheng that resembled confessions, and even secretly kissed Shincheng's cheek while he was asleep, she had never been as bold and direct as Milk Tea. Moreover, Lin Yuwei had known Shincheng for much longer than Milk Tea had. If she had been as sweet as Milk Tea back then, she'd probably have kids by now. At this thought, Lin Yuwei's rosy cheeks puffed up slightly. Just be yourself and let things take their course. Hui will always be Hui. Moreover, Shincheng paused briefly before continuing with a faint smile. You're definitely much braver than you think, you just lack confidence.
Put. Lin Yuwei couldn't help but chuckle, always saying these cryptic things.
Good morning, Master Cheese crawled out of the tent, greeting sleepily. Good morning too, Hueduejia.
Lin Yuwei glanced sideways.
Speaking of which, among the three cat girls at home, only Cheese, the first one Shincheng picked up and also the most clingy to him, had never shown any romantic interest in Shincheng.
Though that might not be entirely accurate. For instance, if one hadn't witnessed last night's incident, no one could have imagined that the usually timid Milk Tea could be so bold. Good morning, Master.
Sugar also emerged from the tent, followed by Milk Tea crawling out from the same tent Cheese just exited. Morning, Master.
Good morning, Hui. Milk Tea was noticeably more energetic than before.
She only blushed slightly when facing Shincheng, showing no other peculiar reactions, as if nothing had happened last night.
Yet everyone present knew the truth except for Cheese.
Seeing that Milk Tea showed no other unusual behavior, Shincheng felt much more at ease. As long as she didn't start crawling into his bed like Sugar did every day, everything was fine. Standing up from the ground and brushing his hands, Shincheng said, since everyone's awake now, let's pack up and head back.
Remember to put all the trash into one plastic bag.
Got it, the girls responded in cheerful unison. Though he hadn't slept all night, Shincheng remained full of energy.
The drive back naturally presented no issue of fatigued driving.
While passing by the market, Shincheng went out of his way to buy some rabbit food for Schwer. Apparently, quite a few people here kept rabbits, so it was easy to find at any nearby pet store. Back at the inn, as soon as he stepped through the door, he saw Lin Shincheng lounging in a chair with a face full of vigor, a pile of fishing gear scattered by his feet. Lin Yuwei, holding Schwer in her arms, twitched at the corner of her lips. Grandpa, what's this?
Ha ha, Lin Shincheng laughed heartily.
I went fishing at that old pier where Xiao Cheng's been going these past few days, caught a few big ones.
We're having fish tonight. Caught several big fish? At that old pier?
Hearing this, Shincheng slightly furrowed his brows. Shincheng was well aware that there were plenty of big fish there. However, the mermaid inhabiting those waters had an unexpectedly strong territorial instinct. Whenever ordinary people went fishing there, she would silently drive away any fish that approached, leaving the anglers empty-handed and deterring them from returning.
Lin Jinxing hadn't gone fishing in a long time. After all, in the past, every trip to that old pier had ended in utter failure, yet now, he suddenly caught multiple big fish in a row? Has that mermaid changed her nature and stopped being possessive about her food? Or, returning to his room to grab his fishing gear, Xincheng hurried out after leaving behind a quick, "I'm heading out." "Ah, senior," Lin Yue called out, only to see Lin Jinxing shake his head with a chuckle. "Don't bother with him. That kid must be jealous seeing me catch so many fish." Lin Yue. Chapter 69, Looking for the Fish. Arriving at the old pier with no one around, Xincheng called out to the lake, "Hey, stupid fish, are you there?" The entire lake remained utterly calm, without even a single ripple. "It's me, Xincheng. I've come back for you." Trying again but still met with silence, Xincheng scratched his head, forcing himself to stay calm as he sat down on the pier and picked up a fishing rod to start fishing. However, it's hard to fish when one's mind is restless. After 2 empty casts, Xincheng finally caught a plump grass carp on his 3rd attempt. The entire process went smoothly without any hindrance. Setting down his fishing rod, Xincheng stood up and began pacing back and forth. Had that silly fish left? Or, had it encountered danger? Xincheng desperately hoped it was the former, even if they never met again. But if it were the latter? Tisk! With a light click of his tongue, Xincheng ultimately chose to walk downstream along the riverbank, calling out loudly as he moved. Xincheng knew he'd already been targeted by that organization called the Forsaken, so he should have considered earlier the possibility of this fish being exposed. That cherry blossom pink fishtail, Xincheng didn't know what species it belonged to, nor whether fish-type Fantasia even existed in this world anymore. But he was certain of one thing, that fish must be an extremely rare existence. If it were captured by those foreign Fantasia organizations, just thinking about it made Xincheng's spine turn cold, his footsteps growing more agitated with each stride. As Xincheng ventured deeper downstream, the lakes and rivers gradually narrowed, eventually turning into a winding river that flowed downward. That dumb fish is so clever, there's no way it could get caught, surely. But even if you're leaving, you should at least say goodbye to me. Stupid fish, are you there or not? At least answer me, at least. His footsteps gradually came to a halt, and Xincheng's voice faded into silence. Eventually, he stood still in quiet contemplation, gazing into the distance where a long abandoned stone bridge covered in moss spanned overhead, its arches clogged with debris that choked the river beneath. Sure enough, she's not here. After standing there for a moment, Xincheng's clenched fist slowly relaxed, as if something had been tugged out from within his heart. Letting out a long sigh, Xincheng turned around dejectedly, preparing to leave. Whimper! Suddenly, a faint sound, ethereal as celestial music, reached Xincheng's ears. His entire body stiffened as he whirled around abruptly. That sound just now wasn't an illusion. Xincheng ran along the riverbank, scanning the area, yet found no trace of any human figure. Stupid fish, are you here? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Xincheng roared the words at his surroundings. Eat? The voice came again, light and ethereal yet laden with pain, fueling Xincheng's growing agitation. After carefully glancing around for a moment, Xincheng finally concluded that the sound was coming from the stone bridge. In 3 quick strides, Xincheng rushed onto the stone bridge, leaning over the edge to peer into the river below. In the next instant, his face lit up with joy. Beneath the bridge, a slender figure was tightly ensnared in a fishing net, the pink scales of her mermaid tail still twitching weakly at the tip. She was tangled precisely at the submerged corner where the bridge met the riverbank, a blind spot in Xincheng's line of sight. Stupid fish! Drawing a deep breath, Xincheng tossed aside his coat without hesitation and plunged headfirst into the river. Since he loved playing outside as a child, Xincheng was decent at everything from climbing trees to swimming. With a few swift strokes, he reached the mermaid and found himself locking eyes with her gem-like cherry-pink gaze. The mermaid's delicate face was streaked with dried tears. When she saw Xincheng, her eyes welled up with tears again, making his heart ache with sorrow. Stupid fish, hold still, I'll save you right now. As he spoke, Xincheng grabbed the fishing net and tentatively gave it a tug. Woo! The fishing net instantly tightened as it was pulled, causing the mermaid to let out another pained moan. Only then did Xincheng realize that the mermaid's upper body, as fair as mutton fat jade, was already covered in dark red and purple bruises from the net's constriction. Just the other day I cast a fishing net there, and when I went back the next day, not only had I caught no fish, but the net itself had been swept away to who knows where. Lin Xincheng's words flashed through his mind, and as he glanced at the still relatively new fishing net tightly tangled around the mermaid, Xincheng couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Old man, you've really landed me in it now. By now, the fishing net had been twisted into a complete mess. The only way to free the mermaid was to cut the net apart. Stupid fish, why did you have to wander off? Lucky I'm here, or you'd be. Xincheng poked the mermaid's forehead and glanced around before finally finding a sharp rock. Bear with it a little longer, I'll get you out soon. The mermaid stared blankly at Xincheng for a moment before nodding, and so Xincheng began vigorously sawing at the fishing net with the rock, looking every bit like a primitive man trying to start a fire by rubbing sticks. Because pulling the fishing net too hard could tighten it and injure the mermaid, Shin-Chang carefully controlled the force he applied. Perhaps due to the canine illusion gene enhancing his abilities, the water's buoyancy didn't greatly hinder Shin-Chang's movements. Even so, fine beads of sweat still emerged on his already water-soaked forehead. Staring at Shin-Chang's focused profile, the mermaid's eyes gradually grew misty. When she noticed the sweat on his brow, she struggled slightly as if wanting to wipe it for him. But before she could free herself from the net, Shin-Chang flicked her forehead with his finger. "Stop moving." The mermaid obediently froze in place, not daring to budge, her gem-like eyes gazing mesmerized at Shin-Chang's profile. After an unknown length of time, the fishing net was finally frayed through by Shin-Chang using stones. The mermaid broke free from her restraints and plunged back into the water with a splash. The prolonged concentration left Shin-Chang slightly dizzy. Wiping away his sweat, he let out a long sigh and climbed onto the riverbank, eager to catch his breath properly on solid ground. Suddenly, Shin-Chang felt a strong pull from behind. Losing his balance, he tumbled back into the river with another loud splash. Surfacing from the water, Shin-Chang opened his mouth to curse the ungrateful fish only to have his words cut short by a melody of light, ethereal laughter. Shin-Chang. This was the sound made by the mermaid. Though the pronunciation was extremely awkward, she was unmistakably calling out Shin-Chang's name. Shin-Chang froze in place. Shin-Chang, Shin-Chang, Shin-Chang. Seemingly delighted to have called out Shin-Chang's name correctly, the mermaid began swimming circles around him in the river with a silly grin, chanting his name over and over, each pronunciation clearer than the last, sounding like sweet music to Shin-Chang's ears. Floating in the river, Shin-Chang watched the jubilant mermaid dart around, his anger melting away unnoticed as a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Chapter 70, The Mermaid Song. At the same worn-out dock as before, Shin-Chang sat fishing, his fishing rod in hand. Soaked from head to toe, he remained utterly focused, eyes down, mind steady, fixated on any flicker of movement from the float. Unlike before, the mermaid was now sitting right beside him, resting her small head against Shin-Chang's shoulder while her cherry-pink fishtail swayed gently from side to side. At the same time, the mermaid's cherry-pink eyes were fixed on the fishing float, seemingly not bored in the slightest. Shin-Chang didn't resist the thought. Recalling the agitation he had felt while searching for the mermaid not long ago, he even felt somewhat self-mocking. When was the last time he had been this anxious, this fearful? Was it when he was scrambling around like a headless fly in the pouring rain, searching for Sata who had left alone? Still seeing the motionless boba in the alley near the cat cafe? No matter what, that feeling of losing and regaining something, even if it came with joy, was something Shin-Chang never wanted to experience again. Sniffing the lingering fragrance from the mermaid's body, Shin-Chang gradually regained his focus. The fishing rod in his hand twitched slightly. Shin-Chang's eyes narrowed as he exerted force with his arm, and with a splash, another fish was hooked. Wow! The mermaid seemed even more excited than Shin-Chang, clapping her hands with a series of rapid taps. After baiting the hook and casting the line again, Shin-Chang gazed at the tranquil lake surface and said with a faint smile, "Maybe I should give you a name?" "MHM." The mermaid responded with the same brief sound as before. Shin-Chang, who struggled with naming things, pinched his chin in prolonged thought, so absorbed that he didn't even notice when the fish got away. "A cherry blossom pink fish, cherry blossom pink, cherry." "I'll call you Sakura Rain," said Shin-Chang, seeming unusually reliable this time. The mermaid nodded happily in agreement. Now, Sakura Rain, try saying your name? Come on, Sakura Rain." Shin-Chang exaggerated his mouth movements while facing Sakura Rain, attempting to teach her to speak. But Sakura Rain simply tilted her head and looked at Shin-Chang without making a sound. Shin-Chang's lips twitched slightly. "Just what exactly can you say?" Hearing this, Cherry Rain's eyes curved into crescents. "Shin-Chang." After a brief daze, Shin-Chang turned his gaze back to the fishing float and spoke no more. It was dinner time, but Shin-Chang didn't return home, only informing Lin Yuwei with a phone message. Sakura Rain kept leaning against Shin-Chang's shoulder, her faint, silly smile never fading, as if thoroughly enjoying this intimate moment. Time passed peacefully like this. The sky transitioned from bright to dim, then from dim to dark. With Lin Yuwei's repeated calls urging him back, Shin-Chang gazed at the moon emerging in the night sky and knew it was time to return. Sakura Rain. Finally, Shin-Chang steeled his heart and broke this beautiful tranquility. Yu lifted her head, her cherry-pink eyes looking towards Shin-Chang. "I have to leave," Shin-Chang continued. Yu nodded obediently, leaping into the water, still smiling and waving at Shin-Chang as usual, as if believing he would return tomorrow. After a moment of silence, Shin-Chang said, "By leaving, I don't mean just this dock, I mean leaving this place. When that happens, we won't know how long it'll be before we see each other again." "Ha!" Sakura Rain's waving gesture froze, and the smile on her face stiffened as she spoke haltingly. "Tomorrow, not coming, to play." Hearing Sakura Rain finally say something other than Shin-Chang's name, he couldn't help but feel relieved. He nodded and said, "Maybe the day after tomorrow, or the day after that. For a long time, I won't be coming again."
In truth, it wouldn't be long before someone from the Bio Foundation Institute would come to take Sakura Rain away.
By then, Shin-Chang could quickly meet her at the institute.
But to keep Sakura Rain alert and prevent this silly fish from being lured away by a phantom organization from another country, Shin-Chang didn't tell her about this. He could only silently apologize to her in his heart, feeling a twinge of guilt. As for whether the Bioscience Academy could recruit Sakura Rain, Shin-Chang had no worries at all. After all, foreign phantom organizations were fishing in someone else's pond. Naturally, they had to tread lightly. But the Bioscience Academy was fishing in its own pond. They could drain it dry without anyone batting an eyelid. Sakura Rain stared blankly at Shin-Chang from the water, her smile gradually fading away. The next moment, she suddenly plunged beneath the surface, vanishing without a trace.
Only the shimmering teardrops flicked onto the water's surface allowed Shin-Chang to catch a fleeting glimpse of heartbreak.
After sitting idly at the old dock for a while longer, but with no sign of Sakura Rain reappearing, Shin-Chang let out a long sigh, packed up his fishing gear, and stood to leave.
La la la.
Just then, a melodious and pure singing voice reached Shin-Chang's ears. Shin-Chang froze, turned around, and saw a graceful figure floating in the center of the lake with her back to him. Moonlight adorned her cherry blossom pink hair, faintly revealing her flawless pale back, a sight too beautiful for words. The ethereal melody floated lightly, as if capable of piercing straight into one's soul. Amidst this celestial singing, Shin-Chang distinctly heard fragments of heartbreaking emotions. Gratitude, loneliness, reluctance, sorrow, solitude, despair, and even unrequited love.
This was the song of a mermaid, like the most exquisite celestial music in the world.
Shin-Chang stood on the dock, gazing fixedly at the figure in the lake for what felt like an eternity. As if trying to keep Shin-Chang lingering a little longer, the singing never ceased as long as he remained. It wasn't until the ringtone of his phone cut through the serene melody with its jarring noise that Sakura's song suddenly stopped. Shin-Chang thought he saw her shoulders tremble briefly before she silently slipped beneath the water, vanishing without a trace. Answering Lin Yue's call with a sense of melancholy, Shin-Chang reassured her he would return soon before hanging up.
He turned back to the empty lake, stared for another long moment, exhaled deeply, and hurried away.
Pushing open the inn's door under the moonlight, a fragrant breeze rushed towards him. Shin-Chang, having anticipated this, spread his arms wide and caught Cheese in one swift motion.
Master's home, meow. Cheese's energetic voice brought a touch of warmth to Shin-Chang's melancholy mood.
Reaching out to ruffle Cheese's ash-blue hair, Shin-Chang smiled faintly and said, "Sorry for making you worry."
Master.
Sugar floated over lightly as well, mimicking Cheese by hugging Shin-Chang from the side. She blinked her eyes and asked, "Why is Master all wet?" The milk tea girl then clung to Shin-Chang's other side, her slightly shy face wearing a smile. Watching Shin-Chang being tightly hugged by three catgirls, Lin Yue lifted her heels but ultimately resisted pouncing on him, simply smiling softly and saying, "Senior, welcome back."
Humph.
Passing by, Li Mei snorted coldly at the sight, though the corners of her lips still curled into a smile.
Kid, let me see how many fish you've caught.
Lin Jinqing eagerly rushed over to take the bucket from Shin-Chang's hands.
In the next instant, his arms abruptly sank under the weight, nearly buckling his aging back.
Peering into the bucket, Lin Jinqing's eyes widened in shock. Holy shit. Watching this heartwarming scene unfold, Shin-Chang chuckled and affectionately ruffled the heads of several catgirls one after another. Then, his smile fading, he turned his gaze silently toward the direction of the dilapidated harbor.
Goodbye, Bio Institute. Sakura Rain. The Lonely Fish of the Harbor Arc End. Chapter 71, The Shin Family.
Driving along a road flanked by maple forests, crimson trees swiftly receded from view. The three cats in the backseat chatted and laughed while admiring the scenery outside the window. Seated in the passenger seat, Lin Yue cuddled Shuer in her arms, neither sleeping nor sightseeing, instead staring intently at the window on Shin-Chang's side.
Outside Shin-Chang's window, a black sedan was driving parallel to their car.
Naturally, Shin-Chang recognized this vehicle. His lips twitched slightly as he rolled down his window. Seeing Shin-Chang roll down the car window, the other vehicle followed suit, revealing the black-haired cat-eared girl Lu Su sitting in the passenger seat, looking at Shin-Chang with a faint, enigmatic smile. Squint-eyed Xiao Silan sat in the driver's seat, raising doubts about whether he could even see the road clearly, sending an inexplicable shiver down Shin-Chang's spine.
Don't you guys, special investigators, have anything better to do all day? Shin-Chang couldn't help but grumble.
We're actually here on a mission this time, Lu Su leaned against the car window and said. There are two tasks. First, to collect blood samples from you and your family for genetic compatibility testing at the Bioscience Academy, and second, regarding the matter of the so-called Forsaken ones you mentioned.
When mentioning the Forsaken of the world, Liu Su deliberately or perhaps unconsciously glanced at Lin Yue. Liu Su understood clearly that Shin-Chang definitely didn't want those closest to him to know about the attempted assassination. Are you here to help me? At this thought, Shin-Chang couldn't help but feel relieved. After all, Liu Su had far more experience than he did. As for Xiao Silan, this guy seemed to have been slacking off during the mission to encircle and suppress Aurora Shinzhou didn't hold much hope for him. You said you wanted to collect my family's blood samples. Do you suspect they might have the same constitution as me? That's right, Liusu nodded and replied, although the possibility is extremely slim, we still want to verify it. After pondering for a moment, Shinjiao sighed and said, I'd prefer my family not to get involved with the affairs of the Bioscience Institute. Don't worry, I told you, I just wanted to confirm. Your Shin family only needs you as one special investigator, Liusu explained with a smile. Shin Chang nodded, then suddenly asked, by the way, has something happened at the Bioscience Academy? Whatever messages I've sent to Yulan recently, she hasn't replied.
Hearing this, Liusu furrowed her brow. Indeed, there have been many troubles, but don't concern yourself with them for now.
Take a good rest these 2 days. Once you return, you'll probably have plenty to keep you busy. Alright. Seeing that Liusu didn't want to disclose more, Shin Chang didn't press further and continued driving. Speaking of which, Liusu suddenly remarked, looking at the harmonious atmosphere inside the car. It's only been a few days, but you and the Fantasia cat at home seem to have grown much closer. Eek! No sooner had the words been spoken than Milk Tea, as if reminded of something embarrassing, immediately covered her flushed face with her hands, leaving Liusu somewhat puzzled. Seeing this, Shin Chang quickly changed the subject. Liusu, have you and Xiao Silan always been partners? Yes, ever since I became a Fantasia and joined the Bio Foundation Academy, we've been partners for nearly 5 years now. Whether intentional or not, Liusu's answer also inadvertently revealed her approximate age. While driving, Shin Chang glanced at Xiao Silan and the tassel, then turned his head to say, why do I get the feeling your relationship isn't very harmonious? You don't seem like comrades who've worked together for 5 years, more like ordinary colleagues. Personality clash, Xiao Silan replied. After all, I've always wanted a handsome and reliable male partner like Boss Shin. Xiao Silan's praise made Shin Chang feel a bit embarrassed. Yours, Liusu? Was it for a similar reason as Xiao Silan's? Yes, but also no. The main reason is, Liusu's lips twitched slightly as she spoke. This guy's sexual orientation leans toward men, you see. After a brief silence, Shin Chang turned his head stiffly. You like men? Hey, senpai, watch the road while you're driving. Hey. Liusu nodded and said, yes, it's about gay men. Screech! The next moment, Shin Chang's car wheels emitted a massive and ear-piercing noise as the entire vehicle instantly swerved in a serpentine pattern for dozens of meters, terrifying the girls inside, who hugged each other and screamed, Mio! Quickly regaining his composure, Shin Chang steadied the car and continued at a steady speed, though he remained highly vigilant and deliberately maintained distance from Xiao Silan's vehicle. After all, I've always wanted to find a handsome and reliable man like Boss Shin to be my partner. Recalling the words Xiao Silan had just spoken, Shin Chang pondered them for a moment before suddenly shuddering in disgust, nearly slamming on the brakes again. Shin Chang's hometown wasn't located in the city proper, but rather in a forest-surrounded village town that carried a distinctly ancient charm. The settlement was crisscrossed with winding alleys where roof eaves nearly touched across narrow lanes. Groups of villagers, young and old alike, gathered in cheerful clusters, their laughter mingling to create an atmosphere so harmonious it resembled a utopian paradise. Little Chang is back. Ha, looks like the Shin family boy has made something of himself. That's right, just look at all those lovely young ladies he brought home with him. The village wasn't large, and with neighbors all knowing each other, the townspeople instantly recognized Shin Chang, who evidently enjoyed excellent rapport here. Facing the villagers' warm greetings, Shin Chang returned each one with courtesy. Driving down a sparsely populated lane, Shin Chang eventually parked his car before an imposing, courtyard-style mansion standing in solitary grandeur. Wow, so big, meow. Cheese, whose cat ears were hidden beneath her hat, stepped out of the car and gasped at the estate's towering gate carved with the character Shin. To prevent a repeat of the incident with Old Master Lin, Shin Chang specially prepared hats for the catgirls to cover their ears before heading home. Wow. Could it be that Boss Shin is some unruly young master who broke free from his family's influence to make his own way in the world? Xiao Silan was equally startled by the scale of Shin Chang's mansion. The corner of Shin Chang's mouth twitched slightly as he replied, this estate was passed down by our ancestors. The Shin family has declined now, only one branch remains out of the original 4 lineages. Naturally, we can't maintain such a large estate anymore, so most of it lies abandoned. It just looks imposing from the outside. Probably won't be long before it gets marked with a demolition sign. Actually, if you're here at the Shin family to collect blood samples, surely you already know about our family's circumstances, don't you? Hearing this, Liusu turned her head away in embarrassment. Having just received the mission, Liusu dragged Xiao Silan along and rushed here immediately. Currently, they only knew the names of the 5 members of the Shin family, and hadn't received more detailed information yet. Turning his head to glance around and seeing everyone present, Shin Chang walked forward and pushed open the gate of the Shin residence. Squeak creak, the obviously dilapidated gate let out goosebump-inducing noises when pushed, though this also served as ringing the Shin family's doorbell. The next moment, everyone saw a girl wearing a home-style apron, looking no older than a high school student, trotting out from inside. From afar, she was already waving at them with a bright smile. Is this, Shindai? Near Xiao Silan, Lu Su whispered. Xiao Silan nodded. According to the intel, Shindai is indeed Xin Chang's younger sister and a high school student. It seems this is, Mom! Xin Chang's sudden exclamation in the next instant completely cut off Xiao Silan's words, his golden pupils widening in shock. Watching the mother and son embracing each other so intimately that they resembled siblings, Xiao Silan was utterly astonished. Could it be that Boss Shen's mother is a phantom beast? Chapter 72, Yen Yen. Could Boss Shen's mother be a Fantasia? After all, Huanya's aging process was exceedingly slow compared to ordinary humans. My son, your mother missed you so much. After hugging Xin Chang tightly for a while, Mrs. Shen tilted her head to look at the group behind him and smiled warmly. Are these your friends? Please come in, come right in. The group bowed politely and followed Mrs. Shen into the house. My name is Chen Xing, no need to stand on ceremony, just call me Aunt Chen, she said while leading the way, adding with emotion, I thought my Xiao Chen was all alone struggling in the city with nobody to rely on, and would come home soon. Never expected him to make so many friends. Aunt Chen. Looking at Chen Xing, who by all appearances seemed like a high school student, Xiao Silan and Liu Su's faces twitched, finding it inexplicably difficult to address her properly. She's trailed behind Xin Chang, peeking over his shoulder to stare at Chen Xing's back, her pale yellow eyes gleaming faintly. Master's mom. Old Wei, come out quick, your son's back. Chen Chang had barely finished shouting when a bespectacled middle-aged man came rushing out of the house in a fluster. Where's my son? Dad. Xin Chang began waving and smiling from afar. Seeing Mr. Shen's appearance, Xiao Silan and Lu Su both sighed in relief. Good, he was still normal. After running just 2 steps toward Xin Chang, Xin Wei was startled by the crowd behind him and abruptly braked, blurting out, why did you bring back so many young girls all at once? Which one's my daughter-in-law? Everyone. Chen Chang stood on her tiptoes and rapped Xin Wei on the head, scolding, all you ever think about is daughters-in-law, have you no sense of decency? Xin Wei had an awkward look on his face as he turned his head away. Never mind that, let's just go inside first, he said. After surveying the girls who nearly filled the living room, Xiao Silan, Chen Xing pondered for a moment before finally asking Xin Chang, son, just how many girlfriends do you actually have? Put. Xin Chang spat out his mouthful of water in shock. Lin Yuwei quickly stood up to wipe the coffee table clean. Watching Lin Yuwei, Chen Xing suddenly brightened up and remarked, speaking of which, Hui, aren't you and Xiao Chang living together? Lin Yuwei's hand wiping the coffee table stiffened slightly. They were living together, but it wasn't just the two of them. Xin Wei carried over a full tray of tea and began serving it one by one. Xiao Silan accepted the teacup, nodding with narrowed eyes. Thanks, uncle. Sulu accepted the tea with a faint smile and nodded. Thank you, uncle. Cheese took the tea with a bright smile on her face. Thank you, Dad meow. Xin Wei responded, about to hand the tea to Sugar when he suddenly felt something wasn't quite right. Ha, Dad, Lin Yuwei, Xin Chang, pft. Thud. Xin Wei tripped over the coffee table and nearly fell flat on his face. He whipped his head around to glare at Cheese. Naturally gray-blue hair, delicate features, and a radiant smile that instantly warmed the heart. Chen Chang blinked, looking at Cheese, then at Lin Yuwei. Daughter-in-law. Ahem. Young lady, what's your name? Xin Wei's speech stumbled, his hands trembling as he held the plate. Upon hearing this, Cheese tilted her head in thought before smiling. Xinji meow. Automatically omitting the meow suffix, Xin Wei nodded repeatedly, murmuring to himself, Shenji, Shenji, ha, a fine name, truly a member of our Shen family, ha. Watching Xin Wei muttering to himself in that odd manner, Chen Chang massaged her temples with a hand. My husband always fusses about increasing the Shen family's numbers. Ladies, please don't take it too seriously. Speaking of which, I haven't asked your names yet. With Cheese breaking the ice first, the others became less reserved too. Tassel bowed slightly towards Chen Xing. Auntie Chen, I'm Tassel. Auntie Chen, I'm Xiao Silan. Mom, I'm Xin Tang. Sugar peeked at the stiffened Xin Chang and smiled softly while addressing Chen Chang. Mom, I'm Xin Cha. Milk Tea also said timidly while shrinking her neck. Chen Chang's hands holding the teacup froze mid-air as he momentarily fell into deep thought. Xin Chang sat on the sofa clutching his teacup, cold sweat continuously trickling down his forehead, caught between explaining and not explaining, feeling utterly uneasy. Xin Wei, on the other hand, kept a stern face while continuously patting Xin Chang's shoulder. That's my boy. He had originally asked Cheese and the others to hide their identities to avoid shocking his family, but in the end, it's not. The reality might be different from what you're imagining. Xin Chang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, attempting to change the subject. Where's Yen Yen? Yen Yen was an orange munchkin cat with heterochromatic eyes, incredibly beautiful. Xin Chang had found her outside when she was just a newborn kitten. He had fed her drop by drop with a syringe of goat milk to keep her alive. Mo Shinya would surely relate to this deeply. Later, when Xin Chang left for university, Yen Yen stayed behind to keep his parents company.
Hearing Yan Yan, Chen Chang and Shenwei seemed to have a nerve struck, exchanging odd looks.
Chen Chang said, Yan Yan, ah.
As she spoke, her eyes swept over everyone in the room. Shin Chang waved his hand. Mom, just say it directly.
We're all family here.
At those words, Shenwei's lips curled upward uncontrollably. Chen Chang blinked meaningfully and said, we're all family here. Lu Su's face suddenly flushed crimson as she quietly buried it in her teacup.
Yan Yan, come out now. It's all safe.
Turning his head, Chen Xing called into the room. Shenwei handed Tang and Milk Tea their cups, his expression odd as he said, Yan Yan looks a little strange right now. You'd better brace yourselves.
Looking a bit weird?
Shin Chang's brows furrowed slightly, his heart lifting with tension.
Is it deformed? Or did some fur get rubbed off? Or perhaps,
just as Shin Chang was letting his imagination run wild, an orange-haired little girl who appeared about the same age as Li Xinyo emerged from indoors, sporting orange cat ears. One of her eyes was amber yellow while the other was aqua blue, giving her an exceptionally spirited look.
Not quite as described, bear with me for now. Shin Chang froze. Whoosh! Lu Su and Xiao Silin instinctively sprang to their feet. The three catgirls' reactions were rather mild, they simply blinked at each other in bewilderment. It seems we'll be welcoming a new family member. Lin Yue's nerves momentarily tensed before quickly relaxing again. Luckily, it's a small one this time.
Without showing any surprise at the crowd's reaction, Shin Cheng addressed Shin Cheng seriously, Xiao Chang, whether you believe it or not, this is Yan Yan.
She suddenly turned into this. Ah.
Shin Cheng could only respond with dazed sounds.
Yan Yan scanned the circle of people, finally locking her gaze onto Shin Chang.
Her heterochromatic eyes, one amber, one azure, shone brightly as she skipped a couple steps towards him before leaping into his arms with a delighted cry.
Daddy! Chapter 73, Shin Family Martial Arts School. Dazed Shin Chang instinctively caught the pouncing Yan Yan.
When her sweet voice calling Daddy reached his ears, he felt as if his heart had been struck hard by a sledgehammer, immediately snapping back to reality.
Yan Yan, what did you just call me? Daddy! Yan Yan still called out with a smile. Shin Chang's eyes lit up with joy. Say it again. Daddy! Shin Chang scooped Yan Yan into his arms and stood up abruptly. Say it again. Daddy!
Shin Chang felt tears welling up in his old eyes as he nuzzled Yingying's soft, rosy cheeks with great emotion, murmuring, I'll never have to envy that bastard Li Ji again. Yingying giggled as Shin Chang showered her with affection. Daddy, Yingying missed you so much.
Daddy missed you too, my good girl. Lin Yue was slightly taken aback. Has she adopted the role this quickly? And it doesn't feel awkward at all. After all, Xiao Cheng fed her bite by bite, it's not unreasonable to call them father and daughter. Seeing Shin Chang and Yan Yan like this, Chun Xing sighed in relief, while Shinwei felt incredibly gratified. By the way, Lin Yue leaned closer to Liu Su and whispered, why is it that even though they both transformed from cats, Yan Yan looks like a child? Because Yan Yan is a Munchkin breed, right? After a moment of thought, Liu Su replied, it's about preserving the Munchkin's original traits while achieving the human body's golden ratio. That's why the Fantasia took this form.
Among Shin Cheng's information liaisons, there's a Martin Fantasia named Ling Shue, she's the same case. Hearing this, Lin Yue looked closely and noticed Yan Yan's face did indeed have a teenage girl's appearance, though her petite frame made her seem more like a child.
After fussing over Yan Yan for a while, Shin Cheng finally snapped back to reality and cleared his throat. Since Yan Yan has also become a Fantasia, this makes things easier to explain. Fantasia? Shinwei voiced his confusion.
Shin Cheng nodded and said to the group of girls, you can take off your hats now. Under Shin Cheng's puzzled gaze, one catgirl after another removed their hats, revealing cat ears of various colors beneath. Seeing this, Yan Yan, who was being held in Shin Cheng's arms, blinked with slightly shining eyes, while Shinwei and Chen Xing froze in place, rendered speechless for a long time.
Ahem. Xiao Silin coughed once and stepped forward.
Uncle, Auntie, let me reintroduce myself. I'm Xiao Silin, a C-level special investigator from the Bio-Basic Research Institute, and also a colleague of Boss Shin. Next, I'll explain to you about the Bio-Basic Research Institute and the existence of creatures like Yan Yan, known as Fantasias.
Shin Chang was a doting father to his daughter.
This conclusion was drawn by Lin Yue after witnessing how Shin Chang interacted with Yan Yan. After Shin Chang met Yan Yan, he practically carried her around constantly.
Lin Yue never even saw Yan Yan's little feet touch the ground.
At this moment, Xiao Silin had just finished drawing blood from Shin Chang's parents and was holding a secure case in his hand. The group was now heading towards the largest building in the Shin family compound, the Shin Martial Arts Hall. During this process, Shin Chang deliberately distanced himself from Xiao Silin, still carrying Yan Yan in his arms and occasionally teasing her. Yan Yan kept her small hands resting on Shin Chang's shoulders, her face adorned with an innocent smile, showing no trace of reluctance whatsoever. If it's just about having a petite body, then her mental age is probably about the same as Cheese and the others, right?
Lin Yue's mouth twitched slightly.
Milk Tea kept pace beside Shin Chang, occasionally casting furtive glances with shining eyes at Shin Chang who was holding Yan Yan.
If Mr. Li Ji and Sister Shuriwei are acceptable. The Shin family martial arts school soon came into view. Though the school was sizable in scale, its exterior was remarkably plain, just a square, boxy structure resembling a large matchbox. Above the entrance hung a plaque engraved with the 4 gilded characters, Shin Family Martial Arts School. The martial arts school hadn't taken in new disciples for a long time. Unlike the Lin family hot spring inn, old Master Shin remained quite renowned throughout the town. Many townsfolk wished to send their children to study under him, but the old master had refused them all, choosing instead to guard this school alone. The crowd stopped and turned their gaze towards Shin Chang. After a fierce internal struggle, Shin Chang reluctantly handed Yen Yen, whom he had been holding in his arms, over to Milk Tea, who hurriedly took her. Soft, fragrant, and not heavy at all. With her eyes narrowed and a smile curling at the corners of her mouth, Yen Yen chirped, "Sister Milk Tea." Whimper. Milk Tea's body trembled slightly, her heart feeling as if struck by a heavy hammer. Master, Milk Tea will be a good mother." As soon as the door was pushed open, a strikingly beautiful young girl in martial arts attire, bearing a 70% resemblance to Chen Qing, was seen, glistening with sweat as she mopped the hardwood floors of the martial arts studio. Shin Chang greeted her, "Xiao Dai." It was a weekend, so Shin Dai didn't have to go to school. Hearing the voice, Shin Dai looked up and saw Shin Chang smiling at the corner of his mouth. Joy immediately lit up her face. Broth. The word brother was cut off halfway. Shin Dai paused awkwardly for a moment, then stood up, wiping sweat from her forehead twice. Raising her left hand to cover her right eye, she declared loudly, "O my elder brother, long have I yearned for our reunion. Now that thou hast overcome countless trials to stand before me, why not indulge in a glorious duel this holiday?" Shin Chang. Seriously, speaking like that while dressed like this is so jarring, okay? After all, one can become somewhat accustomed to such routines. Shin Chang walked over to a weapon rack on the side, picked up a practice wooden staff, and tossed it to Shin Dai. Then he lifted another staff, testing its weight in his hand. Grandfather Shin had begun teaching Shin Chang martial arts during his childhood. The training was rigorous and demanding, but even so, after practicing with Grandfather Shin since he was young, Shin Chang had only managed to grasp the basics. The Shin Family Martial Arts Hall also taught weaponry, though not as extensively as martial arts itself, focusing solely on staff techniques. The wooden staff in his hand was thin, its tip wrapped in several layers of thick white cloth. Grandfather Shin had explained that this was to prevent injuries during sparring, but the strangely heavy tip of the wooden rod made Shin Chang feel uncomfortable no matter how he practiced. "Come on." Twirling the wooden rod with a flourish, Shin Chang turned to face Shin Dai. Upon hearing this, Shin Dai's delicate brows furrowed as she suddenly charged forward, thrusting her wooden rod straight at Shin Chang while shouting, "Pierce through, spear of the apocalypse." Shin Chang. Sure enough, still too slow. With a slight sidestep to evade Shin Dai's thrusting staff, Shin Chang raised his own staff and tapped her head with a resounding thunk. Ow! Shin Dai dropped her staff, clutching her head with teary eyes as she crouched down. "Big brother is bullying me." Witnessing this, Shin Chang exhaled deeply. "Don't shout during sparring matches. It'll break your concentration." "Oh, not bad. You actually know how to gather your breath." At this moment, a vigorous old man with an intrinsically authoritative expression strode over with his hands clasped behind his back, his deep voice carrying a distinctly sarcastic tone. Shin Chang's face stiffened. "Grandfather." The elderly man before them was none other than the master of Shin Family Martial Arts School, Shin Chang's grandfather and personal nightmare, Shin Yu. Chapter 74, The Awakened One. Shin Dai quickly hid behind Shin Yu, pouting, "Grandpa, big brother is bullying me." Shin Chang's face twitched. "Wasn't it you who challenged me in the first place? Now that you've lost, you're going to tattle to Grandpa? Are you in elementary school or something? I saw everything." Shin Yu nodded, clasping his hands behind his back as he faced Shin Chang. "It seems you've grown quite a bit during your time away. I was beginning to think you'd forgotten all the things I taught you before." "Well, I guess you could say it's abandoned?" "Yes, grandfather, something has happened." Before Shin Yu, Shin Chang always remained reverent and respectful. Then, Shin Yu picked up the wooden stick Shin Dai had just discarded and said, "Come, let this old man see just how much you've grown. Here it comes, grandfather's challenge to a duel." Gripping the wooden stick tightly, Shin Chang faced Shin Yu squarely. Even now, with the acquired abilities of both feline and canine phantom genes, he realized that Shin Yu still gave him the overwhelming impression of being as vast as the ocean, unfathomable and immeasurable. Impossible. Grandpa is just an ordinary man. Even after practicing martial arts his whole life, how could he possibly stand a chance against an enhanced adapter? Though Shin Chang silently reassured himself, he still didn't dare underestimate his opponent. Stepping back with his right foot and pushing off with his heel, Shin Chang suddenly lunged forward, thrusting the wooden staff toward Shin Yu with all his might. The sound of the staff piercing the air exploded like thunder. The full power of both feline and canine phantom beasts erupted simultaneously. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. As the stick rapidly approached Shin Yu's body, yet he remained motionless, Shin Chang thought he hadn't reacted in time and panicked,
quickly trying to rein in his force.
Just then, Shinyu moved. Even with his enhanced dynamic vision, Shin Cheng couldn't see how Shinyu struck, only feeling a sharp pain shoot through his hand as the stick was knocked to the ground. Then came a searing pain in his knee, instantly robbing him of mobility, followed by another sharp pain on his head. Shin Cheng heard a crisp thunk reverberate from his skull. The relentless triple blows left Shin Cheng disoriented, and in the end, he collapsed mere inches from Shinyu. Because he was face down, Shin Cheng also slid a distance, feeling only the burning pain on his face while being utterly shocked inside. Grandpa has actually become strong enough to defeat an adapter? Hooray! Shin Dai cheered. Grandpa successfully defeated the world-ending Demon King, Shin Cheng. After knocking Shin Cheng to the ground, Shinyu stared at him blankly for a long moment before suddenly bursting into loud laughter. Truly worthy of being my Shinyu's grandson. It seems our Shin family has a worthy successor. Worthy successor equals getting taken down in one move? Shin Cheng's lips twitched involuntarily. With a long sigh, Shin Cheng felt the pain in his body had mostly subsided, so he stood up. For the next few days, since you've got nothing else to do, you might as well train properly with this old man.
Shinyu's indifferent voice came through, causing Shin Cheng's movements to stiffen. Shin Dai looked at her older brother with pity. Seems like Big Bro's about to be completely worn out. The dojo door swung open as Lin Yue and the others who'd been waiting outside for quite some time entered. Excuse us.
Great-grandfather.
Milk Tea put down Yen Yen, who then trotted all the way to Shinyu's front and was lifted up by him with a doting smile. Turning his gaze toward Lin Yue and the others, Shinyu smiled and said, Hui, you're here.
I imagine Xiao Cheng has been causing you quite a bit of trouble lately? And who are you all?
Noticing the cat ears on Lu Shu and the others, Shinyu glanced down at Yen Yen in his arms and froze for a moment.
Grandpa, hello. I'm Lu Su, a Class C special investigator from the Huagua Biogenetics Research Institute, and also Shin Cheng's colleague. Lu Su took a step forward. Seeing how affectionate Shinyu and Yen Yen were with each other, she decided to get straight to the point. Now, please allow me to explain some things about our situation. Brother, how many familiars do you have in total?
Early in the morning, Shin Cheng found himself sweating bullets as Shin Dai, her eyes sparkling like little stars, bombarded him with questions. They're phantasmal beings, not familiars.
And phantasmal beings are equal to humans, they're no one's property. Oh.
Shin Dai nodded repeatedly, then frowned in confusion.
But, I see Cheese and the others call you master. If they're not familiars, then...
The next moment, Shin Dai's face twisted into an expression mixing disgust with horror as she quickly wrapped her arms around herself. A vein throbbed on Shin Cheng's forehead.
Don't you dare think weird thoughts. Also, you're going to be late. Get your butt to school right now. TCH.
Shin Dai wrinkled her nose in disdain as she slung her backpack over her shoulder.
Got it. I'm leaving, you dumb big bro.
Without a word, Shin Cheng slipped 2 red bills into Shin Dai's hand.
Go on, be careful on your way. Shin Dai's face instantly lit up with joy. Thanks, bro. You're the best. Shin Cheng.
Last night, everyone naturally stayed at the Shin residence since there were plenty of spare rooms that could be tidied up for accommodation. Rumor has it that Shin Wei was too excited to sleep well all night. He had always wanted the Shin family compound to be filled with members of their own household. Watching Shin Dai leave, Shin Cheng stretched lazily and headed toward his family's courtyard. At first glance upon entering, Shin Cheng saw Lin Yue along with Cheese, Milk Tea, Sugar, and Yen Yen following the elderly Master Shin in morning exercises, while Xiao Silan and Tassel observed from the side. Strolling over to Lu Su and maintaining some distance from Xiao Silan, Shin Cheng chuckled, Aren't you going to join us in practicing? Against unpredictable emergencies, firearms and our combat techniques are far more practical than conventional martial arts, Xiao Silan remarked, narrowing his eyes. Your grandfather may be an ordinary man, and the martial arts he teaches might benefit us, but only to a limited extent. Yet, yesterday, when I sparred with him, he knocked me down in one move, Shin Cheng uttered impassively, freezing Xiao Silan's expression.
You got taken down? Correct. Shin Cheng nodded.
I exerted my adapter abilities to the fullest, speed, strength, even dynamic vision, but I still couldn't see how he struck.
A single move, and I was on the ground. Xiao Silan froze for a long moment before whispering, An awakener. An awakener?
This time it was Shin Cheng's turn to look puzzled.
Well, come to think of it, I haven't mentioned this to you before.
Clearing his throat, Xiao Silan explained slowly to Shin Cheng. According to existing data from the Biogenetics Academy, paranormal humans in the world are mainly divided into 3 categories: adaptables, espers, and awakeners. There's no need to elaborate much about adaptables. They're humans with constitutions capable of receiving phantom gene injections, but their strength has certain limitations. People with supernatural abilities are humans born with special powers, similar to what you might consider superpowers, such as pyrokinetics, flight, mind reading, and so on. However, their strength varies greatly. Some reach incredible heights, while others barely surpass the lowest thresholds. Awakened, on the other hand, are ordinary individuals who gradually break through human limits through cultivation and training. Precisely because of this, most awakened are elderly individuals, yet they are universally formidable. Our Biofoundation Academy has awakened among us, serving as our trump cards. Chapter 75, Is it too late to go mushroom picking now? Breaking through step by step. Xinqiang was momentarily stunned before asking, then, what is the criterion for becoming an awakened? There are many standards, and I've heard that with enough exposure you can spot them at a glance. But even with mine and Liusu's status, the number of times we've interacted with awakened individuals can be counted on one hand. After a pause, Xiao Silan added, however, our Bioresearch Institute does have one highly accurate method for detecting awakened. Because awakened individuals continuously evolve their genes, or rather, achieve awakening, through breakthroughs. As long as their gene pairing rate with all Fantasia is 0, they're confirmed as awakened. Gene pairing rate, 0. Xinqiang's lips twitched. Ignoring Xinqiang completely, Xiao Silan scurried off excitedly to join Xinyu for morning drills the moment suspicions of his possible awakening arose. Lu Su pondered slightly and was also about to join Xinyu for morning exercises, but just as she lifted her foot to take a step, she was suddenly pulled back by Xinqiang, who grabbed her hand. Lu Su, wait a moment, I have something to ask you. With her hand held by Xinqiang, Lu Su's cheeks flushed slightly, and her black tail swayed twice. She didn't pull away but turned to ask, what is it? Releasing Lu Su's hand, Xinqiang inquired, that fish girl hybrid I mentioned to you earlier, how is she doing now? Oh, you mean that fish hybrid? Lu Su chuckled lightly and replied, we've already arranged for someone to handle her containment. I believe we'll see results soon. That's good. Thinking back to Yu Yu's lonely figure by the lake, Xinqiang silently let out a sigh of relief. Near the Lin family hot spring inn, a dilapidated dock, a clear-faced man in his early 20s squatted on the dock, looking utterly miserable as he pleaded, Mermaid miss, I really do know Xinqiang. He's my senior, please, just come with us. May. With a flick of her sakura pink hair, Yuki stuck her delicate tongue out at the handsome man before diving into the lake, tossing a water balloon at him as she disappeared beneath the surface. Bang! The water balloon burst on the handsome man, drenching him completely and leaving him looking utterly miserable, like a drowned rat. The handsome man's companions nearby couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. After squatting in stunned silence for a long moment, the handsome man stood up gritting his teeth. No way! Today I absolutely must capture this fish phantom beast, or my name isn't Lu Mingjing. Officer Lu, maybe we should report to headquarters about this. This fish phantom beast is simply too alert, one of Lu Mingjing's team members came over to advise. No way, this is my very first mission. Lu Mingjing pressed a hand to his forehead. As a freshly minted F-rank special investigator, he'd barely settled into his new position when the organization assigned him the task of containing a phantom, a newly discovered variant at that, one posing absolutely no threat whatsoever. If he had to consult his superiors over such a trivial matter, would he ever get promoted? Would he even have any dignity left? At this thought, Lu Mingjing turned toward the lake and yelled, Ancestor. I'll call you Ancestor. Please, I'm begging you, come with me. Smack! A tattered black shoe flew out of the lake and landed square on Lu Mingjing's face. Lu Mingjing. Tossing aside the worn-out shoes, Lu Mingjing looked up at the sky with two silent tears streaming down his face. Senior Xiao Silan, I miss you so much. Although the senior would occasionally grab his butt out of the blue, there was no denying that if Xiao Silan had been present, that fish phantom would have been subdued by Lu Mingjing long ago. Looking down at the endless expanse of rivers and lakes before him, Lu Mingjing felt a wave of despair. Could it be that I'd really have to drain this entire lake? Master, would you like to go mushroom picking with us? Watching Milk Tea holding a plastic bag while carrying Yen Yen, Xinqiang smiled faintly and replied, I won't go. The forest is quite dangerous, don't venture too deep, and be careful. Don't worry, Master. I'll protect Milk Tea, Sugar said calmly from the side. Be careful. After repeating his instructions several times, Xinqiang watched the two catgirls depart. At that moment, Yen Yen in Xinqiang's arms pointed behind him. Daddy, great-grandpa is here! Exclamation point. A chill ran down Xinqiang's spine as he whirled around to see Xingyu standing behind him, having appeared out of nowhere, smiling knowingly at him. Good grandson, come practice martial arts with grandpa. Xinqiang's smile froze on his face. Would it still be too late if I went mushroom picking with Milk Tea and the others now? Escape was clearly impossible. Xinqiang found himself being half-dragged, half-carried by Xinyu all the way into the martial arts hall, followed by a series of loud crashing noises from inside. After several hours, Xinqiang finally crawled out of the martial arts hall, battered and bruised. Xiao Silan, passing by, flashed a gloating smile upon seeing this. The sight of this slacker instantly made Xinqiang's blood boil. Next time, I'm definitely dragging you into training with me. Shivering with an endless sense of dread, Xinqiang was supported by Xiao Silan as they made their way back into the house. Inside, the family had already started preparing dinner, with the women bustling about helping out, creating a warm and harmonious scene.
Lu Su, holding a soup ladle and wearing an apron, poked her head out of the kitchen upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Shin Chang's sorry state, she froze momentarily and asked, "What on earth happened to you?" Breaking free from Xiao Silan's support, Shin Chang clasped his hands behind his back and gazed into the distance with a composed expression. "This is all part of my journey to scale even greater heights," he said calmly. Xiao Silan's lips twitched. "Boss Shin, you're saying that with a bruised and swollen face. Doesn't exactly scream cool, you know." Shin Chang, "Practice more with Grandpa, it's for the best." Lu Su shook her head and smiled faintly. "Grandpa only does what's good for you." Shin Chang nodded silently. During today's brutal training session, Shin Chang could tell that his grandfather had taught him everything he possibly could. Because from Su Liushu's introduction yesterday, Shin Yu learned about the dangers of being a special investigator. He did this solely to give Shin Chang more means to protect himself. As for Shin Chang joining the Bio Foundation Research Institute, the family naturally all maintained a supportive attitude. "What's for lunch?" Shin Chang asked. Lu Shu shook her soup spoon, the mushrooms brought back by milk tea and granulated sugar. Shin Chang. Due to the previous camping incident, Shin Chang instinctively felt some aversion towards mushrooms. Now that I think about it, has milk tea returned with the others yet? With that thought, Shin Chang turned his head towards the living room and happened to spot milk tea playing with Yen Yen. It's clear that milk tea really likes Yen Yen. Of course, Shin Chang didn't know that milk tea just wanted this young fellow phantom like herself to call her mom. "Master." Noticing Shin Chang's gaze, milk tea looked up and gasped in shock at his condition. "Master, how did you get so hurt?" "Wait a moment, I'll go get medicine for you right away. Yen Yen will go get medicine for daddy too." With a wry smile, Shin Chang sat down on the sofa. Seeing Shuer approach, he picked her up and gently stroked her fur, savoring this brief moment of peace. Chapter 76, Cheese's Strange Behavior. Dinner's ready. As Chen Qing carried dishes out from the kitchen, he happened to see Shin Chang sitting on the sofa bruised and battered, with the two catgirls milk tea and Yen Yen carefully applying medicine to him from either side. At the sound of dinner being served, Yen Yen's little ears immediately perked up. She instinctively turned her head, and the cotton swab in her hand unknowingly pressed hard onto Shin Chang's face, making him grimace in pain. "Ah, Daddy, Yen Yen didn't mean to." As soon as she noticed Shin Chang's expression, Yen Yen began to panic, resulting in the cotton swab in her hand jabbing haphazardly across his face. Shin Chang forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. "It's okay, Daddy's not in pain. Yen Yen, you go ahead and eat first." Chen Xing couldn't bear to watch any longer and said with a wry smile, "Come here, Yen Yen, come to Grandma." "Coming, Grandma." Yen Yen set down the cotton swab and hopped off the sofa, trotting toward Chen Xing. Lin Yue, who was following behind Chen Xing carrying dishes, twitched at the corner of her mouth when she saw Yen Yen addressing Chen Xing, who looked like a high school student, as Grandma. This is seriously awkward no matter how you look at it. Xinwei sat properly at the dining table, watching the group of young girls addressing everyone as Mom and Dad, and couldn't help covering his eyes with one hand as a glimmer of moved tears flashed at the corners of his eyes. This must be the joy of family happiness? "Master, does it still hurt?" Putting down the cotton swab, Milk Tea asked softly. Shin Chang originally had the regenerative ability of dual phantom genes. The swelling had already subsided considerably by now. He got up and stretched slightly, smiling faintly. "It's fine now. Thank you, Milk Tea." Milk Tea lowered her head with flushed cheeks, giggling quietly. Shin Yu happened to step through the door at that moment. Upon seeing Shin Chang's condition, he paused slightly and said, "To recover so quickly? Seems we can push the training a bit harder." Shin Chang's expression stiffened. Sitting back down without batting an eye, he said, "Milk Tea, I think my face still hurts a little. Could you apply some more medicine for me?" "Ha! Master, Grandpa, and Milk Tea, come eat meow." Cheese, already seated, waved and called to them. Shin Yu first gave Shin Chang a knowing smile before leisurely walking toward the dining table. "Ha, coming. Sitting down at the dining table and seeing the crowd of people nearly encircling it, Shin Yu couldn't help but let out a long sigh with a smile, murmuring softly, "The Shin family, how many years has it been since we've had such liveliness?" Shin Chang also took his seat. Though the spread before them consisted entirely of mushroom dishes, the aromas and presentation were so enticing that his appetite stirred. Yet everyone remained seated obediently, their eyes fixed on the elderly patriarch, waiting for Shin Yu to take the first bite. "What are you all staring at me for? Eat freely, since when did we have so many rules?" Shin Yu laughed heartily and waved his hand grandly, signaling the official start of the meal. Observing the scene, Chen Chang leaned toward Shinwei and whispered, "Father hasn't seemed this happy since Mom passed away." "Yeah." Shinwei sighed bitterly as a crowd of beautiful girls gathered around the table. "Too bad Uncle and the others aren't here anymore. Go on such a happy day, and you're saying such things." Chen Xing casually picked up a piece of mushroom with her chopsticks and stuffed it into Shinwei's mouth, cutting off his words. She then propped her chin on her left hand and smiled at Shinwei. Shinwei chewed a couple of times, his eyes instantly sparkling. "Honey, when did your cooking get so good?"
Shin Chang also took a bite of the mushroom, his eyes lighting up at the same time. Mom, your cooking skills have improved. Pursing her lips, Shin Chang said, our Liu-su made this, not me. As she spoke, she deliberately emphasized the words our home with particular weight. Liu-su's face flushed crimson instantly, and she silently buried herself in her meal. Daddy, have some tea. After the meal, Shin Wei had just sat down on the sofa when Shantang came over to pour him a cup of tea. Shin Wei nearly burst into tears again. Shin Chang also wanted to sit down for a rest, but suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Turning his head, he saw Shin Yu sitting behind him, picking his teeth while staring at him. A red danger symbol instantly appeared over Shin Chang's head. Without a second thought, he walked out of the room, saying, I'm going out for a walk. TCH, Shin Yu's voice suddenly rang out behind him. Breaking out in a sweat, Shin Chang involuntarily quickened his steps towards the exit. The moment he stepped outside and breathed in the fresh air, the weight in Shin Chang's chest lifted. Turning his head, he saw Cheese crouched by the garden in the courtyard, idly swinging her tail. Hearing the commotion, Cheese turned her head. Spotting Shin Chang, her face immediately brightened as she enthusiastically waved and called out, Master, Master, come here quickly, meow. With a soft chuckle, Shin Chang walked over to Cheese's side. What's up? He asked. Master, why do I feel like the flowers here are so much more vibrant than those in other places, meow. Poking at the blooming flowers, Cheese tilted her head in confusion. Shin Chang glanced over and noticed it was true, most flowers at this time of year had already begun to wither, yet only the ones here were still blooming brilliantly. Ruffling Cheese's hair, Shin Chang pondered slightly before replying, I'm not sure either. My mom once said it's because the soil here is special. Oh, her ears twitching, Cheese suddenly beamed and called out, Master. When it came to Jishir, the first cat girl he had ever met, Shin Chang always had endless patience. Want to go for a walk together, Naya? Jishir's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled and asked. Of course, Shin Chang wouldn't refuse. He nodded and said, sure. In the woods near the Shin residence, Shin Chang watched the cheerful and lively Cheese before him, his restless heart gradually settling into tranquility. Rays of sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting countless spots of light on the fallen leaves blanketing the ground. Cheese hopped about, stepping on the light spots one by one. The clear chirping of birds intertwined with her light-hearted laughter, echoing through the forest for a long while. Suddenly, Cheese paused mid-step, her ears drooping as she turned to look at Shin Chang, her smile fading away. Master, meow. What's wrong? Sensing something unusual about Cheese, Shin Chang quickly stepped forward and asked with concern, are you feeling unwell somewhere? Hearing this, Cheese raised her right hand and pressed it against her chest, her voice slightly downcast. Here, it feels very uncomfortable, meow. Shin Chang's lips twitched slightly. Had this cat grown up again? Please don't. Hui might really get depressed. Master, lately you seem to be getting very close with sugar milk tea and the others, meow. Cheese looked up at Shin Chang and murmured, Cheese feels like she's growing further away from Master, meow. Is it because I've been neglecting Cheese lately? Reaching out to rub Cheese's little head, Shin Chang smiled softly and said, I'm sorry about that. I'll spend more time with you from now on, okay? After all, no matter what, you're my very first cat girl. No, meow. Cheese shook her head and said, that's not what I want, meow. I always feel like, compared to Sugar and the others, I'm missing something, meow. Always feels like there's an emptiness in my heart, meow. Shin Chang's hand, which had been stroking Cheese's head, stiffened slightly. Cheese lifted her head to look at Shin Chang, her eyes clouded with confusion. Master, you'll always stay by Cheese's side, right meow? Chapter 77 Emergency Mission. What nonsense are you talking about? Shin Chang snapped out of his thoughts, laughing as he vigorously rubbed Cheese's head. No matter what happens, I'll always stay by your side. Haven't I said that many times already? Cheese silently nodded, murmuring in a low voice, but, suddenly, the shrill ringtone of a phone pierced through the forest silence, instantly cutting off Cheese's whisper. Shin Chang was taken aback for a moment, withdrawing his hand from Cheese's head and pulling his phone out of his pocket. Seeing that it was Liu-su calling, he tapped to answer. Shin Chang, hurry back, there's a mission. After just these brief words, Liu-su hung up. Judging by her tone, it seemed to be an extremely urgent task. Cheese, it's time to go back. We can talk more after this is settled, alright? Turning to Cheese, Shin Chang spoke softly. Cheese nodded silently. Shin Chang heaved a quiet sigh. It seemed Cheese's issues would have to wait until everything was over before having a proper talk with her. Without another word, the man and his cat began running toward the direction of the Shin residence. Along the way, Cheese quietly raised her right hand and clutched at her chest. My chest still feels so tight, hot, and uncomfortable, meow. Returning to the Shin family compound, they saw Lu Su and Xiao Silan already waiting there, dressed in more practical attire. What happened? Shin Chang stepped forward, frowning as he asked.
Another sighting of a foreign phantom organization. Lu Su let out a bitter laugh and explained, it's in the woods to the southeast. Of course, it's unrealistic for just the few of us to take down an entire organization outright. The agency suspects this normally secretive group suddenly making big moves likely means they're after a phantom and a particularly rare one at that. Our mission is to secure that phantom before they do, avoiding direct conflict whenever possible. Nodding, Xiao Silin continued, this is an emergency mission. Firearms may be used if absolutely necessary. An intelligence liaison will provide us with real-time support soon, and nearby special investigators will rush to our aid. Once the military forces dispatched by the organization arrive, we'll eradicate this group in one decisive strike. To think it was right near my own home. So the top priority now is to find that unidentified Fantasia thereafter? Xin Chang asked. Exactly. Liu Su nodded, tossing a small object to Xin Chang behind her back. This is yours. Xin Chang instinctively caught it and saw that it was an utterly ordinary black earpiece. Put it on and tap it with your index finger. After leaving this instruction, Liu Su and Xiao Silin began swiftly checking their gear. Nodding, Xin Chang inserted the earpiece and tapped it with his index finger. The next moment, a faint ding sounded from the earpiece, followed by the voice of an electronic synthesizer entering Xin Chang's ears. Ding, identity confirmed, Senior Investigator Xin Chang, National Institute of Genetic Biotechnology, China. Affiliated Unit, Beijing Institute of Biological Genetics Research Headquarters. Level, E-Class. Authentication confirmed, establishing connection. Then came a rustling sound, which paused intermittently, followed by two clear female voices. Information Liaison Officer, Yuman, at your service. Information Liaison Officer, Reina, at your service. Hearing their voices, Xin Chang smiled faintly and said, long time no see. You still haven't gotten it yet. Ling Xue interrupted Xin Chang's small talk, sounding irritated. Just how careless are you? This mission allows firearm use under emergency protocols, which means the opponent is highly likely armed too. Even if you're a dual Fantasia adapter, you'd stand little chance against firearms, especially since you've never had any weapons training. Above all else, you must prioritize your own safety. I understand. Xin Chang's voice turned serious. Then I'll be counting on both of you. That's our duty. With that, Xin Chang turned his gaze towards Liu Su and Xiao Silin. Safety off on the pistol. Emergency bandages prepped. Xin Chang, these are yours. Check the magazine. Laces tied? Alright, let's move out. Senpai. Standing in front of the Xin family's gate, Lin Yuwei looked visibly worried. Xin Chang waved his hand, pretending to be at ease. Don't worry, it's just about collecting a phantom, nothing to be concerned about. When Lin Yuwei saw Liu Su, who had been chatting with Chun Qing, suddenly receive a phone call and turn serious, she already sensed something was wrong. Though she could tell Xin Chang wasn't telling the whole truth, Lin Yuwei still smiled brightly. Come back soon, and don't get hurt. I understand. Nodding, Xin Chang waved to Lin Yuwei once more before following Xiao Silin and Lu Su into the forest. Our goal is to secure the phantom creature before our opponents do. Therefore, I suggest we split into 3 routes. This way, we can expand our search area while minimizing targets and reducing chances of direct conflict with rivals. As they reached the southeastern forest, Xiao Silin proposed. Xin Chang and Lu Su had no objections. I'm very familiar with these woods. The eastern side is the most complex, leave it to me. Volunteered Xin Chang, who had grown up roaming freely in this very forest. I'll take the southeast side. Staring at the forest where not even a footpath was visible, Lu Su said calmly. The southeast side was the heart of the woods, where the likelihood of encountering enemies would be greatest. Xiao Silin nodded. Then I'll handle the south side. Now, let's move out. Rustle, rustle. The trees in my field of vision rapidly receded, and the rustling sound of leaves beneath my feet was ceaseless. Xin Chang remained highly focused, continuously scanning his surroundings with peripheral vision. Suddenly, Xin Chang noticed an unusual protrusion not far ahead. Holding his breath, he quickened his pace and swiftly ran toward the anomaly. Upon closer inspection, he froze momentarily in slight shock. It's a wolf. A large, gray, and white old wolf. At this moment, the old wolf lay in a pile of fallen leaves, its tongue lolling out, with several bullet wounds on its abdomen. The pooling blood had dyed large patches of leaves crimson, making the already vivid red foliage appear somewhat eerie. Gunshot wounds, Yu Eming's voice came through the earpiece. With the help of the earpiece and satellite positioning, they could easily observe Xin Chang's surroundings. Kneeling down to touch the wolf's carcass, Xin Chang frowned and said, it's still warm. It hasn't been dead long, remarked Ling Xue. The perpetrator can't have gone far. We must remain extremely vigilant from now on. Understood, Xin Chang responded, casting several more glances at the old wolf's corpse before leaping over it and breaking into a sprint once more. I wonder, is it doing all right? Chapter 78, The Rainbow Nation's Phantom Organization. After running for who knows how long, drenched in sweat, Xin Chang suddenly slowed down. Something felt profoundly wrong. Silence. Yes, precisely that, silence. No birdsong, no insect chirps. This place was utterly soundless, terrifyingly silent, unnervingly quiet, so hushed it made one's skin crawl with unease. There's something wrong with this place. No sooner had this conclusion formed than Shin Chang felt a chilling numbness crawl across his scalp. A sudden surge of fear and impending danger pierced straight through his heart like an ice pick. Without time to think, Shin Chang immediately leapt backward. Shin Chang, jump back. Almost simultaneously, Ling Shui also issued the command, and in the very next instant, whoosh! A faint whistling sound brushed past Shin Chang's cheek, striking the tree trunk on the other side. Would splinters exploded from the impact, scattering everywhere like a burst of confetti? That was dangerously close to death. Realizing this, Shin Chang broke out in a cold sweat all over his body in an instant. He began gasping uncontrollably, his heart nearly stopping from the shock. The enemy is 30 degrees northeast. Shi Ming's voice rang out. Without a second thought, Shin Chang growled and activated his dynamic vision, immediately facing the direction she indicated. Sure enough, a shadowy figure was slowly moving there, apparently preparing to change positions and continue shooting. Raising the gun and steadying his aim, Shin Chang suppressed the trembling in his arm and immediately pulled the trigger. This was Shin Chang's first time firing a gun. Whoosh! The silenced bullet shot out of the barrel with a small yet sharp sound that pierced the forest silence. The recoil left his hand slightly numb, but it was nothing troubling. Bang! Under Shin Chang's dynamic vision, even a bullet fired from a gun appeared to lag for an instant before hitting its target, the tree trunk to his right. Tisk! Shin Chang clicked his tongue as the shot went wide, adjusting his aim slightly. Seeing Shin Chang fire, the enemy appeared momentarily flustered, suddenly accelerating their movements, yet it made no difference. To Shin Chang's dynamic vision, their speed still crawled like a tortoise. Whoosh! Shin Chang pulled the trigger again. With the crack of gunfire, a brilliant spray of blood blossomed from the enemy's shoulder as they tumbled backward into the underbrush. Deactivating his dynamic vision and fighting off the wave of dizziness from the mental strain, Shin Chang advanced swiftly, pistol raised. He pushed aside the grass. No human figure, only a trail of blood. Whoosh! At that moment, another gunshot echoed from the depths of the forest. Though similarly suppressed, under Shin Chang's hyper-focused state, he could still hear it distinctly. Following the sound, Shin Chang deduced it likely came from Liu Su's position, and couldn't help feeling concerned. Liu Su has already taken down the enemy with one shot. No need for your worry, better focus on yourself first. Ling Shui's voice carried a hint of disdain. Shin Chang's old face flushed red. This is my first time firing a gun, hitting someone at all is already pretty good, okay? Yeah. There's no time for this now. The enemies must already know that our Biobase Academy's special investigators have entered this forest. If we don't speed up our actions, we'll likely fall into the disadvantage of them being hidden while we're exposed. Nodding, Shin Chang started running again. Having just narrowly escaped death's door, his focus now became even more intense. Occasional gunshots rang out along the way, but trusting in the abilities of Liu Su and the others, Shin Chang tried his best not to worry too much. Fortunately, Shin Chang didn't encounter any enemies along the way after that. Shin Chang walked to the center of the woods. No sooner had he stopped than he saw Liu Su running over to join him. I heard gunshots from your side just now. Are you okay? Liu Su asked with concern the moment they met. I'm fine. Got lucky, 2 shots happened to hit the guy in the shoulder. What about you, Liu Su? Were you hurt? Liu Su blushed and shook her head, speaking, no, encountered 2 enemies, they appeared to be from the Crimson Nation, killed one, wounded another. They weren't elegants, so naturally, neither their reactions nor speed could match us Fantasia's. Good thing you're not hurt. Shin Chang visibly relaxed, his words giving Liu Su a warm feeling inside. Next time, let me teach you how to shoot? It's for your safety. Shin Chang nodded without refusing, then I'll trouble you for it. At that moment, Xiao Silan also arrived panting heavily and joined them. Sorry, my Synergy's Fantasgene isn't much for physical enhancement. Kept you waiting. Xiao Silan's Fantasia ability is that of an owl Fantasia, which appears to be a type that enhances mental faculties. Now that we've reached the center of the woods, the likelihood of encountering enemies will be extremely high. We must not separate and must remain absolutely vigilant. Xiao Silan analyzed the situation, to which Shin Chang and Liu Su nodded in agreement. After finalizing their tactical approach, the 3 continued advancing deeper into the woods. This time the group didn't move swiftly, partly to conserve energy and partly to remain vigilant while observing their surroundings. But 10 minutes had passed without any sign of abnormality. Something feels off, whispered Liu Su, to which Xiao Silan couldn't help but nod in agreement. Just then, Shin Chang sniffed the air and frowned sharply. Stop, he ordered. Both Liu Su and Xiao Silan halted immediately, turning their gazes toward Shin Chang. Shin Chang pointed towards a nearby thicket and solemnly declared, over there I smell blood. The dual illusionary genes had also significantly enhanced Shin Chang's sense of smell. Liu Su and Xiao Silan exchanged glances, cautiously raising their pistols as they positioned themselves protectively on either side of Shin Chang. Meanwhile, Shin Chang stepped forward and gently parted the grass. The grass parted, and as the trio glimpsed what lay beyond, they collectively drew in a sharp breath. Clutching his right shoulder, Taku Shinuma gripped his rifle tightly, gritted his teeth, and dashed deep into the woods, until he reached a secluded and hidden cave entrance, where he took 2 deep breaths before stepping inside. Taku Ishik, you're injured? A man quickly approached, frowning slightly at Taku Ishik's condition as he asked in fluent Kokoko language, did China's Phantom Organization intervene? Taku Ishik nodded, panting as he replied, just one person. I suspect it was an adaptive. That must have been a special investigator from China's Bioscience Academy. The man's frown deepened as he muttered, damn it, we were so close to capturing that phantom too. Those damned wild wolves ruined everything. At that moment, another wounded man rushed in, blood gushing from his abdomen, sweating profusely as he gasped, a special investigator from the Biological Science Institute has entered, she's a phantom. Nakayama was shot dead by her with a single bullet. Seems there's more than one investigator coming after us. The man sighed, waving his hand to signal the 2 of them to go inside for treatment, then began pacing back and forth. So what should we do now? Just leave and give up on that phantom? Before stepping inside, Taku Ishizuma gritted his teeth and asked the man. The man shook his head and said, since they've sent special investigators, it means we've most likely been exposed. Military forces will probably surround us soon, we can't stay here any longer. But, after a pause, the man chuckled cruelly, if we can't take that illusory being with us, we certainly can't leave it for China either. Before we leave, let's make a detour and gun down both that illusory being and China's special investigators. Also, for these special investigators to intervene so quickly, they must have been stationed nearby. Track down their hideout for me. Chapter 79, The Wolf's Entrusting of Its Young. Humph humph humph. Wawa. Shin Chang howled at the top of his lungs as he plunged deeper into the woods, the wild boar hot on his heels. Although the wild boar behind him wasn't particularly large, clearly still a juvenile, it was far more than Shin Chang, a frail 15-year-old, could handle. Bang! Distracted by the wild boar behind him, Shin Chang failed to notice the path ahead. His legs, moving so fast they nearly blurred, suddenly tripped over a thick tree root. Shin Chang felt his center of gravity drop abruptly, then the world spun before his eyes as he tumbled violently across the ground. He rolled several times, his mouth filling with dirt and gnarly tree roots. But Shin Chang had no time to dwell on that. Pushing himself up from the ground, he turned to see the rapidly approaching wild boar, his face etched with despair. I'm done for. Rohar. Just as Shin Chang thought his illustrious life would end inside a boar's jaws, a black shadow suddenly shot out from the side, forcefully pouncing on the boar and sending it tumbling to the ground before engaging in a fierce tussle. Shin Chang froze momentarily, then focused his gaze to see that the one wrestling with the boar was a handsome and imposing, big wolfhound. The wild boar was clearly no match for the large wolfhound and was soon bitten into a howling, whimpering mess, fleeing in complete disarray. Victorious over its opponent, the large wolfhound looked exceedingly proud, standing tall with its head held high. Despite a few scratches on its body, it still appeared awe-inspiring and mighty. So cool. Witnessing this, Shin Chang's eyes lit up as he stood and walked over to the large wolfhound in a few steps, cautiously reaching out to stroke the gray fur on its back. Woof! The wolfhound didn't shy away but tilted its head slightly to look at Shin Chang, seemingly puzzled. Hey, whose dog are you? Seeing that the big wolfhound seemed quite tame, Shin Chang excitedly asked it. The wolfhound's expression darkened upon hearing this. It flicked its tail and turned to leave. Yet Shin Chang followed closely behind the wolfhound, grinning as he said, don't go. Let's play together. Since your fur is gray, how about I call you Little Gray? Hey! The wolfhound glanced back at Shin Chang, shook its head, and ignored him, letting Shin Chang trail behind as their shadow stretched long under the setting sun. Every day that followed, Shin Chang would run into the woods to find the big wolfhound named Xiao Hui, the one that had saved his life. And so, he spent his entire summer vacation back in his hometown like this. The grass rustled aside, and when the 3 caught sight of what lay beyond, they gasped in unison. Beyond the grass stretched a broad meadow, where a dozen or so corpses, both wolves and humans, lay scattered haphazardly upon the ground. A light breeze swept by, carrying with it the pungent stench of blood. Exchanging glances, the 3 stepped cautiously over the grass with rifles at the ready, surveying the grim scene before them. There were only 2 or 3 human bodies on the ground, their faces suggesting they were Hong Country nationals. Their bodies were covered in bite wounds, their eyes wide open. Clearly, they had died in extreme terror. The rest of the corpses were all wolves, without exception, killed by gunshot wounds. What on earth were these people searching for? Werewolf Fantasians? Gazing at the scene before him, Shin Chang's furrowed brows refused to relax. Most likely werewolf Fantasians, Lu Su said calmly, glancing around. Once again, these are Fantasians our Biofoundation Academy has never recorded. It seems we need to speed up our operation. No one noticed that behind a concealed patch of grass, a man with bloodshot eyes was staring intently at Shin Chang and the others. A vicious grin twisted his lips as he slowly raised his rifle, taking aim at Shin Chang's head. A ray of sunlight happened to pierce through just then, reflecting off the rifle's scope and casting a blinding silver glare. Xinshang, behind you. Ling Shue's warning suddenly crackled through his earpiece. Xinshang's heart lurched as he instinctively turned his head only to lock eyes with the sneering man. Xinshang, Lu Su cried out in alarm, immediately pivoting to draw her weapon. Pupils contracting sharply, Xinshang lifted his foot, poised to dodge. Die! But the man gave Xinshang no time to react, immediately pulling the trigger. Growl! Whoosh! The bullet shot from the barrel with a fiery trail, piercing through the densely interwoven leaves above and streaking toward the sky. Staring at the old wolf that had suddenly pounced from nowhere, its upper body covered in dried blood as it swatted away his gun barrel with a paw, the man's bloodshot eyes first went blank for an instant. Then, frantically, he drew a short dagger from his chest and lunged at the wolf. Die, just die. Damn beasts, all of you. Oh whoa! The old wolf ignored everything else and clamped its jaws tightly around the man's neck. Lu Shu froze for a moment before raising her gun and firing. With the crack of the shot, the man's head exploded in a spray of blood, tilting to the side as his body went limp, his lifeless eyes still wide open. The old wolf released its grip and lifted its head high, proud and unyielding. Though its body was streaked with blood and wounds, it still looked magnificent and mighty. Lu Su and Xiao Silan didn't dare to let their guard down, keeping their guns firmly trained on the old wolf. Xinshang, on the other hand, stared blankly at the old wolf. Seeing its proud and upright posture, he couldn't help but superimpose it with a shadow from his memory. Taking 2 steps forward, Xinshang spoke softly, "Little Gray? Xinshang? Boss Shin?" Xiao Silan and Lu Su froze for a brief moment, then turned their heads towards Xinshang. The old wolf gave Xinshang a deep, penetrating look before turning around and slowly walking away. Opening his mouth, Xinshang lifted his foot and followed behind Old Wolf. Xiao Silan and Lu Su exchanged a glance before also stepping forward. "Little Gray, you've grown up," Xinshang said softly with a faint smile as he trailed behind Old Wolf. Old Wolf flicked his tail slightly but made no sound, continuing forward in silence. "Little Gray, it seems like it's been so long since we last saw each other. Xiao Hui, do you still remember the scene when we first met?" "Xiao Hui." Xinshang followed behind the old wolf, wearing a faint yet somewhat bitter smile on his face, speaking words as if reminiscing with an old friend. The old wolf never responded, continuing to walk silently forward. Xiao Silan and Lu Su followed behind Xinshang, silently watching the old wolf tread step by step, leaving behind fresh bloodstains. They walked all the way to an incredibly thick, tangled old tree before the wolf finally halted. Turning its head to gaze at Xinshang, there seemed to be a hint of supplication in its eyes. Meeting the old wolf's gaze, Xinshang murmured softly, "Xiao Hui, did you bring me here on purpose?" "Woo!" The wolf responded with a low whimper, stepping forward to nuzzle its head against the back of Xinshang's hand. Then its body swayed slightly before collapsing silently to the ground. After a moment of silence, Xinshang crouched down and patted the old wolf's gradually cooling head, whispering softly, "Have a good rest, Little Gray." After bidding farewell to his old friend, Xinshang stood up and gazed at the sturdy old tree before him. "Did it bring us here because there's something it wants us to do?" Lu Su stepped forward, noticing Xinshang's sorrowful expression. She squeezed his palm lightly, offering him whatever comfort she could. "It's here." Xinshang didn't answer Lu Su but murmured to himself instead. Lu Su was taken aback, turning his head with Xiao Silan. In the next moment, both Lu Su and Xiao Silan's eyes inevitably widened. A gray-haired girl with a pair of fluffy wolf ears atop her head, resembling a porcelain doll, peeked out from behind the old tree. With her amber eyes fixed on Xinshang and the others, she timidly asked, "Are you here to catch me?" Chapter 80, Care for a Cup of Tea? "Are you here to catch me?" Seeing the timid appearance of the gray-haired phantom girl, Xinshang took a step forward. The girl trembled slightly but didn't retreat. The girl was wearing an oversized coat with some traces of blood on it, apparently taken from those Rainbow Country people. "Do I look like I'm here to catch you?" Xinshang asked gently with a warm smile. The silver-haired phantom girl looked at Xinshang, then after a moment shook her head and whispered, "No, you don't seem like them. Your scent is very pleasant. It makes me feel comfortable, not terrifying like those people." Having said that, the girl turned her gaze to the old wolf lying on the ground and asked, "What's wrong with Gray?" Hearing this, Xinshang stiffened slightly. "The name Gray, did it tell you that?" The girl nodded and said, "Gray told me. This name was given by its friend." Xinshang fell silent. After a long pause, Xinshang forced out a faint smile and said to the girl, "Little Gray has fallen asleep. Let us take you away first. Come with us, and let Gray rest properly." The girl nodded and murmured, "Asleep, huh? Right. Hui, to protect me, hasn't slept for a very long time. Everyone too, to protect me, they've all fallen asleep now." Xinshang lowered his head, silently watching the girl. "It's time to leave," Lu Su reminded them. Xinshang nodded. The girl also understood Lu Su's meaning and grasped the corner of Xinshang's clothes. Lu Su drew a short knife from his robes and handed it to Xinshang, smiling bitterly. "If you can't handle a gun well, then make good use of your speed advantage instead. Perhaps I shouldn't have dragged you into this mess." I don't regret it.
Taking the knife Lu Su offered, Shin Cheng gently traced the delicate, tiny character Su engraved on the blade and replied with a faint smile, on the contrary, I feel quite fortunate.
At the same time, in the ancient town of Shin Family Village,
3 men from Hongwo walked in, passing through the ancient town streets before heading straight toward the Shin family mansion. Inside the Shin family mansion, Shinwei and Chen Qing seemed to sense something at the same time, exchanging a glance without speaking. Then, Chen Cheng deliberately put on an exaggerated expression of panic and cried out, "Oh no, this is bad." Hearing her, the women all turned to look at Chen Cheng, with Lin Yuwei being the first to ask, "Auntie Chen, what's wrong?" Chen Xing wore a worried expression. "I think I lost my necklace in the backyard. Kids, could you help me look for it?" The girls nodded repeatedly and followed Chen Xing to the backyard to search for the necklace, leaving Shinwei alone sitting silently on the sofa, brewing tea. After arranging 3 teacups on the tray, Shinwei filled each one to the brim before standing up with a faint smile. Creak, the sound of the Shin family's front door being pushed open echoed the next moment. Milk Tea, who was helping search for the necklace in the backyard, looked up at the sound and said, "Is that master coming home?" Cheese, who had been somewhat distracted, immediately pricked up her ears upon hearing this. Chen Xing chuckled and rubbed Milk Tea and Cheese's heads. "It's probably Lao Wei's old friend visiting. Don't worry about it for now, help mommy find the necklace, okay?" Upon hearing this, Milk Tea kept nodding, while Cheese broke into a bright smile. "Okay, meow." Bam! The door of the house was violently kicked open. The leading Hongwa man scanned the room with his eyes, only to find a middle-aged man wearing frameless glasses, looking utterly ordinary, standing there holding a tea tray. Frowning, he barked in broken Chinese, "Are you alone? My wife and daughters-in-law are busy with some matters." "No need to be so aggressive," Shinwei said with a smile as he stepped forward, extending the tea tray toward the Hongwa man. "Why not sit down and have a cup of tea first?" The Hongwa man exchanged glances with his 2 companions, then immediately launched a sharp, no-nonsense strike to see Shinwei. However, Shinwei just tilted his head slightly to dodge it, then looked at the shocked Japanese man and said with a smirk, "If you don't want to drink it, you don't have to. No need to be so aggressive. Did a teacup bite you when you were a kid or something? You motherf." The Japanese man snapped back to reality, a flash of malice crossing his features as he lashed out with a whip-like side kick aimed at Shinwei's waist. Thud! Yet Shinwei merely raised his left leg slightly to effortlessly block the powerful kick. The tea tray in his hand remained perfectly steady, while the Japanese man staggered from the recoil, nearly losing his balance. Shinwei still wore a smiling expression. "Really won't have some tea?" The Japanese man's heart skipped a beat as he roared in a low voice, "Attack together." His 2 companions immediately reacted in unison, charging toward Shinwei. The first Japanese man lunged forward with a skip-step sidekick, only for Shinwei to effortlessly dodge while simultaneously lifting his own foot to deliver a powerful stomp against the inner knee of the attacker's supporting leg. Snap! A crisp sound of bone fracture reached their ears, making the 2 other Rainbow Country men's hearts tighten. The first Rainbow Country man who charged forward lost his balance and immediately knelt on the ground, his forehead instantly drenched in cold sweat. He opened his mouth, about to scream. Smack! Shinwei gripped the Rainbow Country man's face with one hand, instantly silencing his scream. Lowering his head, Shinwei smiled lightly and said, "Don't make a sound, okay?" The Rainbow Country man felt as if he'd been locked in the gaze of some primordial beast, his back was soaked with cold sweat in an instant, and he subconsciously nodded repeatedly. "Get out!" Another Kokoko man immediately drew his short sword without hesitation and slashed at Shinwei, who was bowing his head. However, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, Shinwei dodged the blade with a tilt of his head while simultaneously grabbing the Kokoko man's wrist. Crack! Another crisp sound of bone breaking echoed through the air. The short sword slipped from the Kokoko man's grip and landed on the ground with a metallic clatter. Before the man could even scream, Shinwei drove his elbow hard into the man's jaw, sending him sprawling onto the floor. Clang! The sound of the falling blade reached Sato's ears. Instinctively familiar with that sound, Sato instinctively raised her head only to hear Chun Qing suddenly shout to her, "Sato, come here, quick!" "Coming, Mom." The budding vigilance was instantly crushed as Chun Qing called out. Sugar turned her head at the sound and hurriedly ran towards Chen Chang. After dealing with the 2 henchmen, Shinwei turned his head and looked at the trembling leader of the Hongwa men, who was now pointing a gun at him. Who are you?" the Hongwa man asked in trembling Mandarin. The next moment, all the Hongwa man saw was a black shadow flash before his eyes, and the pistol in his hand had already landed in Shinwei's grasp, 5 steps away. "It's been so long since I've touched one, I really missed this feeling," Shinwei murmured with a faint smile as he toyed with the pistol in his hand, then raised his head to look at the Japanese man leading the group. The Japanese leader twisted his lips into a smile more strained than a grimace. "Sir, perhaps, we should have some tea first?" Chapter 81, Biological Weapon. Rustle. Shin Chang, Liusu, Xiao Silan, and the gray-haired Fantasia sprinted through the forest together, heading straight in one direction. Support from the Bio Academy and nearby military forces will arrive soon. Pick up the pace, we need to rendezvous with the troops immediately. Listening to Ling Xue's voice through his earpiece, Xinchang curled his lips.
Are these guys out of their minds? They know our backup is coming, yet they're still hell-bent on killing us?
Their main force probably evacuated long ago.
These are likely the stragglers, and their mission is to eliminate that wolf Fantasia by your side.
Ling Xue hissed through gritted teeth. These bastards will stop at nothing to suppress the development of Fantasia research in China. Suddenly, Xinchang heard a faint yet unsettling sound in his ears and instinctively shouted, "Spread out!" With that, he immediately scooped up the wolf girl phantom in his arms and leaped to one side.
The moment Xinchang's voice fell, both Liu Su and Xiao Silin instantly leaped away to either side.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh.
The next instant, the spot where Xinchang and the others had been standing was instantly riddled with dense bullet holes.
As Liu Su landed, she immediately raised her gun and aimed at a patch of grass nearby, pulling the trigger.
Put! As the bullet left the barrel, a spray of blood immediately splattered from the grass. After firing a shot, Liu Su didn't even glance at the result, swiftly dodging behind a nearby tree trunk.
Xinchang leaped away in a flash, promptly placing the gray-haired girl behind the tree before drawing his short blade, his dynamic vision activating instantly. In his slowed perception of the world, Xinchang immediately detected a muzzle flash erupting from within the bushes. Pushing off with explosive force, Xinchang shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, closing the distance to those bushes in an instant before launching himself into a soaring leap. The rainbow countryman crouching in the bushes with his rifle suddenly felt his vision darken as if something had blotted out the light above him. Momentarily stunned, he jerked his head upward just in time to see Xinchang hurtling toward him from above. Slice, the short blade in his hand fell. Xinchang had no time to wipe the blood spattered at the corner of his mouth, suppressing the rising discomfort in his heart as he swiftly retreated to the gray-haired girl's side. The gray-haired girl looked at Xinchang, reaching out to wipe the bloodstains from his face.
"Will you fall asleep like Gray and the others?" Hearing the girl's timid voice, Xinchang grinned and said, "I'm wide awake." Bang!
A shower of wood splinters sprayed from the tree trunk beside his head, the impact making Xinchang's ears ring faintly. Whoosh! A whistling sound grazed past the trunk behind Xinchang before embedding into the grass beyond, splattering a crimson bloom.
"Boshin, protect the Fantasia beside you." Xiao Silin's urgent shout followed closely. Gripping the short knife in his hand until his knuckles whitened, Xinchang responded, "Understood."
After all, he had not yet undergone firearms training, and his dynamic vision, which somewhat affected his mental state, could not remain active indefinitely. The next moment, a tingling numbness crawled over Xinchang's scalp as a sudden sense of danger surged through his entire body. Without a second thought, Xinchang immediately wrapped his arms around the gray-haired girl and rolled across the ground with her. Thud! A bullet shot into Xinchang's left shoulder from the side, splattering several drops of blood onto the gray-haired girl's face. The intense pain from his shoulder caused cold sweat to break out on Xinchang's forehead. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself up and looked down at the dazed gray-haired girl beneath him, managing a strained smile as he asked, "Are you okay?"
I'm fine."
Feeling the warmth of the blood on her face and seeing Xinchang's forced smile before her, the gray-haired girl felt a tremor in her heart.
"I don't want to keep being protected like this anymore. I don't want to see anyone fall asleep like Gray and the others again."
As the blood on her face slid into the girl's mouth, tasting the metallic saltiness, she felt an overwhelming surge of viciousness and murderous intent rise abruptly in her heart. Her vision gradually became filled with red.
"Damn it!"
Xinchang rose to his feet, drew his pistol, and blindly fired several shots in the direction of the enemy's gunfire. Click, the pistol's bullets were quickly exhausted. Xinchang turned his head and shouted at the gray-haired girl, "This place isn't safe anymore, we need to get out of here, now."
"Oh whoa."
But in the next moment, the gray-haired girl suddenly let out a piercing wolf howl, cutting off Xinchang's words. The girl stood up from the ground, her eyes burning with a savage crimson light as she faced the direction of the enemy's gunfire. Like an artillery shell, she shot forward, the red light in her eyes trailing a scarlet arc through the air. "Hey!" Xinchang's heart tightened as he activated his dynamic vision, forcing himself to endure the mental strain while keeping close behind the gray-haired girl. Whoosh! Whoosh! The enemy panicked upon seeing the gray-haired girl charging forward with murderous intent, hastily firing several shots that she miraculously dodged one after another.
Monster!
The man on the other end screamed in terror in Manhwa language. The next instant, the gray-haired girl closed in, her right hand raised like a claw. Thud! Xinchang, following closely behind, couldn't help but gasp at such a gruesome sight.
Huagua's reinforcements are arriving soon. We can't delay any longer.
The Honghua side grew visibly flustered as their 3 operatives remained unable to overpower the opponents.
Is this the true strength of Huagua's special investigators? They're practically monsters.
No time left, release that thing immediately. Hey! Then, the gunfire throughout the forest suddenly ceased. Listening to the abruptly silenced woodland as if someone had pressed pause, Xinchang tightened his arms around the unconscious gray-haired girl in his embrace.
Boss Shin, what happened?
Xiao Silan rushed over and was slightly startled upon seeing the horrifically mutilated corpse behind Shin Chang. Shin Chang shook his head, looking at the gray-haired girl in his arms.
She was the one who killed the enemies, he said. After finishing them off, she just collapsed like this. Shin Chang, Liusu rushed over as well.
Seeing the wound on Shin Chang's shoulder, her heart clenched sharply.
You're hurt?
I figured this would happen. Shin Chang shrugged with a bitter smile, only to wince as pain shot through his shoulder blades. Liusu pursed her lips, pulling out an emergency bandage and tearing off a strip to dress Shin Chang's wound. As she worked, she muttered under her breath, "Once we get back, I really must teach you properly how to fire a gun."
There's a problem.
Xiao Silan cautiously checked the situation outside before turning back and sullenly stating, "They seem to be retreating."
Is it because our reinforcements are about to arrive? Shin Chang frowned. Possibly.
Xiao Silan nodded, only for the next moment.
Boom!
A heavy object crashed to the ground with a thunderous noise, startling everyone as they hurriedly turned toward the source of the sound. At the very center of the battlefield moments ago, clouds of dust had inexplicably begun to swirl, and within that swirling dust, a massive black silhouette advanced step by step towards Shin Chang and the others. Each footfall was accompanied by a deafening roar. As the dust settled, when Shin Chang and his companions finally glimpsed the colossal entity behind it, their hearts clenched violently, their pupils involuntarily contracting with shock. Behind the dust and smoke loomed a nearly 4-meter-tall suit of armor stained with streaks of dried blood, encasing a gigantic monster with dark skin, impossible to discern whether human or beast. Watching the blood-stained armored behemoth, Liusu grew intensely vigilant, drawing 2 pistols from his chest. Simultaneously, a stunned Leng Shui's voice came through Shin Chang's earphones.
Could this be the bioengineered, biological weapon from Manhwa?